Jiang Fei found himself transported to the realm of Dragon Ball, specifically within the divine sanctuary of the Omni King. Astonishingly, the ordinary physique he inhabited from his previous life revealed an unprecedented aptitude for cultivation. As 2 decades swiftly passed, on this particular day, the Omni King bestowed upon Jiang Fei a significant task to oversee the activities of the various gods of destruction. Shortly thereafter, the 12 gods of destruction from the universes knelt in unison within the Omni King's sanctuary. Beerus exclaimed, "Oh, Omni King, please summon the Grand Minister back. I can barely endure this any longer." Champa added, "Indeed, Omni King, should you refuse, I shall gladly take my own life on this very altar." Quitela interjected, "I second that." Chapter 1. The Grand Minister, Jiang Fei. In the resplendent cosmos of the Dragon Ball universe, waves of energy shattered the surrounding celestial bodies, erupting into breathtaking displays of fireworks. With a thunderous boom, 2 figures descended simultaneously onto a platform suspended amidst the stars. This platform, remarkably expansive and seemingly imbued with mysterious power, bore no signs of damage from the recent upheaval. At the far end stood a grand and opulent palace, magnificently constructed. The 2 figures locked eyes, one of whom was the supreme deity of the divine realm, the Grand Minister. He approached the young man before him, smiling as he remarked, "Your prowess as the Grand Minister has certainly advanced considerably." The young man chuckled softly and replied, "Oh, you flatter me. Your own strength remains unfathomable." This young man, Jiang Fei, was not originally from this world, but rather a traveler from another realm. Approximately 20 years prior, he had been peacefully asleep at home, only to awaken in this extraordinary universe. By an uncanny twist of fate, he found himself in the Omni King's sanctuary. His sudden appearance left not only him bewildered, but also the deities of the divine realm in a state of incredulity. After all, anyone would be astounded by the inexplicable emergence of an individual within the Omni King's domain. Fortunately, Jiang Fei quickly grasped the nature of the Omni King, which not only saved his life, but also earned him the title of friend to the Omni King. The circumstances of his arrival faded into obscurity, as Jiang Fei was a stranger to this world, and no matter how profound the Grand Minister's insights were, the truth behind his existence remained elusive. Moreover, Jiang Fei was astonished to discover that his previously ordinary physique possessed an extraordinary talent for cultivation in this realm. Merely by engaging in playful activities with the Omni King, his internal energy surged continuously. After 20 years, his strength had ascended to the level of an angel. Residing within the divine realm, Jiang Fei's growth encompassed not only energy, but also a significant portion of divine power. This divine energy allowed his physical state to remain as it was upon his arrival, even rejuvenating him further. Upon realizing this, the Omni King waved his hand grandly, granting Jiang Fei the esteemed position of Grand Minister, placing him on equal footing with the Grand Minister himself. After Jiang Fei was appointed as an enforcer, he found the situation rather incredulous, even somewhat amusing. Indeed, it echoed the adage that excelling in one's duties is not as advantageous as pleasing one's superiors. On the platform, the 2 continued to extol each other's virtues. Jiang Fei and the high priest shared a commendable rapport. One was the chief of the deities, while the other was a favored figure before the sovereign. Their mutual closeness proved beneficial for both. In his leisure, Jiang Fei would occasionally engage in a spar with the high priest, who was more than willing to oblige. Each encounter elicited a sense of awe from the high priest due to Jiang Fei's astonishing talent. Every bout revealed a staggering surge in strength, a prodigious gift that even the high priest had never witnessed before. While they were still conversing, a guard suddenly emerged from the ground, positioning himself between the 2 esteemed ones. "The sovereign requests your presence," he stated succinctly before vanishing back underground. The high priest regarded the disappearing guard, extending a hand behind his back in a gesture of invitation. "Let us proceed, enforcer." "Indeed." Jiang Fei nodded slightly. In an instant, the 2 vanished from their location, reappearing in the corridor of the temple. The polished floor reflected their silhouettes as the sound of their footsteps echoed in rhythmic succession. As Jiang Fei approached the increasingly close main hall, his mind swirled with myriad thoughts. Despite his rapid enhancement in power over the years, he still had to indulge the sovereign in trivial games. This was manageable for a short duration, but as time wore on, it became increasingly tedious, even overwhelming. "It seems I must find an opportunity to escape this place," Jiang Fei mused inwardly. The 2 quickly reached the end of the corridor and entered the main hall. In the expansive chamber, the sovereign sat regally upon a high seat, flanked by 2 tall, slender guards. "Greetings, sovereign," Jiang Fei and the high priest intoned in unison, slightly bowing their heads as a sign of respect. Upon locking eyes with Jiang Fei, the sovereign's lips curled into an exaggerated smile. Sovereign. Jiang Fei nodded once more, offering a faint smile at the sight of this adorable figure. feeling quite helpless inside. If circumstances allowed, he would wish to depart this place immediately. Although the sovereign treated him well, he was a mature adult, not a child in kindergarten. Prolonged exposure to such an environment could potentially warp his mental state. The high priest, observing Jiang Fei's demeanor, couldn't help but find it amusing, and he directly inquired, "Sovereign, what is it that you require from us?" "Indeed," the sovereign replied earnestly, turning his gaze to Jiang Fei, his ethereal form hovering steadily in midair. Upon meeting the sovereign's gaze, Jiang Fei felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Contemplating, he wondered if this little ancestor was about to introduce yet another whimsical endeavor. The sovereign king gazed at Jiang Fei and spoke slowly. "This time, I primarily wish to assign a task to the law enforcer." Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Having been in this position for quite some time, despite his esteemed title as law enforcer, he had yet to receive any significant assignments. His daily routine consisted of entertaining the sovereign king and, afterward, engaging in friendly sparring with the high priest. Moreover, the sovereign king typically referred to him as Little Fei Fei, but this time he had addressed him directly as the law enforcer, indicating that a genuine task awaited him. With this thought, Jiang Fei could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He had just contemplated leaving this place, and now an opportunity had presented itself. It seemed that fate had understood his desires and promptly arranged for him to embark on a new endeavor. Jiang Fei lightly pressed his lips together and inquired earnestly, "What task might it be?" "Please enlighten me, your majesty." Given his prowess, he believed that as long as he did not encounter formidable opponents like the high priest, no task would prove insurmountable. Even against the angels from various universes, he felt confident in his ability to prevail. Chapter 2, The Seventh Universe. The Grand Minister turned to the King of All, who tilted his little head and slowly articulated, "I merely wish for you to fulfill your essential duties." Essential duties? Jiang Fei pondered, scratching the back of his head in confusion. Having been in this realm for 20 years, he was uncertain what such duties entailed. The only task he was aware of was entertaining the King of All and ensuring this little sovereign was pleased. Before Jiang Fei could pose a question, the Grand Minister turned and smiled, clarifying, "What the King of All refers to is the primary responsibility of the enforcer." "Ah, yes." The King of All confirmed with a slight upward curl of his lips. The primary responsibility of the enforcer? Jiang Fei was still perplexed. Although he held the title of enforcer, he regarded it as merely an esteemed designation devoid of actual authority. The concept of having a primary duty was entirely foreign to him. The Grand Minister observed Jiang Fei's bewilderment and smiled gently in understanding. After all, this was a matter that had never been discussed with him before. To suddenly bring it up now was undeniably confusing. The primary duty of the enforcer is to oversee the deities, primarily supervising the work of the destroyers and angels across the various universes, the Grand Minister succinctly explained. After a brief pause, he added, "Of course, this excludes myself and the King of All." "Indeed, that is correct," the King of All replied, blinking earnestly at the Grand Minister's explanation. The Grand Minister smiled politely, nodding respectfully to the king before redirecting his gaze back to Jiang Fei. Upon hearing this clarification, Jiang Fei's understanding crystallized. "So, the King of All wishes for me to traverse the various universes and inspect the deity's performance, correct?" he inquired softly, looking at the king. It made sense upon reflection. The King of All spent most of his time within the divine palace, rarely venturing out, while the Grand Minister remained by his side, unable to be away for extended periods. The strength of the 12 universes relied heavily on the diligence of the destroyers and the supervision of the angels. This inconsistency in power levels led to the King of All's decision to host a tournament of power aimed at eliminating the weaker universes. Having an enforcer to oversee the deities of these universes was indeed an optimal solution. The King of All, noticing Jiang Fei's comprehension, smiled and nodded, then shook his head slightly, saying, "Yes, but not entirely. Only partially correct." Jiang Fei was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Before he could articulate his thoughts, the King of All cheerfully added, "You should first try one universe. I need to assess your capabilities." "Oh, I see," Jiang Fei replied, nodding with an expression of calm indifference. In his view, such a task required minimal capability. It was merely a matter of supervising the destroyers and angels. If anyone faltered, a swift reprimand would suffice. Moreover, his strength had already reached the level of an angel, rendering the destroyers no match for him. Even if a confrontation with an angel arose, he felt no trepidation. With this thought, confidence radiated from Jiang Fei's eyes. The Omni King observed his confident demeanor with great satisfaction and continued, "So, enforcement officer, to which universe do you wish to venture?" "Oh," Jiang Fei, momentarily regaining his composure, raised an eyebrow. "May I choose?" "Indeed." The Omni King nodded enthusiastically. "Then I shall go to Universe 7, Jiang Fei declared without a moment's hesitation. He was well acquainted with the anime Dragon Ball, where the main characters resided in Universe 7, making it the universe he was most familiar with. Moreover, Universe 7 ranked second to last among the 12 universes, and the Omni King likely preferred to assign himself these lower-ranked realms. Ultimately, however, Jiang Fei was eager to encounter the protagonist he remembered so vividly. Upon hearing this response, the Omni King's expression radiated satisfaction. The Grand Priest interjected gracefully, praising. It seems the enforcement officer possesses considerable insight. Excellent. Jiang Fei readily agreed. Yet, he pondered whether the competition mentioned by the Omni King referred to the upcoming Tournament of Power or another contest altogether. Nevertheless, Jiang Fei remained confident, despite Universe 7's low ranking. Its potential was substantial. Even without his presence, some competitions among the universes could still lead to victories. In the boundless darkness of space, planets twinkled like fireflies, casting a faint glow across the cosmos. Suddenly, a brilliant meteor streaked by, illuminating the darkness as if it were day. Concurrently, the path of the meteor was accompanied by fierce storms that disrupted the orbits of nearby celestial bodies. This meteor was none other than Jiang Fei, who was hurtling swiftly towards Universe 7. Before departing, he had consulted the Grand Priest to familiarize himself with the positions of the various universes. Given his strength, he estimated that reaching Universe 7 would take approximately 15 minutes. Universe 7, Earth, here I come, Jiang Fei exclaimed excitedly. Upon finishing his declaration, the brilliance surrounding him intensified, and his speed surged to new heights. He was in no particular rush to confront Beerus. After all, time was on his side, allowing him to first visit Earth. Although this Earth was not the one he called home, it was inhabited by beings akin to himself. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction's realm of Universe 7, Whis exhaled slowly, concluding the vision within the crystal ball as he gently set down his staff. He had just spoken with the Grand Priest and had learned of Enforcement Officer Jiang Fei's impending arrival in Universe 7. Contemplating this, a hint of schadenfreude crept into his typically affable expression. With a sly smile, he began to levitate, drifting towards the nearby castle. He needed to relay the news of the Enforcement Officer's arrival to the still slumbering God of Destruction, Beerus. Chapter 3. Lord Beerus, I have something to discuss. In his chamber, Beerus lay snoring loudly, with drool cascading down his cheek, showing no signs of waking. Whis gazed at the entity before him, feeling an acute sense of frustration, pondering how he had encountered such a harbinger of destruction. Thud! He tapped the smooth floor twice with his staff. In the next moment, the entire castle began to tremble violently. Beerus, reclining on his bed, swayed like a wave, yielding to the tumultuous motion. Before long, the fierce shaking roused him from his slumber, his eyes fluttering open in a daze. What on earth was happening? Clearly, he was still in a state of confusion. The earth continued to quiver, the intensity escalating. It was only then that Beerus gradually regained his senses, abruptly opening his eyes wide. Upon seeing Whis standing at the foot of his bed, his expression morphed into one of furious disbelief. It was evident that the chaos unfolding before him was orchestrated by the individual in front of him. Whis! Beerus spat through clenched teeth. With a swift motion, he flipped out of bed, standing firmly on the ground, his fists clenched, exuding an aura of impending confrontation. Whis, however, maintained his composure and tranquility. Smiling as he addressed him, Lord Beerus, you have finally awakened. No sooner had he spoken, the tremors subsided, restoring the castle to its former serenity in less than a second. Best provide me with an explanation, Whis. Beerus demanded, his voice low and laced with irritation. Bloodshot veins evident in his eyes. This was quintessential Whis. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced a swift reprimand. Yet even Whis, who had taken the liberty to awaken him, owed an explanation. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. After all, the disparity in their powers was significant, and any physical altercation would be counterproductive. Beerus had no desire to suffer a beating simply for being roused from his slumber. Ah, Lord Beerus, please temper your anger. There is undoubtedly an important matter requiring your attention, Whis said cheerfully. Humph. Beerus scoffed, his pride evident in his disdain. He could hardly believe that anything could be of greater importance than his slumber, exuding an air of indifference. His arms crossed, he displayed a clear lack of concern. Whis chuckled helplessly, leaning closer to Beerus's ear to relay the recent news he had received. Approximately a minute later, the disdainful expression that had adorned Beerus's face began to fade, his eyes widening in disbelief, resembling saucers. He swallowed hard, incredulity washing over him. Why on earth does that fellow insist on coming to the 7th universe? How should I know? Whis replied, spreading his hands in bemusement. He then continued, moreover, Lord Beerus, he is now an enforcer. Please choose your words wisely. Though Whis and Beerus had long resided in the realm of destruction within the 7th universe, they seldom ventured to the king's palace unless necessary. However, they had heard whispers regarding Jiang Fei. After all, his sudden appearance at the king's palace 20 years ago had become a widely circulated tale among the divine realms. Additionally, Jiang Fei's remarkable cultivation talent had left many universes in awe. In the brief span of merely 20 years, one has ascended to the realm of angels, a feat not everyone can achieve. Presently, this individual holds the esteemed title of lawmaker, with both strength and status soaring to remarkable heights. Even the Supreme Kai shows utmost deference towards this person. Beings such as Beerus, the god of destruction, strive to avoid provoking such an entity whenever possible. However, who could have anticipated that while he sought to avoid confrontation, this individual would choose to engage him? Weiss observed Beerus, who was pacing restlessly, and could not suppress his inquiry. Lord Beerus, what shall we do now? The lawmaker may have already arrived in Universe 7. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately halted in his tracks. He lifted his gaze to Weiss's face, which bore a semblance of amusement, and felt even more irked. He retorted brusquely, "Why do you appear so pleased?" "Oh, am I?" Weiss replied with a smile, lightly touching his cheek. "Lord Beerus, you must be mistaken. I have always been like this." Though he spoke with such nonchalance, within Weiss's heart, he harbored a sense of delight. Each angel across the universes bears multiple identities. Not only are they the masters of the gods of destruction, but they also serve as their attendants and, most importantly, as overseers, responsible for monitoring the operations of the gods of destruction and supreme kais within their respective universes. As the guardian angel of Universe 7, Weiss had diligently trained Beerus, fulfilling his duties as an attendant. Yet, in terms of oversight, he felt utterly powerless. Beerus hardly acknowledged his authority, while taking action could resolve issues. The hierarchical nature of their roles dictated that, barring extraordinary circumstances, angels were not permitted to confront gods of destruction. The situation was markedly different with the lawmaker, who possessed greater strength and a more exalted status than a god of destruction, along with the authority to enforce laws. Finally, a figure capable of reigning in Beerus had arrived, and Weiss felt a surge of joy in his heart. Beerus, upon hearing Weiss's explanation, scoffed derisively, clearly unconvinced by the reasoning presented. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. "Weiss, quickly locate that young man. We shall go to him ourselves," Beerus commanded in a serious tone. It was evident that he regarded Jiang Fei's visit with considerable gravity. Despite the lawmaker's youth and inexperience, Beerus could not afford to underestimate him. After all, they shared little rapport, and the other party's formidable strength, coupled with his authority, warranted careful handling to avoid unforeseen consequences. Upon hearing Beerus's directive, Weiss first smiled lightly before shaking his head with a look of regret. "What is it?" Beerus raised an eyebrow. "Does the arrival of the lawmaker render my words ineffective?" Weiss gestured dismissively, maintaining his calm demeanor. "You misunderstand, Lord Beerus." He then extended his staff, and the crystal orb atop it gleamed momentarily, projecting an image. However, the display was merely a blinding white light, revealing nothing. "What does this mean?" Beerus inquired, perplexed. Weiss retracted his staff and regretfully stated, "I apologize, Lord Beerus. For some unknown reason, I am unable to retrieve any information regarding the enforcer." Chapter 4, Gula. "How could this be?" Beerus exclaimed, his mouth slightly agape, revealing an expression of incredulity. Logically speaking, Jiang Fei's strength should be comparable to Weiss's. Even if he were indeed powerful, it wouldn't be by a significant margin. Moreover, given Weiss's extensive years of existence, the divine energy within him was undoubtedly profound. Aside from the Grand Minister and the Omni King, how could there possibly be someone whose information eludes all searches? It may be that the enforcer possesses some unique qualities. After all, when he abruptly appeared in the Omni King's palace, even the Grand Minister was unable to find any information about him. Weiss explained with a hint of resignation. Faced with this situation, he found himself at a loss for words, attributing it to Jiang Fei himself. During his search, he found no trace of Jiang Fei, as if this individual did not exist in this realm at all. Although Beerus was dissatisfied with this answer, he had no alternative but to accept it. "What shall we do now?" "Wait for that fellow to come to us," Beerus queried, his brow furrowed. It was essential to note that Jiang Fei had come to oversee his duties. If he could personally meet him beforehand, perhaps they could foster a better relationship, making future interactions smoother. "Well," Weiss pondered briefly before continuing, "I recommend that you first attend to your responsibilities. The enforcer should have already arrived in the 7th universe. If he intended to visit, he would have done so by now." Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a tremor of unease within him. Then why has he not come? It seemed that a thought struck him, causing a surge of anxiety. As the enforcer, Jiang Fei held the authority to discipline the gods. Despite referring to him as that kid, when the moment arrived for them to meet, he would need to be exceedingly courteous. Furthermore, the relationship Jiang Fei had with the Omni King was anything but ordinary. If he were to find any incriminating evidence against Beerus and report it to the Omni King, it would certainly spell trouble for him. Lord Beerus should be well aware of this. Weiss chuckled softly, observing Beerus's tense demeanor as he gradually elucidated. "He is likely surveying your work performance across the cosmos." Upon hearing Weiss's words, Beerus grew increasingly anxious. "Weiss, give me a moment. I shall depart immediately." With that, Beerus hastily shed his pajamas and approached his wardrobe to don his attire. Meanwhile, he silently grumbled about the Omni King's decision to appoint an enforcer. Why disrupt his hard-earned tranquility? Now, everything was in jeopardy. However, such thoughts were kept within the confines of his mind, never to be uttered aloud. Deep within the seventh universe. Where exactly is the location of this Earth? Jiang Fei floated through space, scratching his head in frustration. He had been adrift in the cosmos for 2 days. Yet he had yet to identify which planet was Earth. Several times, he had passed by planets resembling Earth, only to discover their true identities upon closer inspection. Although his speed was astonishingly swift, allowing him to traverse the cosmos in mere minutes, the vastness of the universe, teeming with countless galaxies and planets, rendered the task of locating Earth akin to finding a needle in a haystack. If only I had requested a detailed coordinate from the High Priest earlier. Jiang Fei lamented helplessly. The crux of the matter was not merely the inability to pinpoint Earth's location. Even if he wished to reach the God of Destruction's realm in the seventh universe, he found himself utterly lost, despite possessing a vague sense of direction. This was his inaugural journey into the unknown. Much like his earlier fruitless search for Earth, he had spent the better part of the day without success in locating the God of Destruction's domain. If he could only find that realm, and thus Earth, the task would become considerably simpler. Sighing in resignation, Jiang Fei muttered to himself, "Whis and Beerus truly lack consideration. I have been here for several days, and they have yet to come to fetch me." As he continued to indulge in his thoughts about how he would reprimand Whis and Beerus upon their meeting, hundreds of colossal warships emerged from a distant galaxy, slowly advancing towards his position. The sight of these metallic behemoths immediately captured Jiang Fei's attention. So many spaceships. Could they possibly belong to Frisia's army? In his recollection, there were indeed numerous civilizations capable of interstellar travel in the seventh universe. Yet only Frisia's forces could muster such an immense fleet. With this realization, he swiftly vanished from his location. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fei reappeared directly above the largest ship. Through his senses, he discerned that this vessel housed over 300 individuals, though their auras were notably weak. The only one emanating a somewhat formidable presence was an individual residing in the uppermost chamber. "This must be Frisia," Jiang Fei murmured, as the aura of this being was distinctly more powerful than the others. Without hesitation, he unleashed his divine energy, a radiant light enveloping him as he vanished from the ship's pinnacle. In an instant, Jiang Fei found himself within the uppermost chamber. There, he beheld a peculiar, diminutive figure standing at the window, gazing out into the void of space. That's not Frisia," Jiang Fei remarked, arching an eyebrow. He was well aware of Frisia's appearance, and the silhouette before him bore no resemblance to any of Frisia's forms. Indeed, this figure was not Frisia, but his brother, Cooler. While their appearances differed, upon closer inspection, some similarities were evident. Cooler, upon noticing Jiang Fei, felt his pupils constrict in surprise. Initially believing he was merely imagining things, he was astonished to discover that there was truly someone behind him. "Who are you?" Cooler inquired, his voice low and measured, though he had regained his composure. The shock of suddenly encountering another presence left him utterly astounded. With a slight smile, Jiang Fei calmly replied, "It matters not who I am. I seek only to ask you one question. Do you know the way to Earth?" Gula observed the individual before him, whose demeanor exuded an unsettling calmness, further deepening his own sense of unease. Beep, beep, beep. A digit 0 instantaneously appeared on the detector. Gula gazed at the displayed number, incredulous. After scrutinizing Jiang Fei, he pressed the button near his ear once more. Beep, beep, beep. Yet the result remained unchanged, the number still a 0. Seeing the detector consistently reveal the same result, Gula finally felt a sense of relief. I was expecting a formidable opponent, but it turns out to be nothing more than trash," he scoffed. Though puzzled as to how Jiang Fei had infiltrated his ship, he was willing to trust the detector's reading, for it had never erred before. A being with a combat power of merely 0 daring to flaunt itself before him would surely face consequences. Chapter 5, The First Strike. Upon hearing Gula's words, Jiang Fei momentarily paused before smiling and shaking his head. Perhaps it was due to the divine power coursing through him, even without consciously masking his aura. His true combat prowess remained undetected. It was akin to the situation with Beerus and Whis when they first arrived on Earth, despite utilizing some of their inherent strength. The warriors of Earth were oblivious to their presence. Utterly ignorant, Gula scoffed coldly at Jiang Fei's composed demeanor. Following his remark, a purple energy sphere coalesced in his hand. With a menacing glare, he declared, "Die." In the next heartbeat, the energy sphere was hurled directly at Jiang Fei's position. Though Gula was unaware of how the opponent had appeared behind him, a being with a combat power of 0 daring to manifest so audaciously before him was undoubtedly an affront. Jiang Fei regarded the approaching energy sphere with no intention to evade. Boom. The energy sphere detonated right in front of him, resulting in a minor explosion that sent plumes of smoke billowing upward. However, the chamber they occupied remained unscathed, save for a thick veil of darkness that enveloped the surroundings. After all, in Gula's estimation, such a feeble individual required no substantial force to be obliterated. This diminutive energy sphere should have been sufficient to reduce him to mere ashes. Heh, this is the fate of those who try to play tricks before me, Gula remarked disdainfully. Yet, before he could bask in his triumph for long, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. The smoke dissipated swiftly, revealing Jiang Fei standing unharmed. Not even a thread of his clothing marred. How is this possible? Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. According to his assumptions, an ordinary person with a combat power of 0 could never withstand such an attack. Jiang Fei regarded him calmly and slowly said, "You resorted to violence after I merely posed a question. How exceedingly rude of you." Before either could engage in further discourse, a creaking sound interrupted the moment. The door to the chamber they occupied suddenly swung open, admitting a throng of peculiar beings clad in uniform battle attire. It was evident that these individuals were minions of Gula, drawn to the recent commotion that had transpired. "Great King Gula, what has happened?" inquired a leader who had just entered the chamber, his voice tinged with urgency. However, upon spotting Jiang Fei standing opposite Gula, his demeanor shifted to one of palpable tension. He immediately demanded, "Who are you, and how did you gain entry?" It was well known that their spacecraft was under stringent security, impervious to the entry of ordinary individuals. Yet, this stranger had not only infiltrated their domain, but had audaciously breached the sanctum of their chief. Given the surrounding dark metal and the echoes of the recent explosion, it was clear that a confrontation had already occurred. Should their king choose to investigate this matter, it was likely that none aboard this vessel would escape unscathed. Before the leader could issue any commands, more of Gula's followers streamed in, encircling Jiang Fei. The emergence of an unfamiliar presence aboard their ship was no trivial matter. Fear of Gula loomed over them all, compelling them to act swiftly to rectify the situation. Jiang Fei, however, regarded these warriors with indifference. Continuing to focus on Gula as he calmly inquired, "Can you now reveal to me the location of Earth?" At that moment, the astonishment in Gula's eyes began to fade, replaced by a profound wariness. The notion that an ordinary human could withstand his assault was, in itself, astonishing. Nevertheless, he still underestimated Jiang Fei, dismissing the inquiry with disdain. For his own prowess extended far beyond that singular strike. "It appears you are not as simple as you seem. However, this is where it ends," Gula proclaimed. Narrowing his eyes coldly, he slowly raised a hand and then gestured downward. Upon witnessing their leader's signal, his underlings advanced on Jiang Fei like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves, their mouths frothing with taunts. "Kid, dare to speak to great King Gula in such a manner? Prepare to meet your demise. Huh, no matter who you are. You shall not live to see another day. TCH, why waste words on trash? Let us overwhelm him together." As they surged forward, years of combat experience had instilled in them the habit of utilizing detectors to assess their opponent's combat capabilities. Upon entering, several had already scanned Jiang Fei's power level. To their astonishment, the readings on the detectors displayed a resounding 0, mirroring the earlier findings of Gula. This numerical value bewildered them, for it was inconceivable that a person with such a combat power could infiltrate their ship, let alone boldly enter their king's quarters. Nonetheless, they dismissed the implications. In their eyes, Jiang Fei was mere detritus. There was no doubt that any one of them could effortlessly dispatch someone of his ilk. Jiang Fei gazed at the approaching figure, slightly shaking his head, and then spoke with a piercing glare. "It seems that words alone will not suffice. Fists must do the talking." Upon hearing this, the disdain on the faces of the group intensified. "Fists must do the talking? Who do you think you are?" One of Jiang Fei's closest subordinates lunged forward, throwing a heavy punch aimed at him. Yet, before the blow could connect, a sudden flash of white light enveloped Jiang Fei. In an instant, the assailant's body began to contort, and to the astonishment of everyone present, he transformed into a flurry of light, dissipating into the air. What? Gula, whose heart had just settled, was once again struck with disbelief. His eyes widened exponentially. If they had previously bulged like copper bells, now they resembled the size of saucers. The surrounding attackers appeared utterly taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. How could a person simply vanish without a trace? Before they could process this bizarre occurrence, the same phenomenon transpired again. Jiang Fei had no intention of sparing them. With a mere flick of his fingers in the air, the next moment, those surrounding him began to emit the same white light, contorting and disappearing within a fraction of a second. Chapter 6. Do you know how to navigate the realm of destruction? Gulp. Gula couldn't help but swallow hard. Anxiety began to creep in. It was not due to Jiang Fei's elimination of his subordinates that worried him. Given Gula's own strength, dispatching that last group posed no challenge whatsoever. In fact, he could have dealt with them even more swiftly. A mere flick of his finger, and a whole group was gone. Moreover, Jiang Fei was merely an ordinary person with zero combat prowess. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought it a mere dream. Exhaling gently, Jiang Fei released a breath. This was his first time striking against anyone outside the ranks of the high priest, and it was a considerable number at that. However, with that exhale, the pressure dissipated. Jiang Fei surveyed the now empty chamber and turned his gaze back to Gula, speaking in a calm tone. Shall we converse now? Hearing these words, Gula slowly emerged from his shock, momentarily pondering before remaining silent. As a proud member of the Frozen Demon clan, he was reluctant to bow to anyone. Although his power was formidable, he dared not test the waters recklessly. After all, one life is all one has, and once lost, it is irretrievable. Oh, it seems I must express my apologies, Jiang Fei remarked, noticing Gula's hesitation, a glint of menace igniting in his eyes. Wait. Gula quickly gestured with his hands. Fearful of Jiang Fei's impending action, he dared not allow Jiang Fei to flick his fingers again, uncertain of the consequences. To sacrifice his life for the sake of pride would be a grave miscalculation. Gula continued, "Please, tell me, where is it that you wish to go?" As Jiang Fei observed the rapid change in the other's demeanor, the murderous intent in his eyes lessened considerably. Had there been such cooperation from the outset, the lives of those subordinates would not have been sacrificed in vain. Gula may not have cared, but he was not a bloodthirsty individual either. "Let me ask you once more, do you know the way to Earth?" Jiang Fei inquired, his expression impassive. Upon hearing the name Earth, Gula furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment before shaking his head in response. "I do not know." Jiang Fei sighed in resignation upon receiving this answer. After all that effort, only to be met with such a lackluster response was indeed disheartening. Yet, he understood that he could not hold Gula accountable. According to the original narrative, Earth was merely a primitive planet. Before the Saiyans arrived, everything had been so placid. Even if it existed in proximity, no one would have taken notice. However, from this exchange, Jiang Fei gleaned some information. Frisia was likely still alive. If Gula was unfamiliar with the name Earth, it indicated that the timeline was still at the beginning of the story. Noticing Jiang Fei's sigh, Gula's expression grew tense. He could see that the other was profoundly disappointed with the response. Yet, he was at a loss. After all, it was genuinely the first time he had encountered the name Earth. Moreover, the name was so arbitrary that nearly any rocky planet could be called Earth. Who knew which Earth this individual was referring to? Undeterred, Jiang Fei contemplated further and pressed on with his inquiries. "Do you know the way to the God of Destruction's realm?" "Huh." Gula, caught off guard, quietly replied, "What place are you referring to?" "The God of Destruction's realm. The residence of Beerus," Jiang Fei reiterated patiently, adding the name for clarity. Beerus. Gula was struck dumb upon hearing that name, his expression transforming into one of sheer astonishment. He had never expected such words to escape the lips of the other. Although he was unaware of the location of the God of Destruction's realm, the name Beerus was thunderous in its significance. He was the sovereign of the entire universe, capable of annihilating planets with a mere flick of his finger. In the eyes of such a being, the universe itself was likely no more significant than ants. With this thought, Gula scrutinized Jiang Fei. What was the relationship between this man and the God of Destruction, Beerus? Why was he inquiring about the God of Destruction's realm? He simultaneously felt fortunate for his earlier wisdom in avoiding direct conflict. Had the other truly been connected to Beerus, he would have been in mortal peril. Setting aside Jiang Fei's strength, merely facing Beerus would have been enough to seal his fate. Furthermore, if this individual had the means to associate with Beerus, it was improbable that his prowess would be inferior. With these considerations, Gula's expression shifted to one of deference. "May I inquire, esteemed sir, what is your relationship with Lord Beerus?" he asked cautiously. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow at Gula's newfound attitude. It seemed that the name Beerus held considerable weight indeed. "As I conversed with him moments ago, I merely added a respectful sir to my address. Now, however, he has taken to calling me Mr. directly." I inquired, "How does one reach the realm of destruction? Why all this unnecessary chatter?" Jiang Fei furrowed his brows and admonished. His relationship with Beerus was at most one of superior and subordinate. Even if he were to disclose his identity as an enforcer, it is likely that few would recognize it. Yes, Gulra responded hastily upon receiving the reprimand, shaking his head and adding, "As for the realm of destruction you mentioned, I am not privy to its location." Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei's frown deepened. While he anticipated this outcome, the disappointment etched on his face was undeniable. Gulra, witnessing Jiang Fei's knitted brow, felt his heart leap to his throat. He was unaware if the other party might become incensed and dispose of him in a fit of rage. Without pausing for breath, he quickly added, "Though I do not know where the realm of destruction lies, my foolish brother may possess some knowledge." Jiang Fei's expression brightened at this revelation. "Are you referring to Frisia?" "Indeed, my foolish brother has performed tasks for Lord Beerus, and he should have some information regarding the location you seek." Gulra affirmed with a nod. He was not surprised that Jiang Fei recognized Frisia's name. After all, his brother bore the title of Emperor of the Universe, a name known throughout the cosmos. However, every time he pondered this, a sense of bitterness welled within him. After all, in terms of strength, he surpassed Frisia, and in leadership, he was also quite capable. Yet it was this foolish brother, constantly serving Beerus, who overshadowed him at every turn. Currently, Frisia controlled 70% of the universe. Otherwise, given Gulra's disposition, alongside the legacy of his father, King Cold, how could he allow Frisia to thrive unchecked in the universe? Very well, Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. He did not expect Frisia to know the exact location of the realm of destruction, but he could certainly rely on him for the whereabouts of Earth, as this individual would inevitably have countless connections with the warriors there. Chapter 7. The Frisia Force. Then I shall command the fleet to turn around and head towards Frisia's location, Golra said cautiously. He wished not to overthink, focusing solely on serving this individual who knew Beerus. Perhaps there might still be a place for him, Golra, in this universe. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality. Upon saying this, he slightly lifted his toes and lightly touched the ground twice. Instantly, both individuals in the chamber were enveloped by two beams of white light. With a swift sound, Jiang Fei and Golra vanished from the massive vessel. The blinding radiance forced Golra to squint. As the light diminished slightly, he found himself within a peculiar spatial corridor. Everything around him was retreating at an astonishing speed, leaving him utterly awestruck. He had never witnessed such velocity. In the blink of an eye, one could traverse an entire galaxy. Where is Frisia's location? As Gula marveled at his surroundings, a voice resonated directly in front of him. He raised his gaze to find Jiang Fei standing before him with his hands clasped behind his back. Gula swallowed hard, a wave of relief washing over him. It seemed that fortune favored him after all, and he felt a sense of satisfaction for his prudent decision. Sir, please hold on a moment. I believe this direction is correct, and I wish to observe further. Gula's tone shifted to one of increased respect. Without overthinking, he widened his eyes and focused intently ahead. His attention was not on the fleeting nebula, but rather on the detection device before him, which indicated Frisia's location. The surrounding scenery moved too swiftly for him to discern Frisia's position with the naked eye. Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing Gula express his intent to turn around in search of Frisia, he deduced that Frisia's position must lie in the opposite direction. Even if they had taken a wrong turn, it mattered little. Their velocity would compensate for any minor delays. After all, someone of his caliber could traverse the vastness of the universe in no time at all. As Gula observed the converging light points ahead, he exclaimed, "Sir, we have arrived." "I see." Jiang Fei nodded in acknowledgement, simultaneously extending his perception to confirm that a multitude of energy signatures congregated nearby. However, these energies were pitifully weak, likely comparable to those of Gula's subordinates, with no particularly potent auras detected. "Let us proceed and take a closer look," Jiang Fei declared as he promptly adjusted their course. Within mere seconds, he and Gula hovered above the center of the fleet. Gula, astonished and numb from the rapid journey that had taken less than 10 seconds, marveled at how their fleet would have required at least a year and a half to reach this location at its cruising speed. Inwardly, he resolved to cling tightly to this formidable ally. Gula gazed down at the main ship and respectfully addressed Jiang Fei. "Sir, shall we enter?" Jiang Fei furrowed his brow and slowly nodded. He carefully sensed the area, confirming that Frisia was likely not present. Although Frisia's strength appeared feeble in his eyes, he acknowledged that he should stand out among this group. Yet, he could not detect even a hint of a more formidable presence. The two descended gently onto the platform of the colossal ship. Upon noticing their arrival, the patrolling personnel approached them immediately. However, upon recognizing Gula, their expressions shifted to one of deference. "Great King Gula, what brings you here?" One of the leading officers greeted with a beaming smile. Although Gula was not as renowned as Frisia, he was nonetheless acknowledged as Frisia's brother. The Frost Demon clan was a small one, and everyone within Frisia's ranks recognized Gula. The others followed suit, bowing in respect, their faces radiating utmost reverence. "Humph," Gula snorted coldly, seemingly regaining his former haughty demeanor, and spoke with an indifferent tone. "What? Am I not allowed to come?" No, of course not." The leader hastily waved his hands, his expression instantly tightening with anxiety. The individual before him was none other than Gula, Frisia's brother, whose ferocity was certainly not to be underestimated. If he were to utter a single wrong word, death would be the inevitable consequence, and no one would seek vengeance on his behalf. The people behind him dared not even breathe, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. They were acutely aware that their king and this formidable figure were not on friendly terms. A single misstep in conversation could spell disaster for them all. Gula let out a cold laugh, showing no inclination to trouble them further. He had no time to engage with such insignificant characters and went straight to the point. "Is Frisia present?" Upon hearing Gula's inquiry about Frisia, the leader shook his head vigorously like a rattle. During this exchange, several more teams passed by, and without exception. Upon recognizing Gula's face, they hurriedly approached to pay their respects. Naturally, some began to curiously scrutinize Jiang Fei, who stood beside Gula. However, no one paid him much heed, dismissing him as merely one of Gula's subordinates. When Gula learned that Frisia was absent, his expression darkened immediately. "Damn that fool, why is he wandering off aimlessly?" Many around heard his exclamation but dared not retort. Instead, they buried their heads deeper, pretending not to hear. After all, it was likely only Gula who had the audacity to insult Frisia in such a manner. Simultaneously, more and more individuals gathered around, and upon realizing it was Gula, they all bowed their heads in deference. Just as Gula was about to continue his inquiry, Jiang Fei suddenly spoke up. Where has Frisia gone? He could no longer endure Gula's manner of questioning, which felt like a waste of time, simply observing this figure flaunt his authority. Gula, recognizing the situation, wisely kept his mouth shut, swallowing the rest of his words. The leader, taken aback by this new voice, initially looked astonished. Upon regaining his composure, he noticed Jiang Fei was the one posing the question. The crowd, previously bent over and bowing their heads, lifted their gazes, all eyes converging on Jiang Fei. Chapter 8, Planet Namek. The leader's face flushed with embarrassment as he forced a smile at Jiang Fei, then glared at him with sharp intensity, growling. This gentleman is addressing you. Are you deaf? With a swift motion, his tail struck the ship's hatch, fracturing it with spiderweb-like cracks. Witnessing Gula's demeanor toward the youth left the onlookers utterly speechless. Moments ago, all attention had been focused on Jiang Fei. They clearly observed the formidable Gula, known as Frisia's brother, offering a smile, an extraordinary sight, considering he was rumored to be an even more powerful being than Frisia himself. How could one be so courteous to a young man, as if fearing to incite his wrath? Meanwhile, those at a considerable distance activated their scanners, eager to ascertain Jiang Fei's combat prowess. Indeed, many engaged in this endeavor. However, when the readings materialized, they were left utterly astounded. 0. How could this be possible? Surely, the scanner must be malfunctioning. This defied logic. How could one's combat strength be reduced to naught? A tumult of bewilderment surged within them. Initially, they presumed Jiang Fei to be merely a subordinate of Gula. Yet, upon witnessing Gula's demeanor towards him, they realized their error. This individual was evidently extraordinary. Nevertheless, as they scrutinized the readings, a collective sense of disorientation and perplexity enveloped them. Why did the combat strength display a value of 0? How could someone with such a measurement stand in Gula's presence? Why did Gula extend such deference, even appearing somewhat obsequious, to a person deemed devoid of power? Of course, the leader was not preoccupied with such musings. He had just been startled by Gula's actions. Fearing that the earlier tale might have been directed at him, he hastily stammered. Lord Frisia has departed for Namek. It has been a week since. Namek? Jiang Fei pondered. It seemed the current timeline aligned with Frisia's quest for the Dragon Balls on Namek. Moreover, considering the travel time, he might already be embroiled in a confrontation with Son Goku. Where's the location? Gula demanded, seizing the man's throat and yanking him closer. My combat power scanner indicates the coordinates. With a disdainful snort, Gula rudely removed the device from the man's face. After replacing it with his own scanner, he spoke with an icy tone, then you may vanish. With that, he effortlessly tossed the man upwards, sending him soaring over 100 meters away. In an instant, Gula's eyes glowed crimson, and with a resounding blast, the figure in the sky was reduced to ashes, drifting slowly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, those around trembled, realizing that Gula was even more ruthless than their king. A perfectly ordinary man had been extinguished at a whim. However, no one dared voice dissent at that moment. After executing this act, Gula turned away, promptly donning a congenial expression, and humbly inquired, "Shall we proceed directly, sir?" "Indeed, let us go." Jiang Fei replied with a slight nod. With a mere touch of his foot upon the ground, the two transformed into streaks of white light, vanishing before the onlookers. Approximately a minute later, those aboard the spacecraft's deck began to breathe heavily. Phew, that was terrifying. Some even collapsed to the floor, clutching their chests. The pressure exerted by Gula was overwhelmingly intense, especially at the moment when the leader was annihilated. Some among them were so frightened that they lost control of their bladders. Though they had traversed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, they had not anticipated such raw brutality. However, it is only natural for individuals to feel fear, as life is a precious singular entity that no one wishes to squander. After nearly a minute had elapsed, these individuals began to regain their composure and promptly engaged in animated discussions. Did you see the person beside King Gula? Of course I did. Goodness. I have never witnessed King Gula extend such courtesy to anyone before. Indeed, that was more than mere courtesy. It resembled the demeanor I exhibited upon encountering Lord Frisia. Who is that individual? They appear extraordinarily formidable. I know not their background, but their combat power registers as 0. What? 0? That cannot be true. Yes, it is 0. So why does King Gula treat him with such respect? It's true. I just scanned as well and received the same reading. I thought my device was malfunctioning. Let us set that aside for now, my friends. Did you witness that? The individual merely tapped their foot lightly, and the two vanished. They must be someone of significant importance. Indeed, I saw it too. At this moment, Jiang Fei and Gula had arrived on the Namekian planet. However, the current state of the Namekian planet was rather dire. The entire planet was fracturing, with flames erupting from the crevices of the earth. It seems the battle has commenced, Jiang Fei mused aloud, having sensed the presence of two powerful energies not far from their location. Faintly, he could also hear the sound of explosions reverberating in the air. Gula activated his scanner, immediately detecting two combat powers. However, the readings astonished him greatly. The numbers on the screen fluctuated wildly, beeping incessantly. Once the readings reached 300,000, the scanner exploded with a resounding bang. What on earth is Frisia battling against? Gula exclaimed, unable to suppress his shock. Although 300,000 in combat power was not particularly remarkable for their race, the universe had yet to reveal another being with such power aside from them. Moreover, the scanner's maximum reading was 300,000, implying that Frisia's opponent must possess an even greater strength. Such a revelation was nothing short of astonishing. Observing Gula's astonishment, Jiang Fei smiled slightly, calm. Perhaps we are about to witness a spectacular showdown. Chapter 9, Super Saiyan, Son Goku. The entirety of the Namekian planet was engulfed in a tempest of lightning and thunder. The sky painted a deep crimson. The earth was severely cracked, and the oppressive darkness weighed heavily upon the atmosphere. Goku, radiating a golden aura, unleashed a powerful punch to Frisia's face. Frisia screamed in agony, hurtling backward before finally stabilizing himself mid-air after retreating a distance of 50 to 60 meters. Blood streamed from the corners of his mouth, his entire body marred with wounds, not a single part left unscathed. You wretched fool, once this planet meets its demise, you shall face your own doom, Frisia exclaimed, seething with rage. His sole desire was to locate the Dragon Balls and make a simple wish. Yet he could not fathom why it was proving so arduous. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Despite his dwindling energy, he charged recklessly towards Son Goku. Son Goku regarded him with an indifferent gaze, his eyes glinting with a chilling ferocity. At this moment, his fighting prowess had significantly surpassed that of Frisia, rendering the latter's attacks utterly inconsequential. The two exchanged blows, the air crackling with energy fluctuations. After a few strikes, Frisia found himself faltering, his movements unsteady. Following his transformation into a Super Saiyan, he was no longer a match for Son Goku. His defeat was merely a matter of time. Damn it all. Come at me again, Frisia roared, his fury reaching its peak. Although the planet was on the brink of explosion and his opponent was destined for destruction, as the ruler of the universe, he had never endured such humiliation. Even knowing he was outmatched, he pressed forward, unwilling to accept that a mere wild monkey could best him. Bring it on, Son Goku replied in a low voice, his golden aura intensifying in brilliance. The sound of their clash reverberated like thunder across the entirety of Namek. At this moment, Son Goku disregarded his own peril, his desire for battle overwhelming his senses. Today, without fail, he was determined to vanquish Frisia himself. The cacophony of shattering air, explosive blasts, and fierce collisions resonated throughout their vicinity. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei and Gula had arrived directly above them. Gula's mouth hung agape, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is happening here? He stammered, utterly astonished that the fighter engaged with Frisia was exhibiting such valor. If mere bravery were all that was at play, it would be one thing. But this individual was overpowering Frisia, leaving him utterly defenseless. Gula shook his head in disbelief. Sir, do you know who this is? He could not fathom that anyone, aside from the gods of destruction, could bring their icy kin to such a state of desperation. Jiang Fei replied with a calm smile, a Super Saiyan. His heart raced with excitement, not solely from the spectacle of the battle below, but from the overwhelming surge of emotions ignited by witnessing the protagonist from his past life's memories. What? Just as Jiang Fei was lost in thought, Gula was rendered speechless. His gaze fixed intently on the golden-haired warrior below, breath quickening as he uttered, "Is that person truly the legendary Super Saiyan? How could this be?" He had always believed that Super Saiyans existed only in myth. This also constitutes a long-standing legend of their frozen demon clan. Yet today, he has witnessed it with his own eyes, which is truly hard to believe. Jiang Fei took a moment to steady his tumultuous heart. After hearing Gula's words, he could only shake his head in resignation. After all, it was merely an ordinary Super Saiyan, and there was no need for such alarm. As a time traveler, he understood well that while Super Saiyans are rare at present, in the later stages, almost every Saiyan can transform. Anyone without a few strands of golden hair would be embarrassed to step outside and greet others. Nevertheless, despite this reasoning, Gula remained profoundly shaken. Swallowing hard, he gazed at the unfolding scene below and quietly inquired, "Do you believe my foolish brother has any chance of victory?" Jiang Fei cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly, "Do you truly think it possible?" Not only did Jiang Fei already possess knowledge of the plot, but even without that, observing the current situation made it clear that Frisia stood no chance of winning. Sun Wukong was delivering blow after blow, each strike landing with brutal impact. Frisia's attacks were either thwarted or evaded. Even when he managed to land a hit, it barely affected his opponent. It was evident that victory was beyond reach. Gula, too, perceived the dire circumstances below and could only shake his head in defeat. Frisia had evidently exhausted all his strength, and should the battle continue, his demise was imminent. Yet your brother seems quite resilient, Jiang Fei remarked with an arched eyebrow, teasingly. Throughout the prolonged confrontation, Sun Wukong was relentlessly assaulting Frisia. Remarkably, Frisia managed to endure so many hits. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have long since perished. Gula's lips twitched involuntarily at this comment. The situation indeed mirrored Jiang Fei's assertion. Frisia, though battered, remained alive. However, despite this, he displayed no inclination to assist. Initially, upon hearing about the Super Saiyan, he had felt a surge of anxiety. After all, the legendary figure posed a significant threat to their frozen clan. If only he could ally with Frisia to eliminate this danger, he would have no cause for concern in the future. Yet, upon witnessing the shattered planet, that thought dissipated. His discord with Frisia was well known, and should the Super Saiyan succeed in vanquishing Frisia, it would be the best outcome. Moreover, with Namek's imminent explosion, this Super Saiyan would not survive either. Contemplating this, Gula couldn't help but smile, filled with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Let them fight fiercely, dogs biting dogs. A mouthful of fur. One day, when I make my move, I shall unify the entire universe. Jiang Fei observed Gula's lewd grin with a slight furrow of his brow. Although he was unaware of the scheming thoughts in Gula's mind, his understanding of the frozen demon clan suggested that this fellow harbored no benevolent intentions. Chapter 10. How is this possible? The battle raged on. Yet Namek was on the brink of collapse. Magma flames continuously erupted from the fissures deep within the earth, seemingly on the verge of an explosive release. Jiang Fei also recognized this troubling phenomenon. He extended 2 fingers before him, and a sacred radiance enveloped them. In an instant, white specks of light began to ascend from the ground, extinguishing the fury of the earth in a heartbeat. The ominous clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, and the entire Namekian planet appeared to be revitalized, experiencing a profound transformation. Gula, hovering high above, witnessed Jiang Fei's actions and the miraculous scene unfolding below. He let out a resigned sigh, realizing that his dreams were now beyond reach. Bang! After a brutal clash with Son Goku, Frisia was propelled backward by the immense force, new wounds adorning his body. In stark contrast, Son Goku remained steadfast, motionless, and his aura intensified further. Huff, huff, huff. Frisia gasped for breath. The protracted battle had drained his stamina, leaving him utterly exhausted. At that moment, he was incapable of launching a second assault, rendered vulnerable. Nevertheless, a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Heh, Super Saiyan, you are indeed formidable. However, victory still belongs to me, Frisia. Ha ha. His laughter echoed unabashedly in the expansive surroundings. According to his calculations, this planet would soon meet its cataclysmic end. When that time arrived, the Saiyans, unable to survive in the vacuum of space, would perish. Thus, what did it matter how strong this individual was? In the end, it would still be Frisia, the great king, who would endure. TCH. Son Goku regarded Frisia's words with disdain. He had yet to avenge Krillin. He could not succumb so easily. Channeling his remaining energy, he prepared for a final strike, determined to accompany Frisia to the end, even in death. However, as he focused on harnessing his energy, he unexpectedly sensed another presence nearby. Another person? Son Goku quickly lifted his gaze, following the source of the unfamiliar energy. Earlier, he had instructed Gohan and the others to use the Dragon Balls on Namek to transport everyone to Earth. Thus, the sudden emergence of an unknown energy in this location was perplexing. It was then that Son Goku recognized the figures soaring above, Jiang Fei and Gula. Yet, before he could contemplate their identities further, he noticed something even more alarming. Wait, why does that person lack energy? Son Goku's eyes widened in astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Fei. In his intense focus on battling Frisia, he had entirely overlooked the situation nearby. Only when he paused to catch his breath did he realize that there had been a presence around them. But when he looked up, he found 2 individuals, which was quite astonishing. It was crucial to note that flight required internal energy, and concealing one's energy would render it impossible to soar through the skies. However, before Sun Wukong could marvel for too long, the surrounding raucous laughter gradually faded, supplanted by a chorus of piercing screams. What is happening? Frisia gazed at the scene around him, erupting in expletives. By his calculations, this planet should have been obliterated long ago. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the planet not only remained intact, but seemed to be rejuvenating. The fissures in the earth were visibly closing at an astonishing rate. Sun Wukong, too, found it hard to believe. The hellish environment was now miraculously revitalizing. The ominous clouds above began to dissipate, revealing rays of sunlight. Could it be him? Sun Wukong lifted his gaze once more to the young man devoid of any life force. Jiang Fei noticed Sun Wukong's attention and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Although his divine power paled in comparison to that of the Omni King or the Grand Priest, mending a nearly shattered planet was well within his capabilities. At that moment, Frisia, consumed by madness, could hardly contain himself. This is impossible, utterly impossible. It was on the brink of destruction. How could it suddenly be restored? Frisia roared in a frenzy, and in his hands, he conjured 2 orbs of purple energy. If that is the case, then I shall strike once more. With that declaration, he hurled the 2 violet spheres down toward the ground with ferocity. Sun Wukong intended to intervene, but Frisia's movements were too swift, leaving him no time to react. In an instant, the two purple orbs struck the earth. Boom, boom. The explosions resounded, flames soaring toward the heavens, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. No way? Frisia's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, utterly incredulous at the unfolding events. The very orbs he had just unleashed, one of them alone was sufficient to annihilate this planet. Yet now, aside from the sound of the detonations, the Namekian planet remained unscathed. Of course, Namek was not entirely unaffected. As the dust began to settle, Frisia's assault had indeed carved two immense craters into the ground, debris and shattered stone strewn about. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. He had also believed that the Namekian planet was doomed. After all, it was Frisia's attack. And although he was now at the end of his strength, as the saying goes, a dying camel is larger than a horse. Even a casual strike from Frisia could easily obliterate a planet. Yet the situation before him had surpassed all comprehension. Taking a deep breath, Sun Wukong refocused his gaze on Jiang Fei. Could all of this be his doing? From the moment he had first laid eyes on Jiang Fei, he sensed an air of mystery surrounding him. With so many unexpected occurrences transpiring, it seemed there was no other explanation than to attribute it all to this individual. Damn it! How dare this worthless planet defy me? Frisia was now seething with rage, utterly beside himself. The two eyes were filled with crimson streaks, and the pupils seemed on the verge of shattering. Frisia bellowed towards the heavens, once again condensing waves of light in his hands, his arms moving in intricate patterns. Countless beams cascaded from the sky like raindrops, creating a deafening clamor of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sounds of detonation echoed repeatedly. Frisia unleashed a full series of his princely combat techniques upon the surface of planet Namek, delivering a relentless barrage. Chapter 11. Brother, save me. The ground below was instantly engulfed in flames, with rising dust obscuring the sun. The sky, which had just brightened slightly, was shrouded once more in darkness. Oh, my foolish brother, Goldo lamented from above, clutching his head. Goldo's conjecture was remarkably accurate. Indeed, planet Namek had been tampered with by Jiang Fei. Just as he had repaired the planet, he had also fortified it significantly. Given Frisia's current capabilities, it seemed improbable that he could destroy it. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued unabated. After approximately 30 seconds, Frisia finally ceased his assault, panting heavily. Surveying the smoldering landscape, he could not help but clench his fists. Why? Why did my attacks yield no effect? Frisia gritted his teeth in frustration. Any single one of his light waves could obliterate an entire planet. Yet now, aside from leaving a few craters, his efforts had produced little else. However, amid his anger, he suddenly recalled something. That Super Saiyan. Why did he not attack me? So you were here. It seems today I must fight with all my might. Frisia quickly located Son Goku, raising his hand to strike unexpectedly. But before he could act, he noticed that Goku was gazing intently at something. What is this guy doing? What is happening? Frisia was momentarily bewildered and halted his attack, following Goku's gaze upwards. Upon looking, his eyes widened in astonishment, his expression shifting to one of elation. Goldo. Marvelous. Meanwhile, he overlooked Jiang Fei standing beside Goku. He had prepared himself for certain death. Yet unexpectedly, hope glimmered. Ha! Frisia could no longer contain his manic laughter, waving vigorously at the sky. Brother, what brings you here? The way he called out brother felt particularly affectionate. For the first time today, he perceived Goldo's face as so endearing. Goldo, noticing Frisia, nearly plummeted from the sky upon hearing his call. It was the first time in his life that he had heard Frisia sincerely refer to him as brother. Below, Son Goku's expression darkened upon hearing Frisia's words. Gazing at Goldo, who bore a resemblance to Frisia, he felt a wave of despair. How infuriating. That person is actually Frisia's brother. I should have realized it sooner. He lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. If only I had dealt with Frisia more swiftly. Now, the arrival of his brother signifies a power that surely rivals that of Frisia. If it were merely Frisia's brother, it would be one thing. However, what truly instills fear in Son Goku is the presence of the man beside Cooler. Deep within, he senses that this individual is far more formidable than the two brothers combined. Frisia, observing the grim expression on Son Goku's face, revels in delight. Haha, Super Saiyan, prepare for your demise. My brother's strength exceeds even mine. Frisia boasts, pointing at Son Goku with an air of arrogance. Today has brought him an abundance of misfortunes. Yet the arrival of Cooler brings him a measure of solace. It seems that not only will he escape death today, but he might also vanquish this Super Saiyan. What a splendid turn of events. With this thought, he looks skyward again, calling out, Brother, descend swiftly. Together, we shall eradicate the Super Saiyan. This will ensure our clan's invincibility in the universe. Cooler, perched high above, regards Frisia's words with disdain. Does Frisia genuinely consider their clan's interests? It is evident that he is merely desperate and seeking help. Once the Super Saiyan is eliminated, Frisia will still remain the emperor of the cosmos. Wherever he goes, he remains the sovereign. Nevertheless, the Super Saiyan is indeed a concern. After all, it is a legend rooted in the frozen demon clan, and if not swiftly dealt with, it could pose a significant threat in the future. Though Cooler and Frieza typically do not see eye to eye, in the face of a formidable enemy, it is prudent to unite against the common foe. Yet, he does not act immediately. Instead, he glances towards his companion. "Sir, what do you think?" Cooler inquires cautiously. Jiang Fei, having already discerned Cooler's intentions, replies nonchalantly. "Feel free to act when you wish." Truth be told, he finds himself not yet satiated by the spectacle of Son Goku and Frieza's battle. The only considerable commotion thus far has stemmed from Frieza's offensive against the ground. Moreover, he is eager to witness the limits of Son Goku's current strength. Very well. Cooler feels a surge of joy as he begins to radiate a brilliant light. Subsequently, his form begins to shift as he transitions into his final transformation. Cooler is acutely aware that, despite Frieza's irksome demeanor, the true peril lies with the Super Saiyan, and he must eradicate this threat once and for all. Frieza, witnessing Cooler's transformation, bursts into another fit of laughter. Haha, did you see that? This is my brother. He glances at Son Goku, his expression betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Damn it, how can he be so powerful? Son Goku grits his teeth, his heart weighed down with a heavy burden. Not only has he expended a considerable amount of energy, but even at his peak, he would not dare assert that he could secure victory against this foe. Once Cooler completes his transformation, he gazes down at Son Goku, coldly declaring, "Humph. Super Saiyan, prepare to meet your end." With that, he prepares to dive down. Son Goku, adopting an offensive stance, realizes he has nowhere left to retreat. He must charge forward with unwavering resolve. The only thing that left him feeling somewhat resentful was that he could not avenge his grudge against Klin. A cold chuckle escaped Frieza's lips, as if he could already envision the gruesome demise of this Super Saiyan. However, upon noticing Jiang Fei still suspended in the air, his brows furrowed immediately. Frieza pointed at Jiang Fei and reprimanded. "Hey you, are you just here to watch the show? My brother is already making his move. Why are you still standing idle?" Startled, Jiang Fei, high in the sky, instinctively pointed at himself, asking, "Are you talking to me?" Chapter 12, Brothers at Odds. "Humph," Frieza scoffed, crossing his arms defiantly. "Who else could I be referring to if not you?" Jiang Fei found this rather amusing. In Frieza's eyes, he was merely a minor character. Though they had never crossed paths before, he deduced that Jiang Fei was likely just a somewhat formidable lackey, considering he was in the company of Gula. However, it was undeniable that this newly recruited subordinate seemed utterly lacking in perception. Despite his leader's engagement, he simply stood there like a fool, as if watching a performance. Gula, who had already begun his descent, abruptly halted mid-air upon hearing Frieza's words. With a gulp, he stiffly turned his head to glance behind him. Upon realizing that Jiang Fei appeared unperturbed, he finally exhaled in relief. His gaze fixated on Frieza as he silently cursed. "Damn it, Frieza, you fool." Having vented his frustration inwardly, Gula disregarded the Super Saiyan and adjusted his trajectory, heading straight for Frieza. Meanwhile, Frieza maintained his haughty demeanor as he regarded Jiang Fei. Yet, as he noticed Jiang Fei's lack of movement, a surge of anger began to swell within him. As the sovereign of the universe, when had he ever been so disregarded? Even his brother Gula and his father King Cold would show him some respect. Yet here was a mere subordinate, audaciously ignoring his commands, truly intolerable. Just as Frieza prepared to scold once more, Gula suddenly appeared before him in a flash. "Brother?" Frieza was taken aback by Gula's unexpected presence. He then pointed to the distance, where Sun Wukong stood, and urged, "Brother, where's the Super Saiyan? Hurry and eliminate him." Gula's expression darkened ominously, as if a storm were brewing within. Infuriated by Frieza's words, he thought to himself, "You wretched fool." Without hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap across Frieza's face. The force of the blow sent Frieza spinning through the air, turning 3 or 4 times before finally regaining his balance. "What are you doing, brother? You've struck the wrong person," Frieza exclaimed, bewildered, as he clutched his face, shock evident in his eyes. How could he have been commanded to deal with the Super Saiyan only to be attacked himself? "To hell with it. I aim to strike you," Gula retorted, delivering another powerful slap to the opposite side of Frieza's face. This time, Frieza spun through the air for 7 or 8 rotations. A testament to the strength behind Gula's strike. Gulda could no longer concern himself with the trivialities of the so-called Super Saiyan. How dare Frieza insult that esteemed individual? It was utterly reckless. Despite their mutual animosity, they were brothers. Should this conflict extend to him, he would find no refuge for his lamentations. Damn it. Though Frieza was dazed from the blows he received, rage ignited within him. "You bastard, Gulda, I shall kill you." 2 resounding slaps had drawn blood from the corner of his mouth, leaving crimson imprints on his cheeks. In that moment, he appeared utterly transformed from his formerly arrogant self. In an instant, Gulda and Frieza were locked in combat. The outcome was all too evident. The peak of Frieza's power was beyond Gulda's reach, especially now that he was gravely weakened. Boom. Golda's fist struck Frisia's abdomen, causing him to spit forth a mouthful of blood. Following this, Golda delivered a soaring sidekick that connected with Frisia's forehead. After taking such a severe hit, Frisia's body plummeted like a cannonball. The sound of sonic booms echoed as he fell at breakneck speed. Crash. Frisia's body slammed into the ground, creating a colossal pit that seemed bottomless, leaving onlookers to wonder if a meteor had just struck. However, Golda was clearly not inclined to let him off so easily. Without a moment's hesitation, he appeared above the ground and struck down into the pit's depths. Soon, Frisia's agonizing screams reverberated through the area, amplified by the natural acoustics of the pit. Goku, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, was momentarily stunned. He ran his fingers through his golden hair, feeling utterly bewildered. His sense of confusion rivaled that of Frisia's. He had prepared himself for a battle that he believed would end in his demise. Who would have anticipated such a sudden escalation? As Goku pondered this, a magnetic voice pierced through his thoughts. "Hello, Goku." Instantly alert, Goku turned to see a strikingly handsome face imbued with an air of mystery. The face belonged to Jiang Fei, who had been hovering high above. "It's you." Goku's pupils dilated, and his heart skipped a beat. Although this figure emitted no discernible aura, the palpable pressure was unmistakable at such close range. Whoosh. Goku quickly leaped back, creating distance between himself and Jiang Fei. Observing Goku's tense demeanor, Jiang Fei could only shake his head and chuckle, having intended to witness an enthralling spectacle from above, unaware it would devolve into such chaos. In truth, Frisia's earlier words had not incited anger within him. He was well aware of Frisia's arrogant nature. Unexpectedly, before he could utter a word, Gula could no longer contain himself and chose to take action. Although Jiang Fei appeared utterly relaxed, Sun Wukong was on edge, his palms already slick with sweat. With a watchful gaze fixed on Jiang Fei, he asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" "Me?" Jiang Fei replied with a subtle smile, raising his hand slightly. "Given my appearance, I am undoubtedly a person from Earth." "An Earthling?" Sun Wukong's expression shifted, his vigilance easing considerably upon hearing these words. Yet, a hint of skepticism lingered in his eyes as he probed. "Are you truly from Earth?" "Oh, I see," Sun Wukong mused, scratching his head. Upon confirming this, he instantly relaxed his guard, graciously shedding his Super Saiyan form, extending his right hand with a broad grin. He introduced himself. "Hello, I am Sun Wukong, also a fellow Earthling." Jiang Fei, taken aback by Sun Wukong's rapid transformation, quickly regained his composure. He grasped Sun Wukong's hand, smiling as he replied, "Jiang Fei, a pleasure to meet you." Although he voiced his delight, internally he began to critique the situation. It was astonishing how a mere confirmation of his earthly origin had led to such a swift relaxation of defenses, even resulting in the cessation of the Super Saiyan state. Yet, this was in keeping with Sun Wukong's quintessential nature. This turn of events was fortuitous, sparing Jiang Fei the need for elaborate explanations. Once they released their handshake, Sun Wukong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why were you with Frisia's brother? Are you friends?" Frisia was notoriously malevolent, and his brother hardly appeared to be a paragon of virtue. Thus, Sun Wukong wondered why Jiang Fei would associate with him. Could it be that Frisia's brother and Jiang Fei were allies? Friends? Not quite, Jiang Fei chuckled, shaking his head. "I merely got lost and happened upon Gula, Frisia's brother. He, too, was unfamiliar with the area, so we decided to seek out his brother, Frisia, and fortuitously stumbled upon you in the midst of your battle with him." Jiang Fei's explanation was straightforward, yet it remained factual. He had simply asked for directions, and since Gula was at a loss, they sought Frisia together. With Frisia absent, they had pursued him to Namek. "Oh, I see," Sun Wukong replied, not dwelling further on the matter. Suddenly, the anguished cries of Frisia persisted, though they had diminished in intensity. His aura was gradually waning, evoking a sense of impending exhaustion. Perhaps Frisia's brother was not as villainous as he seemed? Sun Wukong pondered aloud, chewing his lip. Despite Gula's untrustworthy appearance, he had refrained from attacking Jiang Fei and was now administering a lesson to Frisia, seemingly intent on not letting him off lightly. Upon Jiang Fei's admission, a spark ignited in Sun Wukong's eyes, leading him to pose his next question: "Why do you not emanate any energy?" "It could be due to my unique constitution," Jiang Fei remarked, glancing at his own hand as he spoke slowly. Clearly, this statement was a mere ruse uttered by Sun Wukong. It is not that there is no aura within him. Rather, his divine power conceals his essence. Generally, only deities of superior strength can perceive it. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's response, Sun Wukong's expression became increasingly animated. He licked his parched lips, his eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. With a clap of his hands, he placed them before him, eagerly requesting, "Would you engage me in battle?" Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback by Sun Wukong's request. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. For Sun Wukong is, after all, a fervent warrior. After such an extensive explanation, it seemed to have ignited his desire for combat. Yet, just as Jiang Fei contemplated whether or not to acquiesce, Frisia's anguished cries abruptly ceased. In the next moment, Gula appeared before Jiang Fei, holding the battered and barely conscious Frisia. "Sir, I have brought the foolish one before you. Please, dispose of him as you see fit," Gula stated respectfully, his head bowed. Initially, he had intended to execute Frisia on the spot, considering that the Super Saiyan could not be vanquished. Removing Frisia would indeed be a commendable act. But he feared Jiang Fei's displeasure, which restrained his impulsiveness. After much contemplation, he decided to bring Frisia before Jiang Fei first. Upon witnessing Frisia's pitiful state, Sun Wukong's hatred diminished significantly. In his gaze, there even flickered a hint of sympathy. He was inherently a kind-hearted individual, although Krillin had been slain. The existence of the Dragon Balls meant that he might have already been resurrected. "Let us descend," Jiang Fei gestured with his hand. He had been drifting through the skies for days and longed for the solid ground beneath him. Neither Sun Wukong nor Gula objected. Whether in the air or on land mattered little to them. The three gradually descended to the ravaged earth below. Gula casually discarded Frisia onto the ground, causing him to cough up several mouthfuls of blood. "You bastard," Frisia spat through clenched teeth. Even now, he could not comprehend why Gula, who had initially targeted Sun Wukong, had ended up pummeling him instead. It was infuriating. Upon hearing Frisia's curses, Gula's expression hardened, and he delivered a swift kick. "You wretched fool, even at death's door. You dare to speak so arrogantly." With that, he began to gather energy in his hand, poised to end Frisia's life. Among those present, Gula harbored the greatest desire for Frisia's demise. After all, once his brother perished, would not the entire universe fall under his dominion? "Wait." Jiang Fei's voice resonated with authority. Upon hearing this, Gula promptly halted, the energy dissipating instantly. He wore a respectful expression, slightly bowing as he regarded Jiang Fei with submissive eyes. Frisia, sensing the shift, raised his gaze from the ground. Witnessing Gula's obedient demeanor left him astonished. Could it be that this individual was not merely Gula's subordinate? He understood Gula's character quite well. Proud and haughty, he was not one to yield easily. To be human is to be far more cunning and treacherous than he. Yet, the visage of Gula before him is something Frisia has never encountered throughout his life. Who exactly is this individual? Frisia pondered, utterly perplexed. In a moment of clarity, he suddenly realized, could it be that my recent disrespect towards this person has summoned this brutal beating? If that is the case, it would indeed be a misfortune, a consequence of my own reckless tone. Moreover, his curiosity regarding the identity of this individual only intensified. Who could possibly command such respect and devotion from Gula? Not only Frisia, but even Son Goku now harbored a profound interest in Jiang Fei. After all, how astonishing it is that a mere earthling could evoke such reverence from someone more ruthless than Frisia himself. Chapter 14, The Backbone. While the two were still musing over Jiang Fei's identity, he had already approached Frisia with measured steps. Gula closely followed, resembling more of a subordinate than a mere companion. Upon witnessing this scene, Frisia confirmed that this individual must possess a significant background. Gula's violent outburst was undoubtedly provoked by Frisia's own thoughtless remarks. Son Goku, feeling somewhat out of place as the two drew near, decided to follow suit. Being an earthling himself, he sensed no overt hostility emanating from Jiang Fei. This absence of malice seemed directed not just at him, but rather towards all present on the battlefield. As Jiang Fei stood before Frisia, he spoke calmly. "So, Frisia?" "Humph." Frisia scoffed at the sight of the person before him, fully aware that this was the very individual responsible for his current predicament. Thus, his animosity extended not only towards Gula but also towards Jiang Fei, his expression betraying no hint of goodwill. "Huh." Before Jiang Fei could utter another word, Gula sprang forth once more, his countenance darkening anew. Having already offended this individual, he now dared to escalate the situation further. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Gula delivered a swift kick, sending Frisia tumbling to the ground. Once upright, Frisia now lay flat on his back, his body sprawled in a most undignified manner. Blood poured from the corner of his mouth, and his expression was one of sheer agony. "You wretched beast! Facing your demise, you dare to be arrogant." Gula feigned a sorrowful demeanor. Bang! 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 He continued to rain down kicks, relishing the moment, unconcerned with Frisia's thoughts. Today he was indulging himself. What a pathetic Frisia, reduced to lying on the ground like a dog. Frisia found himself utterly defenseless, enduring Gula's relentless assault. Internally, he cursed the scoundrel, not only for his cruel treatment, but also for the severity of his blows. If he were to survive this ordeal, he would surely seek vengeance upon Gula first. Enough, Jiang Fei stated with an air of calm. Upon hearing this, Gula immediately ceased his assault, retreating to the side. Observing Frisia's current state, Jiang Fei deemed it sufficiently dire. Further violence might very well extinguish the villain's life. It was not out of sympathy, but rather a reminder of his duties as an enforcer that prompted him to intervene. Enhancing the combat prowess of the seventh universe, this is of paramount importance. Frisia is destined to become a formidable force within this universe. To lose him would indeed be quite regrettable. Of course, should Frisia engage in any nefarious actions, Jiang Fei would not hesitate to bid him farewell. However, if he were to perish merely for a dismissive grunt, it would be excessively ruthless, for he is a law enforcer, not a harbinger of death. Frisia, I have but one inquiry for you, Jiang Fei stated nonchalantly. Frisia turned his head defiantly, seemingly resolute in his refusal. Unless the situation became genuinely dire, he would not entertain such discourse. He aimed to demonstrate to the sycophantic Gula the unwavering strength of the frost demons. Jiang Fei, undeterred by Frisia's demeanor, continued. Do you know the way to the god of destruction's realm? What? Frisia's heart jolted, and he swiftly redirected his gaze, eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated such a provocative question. The mere mention of Beerus left him momentarily speechless, scrutinizing Jiang Fei with newfound intrigue, pondering the young man's origins and the audacity of his query. In an instant, Frisia's animosity diminished significantly, and his posture softened strategically. Beerus is no ordinary being. He is a cosmic sovereign. To Frisia, the self-proclaimed emperor of the universe, he might as well be inconsequential. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the truth remained undeniable. The dominion over 70% of the universe was granted through Beerus's tacit approval. Otherwise, would Gula and King Cold have settled so complacently in their little corner? Oh, it's merely an acquaintance of mine, Jiang Fei replied with a serene smile. I haven't visited in quite some time and lost my way while attempting to pay him a visit. I heard from your brother that you had dealings with him, so I thought I'd inquire if you knew the way to the god of destruction's realm. Upon hearing this, Frisia was initially taken aback, then closed his eyes. Inhaling sharply, he could hardly believe that this unassuming young man was, in fact, a friend of the god of destruction, Beerus. Just moments ago, he had been puzzled as to why the proud Gula showed such deference to Jiang Fei. The answer lay in this revelation. Simultaneously, he understood why Gula was present. Frisia turned to Gula, teeth clenched in anger. So it was you who guided this gentleman to me. Indeed, and what of it? You don't seem particularly pleased. Gula replied nonchalantly, picking at his nose. Pleased? To meet a friend of Lord Beerus is a stroke of fortune I could hardly dream of. Frisia glared vehemently at Gula. TCH, Gula scoffed, averting his gaze from Frisia. For Frisia to speak of his ancestor's grave as a source of good fortune was a rather pointed remark. A classic case of self-inflicted wounds in the heat of battle. Frisia disregarded Gula, refocusing his attention on Jiang Fei, contemplating the young man's remarkable fortune in forging a friendship with Beerus. If he could forge a friendship with Beerus, it would not merely be a matter of ancestral graves smoking with pride. It would be as if they had been obliterated entirely. However, what Frisia and Cooler did not realize was that Jiang Fei's mention of being Beerus's friend was, in fact, a subtle elevation of Beerus's status. After all, aside from the gods, few could recognize the enforcer's identity. In an instant, Frisia regained his composure and, with a hint of regret, remarked, I apologize, sir, but I am unaware of Lord Beerus's whereabouts. Very well, I understand, Jiang Fei nodded, having mentally prepared for this outcome, his expression not overly despondent. It was rather normal for a minor Frisia to be oblivious to the realm of destruction. Sun Wukong, overhearing the conversation, was engulfed in confusion, struggling to comprehend the unfamiliar terms of God of Destruction and Beerus. In that case, I shall not intrude upon your brotherly bond, Jiang Fei declared, placing a hand upon Sun Wukong's shoulder. In a flash, a beam of white light swept over them, and the two vanished from the surface of Namek. Chapter 15. My powers are mediocre. Cooler observed the departing figures with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes, just as he was about to embrace this newfound alliance. They had abruptly vanished. Moreover, he had yet to receive a clear directive on how to deal with Frisia, who lay battered on the ground. As he contemplated the injured Frisia, Cooler found himself deep in thought. What are you staring at? Frisia retorted, though his bravado faltered in the wake of Jiang Fei's departure. Cooler dismissed Frisia's vitriol, silently weighing how to handle his wayward sibling. After a moment's deliberation, he coldly declared, Very well, I shall spare your life this time. Yet, Cooler was not without trepidation. Jiang Fei had not explicitly commanded the demise of Frisia, and he was wary of acting rashly. Furthermore, Frisia was still an ally of Beerus, and any unilateral action could provoke the goddess' wrath, a consequence Cooler was ill-equipped to endure. Nevertheless, he would not allow Frisia to escape unscathed. A far more sinister intention began to take root in his mind. What do you intend to do? Frisia questioned, unnerved by the malicious glint in Cooler's eyes. This so-called elder brother showed no signs of mercy. After years of suppression, who could predict the depths of his madness? Ah, my foolish brother, I have no intention of killing you. However, I shall take charge of the Frisia force, Cooler sneered. With that, he dragged Frisia along as though the latter were a lifeless dog, ascending toward the base from whence he had come. Frisia's face turned ashen, not from fear of losing his army, for a mere military force could be reassembled, but from the chilling smile that adorned Cooler's face, which hinted at impending misfortune looming on the horizon. In the depths of the cosmos, Sun Wukong, accompanied by the swift Jiang Fei, was filled with astonishment. It was not merely the fact that Jiang Fei was navigating through the dark expanse of space, but rather the breathtaking velocity at which they traveled. This speed was nothing short of suffocating, traversing an entire star system in what felt like the mere blink of an eye. As long as the direction is correct, Jiang Fei affirmed with a nod. With his pace, a precise orientation sufficed. Distance was an inconsequential matter. By the way, Jiang Fei, Sun Wukong inquired. Glancing at Jiang Fei's silhouette, what do you mean by Beerus, the god of destruction? Having had encounters with deities such as the King of Worlds and the King of Hell, as well as Earth's celestial beings, he had never before heard of a god of destruction. He was on his way to Earth to meet Beerus, and thought that fate might allow for a reunion in the future, but for now, finding a place was futile. Rather than squander time aimlessly, it would be more fulfilling to experience the vibrant essence of humanity on Earth. After all, having spent considerable time in the realm of gods, a little indulgence was not out of the question. If Beerus possessed any self-awareness, he should diligently fulfill his duties and seek him out when time permitted. If not, he would be in for an enlightening lesson from Jiang Fei in due course. Oh, I see. Is he powerful? Sun Wukong mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Not particularly. Jiang Fei replied, a hint of a wry smile gracing his lips at Sun Wukong's inquiry. True to the legendary martial enthusiast he was, the first question he posed was about strength. Oh, Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of disappointment upon hearing Jiang Fei's response. Of course, Jiang Fei's assessment of Beerus' power was from his own perspective. Comparing an ordinary person to an ant was simply unfathomable. Moreover, Sun Wukong was still relatively weak. If he were akin to a small ant, then Beerus could be likened to a super Saiyan. Then, Jiang Fei, you must be quite formidable yourself? Sun Wukong continued, his eyes glinting with anticipation. The moment he laid eyes on Jiang Fei, he sensed a perilous energy. Now, having lowered his guard, the danger had dissipated. Yet a sense of profound mystery lingered. The divine abilities Jiang Fei exhibited further implied that his strength was likely astonishing. Contemplating this, Sun Wukong found himself filled with eager anticipation, even envisioning the possibility of battling Jiang Fei. Me? I'm just average, Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Sun Wukong, clearly skeptical of this claim, responded, you are far too modest, Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei merely smiled, noncommittal. He possessed a clear understanding of his own capabilities. He was merely a notch above the angel's tier. In the face of true powerhouses like the Grand Minister, he was still woefully inadequate. To describe himself as merely average he felt was somewhat flattering. However, among ordinary individuals, such as Sun Wukong, he would certainly be deemed a top-tier warrior. Yet, Jiang Fei had never found it worthwhile to compare himself to mere mortals. His comparison has always been with the likes of the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Let us find the time to spar, then, suggested Sun Wukong, finally voicing his thoughts after much inquiry. His face radiated excitement, and his eyes sparkled with longing. Excellent. Jiang Fei nodded in agreement. He understood Sun Wukong's character. If he did not fulfill this desire, it would likely lead to endless pestering once they returned to Earth. Moreover, instructing Sun Wukong would contribute to enhancing the combat prowess of Universe 7, which was part of his responsibilities. Wonderful, splendid, Sun Wukong exclaimed, clenching his fists in sheer joy, even trembling with exhilaration. He believed that had they not been in space, he would have charged right at Jiang Fei. Chapter 16. Rising earlier than roosters and retiring later than roosters. Deep within Universe 7, a colossal galaxy began to collapse and disintegrate following the destruction of its central star. Countless planets erupted like vibrant fireworks in the darkness. Beerus and Whis observed the scene with impassive expressions. Countless planets had met their demise over the past few days, and the number of lives extinguished was incalculable. For the two of them, accustomed to such devastation, there was no lingering sentiment for the loss of any individual life. Whis, isn't it about time to conclude this? Beerus remarked, admiring the fireworks below. It had been a week since they left the realm of destruction, and Beerus felt that he had never experienced such a fulfilling week since becoming a god of destruction. He even began to think that the workload from this week was nearly equivalent to that of a lifetime. Not quite yet, Lord Beerus, Whis replied. Despite the continuous toil over the past few days, he relished this sensation, believing that this was precisely the work of a god of destruction and an angel, the former annihilating the universe's myriad forms of existence, while the latter provided oversight and assistance. How can it still be too early? Beerus said, hands clasped behind his back, brow furrowed. He believed he had obliterated enough galaxies by now. Whis smiled and shook his head. Do not fret, Lord Beerus. Our progress has been remarkably swift. At this rate, if we maintain this pace for another year, we shall be nearing completion. The backlog of work they had accumulated over the years was immense. Beerus could sleep for hundreds to thousands of years at a stretch. Even in shorter spans, he would rest for 30 to 40 years, and upon awakening, he would have only 2 or 3 days to spare. During these fleeting days, he would indulge in culinary explorations across various planets, making work a mere afterthought. Over the years, the accumulated workload was undoubtedly substantial. Are you jesting? Beerus exclaimed incredulously. Today, he finally grasped that being a god of destruction was not as comfortable as he had once thought. His mind felt clouded, and if this continued, he feared he might suffer a fatal collapse. Whis, hearing this, shrugged in resignation. It is indeed the case, Lord Beerus. Ah. Beerus yawned and stretched lazily. Suddenly, his expression shifted, as if a thought had crossed his mind, and his demeanor darkened. What is it, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired, noticing the change in his face. Damn it, that scoundrel Frisia. I entrusted him with so many realms in the 7th universe, and yet there are still so many planets that require destruction. What has he been doing? Beerus gritted his teeth in frustration. It appears he intends to shift the blame onto others, Whis remarked, feeling somewhat speechless. Although Frisia was ambitious and far from virtuous, he had, in fact, been diligent in carrying out the tasks assigned by Beerus. Otherwise, given Beerus's laziness, it would have taken far longer than a year, perhaps even a decade, to complete the cleansing of low-power planets. Lord Beerus, are you implying? Whis began. Let us go. It's time to have a word with that little brat Frisia. Beerus replied with a cold chuckle. He dares to shirk his duties. He must be taught a lesson. Whis smirked slightly before tapping his staff against the void, summoning 2 beams of white light, and the pair departed from their location. On their journey, Beerus glanced at Whis. Curiosity evident on his face. What about that brat Jiang Fei? Haven't he heard anything from him? Whis shook his head slowly, his eyes beginning to swirl with thoughts. Whis too felt perplexed. Logically, the enforcer should have arrived by now. Why had he not made an appearance? If it were merely a matter of not showing up, it would be less concerning. However, they could not even trace his whereabouts. Whis speculated that perhaps the enforcer was unfamiliar with the path to the god of destruction's realm, which explained the delay. With the speed of an angel, it should take no more than 20 minutes. Yet a week had passed, and Jiang Fei still had not contacted them. If he had indeed entered the realm of destruction, Beerus, as the master, would have sensed his presence immediately. Ah, never mind. I shall ask Frisia when we arrive, Whis sighed inwardly. Although the enforcer's strength was not vastly superior to his own, the latter held a high position, and angels fell within his jurisdiction. This alone would instill a certain psychological pressure. If it had been the Grand Minister or the Omni King, it would not have been the same. However, this enforcer was an unknown entity, and the unfamiliarity bred a sense of reverence. In the former Frisia Force, colossal spaceships traversed the boundless expanse of space. Nearby civilizations, witnessing such a formidable fleet, hastily retreated. At this moment, Cooler sat in the seat previously occupied by Frisia, a glass of red wine in hand, gazing at the twinkling stars with an expression of triumph. The name of the Frisia Force had been irrevocably changed to the Cooler Force. The title of Cosmic Emperor had naturally fallen into his hands. Those who opposed his rule had long since been reduced to cosmic debris, drifting aimlessly through the universe. Golra's lips curled into a smirk as he surveyed the universe under his dominion, even breaking into a cheerful tune. However, just as he reveled in the pinnacle of his power, 2 unexpected guests suddenly appeared in his chamber, Whis and Beerus. Upon their arrival, the merry melody echoed through the room. Frisia, what a refined taste you have. Beerus's icy voice pierced the air. As a god of destruction, he rose before dawn and toiled late into the night, exhausted from his labors. Yet here was Golra, lounging comfortably, sipping wine and humming a merry tune, living life with such ease. Startled by the voice, Golra abruptly halted his song, the glass of red wine in his hand trembling and spilling onto him. Yet, he could not dwell on this misfortune as he swiftly turned around, recognizing the voice from somewhere. Indeed, upon seeing Beerus, his grip faltered, and the glass shattered on the floor. Huh? Beerus raised an eyebrow at the face before him, momentarily taken aback, then stroked his chin, slowly remarking, Frisia, have you undergone a transformation? What happened to your color? Chapter 17, The King's Lament cough cough. Whis cleared his throat, interjecting, Lord Beerus, this is not Frisia. Beerus narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at Golra. What brings you here, then? Golra, no longer daring to remain seated, hastily approached, bowing and fidgeting his hands awkwardly. Sweat dripped down his face like raindrops from the sky. Beerus regarded the subservient figure before him with a mere nod. Though this individual bore a resemblance to Frisia, upon closer inspection, it was evident he was not the same. Who are you? His father? Beerus's voice was devoid of emotion. He recalled that Frisia had a father who was still alive, and with the striking similarity, he had every reason to believe Golra might be Frisia's progenitor. Golra felt a twinge of embarrassment, forcing a smile. I am his brother, Golra, Lord Beerus. Beerus appeared indifferent. Yes, as a mere insignificant figure. How could Lord Beerus possibly remember me? Golra chuckled nervously. He had seen Beerus from a distance long ago and later learned that this was the ruler of the universe, the legendary god of destruction. Despite that fleeting encounter, Beerus's image remained etched in his memory. Where's Frisia? Beerus inquired expressionlessly, taking a seat in the very spot where Golra had just been. Whis followed closely behind, standing beside him. Golra slowly turned to face Beerus, his heart tightening at the mention of Frisia. However, he gradually relaxed, relieved that he had not dealt a fatal blow to Frisia. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. "Lord Beerus, please wait a moment," Guldo respectfully stated. He then turned and exited the chamber, giving a few instructions to the two guards at the door before re-entering. After approximately a minute, two individuals entered the chamber, carrying a stretcher. One of them, bowing his head, announced, "King Guldo, Frisia has been brought in." "Very well, you may leave," Guldo waved his hand. The two subordinates promptly exited, casting a furtive glance at Beerus seated in the room. They wondered, who is this individual? Why is Guldo standing while he sits? However, they dared not question further and left, closing the chamber door behind them. Beerus raised his gaze to the stretcher being brought in, his eyelids lifting slightly. Lying on the stretcher was none other than the Frisia he had been searching for. Yet, it was perplexing to see Frisia in such a state. Upon hearing Beerus's name, Frisia's tightly shut eyes instantly flew open. With great difficulty, he turned over, and upon seeing Beerus's sharp, monkey-like features, tears of excitement nearly welled up in his eyes. In the past, encountering this visage had filled him with immense anxiety and caution. Yet today, for reasons unknown, it felt strangely comforting. Beerus approached and teased, "Frisia, what on earth have you done to yourself? How have you ended up like this after just a few days?" Frisia was a pitiful sight, bruised and battered, with purple blood staining his body, his aura exceedingly faint. In this condition, one would surmise he could not even withstand a confrontation with an ordinary person. "Oh, Lord Beerus, you have finally arrived. My suffering has been unbearable." Frisia expended the last remnants of his strength and collapsed at Beerus's feet, lamenting the transgressions committed against him by Guldo. Guldo had long harbored desires to seize Frisia's territory and resources, yet out of respect for Frisia's allegiance to Beerus, he had refrained from killing him. However, allowing him to escape could lead to future complications. Thus, Guldo devised a particularly cruel and troublesome method to beat Frisia mercilessly every few days until he was barely alive. As long as he exhibited signs of self-healing, he would be beaten again, kept in a state of half-life indefinitely. Upon hearing Frisia's accusations, Beerus could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Even for one as seasoned as he, Guldo's cruelty and malice were astonishing. Typically, Beerus preferred a swift resolution to matters, and such a prolonged torment was beyond his imagination. He had previously considered Frisia to be a most malevolent character, only to discover that his brother surpassed even that, truly opening Beerus's eyes to the depths of villainy. It seemed that there were indeed many formidable beings within Universe 7. Whis, on the other hand, maintained his serene and composed demeanor, as if what he had just heard was merely a trivial matter. Observing the still sniffling Frisia, Beerus raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you two brothers?" Lord Beerus, that is not the main point," Frisia replied with a woeful expression. "Ah, good heavens! Your loyal underling has suffered such indignities. Is it truly necessary to inquire whether these two are brothers? Shouldn't one first unleash a furious tirade, and in a fit of rage, strike down Gula?" "Oh, never mind. I was merely curious," remarked Beerus nonchalantly. He too had his disagreements with his brother Champa, but their quarrels rarely escalated beyond a bit of bickering and occasional scuffles. Yet, these two brothers seemed to harbor a vendetta akin to a blood feud, treating one another with unrelenting ferocity. Then, casting a serious glance at Gula, Beerus narrowed his eyes and said, "Shouldn't you provide an explanation?" Beerus was not particularly concerned for Frisia. To say he felt pity would be an overstatement. Even if Frisia were to perish in this moment, it would hardly stir any sorrow within him. He was no benevolent figure himself. The tally of lives extinguished by his hand far surpassed that of these two brothers combined. Nevertheless, Frisia had served as his lackey, performing numerous unsavory tasks, and during his more irritable moods, he could still hurl insults at him. The reason for his visit this time was the overwhelming burden of work, which had left him feeling vexed and intent on finding trouble with Frisia. However, given the current predicament, it was imperative to address the situation thoroughly. After all, within the 7th universe or any other, what ordinary warrior would dare to bully the minion of a god of destruction? As the saying goes, to strike a dog is to challenge its master. And this incident could be seen as an affront to the dignity of a destroyer. Chapter 18. Are you referring to him? Gula felt his heart leap to his throat as he gazed upon Beerus's indifferent expression. He had imagined such a scenario before, yet he never anticipated that Beerus would arrive so swiftly. Observing Gula's evident anxiety, Frisia experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. The beatings he endured on Namek and the torment he suffered in recent days could finally find an outlet. "My Lord Beerus, please allow me to explain." Gula wiped the sweat from his brow. Beerus maintained his stoic demeanor, awaiting an explanation. Taking a moment to compose himself, Gula slowly began. "Frisia's current state is entirely of his own making." "You lie?" Frisia exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from Gula. To be reduced to this state, and yet have the audacity to claim it was deserved? After all this, was he truly intent on casting blame upon him? The previous offense against Jiang Fei had been nothing more than a misunderstanding, and the latter had not even voiced any grievances. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Frisia's confidence waned. He found himself uncertain of the nature of Beerus's relationship with his friend. If their bond were particularly strong, the outcome could indeed be dire. Beerus raised a hand, signaling Frisia to silence himself. Frisia has shown disrespect to your friend, and thus I have acted justly, taking decisive action, Gula declared, his expression one of profound sorrow, as if he bore the weight of a brother's failure to properly guide his sibling. My friend? Beerus furrowed his brow. He could not recall having any friends in the entire 7th universe who could possibly claim the title of friend to Beerus. The qualifications of the god of destruction from 12 universes are indeed sufficient, yet the relationships among them are rather tenuous, and in some cases, quite hostile. The angels of these gods, although courteous towards him, have not reached the level of camaraderie. Indeed, a remarkably handsome young man claimed to know him. Referring to him as a friend of Gula, he continued to elaborate. Humph, that is certainly not my friend. I have no friends. Beerus narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted. Young, handsome, and striking, there was no such individual in his memory. If there were, it could only be himself. With so many admirable traits combined, could there possibly be another being in the universe besides himself, Beerus? Whis, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, for even he, as an angel, was unaware that Lord Beerus had any friends. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, he seemed to ponder something. What? No way. Gula was left utterly stunned by these words. He had envisioned any response from Beerus upon uttering that statement. But he never anticipated that Beerus would dismiss the notion of friendship altogether. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Frisia, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy wash over him, banishing the last remnants of his earlier concerns. A newfound vigor coursed through him, and he even managed to stand unsteadily. I knew it. That little brat could never be a friend of Lord Beerus. Frisia gritted his teeth as he spoke. It was the arrival of Jiang Fei that had brought him such misfortune. Now that he realized it was merely a deception, he felt no further qualms. With a venomous glare directed at Gula, he thought to himself, my foolish brother, you've been duped. Gula's face turned ashen, seemingly sensing the impending consequences. Frisia was quite pleased with Gula's expression, having already devised a plan. He was determined to ensure that Beerus entrusted Gula's fate to him. He wished to teach his foolish brother the true meaning of suffering. With that thought, a cruel light flickered in his eyes. What is that person's name? Beerus inquired in a low voice. Where has he gone? Gula shook his head, still unaware. From which galaxy does he hail? Gula continued to shake his head, his expression nearing tears. Ah, it appears you are indeed lacking in intelligence. Beerus's tone was laced with malice. Simultaneously, he slowly raised one hand, and the air became thick with the energy of a god of destruction. Gula longed to plead for mercy, but under the immense pressure, his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, and his lips felt numb and unresponsive. Frisia, witnessing Beerus's intent to dispose of Gula, hastily prepared to intervene. Allowing Gula to perish would not provide the satisfaction he sought. However, before he could speak, a voice interjected. Wait a moment, Lord Beerus. Whis, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up to halt the proceedings. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus furrowed his brow and inquired, What is it, Whis? He then gradually lowered his hand, causing the overwhelming energy of destruction surrounding them to vanish without a trace. Taking advantage of this moment, Gogeta exhaled a pained breath. Upon noticing that it was the individual beside Beerus who had spoken, Frisia chose to momentarily suppress his words. Whis calmly approached Gogeta, and with a gentle wave of his staff, a humanoid projection materialized before them. Is this the person you refer to? Whis inquired nonchalantly. Frisia was the first to respond, exclaiming, Indeed, that is him, without a doubt. As he spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, allowing the fury within him to surge. It was all because of this individual that he had become this way. Seeing that face again ignited a desire to rend him to pieces. At this moment, Gogeta felt utterly despondent and nodded numbly. Upon confirming with both individuals, Beerus's composure shattered. The figure conjured by Whis was none other than the enforcer of the divine realm. Jiang Fei, where did you encounter him? What transpired? Beerus bellowed at Frisia. Taken aback, Frisia pondered why Beerus, previously expressionless, was now so fervently agitated. Assuming it was due to this person impersonating a friend of Beerus that had incited his wrath, he recounted the events that had unfolded on Namek. Naturally, he omitted any disrespectful remarks he had made towards Jiang Fei, transforming commands into suggestions. However, Jiang Fei had exhibited a flagrant arrogance and had even insulted him. Gogeta not only failed to intervene but, in a fit of anger, had given Jiang Fei a severe reprimand. After all, he was the victim and needed to portray his grievances as compellingly as possible. Chapter 19, Official Recognition. Gogeta listened in a daze, no longer inclined to correct anything. Frisia's performance continued, as he lamented with tearful fervor about how detestable Jiang Fei was and how unjustly he had suffered. Unbeknownst to him, Beerus's expression had darkened to the point of storminess. Feeling that he had sufficiently conveyed his plight, Frisia continued with a mournful countenance. Lord Beerus, is this not an affront to me? Clearly, it is a slap in your face. Just as he finished speaking, Beerus unexpectedly interjected. Quite right. Frisia's expression suddenly froze, as if he had heard something utterly inconceivable. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, he quietly asked, My lord, what did you just say? I said it was a slap well delivered. Beerus retorted, his teeth clenched, eyes brimming with a murderous glint. What? Frisia could hardly fathom that he had received such a response. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Beerus delivered a swift kick to him. Ouch! Frisia let out a blood-curdling scream, using every ounce of strength to rise, only to collapse once more onto the stretcher. The force of the kick was nothing short of tremendous. His already deteriorating condition worsened, with several bones now fractured. However, the physical pain paled in comparison to the turmoil within. Frisia was utterly perplexed. He believed his performance was flawless, infused with genuine emotion. Yet, how could a peaceful conversation devolve so abruptly into hostility? Beerus, observing the incapacitated Frisia, spoke with a chilling demeanor. Who do you think you are to suggest assistance to the enforcer? A sigh escaped Whis, who felt a sense of helplessness. In many respects, Jiang Fei, the enforcer, could be deemed a deity among deities. It was customary for the enforcer to critique others, who would dare offer suggestions to such an authority. Frisia had indeed stepped onto a bed of nails. Gula, witnessing the sudden shift in events, felt a spark of excitement return to his eyes. Although he was unfamiliar with the role of the enforcer, the fury etched on Beerus' face was telling. The young man encountered days prior must certainly hold a rank above that of a god of destruction. Otherwise, the ruler of the cosmos, Beerus, would not exhibit such ire. Lord Beerus, what Frisia just conveyed is not entirely accurate. He was far from courteous. Gula seized the opportunity, positioning himself before Beerus. With a frosty glare, Beerus scrutinized Gula. Squeezing a single word through clenched teeth, speak. Clearing his throat, Gula proceeded to recount the dialogue exchanged between Frisia and Jiang Fei. Hey, are you here to watch a show? He taunted. Oh, are you addressing me? He scoffed. Who else could it be if not me? With that, Gula crossed his arms, his eyes brimming with disdain, perfectly mimicking Frisia's arrogant demeanor. Beerus, witnessing Gula's vivid portrayal, felt as though his heart had momentarily stopped, struggling to catch his breath. Whis was momentarily taken aback. Who would dare speak so audaciously in the presence of the enforcer? Frisia. Beerus stormed over to the stretcher-bound Frisia, exclaiming, You miserable wretch. He delivered a forceful kick. With a gasp, Frisia expelled a mouthful of blood, crashing against the door of the chamber, succumbing to unconsciousness. In the moments before his blackout, despair engulfed him. He longed to weep uncontrollably. Had he known this would be his fate, he would never have sought the Dragon Balls on Namek. Breathing heavily, Beerus was seething with rage. He raised his hand, poised to eliminate Frisia, but reconsidered. Allowing him to perish so easily would be too merciful. Pointing to the fallen figure at the door, he commanded Gula, Increase the pressure. Yes, Gula replied, elated. Upon his arrival, Beerus had initially thought Frisia's transformation was already a pitiful sight. Yet now, it appeared Gula's actions were not only justified but also insufficient. From now on, the Frisia force will be your responsibility. Do well, and in your spare time, destroy a few more planets. Beerus instructed Gula with a dispassionate tone. Indeed, I, Gula, shall henceforth follow Lord Beerus without question. Whatever you command, I shall comply. Gula declared with unwavering conviction. He had long envisioned this day, yet he never anticipated its arrival would be so sudden. Although he had previously managed to gain control over the Frisia force, it was still a matter of seizing an opportunity. Now that Lord Beerus had personally spoken, it was tantamount to an official endorsement. Whis approached slowly. Lord Beerus, should we continue our search for the Grand Minister? Beerus frowned, uncertain of Jiang Fei's whereabouts. A directionless quest was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. I may have an inkling of their destination, Gula interjected at that moment. Really? Weren't you just saying you didn't know? Beerus squinted. Gula scratched his head cautiously. I truly did not know, as they departed rather abruptly. However, that gentleman, the Grand Minister, once inquired about a planet's name. This revelation piqued the interest of Whis and Beerus, seemingly shedding some light on Jiang Fei's whereabouts. Do continue, Whis urged calmly. The planet is called Earth. I am uncertain of its exact location, as many rocky planets could bear the name Earth. Whis and Beerus nodded slightly. This was sound reasoning, though it did not pinpoint the location. Gula hesitated before continuing. However, I have examined the trajectory of the spaceship that the Super Saiyan took, and its starting point should be within the Milky Way. Thus, I believe the Grand Minister has accompanied that Super Saiyan to a planet named Earth within the Milky Way. At this revelation, Whis' eyes lit up. He had finally received some useful information. Lord Beerus, the Milky Way is under the jurisdiction of North Kai. We should be able to locate the Grand Minister there, Whis suggested with a smile. Upon hearing Whis' proposal, Beerus waved his hand dismissively. No, I cannot go. Why not? Whis asked, momentarily surprised. It was known that neglecting to pay respects to the Grand Minister, especially when aware of his specific location, was exceedingly impolite. However, given the recent troubles with Frisia, I will not seek him out, even under duress. Whis appeared puzzled. What does Frisia's predicament have to do with you? Consider this. The Grand Minister regards Frisia as my friend, which implies he was aware that Frisia is my subordinate. Now that Frisia has offended him, I would undoubtedly bear some responsibility if it came to light. If I were merely to suffer a beating, that would be one thing. But losing my position and my life would be disastrous. Beerus seemed to have come to a sudden realization, swiftly analyzing all the implications. Surely, you are overthinking this. Lord Beerus, Whis remarked with a hint of amusement. However, he felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the god of destruction's newfound analytical capabilities. A subtle sense of triumph lingered in his heart. It appeared that the individual he had been assisting was not entirely foolish. However, in his view, such analyses were merely overthinking the matter. Beerus cast a glance at Whis and continued, we have yet to engage with him. So it is inevitable that such a situation might arise. It is prudent to prepare for the worst. Simultaneously, he inwardly scoffed. If only everyone were as easily deceived as the Omni King, matters would be far simpler. But individuals of such simplicity are few and far between. The Grand Priest served as a prime example. Although he exhibited signs of anxiety and fear in the presence of the Omni King, he nonetheless understood how to placate the entity. Yet, the Grand Priest was an entirely different case. He dared not display even a hint of disrespect. Why? Because he was not only immensely powerful, but also a person of considerable intellect. A slight misstep could lead to dire consequences, and one might not even realize how they met their end. Such individuals are not easily fooled. Nevertheless, I can't shake the feeling that it would be somewhat disrespectful not to meet the enforcer, Whis remarked with a furrowed brow. Yet, he began to ponder Beerus's words. He had been harboring a weighty sensation, one that stemmed from the enigma of the enforcer. If this individual were amiable, it would be manageable. However, should he prove difficult, the misfortune would not befall Beerus alone. Whis himself might find himself in a predicament too. Lord Beerus, we may evade the initial encounter, but we cannot escape the inevitable, Whis said with a resigned tone. Although he uttered such words, his resolve began to waver. He even envisioned that handsome face adorned with a wicked smile. Perhaps we can postpone the inevitable. I doubt that fellow will seek me out just yet, Beerus sighed, inwardly cursing the audacity of one who would invade the seventh universe. Now, even sleep eluded him, as he remained in a state of unease. So be it. As long as he treats me with the respect I am due, it will suffice. Naturally, a greater reverence would be even better. He had intended to suggest that the respect should be akin to that afforded to one's father. But recalling Frisia's grim fate, he swallowed those words. After all, if he could be so cruel to his own brother, one could only imagine how he would treat his own father. Indeed, I shall bear this in mind, Cooler said, his gaze lowered. Once the instructions were conveyed, Whis and Beerus vanished from the scene in an instant. After they departed, Cooler exhaled slowly, a sense of relief washing over him. However, mere moments later, he was once again engulfed in dread. He murmured to himself, the enforcer? What manner of person could that be? Initially, he had believed Jiang Fei's claim of being Beerus's friend, for it was reasonable to have such a powerful ally. However, based on Beerus's recent demeanor, it was evident that the situation was far more complex than mere friendship. The formidable god of destruction, upon discussing this individual, had exhibited such cowardice that he even hesitated to meet him. Clearly, the person he had encountered previously possessed a status far exceeding that of a god of destruction. On the other side, if Jiang Fei were aware of Beerus's intentions, he would undoubtedly chuckle. He was entirely indifferent to Frisia's provocations, let alone any involvement concerning himself. Had he wished to wreak havoc in the realm of the gods, he would have done so long ago. Although he was unfamiliar with the pathways, he was well acquainted with the route to the Omni King's palace. The reasons for Jiang Fei's inaction were twofold. Firstly, he simply did not care about the matter. Secondly, he feared that should he venture there, the little fool would cling to him, making it impossible to extricate himself from the situation. However, this journey to Earth took them a full half-month, not due to getting lost, but rather because they passed through the planet Yardrat. Drawing upon his memories from his previous life, Jiang Fei was aware that the inhabitants of this planet possessed the ability to use instant transmission, so he decided to linger and master this skill. Despite his formidable strength, he held a deep yearning for the art of instant transmission. Furthermore, his capacity for comprehension and aptitude for learning were exceptionally high. He grasped the technique in under 5 minutes. In contrast, Sun Wukong took significantly longer, spending half a month on it, albeit with Jiang Fei's guidance. Who knows how long it would have taken otherwise? Fortunately, the two of them successfully reached their destination. Ah, we have finally arrived at the familiar yet foreign Earth, Jiang Fei exclaimed as he hovered in the sky, admiring the scenery below. Indeed, we are finally home, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. Although they expressed similar sentiments, their appearances were starkly different. Sun Wukong looked travel-worn, his clothes tattered and his hair in disarray, while Jiang Fei exuded a pristine aura, emanating a transcendent and divine presence. As the two continued to appreciate the earthly vistas, Sun Wukong's stomach grumbled audibly. He chuckled, scratching his head. Let us head to my friend Bulma's place. It's nearby. We should grab something to eat. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Ever since he harnessed divine power, he no longer required sustenance. Nevertheless, the years without indulging in Earth's culinary delights had certainly rekindled his appetite. Without further ado, they set off, with Sun Wukong leading the way to the Capsule Corporation in West City. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the North Kai's expression was grim. His antennae stood erect, motionless, and his fists were clenched tightly, beads of sweat pouring down his face. Just moments ago, he had suddenly lost contact with Earth. If that were all, it would be manageable. However, just a few days prior, Whis from the God of Destruction's realm had communicated with him, emphasizing the need to treat the enforcement officer visiting Earth with utmost respect and to avoid provoking him. Yet, before he could make proper preparations, contact with Earth had been abruptly severed. He understood that the enforcement officer must have arrived. Otherwise, as a deity, he would never be unable to detect Earth signals. Sun Wukong, and that Saiyan on Earth, please do not create any trouble. At this moment, King of the North felt beads of sweat forming in his palms. His heart taut with anxiety. He found himself powerless, initially intending to transmit a message to the warriors on Earth, but now, it seemed even Earth could not be sensed, rendering any notification impossible. He could only hope that Sun Wukong and his companions would refrain from any reckless actions. Simultaneously, he inwardly lamented, "Oh, esteemed enforcer, why must you forsake the realm of the kings and the duties of the God of Destruction to come to this desolate place?" Chapter 21, Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. On Earth, Jiang Fei and Sun Wukong arrived at the largest conglomerate in West City, the Capsule Corporation. As both ascended through the skies, they bypassed the entrance and descended directly into the garden courtyard at the rear of the company. At the forefront of the courtyard stood an opulent residential building. Just as Sun Wukong was about to call out, a figure suddenly materialized before him. Kakarot. The newcomer called out Sun Wukong's Saiyan name in a deep voice, his face suffused with fierce battle intent. Jiang Fei cast a subtle glance and immediately recognized the identity of the individual, none other than Vegeta, the proud Saiyan prince and the second protagonist of Dragon Ball. Vegeta, noticing Jiang Fei, paid him little mind, his attention wholly captivated by Sun Wukong. It was his awareness of Sun Wukong's energy that had guided him to this very spot. To his astonishment, his instincts were correct. It was indeed the Kakarot he had long yearned to see. Sun Wukong waved slightly, expressing surprise as he spoke. "Vegeta, it's been a long time. It appears you've been resurrected." A smile then graced his face, for if someone of Vegeta's stature could return, then surely Krillin must have been revived as well. "Humph. I'm not so easily vanquished," Vegeta retorted with disdain, his expression revealing his incredulity. "But you, who would have thought you were still alive?" The people on Earth had once made a wish to the dragon to revive Sun Wukong, who had perished on Namek. However, the dragon informed them that Sun Wukong was not dead, thus, it could not resurrect a living being. Yet, the dragon unexpectedly conveyed that it was unable to fulfill the wish due to a formidable force surrounding Sun Wukong, which intimidated it from using its powers. Left in bewilderment, the group had no choice but to abandon their endeavor. "Thanks to Jiang Fei, of course," Sun Wukong said cheerfully. Him?" Vegeta scrutinized Jiang Fei closely. Moments later, a frown creased his brow, and a hint of disdain flickered across his face. He could distinctly sense that this individual emitted no energy whatsoever. Perhaps he possessed some form of magic or extraordinary power. Such beings were rare, yet not unheard of. While this person might wield some remarkable ability, in the eyes of the Saiyan prince, they were ultimately deemed trivial. Jiang Fei noticed Vegeta's condescension, but merely offered a polite smile. It wasn't a matter of being magnanimous. Rather, at his level of existence, he found little value in engaging in explanations with others. An ordinary person would find it utterly trivial to explain anything to an ant. The simplest solution would be to crush it underfoot without wasting breath. Moreover, Jiang Fei could no longer be considered an ordinary individual. "Do not divert the topic." Vegeta's gaze returned to Son Goku, his tone sharp. "Kakarot, engage me in battle." He had learned from Gohan and Piccolo that Son Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan, a revelation that had disturbed his composure. The notion that a mere low-class warrior could attain such a transformation was a blow to his pride, which had always been anchored in lineage. "Apologies, Vegeta, but I am not inclined to fight you at the moment," Son Goku replied with a smile, harboring no malice towards Vegeta now. The genuine emotions exchanged during their near demise on Namek had profoundly moved his inherently kind heart. Besides, even if a confrontation were to occur, Vegeta would hardly be a worthy opponent. "You insolent fool." Vegeta clenched his fists and roared. "Do not presume that your status as a Super Saiyan grants you the liberty to look down upon me, the prince." "Huh, I never thought that." Son Goku scratched his head, eager to clarify. He had never regarded Vegeta with disdain. His thoughts were merely preoccupied with the fact that he had yet to eat. Additionally, he had a scheduled duel with Jiang Fei that he was eager to fulfill upon arriving on Earth. "Without a fight, you shall not partake in any sustenance," Vegeta shouted, his voice piercing. Jiang Fei could not help but frown, perceiving Vegeta as somewhat unhinged. Essentially, Vegeta and Son Goku were akin in their nature. Both were hopelessly obsessed with battle. However, their attitudes were starkly contrasting. Son Goku would humbly plead with a stranger for a fight, almost bowing in his desperation, while Vegeta demanded combat, as though issuing an order. Jiang Fei held a degree of admiration for the later incarnation of Vegeta, who demonstrated courage and responsibility, caring for his family. Nevertheless, it was advisable for the earlier version to endure a few more beatings. All right, I shall fight you, but not at this moment. Son Goku lamented. No, it must be now. I shall demonstrate my strength. Vegeta insisted, his tone brooking no argument. Must I first satisfy my hunger? I have yet to eat, Son Goku retorted. If you do not engage me, you shall partake in nothing. Hey, Vegeta, this is not your domain. You are being excessively tyrannical. What of it? The entire world is subject to the decree of this prince. Jiang Fei listened to their bickering, feeling a headache coming on. Had he known this would unfold, he would have sought a restaurant where he could have already enjoyed a hearty meal of 4 dishes and soup. Just as he contemplated whether to depart, a woman clad in a white lab coat, with striking blue hair and flawless porcelain skin, gracefully pushed open the door to the residence. Oh, Bulma. Jiang Fei lifted his gaze and instantly recognized her. Bulma stood at the door, her fists clenched and her eyes ablaze with fury as she bellowed. What on earth is all this noise? Can't you keep it down? She had been on the verge of a breakthrough in her experiment, only to be interrupted by the raucous clamor outside. A frown creased her brow, and her heart sank as her hand trembled, resulting in the failure of her work. The two combatants continued their verbal sparring, seemingly unfazed by her furious outburst, exchanging barbs with increasing fervor. Wait a minute, Goku. Bulma suddenly recognized that the one arguing with Vegeta was none other than her long-absent friend, Son Goku. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, but the thought of her painstakingly achieved results going to waste reignited her ire. Observing the duo as their argument escalated, she could no longer restrain herself and marched over to intervene. As she approached, she muttered under her breath, honestly, all they ever do is fight, disrupting my work. If they were at least good-looking, it might be excusable, but instead, at that moment, her peripheral vision caught something, drawing her gaze fully toward it. Abruptly, her complaints ceased, her footsteps faltered, and she stood transfixed. The fiery anger in her eyes was replaced by a shimmering awe, as she murmured, how can someone be this stunning? She unconsciously swallowed hard, her lips glistening as she licked them. Chapter 22. Can a person really look like this? Jiang Fei noticed Bulma's gaze resting upon him. Out of politeness, he smiled and nodded, acknowledging her presence. That simple smile sent Bulma's heart racing, causing her to forget the quarrel between Goku and Vegeta. It was as if her very soul had been ensnared, and she found herself drawn, almost dazed, to Jiang Fei. As she drew closer and beheld his flawless features, it felt as though her breath was being stolen away. Is it possible for a person to look like this? Bulma's eyes sparkled with wonder. Jiang Fei, taken aback by her words, was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a remark from Bulma upon their first meeting. It felt oddly disconcerting, as if she were chastising him. No, Bulma quickly clarified, noticing the change in his expression. What I meant to say is that someone can actually look like this. Astonishingly human. Jiang Fei found himself at a loss for words. Her statement seemed even more perplexing than the first. In his recollections, Bulma was a super genius, a leading scientist of the world. Yet, at that moment, she appeared somewhat less than astute. Oh dear, you are just so incredibly handsome, strikingly so, almost as if you aren't quite human. Bulma stammered. Her cheeks flushed. She intended to convey that he resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, but the thought of earthly deities made her reconsider, realizing that comparing Jiang Fei to them would be a grave insult. Jiang Fei chuckled softly, nodding in understanding. In his previous life, his appearance had been utterly unremarkable. Upon entering the divine realm, he absorbed an immense quantity of divine energy, leading to the sublimation of his entire being. Not only did his appearance transform into one of striking handsomeness, but his demeanor also radiated an extraordinary elegance. A change so profound that even he found it hard to believe. Each time he gazed into the mirror, he often mused that were he a woman, he would undoubtedly fall madly in love with himself. This was not mere vanity. Rather, it was an unwavering confidence that could hardly be overstated. Hello, I'm Bulma. Pleased to meet you, she said, her expression a blend of shyness and grace as she extended her delicate, fair hand. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded, naturally clasping her hand in return. Delighted to meet you as well. I'm Jiang Fei, a friend of Goku. Wow. Bulma's heart raced with excitement. In truth, she barely registered anything beyond his name. The fact that he was Goku's friend seemed trivial. She was certain of one thing. She had firmly decided to befriend this individual. As Jiang Fei noticed Bulma's almost dazed expression, he couldn't help but smirk. When he attempted to withdraw his hand, he found it firmly grasped, showing no signs of release. Miss Bulma, might we loosen our grip for a moment? He said, a hint of exasperation in his voice. It wasn't that he couldn't free his hand. Rather, he feared that even a slight tug might send her soaring into the heavens. Reluctantly, Bulma released his slender hand, her gaze still starry-eyed. Jiang Fei felt a sense of resignation wash over him. Perhaps it was the influence of divine power. But the longing he had once harbored for companionship in his previous life now seemed to dissolve. Faced with the opposite sex, especially one with such allure, he found himself remarkably unperturbed, as if he had transcended the trivialities of mortal desires. Noticing the awkward silence, Bulma sought to rekindle the conversation. By the way, how did you and Goku come to visit me? Oh, it's nothing much. Goku mentioned he wanted to come over for a meal, Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards the two who were still engaged in a spirited argument. It appeared that their bickering would likely escalate, and before long, they might even come to blows. At that point, the notion of dining would be the least of their concerns. As Jiang Fei prepared to depart, Bulma, disregarding any semblance of a demure demeanor, wrapped her arm around his. Her face lit up with a look of infatuation as she sweetly exclaimed, "Oh, it's perfectly fine. Let them argue. You can enjoy your meal without any hindrance." With that, she began to pull him toward her residence. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Fei nodded slightly. It mattered not where they dined. He decided to forego formality. Casting a glance at Bulma, he extricated his arm from her embrace, stating coolly, "Dining is one thing. I'll be covering the expenses." With that, he proceeded toward the entrance of her home. Bulma, incensed by Jiang Fei's composure amidst her overtures, stomped her foot in frustration. She thought to herself that she had yet to fully claim her prize, yet here he was, slipping away. Fine, let them bicker, she resolved. I shall enjoy the company of this handsome man. With that, she hurried after Jiang Fei, closing the door behind them. Upon entering, Jiang Fei was immediately enveloped in an ambience of opulence, characteristic of the affluent. The luxurious decor not only exuded extravagance, but also boasted cutting-edge technology that was unparalleled on Earth. Bulma promptly retrieved an array of ingredients from the refrigerator and ventured into the kitchen, immersing herself in culinary preparations. Unfazed, Jiang Fei found a place to sit, as the refrigerator was stocked primarily with partially cooked delicacies. Consequently, the delectable dishes were swiftly readied and presented at the table. The enticing aroma wafting from the meals stirred Jiang Fei's appetite. Come, savor my culinary skills. If it's not enough, there's plenty more. Bulma beamed with delight. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first win over his stomach. This was not merely confidence in her culinary prowess. Rather, these dishes were specially processed semi-finished products that merely required heating, yet their flavors rivaled those of five-star establishments. Such exquisite tastes were exclusive to the wealthy. Thank you. Jiang Fei expressed his gratitude with a nod, then eagerly picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Indeed, the moment the food touched his palate, his eyes sparkled with delight, not solely due to the taste, but also from a profound sense of familiarity. It seems you are quite pleased with the flavors, Bulma mused. Resting her chin on her hand, her eyes shimmering with joy, she found great pleasure in quietly observing Jiang Fei, particularly noting his refined manner of eating. Unlike Sun Wukong or Vegeta, who devoured their meals with reckless abandon, Jiang Fei approached each bite with elegance and deliberation. In truth, Jiang Fei's composed demeanor was not a conscious effort to appear sophisticated. He simply was not hungry enough to gorge himself. He wished to savor the flavors. Hence the meticulousness with which he chewed each morsel. Outside the residence, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were on the brink of a physical altercation, their auras beginning to manifest as the air around them stirred with tension. Come on, just like that. Let us see your true strength, Kakarot. Vegeta shouted, his excitement palpable. This was the outcome he desired. Today, he must engage with Kakarot, no matter what. Initially, he intended to spar with Jiang Fei first, but it seemed that would have to wait. However, before he could finish his thought, Sun Wukong twitched his nose, seemingly catching a whiff of the delightful food. Following the enticing scent, he discovered it emanated from Bulma's residence. Upon looking down, he noticed that Jiang Fei had already vanished without a trace. Wow, Jiang Fei, how cunning of you to dine without a word, Sun Wukong complained, realizing he had no time to continue bickering with Vegeta. With a swift retraction of his aura, he dashed into the building like a famished wolf. Vegeta, watching Sun Wukong's retreat, was left seething with frustration. After all that shouting, it had yielded no results. Yet, he took note of Sun Wukong's earlier remark about wanting to learn from Jiang Fei, which piqued his curiosity. That individual, devoid of any presence, why would Kakarot mention him? Not in the context of battle or sparring, but rather to experience his prowess. With a glance at the residence ahead, Vegeta, filled with reluctance and curiosity, soared through the air. If this individual named Jiang Fei indeed possessed remarkable abilities, perhaps it would be prudent to allow him to witness the might of the Saiyan Prince. Chapter 23. Without contrast, there is no pain. Inside the apartment, Jiang Fei continued to savor his delectable meal, a blissful smile gracing his face. Delicious, he declared, setting down his chopsticks. He then procured 2 napkins, meticulously wiping the remnants from the corners of his mouth. Opposite him sat Bulma, her expression dulled, entranced by the moment. Just then, with a resounding crash, the front door was flung open. In stormed Sun Wukong, his eyes gleaming with insatiable hunger, launching himself towards the table laden with sumptuous dishes. Without uttering a word, he seized the food from the plates, shoving it into his mouth. Sun Wukong, Bulma exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. Just moments ago, she had been lost in thought, envisioning a future with Jiang Fei, even contemplating names for their potential children. But now, Sun Wukong's abrupt entrance shattered both the serene ambience and her beautiful daydreams. With his mouth stuffed, Sun Wukong glanced up and exclaimed, "Oh, Bulma, you're home." Yet, the fullness of his cheeks rendered his words incomprehensible. "Jiang Fei, you're dining without inviting me? How inconsiderate," he added, directing his attention back to Jiang Fei. Pouring himself a cup of tea, Jiang Fei took a moment to savor the flavor. After swallowing the rich brew, he let out a contented sigh. Observing Sun Wukong, who was devouring his meal with the fervor of an Epicurean, he calmly suggested, "Perhaps you should finish eating before engaging in conversation." With that, he returned to relishing the aromatic tea. Sun Wukong nodded with his cheeks bulging, hastening his consumption. Chicken legs vanished like toothpicks. Buns were devoured as though they were mere snacks. Noodles were slurped as if they were water, and fried rice was gobbled like thin porridge. "Ah," Bulma sighed in exasperation, glancing between Jiang Fei and Sun Wukong. As the saying goes, without contrast, there is no pain. Now, her gaze fell upon Jiang Fei, and the more she looked, the more pleasing he appeared. Just as Bulma continued to reflect, a thunderous noise erupted once more within the room. Boom. This time, the door was not merely pushed open. It was shattered by a single punch. Fragments of the door scattered into the food. Sun Wukong, still with his mouth full, glowered in discontent. Bulma sprang to her feet. Her teeth clenched as she demanded, "Vegeta, what on earth are you doing?" "Humph," Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Bulma's concerns. Observing Sun Wukong struggling to articulate through his mouthful, disdain filled his gaze. He noted Jiang Fei's position and strode directly toward him. As Sun Wukong realized that he was not the one being sought, he hastily stuffed some relatively clean food into his mouth. "Vegeta, what on earth are you trying to accomplish?" Bulma exclaimed, her patience wearing thin. Initially, she had no strong objections to Vegeta training in her home. However, today, not only had he disrupted her experiment, but he had also dismantled her door. Now, he was causing trouble for her dream idol. One might think it was Vegeta's house instead. Vegeta disregarded Bulma's words and strode directly towards Jiang Fei. The sudden intrusion by Vegeta caught Jiang Fei off guard. He had already set his tea aside and habitually pulled out a toothpick to hold between his lips. "You are Jiang Fei, correct?" Vegeta asked in a low voice. Jiang Fei remained seated, calm as a mountain, gazing at him with indifference, choosing not to respond. He had discerned that this Vegeta was not only troubled, but severely troubled indeed. "I hear from Kakarot that you are quite formidable," Vegeta interrogated, his tone unfriendly. Jiang Fei recognized Vegeta, whose true name was Vegeta, son of King Vegeta and known as the Prince of the Saiyans. He was the quintessential case of someone who pretended to be the fiercest yet received the harshest blows. This was partly due to his inherent pride, and partly due to his long-standing association with Frieza. In terms of deserving a beating, he could easily stand shoulder to shoulder with Frieza, akin to the legendary pairing of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong in the realm of Dragon Ball. Upon noticing Jiang Fei's disdainful gaze, Vegeta erupted in fury. "You brat, are you deaf? Did you not hear what I said?" His proud nature could not tolerate such disrespectful looks directed at him. Vegeta had now resolved that, regardless of this person's true prowess, he would ensure he faced the appropriate consequences. The dignity of the Prince of Saiyans would not be provoked by anyone. "Regardless of your strength, what is your intention?" Jiang Fei replied coolly. "Oh, what is my intention?" Vegeta sneered. "I simply wish to demonstrate the might of me, Prince Vegeta of the Saiyans." No sooner had he spoken than he swung his fist, a resounding boom echoing as the air crackled with energy. In the blink of an eye, his iron fist was nearly upon Jiang Fei. Sun Wukong swallowed his food, furrowing his brow. "This is bad. Vegeta has actually made the first move." He had intended to challenge Jiang Fei himself, yet he had not finished his meal before the two had engaged. His complaints were not just verbal. A hint of concern flickered in his eyes. Of course, he was not worried about Jiang Fei, but rather about Vegeta. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, surprised that Vegeta had acted without any semblance of courtesy. As the fist approached perilously close to his nose, the corners of his mouth barely twitched. Suddenly, with a swift motion, the toothpick he had been holding shot forth like a flash of lightning. Before Vegeta could comprehend the situation, just as his fist was about to connect, a mocking smile crept onto his face. However, this triumphant expression did not linger for long. A sudden, piercing pain shot through my shoulder, as if my muscles and bones had been penetrated by a bullet. My body instinctively recoiled, and just as my fist was about to make contact with Jiang Fei, it began to veer backward, causing me to be propelled away in an instant. I found myself tumbling several meters backward. Thud! Vegeta collapsed onto the ground, a delicate wound appearing on his shoulder. Crimson blood trickled forth, prompting him to take a deep breath, overwhelmed by a profound sense of astonishment. At that moment, he remained utterly perplexed about how he had sustained such an injury. It felt as though something had pierced through his shoulder, leaving him unsteady and causing him to fall to the ground. Chapter 24. If I break this toothpick, I shall accept your guidance. Bulma was momentarily taken aback. She had merely perceived that Vegeta had suddenly vanished and then, in the blink of an eye, found himself sprawled on the ground. Goku, disregarding his meal, stood up abruptly. From his perspective, everything that had just transpired unfolded before his eyes. It seemed that Vegeta had been struck by something minuscule, which, rather than hitting Jiang Fei, had caused him to injure himself and fall. How infuriating! How could this be? Vegeta clutched his wound, his expression contorted with rage, still unable to comprehend how he had been injured or how he had fallen. Jiang Fei, however, maintained a calm demeanor, as if nothing had occurred. Bulma soon regained her composure and shot a fierce glare at Vegeta before rushing to Jiang Fei's side, her eyes filled with concern. Jiang Fei, are you all right? Her tone exuded worry, as if she regarded him as family. Jiang Fei offered her a gentle smile and slowly shook his head. Oh my, that smile! Upon witnessing it, Bulma felt her heart nearly melt. Were it not for her remaining composure and rationality, she might have exclaimed that such a smile deserved her protection. Jiang Fei gradually rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back, and spoke with a tranquil demeanor. Vegeta, since you wish for me to demonstrate my prowess, I shall grant you that opportunity. Vegeta raised his gaze to meet him, the look of astonishment gradually fading from his face, replaced by a fervent and arrogant glint in his eyes. Perhaps the earlier incident had been a mere accident, or perhaps it was a manifestation of the mysterious power possessed by his opponent. Vegeta mused to himself, somewhat deluding himself into thinking so. After all, up until this moment, Jiang Fei had shown no trace of his true strength. If that is the case, then this prince shall impart some wisdom upon you, Vegeta boldly proclaimed. Thumb pointed at himself. In his eyes, there was nothing particularly remarkable about Jiang Fei. The only individual in this world who could rival him, the Saiyan prince, was Kakarot, his fellow Saiyan. As his arrogance grew, the corners of Vegeta's mouth curled upward, almost to the point of absurdity. And so, Vegeta prepared to launch an offensive, seemingly ready to impart his insights to Jiang Fei. Hold on a moment. Jiang Fei shook his head and extended a hand, gesturing to the wall behind him. First, remove that toothpick. If you can break it, then we shall discuss guidance. Indeed, embedded in the wall was a toothpick, half submerged, with a faint trace of crimson, reminiscent of blood. Suddenly, he glanced down at his own wound, still oozing. He recalled that upon entering, Jiang Fei had been holding a toothpick in his mouth, which had now vanished, revealing how Jiang Fei had utilized it to thwart his attack while inflicting a slight injury. Oh, so it was the toothpick, Sun Wukong mused. He had been perplexed as to what had wounded Vegeta, only to discover it was merely an unassuming toothpick. Meanwhile, the blood within him boiled. The fact that a mere toothpick could injure Vegeta subtly suggested Jiang Fei's formidable strength. Impossible, this cannot be. How could I be injured by a toothpick? Vegeta protested, reluctant to accept this reality. If it had been a beam of energy that had harmed him, he would not have reacted so. Yet, how could a wooden toothpick possibly inflict harm upon someone as robust as he? Jiang Fei smiled wryly. There is nothing impossible about this. A toothpick is trivial. Even a mere spit or breath from me could likely obliterate you. The minor injury you sustained was merely a merciful gesture. Sun Wukong observed Vegeta, who stood frozen in disbelief, and, intrigued, approached the wall to extract the toothpick. He examined the plaster closely, noting that the toothpick was perfectly lodged, exactly half embedded in the wall. This indicated that Jiang Fei's technique was not only immensely powerful, but also remarkably precise. A toothpick capable of penetrating Vegeta's body was no trivial feat. It could easily pierce through the earth itself. Enough, Vegeta. Do not linger in shock. If you wish to challenge Jiang Fei, you must first break this toothpick, Sun Wukong declared, tossing the slender piece of wood to Vegeta. Upon grasping the toothpick, a surge of unrestrained fury erupted within him. You bastard! Vegeta seethed, his face darkened with rage. As the proud prince of the Saiyans, he was among the mightiest in the universe. While he had not destroyed many planets, he had certainly obliterated his fair share. Now, being asked to break a mere toothpick before he could engage in a duel was an affront to his lofty pride. With his thumb pressing down on the toothpick center, Vegeta glared at Jiang Fei, gritting his teeth. You dare insult me, the prince? I shall see you dead. He exerted force with his finger. However, the anticipated crack did not resonate. There was no sensation of wood splintering beneath his touch. What is this? Vegeta muttered, his eyes widening in disbelief as he continued to apply pressure. The toothpick remained unbroken, showing no signs of bending whatsoever. In contrast, Vegeta's thumb appeared somewhat pallid. What on earth are you doing, Vegeta? Goku inquired, astonished by Vegeta's demeanor. He too was curious as to why Jiang Fei had assigned Vegeta such a seemingly trivial task. However, despite his curiosity, he refrained from pressing further. After enduring extensive training, Goku understood that some powerful beings adhered to peculiar rules. Perhaps this was Jiang Fei's regulation. Vegeta paid no heed to Goku's words, remaining entirely focused on the toothpick in his grasp. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead and temples. At that moment, he exerted even greater force, yet the accursed toothpick remained intact. Could it be that this prince was incapable of breaking a mere toothpick? Doubt began to creep into Vegeta's mind, his thumb growing sore from the strain. Nevertheless, he did not relent. He inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and concentrated for approximately a second. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his gaze intense, and whispered fiercely, "Break." In that instant, an unparalleled aura erupted from him. A gale swept through the vicinity, and the residential building crumbled into ruins. "Ah!" Bulma exclaimed, crouching down and shielding her head as enormous stones fell from the ceiling. Goku, shielding his face with his hands, shouted in bewilderment, "Whoa! Vegeta, is it really necessary to exert this much effort just to break a toothpick?" Chapter 25. Did the North Kai run away? Jiang Fei observed the tumbling boulders, remaining calm with his hands behind his back. A brilliant light flickered in his eyes as a transparent semicircular barrier materialized around him. It expanded rapidly, enveloping Bulma and Goku in an instant. Vegeta's power surged even higher. The building was entirely leveled, and a white aura soared into the sky. The shockwave radiated outward, uprooting the earth itself. Bulma huddled on the ground, trembling in fear. Yet, to her astonishment, the massive stones that should have struck her head had not descended. Why was there no sensation of pain? "Wow, Jiang Fei, that was impressive," Goku remarked, brushing off the dust from his clothes with a smile. Although he feared not the stones, no one wished to be buried alive. "Jiang Fei?" Bulma, hearing Goku's voice, slowly opened her eyes and stood up. She realized that the area beneath her was protected by a barrier resembling glass. While the surrounding structures lay in ruins, the ground beneath her remained untouched. "So Jiang Fei saved me," she murmured to herself, placing a hand over her heart. Her gaze toward Jiang Fei not only grew more affectionate, but also hinted at admiration. Beyond the transparent barrier, Vegeta continued to struggle fiercely against the toothpick. His energy soared, and the white aura blazed upwards. The ground beneath began to crack rapidly, forming spiderweb-like fissures. Yet, despite this, it was helpless against that toothpick on the king of the North's planet. He wore a somber expression, beads of cold sweat cascading down his face, nearly pooling into a stream. What on earth was Vegeta doing? The king of the North trembled, his breaths becoming increasingly labored. Although he could not sense the presence of Earth, the aura emanating from Vegeta was faintly perceptible. However, at that moment, he wished he could sense nothing at all. Could it be that Vegeta was clashing with the Enforcer? The more he pondered, the more alarmed he became, fearing he might frighten himself to death. Yet, his concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Vegeta was not battling with Jiang Fei. Rather, he was fiercely contending with a mere toothpick. On Earth, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Krillin, and Gohan had gathered together, all sensing the potent energy radiating from Vegeta. They were hastening toward the location of the Capsule Corporation, as such a formidable aura might indicate an encounter with an enemy. As warriors of Earth, they felt compelled to investigate. If trouble was indeed afoot, they might be able to assist. However, they found it peculiar that if Vegeta had encountered an adversary, why was it only his energy they sensed? Where was the energy of the opponent? These questions could only be answered upon their arrival. At the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta's aura continued to escalate. Waves of energy surged forth, demolishing the surrounding structures. Bulma, having emerged from her daze, realized that this was her home. Observing the devastation around her, her blood pressure spiked. "Hey Vegeta, stop it. Can you hear me? Stop right now." Bulma protested loudly against the barrier. It wasn't merely about the financial loss. After all, they were the richest family in the world. It was the numerous laboratories among the buildings, filled with ongoing research. Their destruction would undoubtedly cause her great distress. "Hey, Vegeta, you scoundrel. Are you listening?" she shouted, banging on the barrier. Seeing Bulma's frantic state, Jiang Fei shook his head in exasperation and decided to lend a hand. With a flick of his wrist, a transparent barrier materialized around Vegeta, causing the raging energy surrounding him to vanish without a trace. The successive shockwaves ceased, and the remaining structures were spared. If this continued, the Capsule Corporation might well vanish from the Earth altogether. With a sigh of relief, Bulma patted her chest. Jiang Fei remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. At that moment, the warriors of Earth arrived on the scene. What perplexed them was that, moments ago, they could feel an overwhelming aura, yet upon arriving here, that presence had inexplicably vanished. Nonetheless, they laid eyes on Vegeta, which only deepened their intrigue, for he was ensconced within a barrier, seemingly preoccupied with manipulating some object. His face flushed with exertion. On King Kai's planet, the North Kai sensed Vegeta's aura dissipate, and his heart plummeted. Could it be that this fellow was vanquished by the Lord of Justice? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He even began to envision Vegeta's arrogant demeanor, radiating that formidable energy, defiantly pointing at the Lord of Justice. What the hell is this so-called justice? You will learn that before this prince, you are nothing. Yet before he could finish, the Lord of Justice delivered a righteous judgment, extinguishing him with a single strike. No, no, I cannot remain here. The North Kai gasped, his antennae trembling, drenched in sweat. His mind raced as he sought a strategy. After all, Earth was under his jurisdiction. Whis had instructed him to properly entertain the Lord of Justice. Yet he found himself unable to establish contact with Earth. Not only was he out of touch, but he had also inadvertently offended Vegeta. As the king of this realm, he was indeed in dire straits. What to do? The North Kai's face was etched with worry, his inner turmoil growing more unbearable. Perhaps I should hide with the other Kais for a few days, he muttered helplessly. Though one could evade for a moment. Evading forever was impossible. Yet, who wouldn't wish to prolong their life a little longer? If he could buy himself some time, preserving his life would be paramount. And everything else could be addressed later. Soon, the North Kai gathered his belongings, taking with him the monkey and the insect, and hastily departed from the scene. Chapter 26. The Gathering of Earth Warriors. Meanwhile, on Earth, the gathering not only included Vegeta, but also an old acquaintance, Son Goku. Father, Gohan exclaimed, rushing towards him. He had long yearned for his father's presence, wondering when they would reunite. To his surprise, during a visit to the Capsule Corporation, he found him. Gohan, Goku replied, waving with a smile. A wave of deep affection surged within him. He was the type who, if not reminded, would not experience such sentiments. Yet upon seeing his son, the feeling of familial love was more profound than ever. At that moment, Jiang Fei appropriately dispelled the barrier surrounding them. The father and son embraced tightly, with Goku lifting Gohan high into the air. Goku, it seems you truly are unscathed. I always knew you wouldn't perish so easily, Gohan said joyfully. Krillin, Tien, and Piccolo soon joined them, their expressions brimming with happiness. After all, they had lived and fought together, and the excitement of reuniting after such a long separation was overwhelming. It's wonderful to see everyone together again. Son Wukong cradled Gohan in his arms, greeting everyone with a cheerful smile. Despite the devastation surrounding them, the atmosphere remained buoyant. Conversations flowed freely, touching on various topics, from familial matters to domestic chores, creating a warm and harmonious ambience. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Son Wukong strolled over to Jiang Fei. Come, everyone, meet Jiang Fei, the one who brought me from that planet Namek. At that moment, Bulma shyly approached Jiang Fei, giving the impression to onlookers that they were an inseparable pair. Krillin, Tien, and others stepped forward to offer their greetings, while Piccolo merely acknowledged him with a cool nod. As familiar faces surrounded him, Jiang Fei felt a swell of nostalgia. Yet, he couldn't help but notice the absence of one individual. Where could the tea god have gone? Jiang Fei pondered silently, glancing at Bulma beside him. If he recalled correctly, was it appropriate for them to be so close? Regardless of his thoughts, Bulma felt quite at ease with the proximity. Gohan, held tenderly by his father, expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Oh, it was just a small effort. No need for thanks. Jiang Fei replied with a gentle smile. Krillin, sporting his gleaming bald head, enthusiastically chimed in. Jiang Fei smiled and shook his head, intending to remain modest. However, before he could speak, Son Wukong eagerly interrupted, exclaiming, Jiang Fei isn't merely strong, he is extraordinarily powerful, beyond comprehension. The crowd gasped, their attention immediately fixated on Jiang Fei. They all recognized Son Wukong's immense strength, a veritable pinnacle among them, capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan and bravely confronting Frieza. For Son Wukong to make such an assertion about Jiang Fei indicated the latter's formidable prowess. Is that true? Krillin asked, his surprise palpable. At this juncture, he began animatedly recounting the events that transpired on Namek. As Son Wukong's narration unfolded, the expressions on everyone's faces morphed from astonishment to sheer shock. Sighing in resignation, Jiang Fei mused to himself about how Son Wukong could be such a blabbermouth, divulging everything he knew in one go. Yet, this also illustrated Son Wukong's genuine sincerity towards others. I never imagined Uncle Jiang Fei could be so powerful, even someone as wicked as Frieza fears him, Gohan remarked. His admiration evident. After hearing Son Wukong's tale, even the typically aloof Piccolo couldn't help but cast a few more glances at Jiang Fei. He too harbored a proud desire for strength, but as adversaries grew increasingly formidable, that pride gradually receded into the depths of his heart, ultimately fading away, leading him to willingly adopt a supportive role. Oh, by the way, what is Vegeta up to? Krillin suddenly recalled, remembering that they had come because of Vegeta's energy signature. Yet, the peculiar behavior of Vegeta left them utterly perplexed. Even now, he seemed to be grappling with something intangible. Oh, Vegeta. Goku turned his head and, with a dismissive tone, elucidated, he insisted on sparring with Jiang Fei, and Jiang Fei casually injured him with a toothpick, asserting that they could only engage in combat once the toothpick was broken. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, their disbelief prompting them to repeatedly confirm with Goku. He was injured by a toothpick? Just a casual toothpick? After some contemplation, they realized that Vegeta was, in fact, struggling to break a toothpick. Their perception of this world felt disoriented after merely a brief stay. Vegeta, ensconced within the barrier, was locked in a battle of wits with the toothpick, his energy unwavering. Perhaps his intense focus, coupled with Jiang Fei's barrier, severed his connection to the outside world. Unbeknownst to him, a considerable crowd had gathered around. What material is that toothpick made of? Surely, Vegeta cannot be incapable of breaking a mere toothpick. Krillin murmured absent-mindedly. The collective gaze of the onlookers converged upon Jiang Fei. To them, it was evident that the toothpick was no ordinary implement. Presumably, it was crafted from some special material. However, Jiang Fei had previously held it in his hand and perceived nothing remarkable about it, feeling that with a mere exertion, he could reduce it to powder. Seeing everyone's eyes fixed upon him, Jiang Fei chuckled helplessly and softly clarified, "It is indeed just an ordinary toothpick." He gestured towards a table where remnants of food were left, beside which lay a box of toothpicks. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 27. This person must be a deity. Indeed, while the toothpick appeared ordinary, it bore a trace of my power, Jiang Fei continued, observing the myriad expressions of astonishment on their faces. Ah, now it makes sense. Krillin exhaled a sigh of relief. He had sensed something amiss earlier. A toothpick, even in the hands of an average person, could easily be broken. How much more so for Vegeta? It turned out that the toothpick was imbued with a hint of Jiang Fei's strength. Wait, that's not right. A sudden realization struck Krillin, and his expression shifted to one of shock. The others were similarly astounded, their jaws agape. Aside from Vegeta, who was still immersed in his struggle against the toothpick, the entire scene fell into a profound silence. Is it truly that a mere trace of his own power renders Vegeta powerless? Piccolo muttered to himself. He found himself compelled to reassess the young man named Jiang Fei standing before him. Yet, upon closer inspection, he was overwhelmed by an uncanny sensation. Perhaps it was the influence of a divine being, for he too could sense no trace of energy. Yet, he could perceive an ethereal and sacred power enveloping Jiang Fei, a force that instilled a flicker of trepidation deep within his soul. Sun Wukong, however, was unconcerned with such matters. The fervor in his eyes burned intensely. Even a mere toothpick infused with a hint of that power rendered Vegeta helpless. If a confrontation were to ensue, what would be the outcome? Jiang Fei, let us engage in battle without delay. Sun Wukong exclaimed excitedly, setting his son down. He could no longer contain the fiery fervor within him. Regardless of Jiang Fei's prowess, he was determined to experience it firsthand. Very well, Jiang Fei replied with enthusiasm. The agreement they had previously made now seemed fitting. With that, his feet lifted from the ground, slowly ascending into the air. How astonishing. He feels no energy yet can soar. Tianjin Han remarked, astonished. According to their martial arts philosophy, flight necessitated harnessing one's internal energy. Yet, once again, Jiang Fei astonished them. I shall join you, Sun Wukong declared, his gaze sharpening as energy began to coalesce around him. Huh! With a fierce roar, the white aura surrounding him transformed into a brilliant golden hue. His black hair stood on end, also taking on a golden tint. The overwhelming energy caused the very earth to tremble, and the air became oppressively hot. After completing his transformation, Sun Wukong gazed upward, a slight smile gracing his lips. In the next instant, he appeared before Jiang Fei, their eyes locking, one exuding fervor, the other radiating tranquility. Below, spectators held their breath, their eyes glued to the sky, fearful of missing a moment of the impending clash. Is this the Super Saiyan? Such formidable energy. Tianjin Han gulped, witnessing Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan form for the first time. The sheer magnitude of energy left him in awe. Impressive. Is this how Wukong defeated Frieza? Krillin remarked, equally astonished. Like Tianjin Han, he too was witnessing a Super Saiyan for the first time. His earlier ritual had played a role in Wukong's transformation, yet he regretted not seeing the form until now. Meanwhile, Piccolo and Gohan, though excited by the scene, maintained a calm demeanor compared to their counterparts. They had witnessed Sun Wukong's might in this form before, so they were less astonished. In the sky, Sun Wukong, brimming with combat spirit, queried, will you strike first? Or shall I? Please, go ahead. Once I make my move, you may not have another chance, Jiang Fei replied with an inviting gesture and a serene smile. Though their conversation was hushed, the spectators below could hear every word distinctly. Klin, Tianjin Fan, and even Sun Wukong were momentarily dumbfounded by Jiang Fei's words. Sun Wukong's current power had reached a terrifying level, and one would think Jiang Fei would be cautious before speaking so boldly. However, they dismissed it as mere pre-battle bravado. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. Sun Wukong did not underestimate Jiang Fei. Upon finishing his statement, he moved with such swiftness that he vanished from sight. Before anyone could react, he had already appeared before Jiang Fei. Without any unnecessary movements, Sun Wukong unleashed his fist, enveloped in blazing golden flames. Boom! The forceful attack landed squarely on Jiang Fei's face, creating a thunderous explosion that dispersed the surrounding clouds. Yet, despite the tremendous display of power, Jiang Fei remained unscathed, not even swaying slightly in midair. What? The onlookers below erupted in astonished gasps, unable to believe their own eyes. Sun Wukong's speed was so extraordinary that they could hardly perceive it. The sheer force of the attack induced a sensation of suffocation among them. To think that such a punch could yield no effect at all. While they had anticipated Jiang Fei's formidable strength, it was inconceivable that he could withstand a punch without flinching. Who on earth is this individual? Piccolo furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. The longer he observed Jiang Fei, the more he felt an oppressive force weighing down on his soul, even stirring within him a strange urge to kneel before this young man. Initially inclined to believe in Sun Wukong's victory, he now felt as though Sun Wukong was but a tiny insect attempting to shake a great tree. An absurd notion that seemed to arise from the depths of his being. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, in the divine hall above the Caringta, the deity observed the battle below. His garments soaked with sweat. His frail hands struggled to grip his staff, resembling a candle nearing its end. Divine One, what troubles you? Babu, his servant, looked at him with concern, supporting his arms to prevent him from collapsing. This person, if I am not mistaken, must be a god. The deity's voice trembled. He sensed that the being engaging in combat with Sun Wukong was a genuine god, one of an incomprehensibly higher order than himself. Just watching from a distance filled him with an overwhelming dread that made it difficult to stand. Chapter 28. Do not oppose the Sun family. Jiang Fei, you truly are formidable. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. He had anticipated a lopsided battle, but he never imagined it would be so utterly one-sided. Can we continue? Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. To be honest, the punch from Sun Wukong had only served to tickle him, like a gentle breeze caressing the cheek. It was not only painless, but also somewhat pleasant. Indeed, Sun Wukong steadied his breath and once more swung his fist with all his might. He was not the kind to surrender easily. Although that last strike was powerful, it had only utilized 70% of his strength. This time, he resolved to summon every ounce of his energy, delivering a thunderous blow that struck fiercely against Jiang Fei's face. The sky roared with ferocity, and the very fabric of space began to tremble slightly. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Jiang Fei stood impervious in the void, entirely unaffected, his expression still serene and untroubled. Still ineffective? Sun Wukong observed this, his eyelids twitching momentarily. Very well. With a mighty roar, his aura surged once again. The golden flames enveloping him transformed into a wild blaze. His entire being shimmered with golden light, overshadowing the sun itself. He unleashed a flurry of rapid and relentless strikes upon Jiang Fei's various points. Bang, bang, bang. Thunder rolled through the heavens, shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. Though the battle unfolded in the skies, the impacts reverberated down to the very ground, causing violent tremors. Jiang Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, effortlessly blocking wave after wave of Sun Wukong's assaults with sheer physical prowess. His countenance remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of distress. Sun Wukong had reached the pinnacle of his strength, yet he could not budge Jiang Fei in the slightest. Piccolo closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. He dared not continue to gaze at the unfolding scene above. The situation had become one of utter domination. The opponent needed not even lift a finger, leaving everyone in a state of helplessness. Should they engage in combat, the outcome would be all but certain. Not far from the gathered onlookers, within the protective barrier, Vegeta's energy surged to a new zenith. Finally, with a sharp crack, the toothpick in his hand snapped. The moment the toothpick broke, Vegeta collapsed onto the ground. Gasping for air, his clothing was thoroughly soaked with sweat. Do you see? This is the prowess of a Saiyan prince. Such a trivial toothpick, easily conquered. Vegeta mumbled to himself, feeling somewhat dazed. After all, breaking that toothpick had taken all his strength. However, unbeknownst to him, it was not his own might that had shattered the toothpick, but rather the power Jiang Fei had bestowed upon it, which had gradually dissipated over time. Otherwise, even if he had strained for a year, he could not have broken it. Just as Vegeta was resting, he began to notice that the surroundings had grown significantly quieter. He turned his neck and caught sight of the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Jiang Fei. Kakarot. Vegeta's pupils constricted sharply. He sprang to his feet, murmuring to himself, "Is that the Super Saiyan?" Today marked the first time he beheld the visage of a Super Saiyan, and a multitude of emotions flooded his heart, soon accompanied by a sense of indignation. Damn it, the mightiest Saiyan ought to be this prince. Vegeta gritted his teeth and proclaimed, pointing vehemently at the sky, "Kakarot, descend at once, so that this prince may deal with him." Without regard for whether his strength had been restored, he harnessed his energy, and once more, a white aura enveloped him. With a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself into the air. However, before he could ascend more than 5 or 6 meters, a resounding thud echoed. What on earth is so hard? My head. The spectators on the ground, drawn by the commotion, turned their gaze. What is that fool doing? Tien Shinhan furrowed his brow. It seems he is performing a role. Krillin scratched his bald head. The barrier set by Jiang Fei not only severed Vegeta's energy signature, but also muffled his voice, leaving the onlookers unaware of Vegeta's earlier outburst. Only hearing the dull thud of impact. Indeed, I never anticipated Jiang Fei's strength to be this formidable, Krillin remarked, now fixated on the battle above. It was difficult to fathom the extent of this individual's power. Goku's energy was powerful enough to make me tremble, yet this person, despite enduring numerous assaults, remained unscathed. Tien Shinhan shared his thoughts as well. Piccolo stood with arms crossed, eyes closed, hoping to dispel the fear that lurked deep within his soul. The battle in the sky raged on. Goku's fists blurred with speed and force, yet he could not displace Jiang Fei in the slightest. Goku now recognized that their strengths existed on entirely different planes. If he had previously wished to exchange blows, now he merely sought to elicit even the slightest movement from Jiang Fei. Even the most minute reaction would suffice to satisfy him. Goku panted after a series of strikes, swiftly creating distance while maintaining a piercing gaze on Jiang Fei. After prolonged assault, both his body and spirit were weary. What is the matter, Goku? Is that all you can muster? Jiang Fei remarked with a gentle smile. Hey, it's still early, Goku replied with a dry laugh. Let me show you this technique. With that, Goku focused intently, bringing his hands together, channeling energy between them. Moments later, a blinding light surged forth. Kamehameha. A formidable pillar of white light surged towards Jiang Fei. Observing the Kamehameha wave, Jiang Fei chuckled and shook his head, recalling the adage not to engage in energy clashes with the Sun family. Thus, he chose to comply. Just as the energy wave was about to engulf him, Jiang Fei slightly parted his lips and gently exhaled towards the oncoming force. The Kamehameha wave, drawing perilously close, appeared to spiral out of control. It brushed past the tip of his nose, veering sharply at a 90-degree angle, and surged skyward. In the blink of an eye, the light wave executed an astonishing acute turn, hurtling towards Sun Wukong's position. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly believe that the energy he had unleashed was now barreling back towards him, tracing an incredible array of arcs in midair. In a flurry, he attempted to retract his energy, severing the flow that had coalesced in his hands. Yet, it was evident that he was too late. The released light wave had already amassed tremendous force. Sun Wukong could only watch, wide-eyed, as the formidable impact of the Kamehameha wave collided with him. Boom! An explosion reverberated through the sky, instantly enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. From within this haze, a figure plummeted rapidly to the ground, none other than Sun Wukong, struck by his own technique. He descended like a free-falling object, heading straight for the earth. His hair had already lost its color, and although his aura remained, it was far from the overwhelming presence it once was. Chapter 29, A Marvelous Ability. On the ground, the spectators, having witnessed Jiang Fei's prowess, were left in a state of shocked disbelief. Sun Wukong's defeat was unequivocal, devoid of any counterattack. Remarkably, his opponent had not truly engaged him in combat. Rather, he had been vanquished by his own technique. Thud! Sun Wukong's body crashed heavily onto the ground. Wukong, the onlookers, emerging from their stupor, rushed over. Sun Gohan knelt beside his father, concern etched on his face. Wukong, are you alright? Are you hurt? Others chimed in with anxious inquiries. Jiang Fei is truly formidable, beyond imagination. Sun Wukong lay on the ground, grinning despite his disheveled appearance. In truth, he had not sustained significant injury, having promptly retracted his energy and preventing any further accumulation. Had the assault continued, the outcome might have been dire. Jiang Fei observed the conclusion of the battle with a smile. A flash of white light emanated from him, dispersing the smoke that shrouded the sky. He descended gracefully from the air, exuding an ethereal presence, as if he were untouched by the earthly realm. Wow, Jiang Fei is incredibly handsome. Bulma's eyes widened in awe. Though she had not fully grasped the events of the battle, the outcome was clear. Sun Wukong had been defeated. In her mind, Sun Wukong was a relentless warrior, one who rarely tasted defeat. Yet, now, her dream hero had triumphed over him. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but his strength was equally admirable, intensifying her admiration for Jiang Fei. Damn it, Kakarot actually lost. Inside the barrier, Vegeta rose, disbelief etched across his face. He had long aspired to the status of a Super Saiyan, a level of power he had only ever dreamed of attaining. Now, he finds himself defeated in such a disheartening manner, a blow to his dignity. Although it is not his own failure, he nonetheless feels an overwhelming sense of humiliation. What on earth is this, and why can it not be shattered? Vegeta clenched his fists and struck the barrier with fervor. He has realized that this very barrier confines his freedom, rendering him and the outside world utterly disconnected. An intense agitation swells within him. All he desires is to break free and engage in battle with Jiang Fei. Thud, thud, thud. Vegeta unleashed a barrage of punches against the barrier, yet it remained unyielding. This accursed limitation. The relentless blows began to cause discomfort in his hands. Damn it, what is this thing? Vegeta erupted in frustration. Today, he encountered far too many peculiarities. Was it not merely a desire to engage in combat? Why, then, was it so exceedingly difficult? The more he pondered, the more irate and troubled he became. Once more, a surge of energy erupted from Vegeta. He gathered energy in his hands and unleashed a powerful wave directed towards the barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, smoke billowed within the confines of the barrier, accompanied by a cacophony of explosions. Just moments ago, he had broken a toothpick. And now he found himself battling against the very barrier that imprisoned him. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was barely assisted to his feet. Jiang Fei approached slowly, and those surrounding Sun Wukong parted to create a path. The gazes directed at Jiang Fei transformed into expressions of profound respect. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity. When had such a formidable individual emerged on Earth? How had they never heard of him before? Jiang Fei, you are truly cunning. When we first met, you claimed your strength was mediocre. Sun Wukong, despite his battered visage, wore a broad smile. He had never believed Jiang Fei's assertion of being ordinary. Upon witnessing his prowess today, it was clear he was anything but mundane. Jiang Fei chuckled lightly, his tone calm as he replied, I merely spoke the truth. With that, he extended his finger and gently tapped the air twice. Suddenly, a radiant light enveloped Sun Wukong's form. Dad! Sun Wufan exclaimed in astonishment. Those around them were equally taken aback, utterly perplexed by Sun Wukong's transformation. They cast furtive glances at Jiang Fei, silently speculating whether he had intervened once more. Although many entertained this thought, none dared to act, for if Sun Wukong was no match for Jiang Fei, they stood no chance. Sun Wukong glanced at the luminous aura surrounding him and felt no sense of unease. Instead, a warm sensation enveloped his body, offering immense comfort. In the next moment, the wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In merely a few breaths, the light gradually faded, and his injuries vanished, revitalizing his spirit. My wounds have healed. Sun Wukong could hardly believe the extraordinary events unfolding before him. He clenched his fists tightly. Upon realizing that his injuries had indeed healed, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Fei, his eyes filled with astonishment. Jiang Fei, is this your power? Sun Wukong inquired, astonished. The others, witnessing Sun Wukong's recovery, were equally taken aback, their mouths agape in disbelief. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded, remarking that it was merely a trivial effort on his part. He had no intention of harming Sun Wukong, as they were both talents of the seventh universe. Future tasks would heavily depend on him. If Sun Wukong were to suffer injuries that hindered his growth, it would entirely contradict Jiang Fei's original intentions. Upon receiving this revelation, everyone was filled with wonder. The day's shocks had been numerous. First, Vegeta's inability to break a toothpick that Jiang Fei had previously used. Next, the effortless defeat of Sun Wukong without any physical confrontation. And now, the miraculous healing of Sun Wukong's injuries with just a gesture. Such a person was beyond anything they had ever encountered. Truly extraordinary, Krillin murmured in awe. Piccolo, too, was taken aback. As he turned to Jiang Fei, all remnants of pride had vanished, replaced solely by profound respect. How marvelous. It's akin to the magical beans. Sun Wukong thought, filled with envy. Jiang Fei not only possessed immense strength, but also wielded incredible powers. If only he could acquire such abilities, he would never fear injury again and could battle without hesitation. Chapter 30, Little God, I present my respects to Mr. Jiang Fei. As the group continued to marvel at Jiang Fei's astonishing abilities, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, landing gracefully in their courtyard. The unexpected arrival immediately captured their attention. Jiang Fei turned to see who it was. Oh, it's the Supreme Kai? What brings you down here? Sun Wukong was the first to react, greeting him with a smile. Krillin, Tien, and others waved cheerfully. However, Piccolo seemed to sense something unusual. Had this being felt it too? The Supreme Kai remained silent, passing by the imposing Vegeta without a word. Sun Wukong, eager to greet him, approached with a smile. The Supreme Kai was an old acquaintance who had assisted him many times. You shouldn't be able to leave the sacred realm so easily, so what brings you here? Sun Wukong asked as he walked alongside him. However, the Supreme Kai appeared oblivious to Sun Wukong's presence, continuing on his path without acknowledgement, as if he did not see the approaching warrior at all. Wait, Sun Wukong's smile faltered, and he scratched his head in confusion. Turning to the Supreme Kai, who seemed to ignore him, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Krillin and the others shared his confusion. It was evident that the usually reclusive Supreme Kai was acting quite strangely today. Jiang Fei maintained a calm smile. He had sensed someone observing him since his arrival on Earth. If all goes as expected, this must be the deity of Earth. The purpose of this being's descent, I fear, is directed towards him. Just as the crowd stood in bewilderment, the celestial being performed an act that astonished everyone. The divine figure approached Jiang Fei with an expression of utmost reverence and humility. As he addressed Mr. Jiang Fei, he did not hesitate to kneel, his forehead touching the ground. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were nearly left agape. Krillin stuttered in disbelief. Sun Wukong, Tien Shinhan, and the others gaped with their mouths open, their eyes wide, shaking their heads in confusion. They could not fathom what was transpiring. This was, after all, the god of earth. How could he kneel before Jiang Fei? Although the god's power was not particularly formidable, as a deity, maintaining divine dignity was paramount, even in the face of peril. One had never witnessed a god submit in such a manner. Sun Wukong and his companions held deep respect for this deity, who had assisted them greatly. Yet, the spectacle that unfolded today left them utterly flabbergasted. Earth's god, please rise, Jiang Fei said calmly, perceiving nothing amiss. He was, after all, the enforcer of the divine realm. Thus, it was only fitting for the god of earth to pay homage to him. It would be rather inappropriate for a deity to neglect such a duty. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Fei, the celestial being replied from his position on the ground. After expressing his gratitude, he slowly rose but kept his head bowed, unable to meet Jiang Fei's gaze. He then approached Piccolo, who had remained silent throughout the ordeal. Given their prior unity, he might possess some insights. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Piccolo furrowed his brow slightly. At this moment, the eyes of Krillin, Gohan, Tien Shinhan, and even Bulma were all fixed upon him. It seems my intuition was not mistaken, Piccolo stated, arms crossed, and head lowered, his voice grave. The spiritual pressure that Jiang Fei exerted was overwhelmingly potent. Observing the celestial being descend from the divine temple only solidified his suspicions. What do you mean? What does this imply? Sun Wukong was utterly perplexed, perceiving Piccolo's words as enigmatic riddles shrouded in mystery. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, Piccolo opened his mouth to explain, if my deductions are correct, Mr. Jiang Fei is indeed a deity. A deity? The proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to accept what they had just heard. Prior to this, they had regarded Jiang Fei merely as an extraordinarily powerful human, never considering the possibility of divinity. Indeed, and he must hold a significant divine rank. Piccolo cast a furtive glance at the celestial being, his expression solemn. A deity of high rank? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Could he be akin to the Lord of the Kais? The most formidable and esteemed god he had encountered thus far was indeed the Lord of the Kais. Hence, it was only natural for him to assume that Jiang Fei belonged to the same echelon of divinity. Piccolo slowly shook his head, gravely stating that the divine position should be far superior to that of the King of the Worlds. He had encountered the King of the Worlds before, and while the king's divine status surpassed that of the heavenly gods, it still failed to instill any significant pressure upon him. Even if there were another tier above, he presumed it would hardly make a difference. However, Jiang Fei exerted a remarkable suppression over him, indicating that he was a deity of extraordinarily high rank, far surpassing that of the King of Worlds. Sun Wukong swallowed hard and murmured to himself, recalling the discussions he had overheard on the planet Namek regarding the god of destruction. At that time, Jiang Fei had merely referred to it as an unnamed lesser deity. Meanwhile, the heavenly god, bowing his head in humility, quietly inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Jiang Fei, which deity of the divine realm are you?" "The enforcer." Jiang Fei replied coolly. Upon hearing the title, the heavenly god's face momentarily clouded with confusion, though he soon regained his respectful demeanor. Clearly, the name of the enforcer was unfamiliar to him, but that was of little consequence. He was merely a minor deity from Earth. It was entirely normal not to be acquainted with many greater gods. I recall, under normal circumstances, you should not be able to leave the temple, correct? Jiang Fei continued with a calm demeanor. This was the first deity he had encountered since arriving in the 7th universe, and, unlike certain gods, this one seemed to have a sense of purpose in seeking him out. The heavenly god sighed in relief upon hearing this, then respectfully addressed Jiang Fei. "Thank you, Lord Enforcer, I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and began to step back, and as he reached Sun Wukong and the others, he solemnly cautioned them against provoking the Lord Enforcer. He then ascended into the sky, departing from the scene, all the while harboring a quiet grievance, wondering why the King of Worlds had not mentioned the arrival of such a figure. At that moment, on King Kai's planet, the place had long been deserted. To be precise, even the structure built on King Kai's planet had vanished, leaving behind only a solitary sphere suspended in the void. On Earth, after the departure of the heavenly god, all matters had nearly settled. However, the way the crowd regarded Jiang Fei underwent a notable transformation. Whereas previously, their admiration and astonishment had been directed at Sun Wukong's defeat, now their gazes, much like Piccolo's, were filled with awe and reverence, a natural respect for a human towards a god. After all, the heavenly god had warned them not to show any disrespect towards Jiang Fei, and with the display of his formidable strength, none dared to approach him. Even Bulma, who harbored feelings for Jiang Fei, refrained from getting too close, muttering to herself, "It seems I was right from the beginning. This fellow is truly not human." Yet, amidst the entire scene, there remained one exception. The individual in question is none other than Sun Wukong. With his carefree disposition, he pays little heed to whether Jiang Fei is human or divine. In his heart, he regards Jiang Fei merely as a good friend. Jiang Fei, You've truly deceived me. You initially claimed to be from Earth, yet now you've transformed into a god. You certainly have a knack for surprises, Sun Wukong said with a grin, stepping forward to lightly punch Jiang Fei on the chest. Hee hee, I have not deceived you, Wukong, Jiang Fei replied in a relaxed tone. Indeed, I am an earthling. But as for my divine identity, you never inquired about it. I cannot possibly announce at every turn, I am a god, can I? Those who know would assume I am divine, while those who do not might think me quite mad. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle at this revelation. They had not anticipated that Jiang Fei possessed such a humorous side, and the atmosphere shifted to one of ease. Clin and others began to approach, though Piccolo remained steadfast in his reverence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Sun Wukong proposed, Jiang Fei, do you have a place to stay? If not, why not come to my home? His intentions were clear. The prospect of having Jiang Fei around for daily sparring was undoubtedly enticing. However, before Jiang Fei could respond, Bulma interjected with a protest. Initially, upon learning of Jiang Fei's divine nature, she felt a sense of strangeness. Yet, reflecting on the situation, the idea of securing a god for herself became increasingly thrilling, stirring excitement within her. Perhaps Jiang Fei should stay with me. My place is spacious, and the environment is suitable, she suggested, her voice diminishing as she surveyed the chaos around her, remnants of the destruction caused by Vegeta's earlier eruption. Jiang Fei shook his head with a smile. I have not visited Earth in quite some time and plan to explore on my own, so there is no need for you to concern yourselves. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and Bulma's faces displayed a sense of regret. By the way, let the losses incurred here fall upon me, Jiang Fei remarked, taking in the scene that resembled the aftermath of a cataclysm. Bulma was about to object when Jiang Fei waved his hand lightly. Suddenly, it began to rain money from the sky, cascading down upon them. Is this for real? Clin exclaimed, gazing upward with wide eyes. Bulma covered her mouth in astonishment. Although her family was the wealthiest in the world, she had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Jiang Fei stood by with a calm smile. Earlier, while dining, he had casually noticed a coin stored in Bulma's house. Memorizing its design, he summoned forth the bills with a mere thought. To him, possessing divine power rendered wealth nothing more than finely crafted paper. With a flick of his wrist, he could conjure an abundance of it, the quality surpassing even that of authentic currency. My goodness, Jiang Fei, you truly possess remarkable powers. Is there anything in this world that you cannot accomplish? Sun Wukong gazed upward at the flurry of fluttering feathers, murmuring to himself. However, a spark of realization ignited within him, as if he had stumbled upon an idea. Ah, Jiang Fei, would you be so kind as to teach me that technique? Sun Wukong exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. He surveyed his surroundings, only to find that Jiang Fei had indeed departed, disappointment flickering in his eyes. This individual harbored little understanding of money, and despite being married, he had yet to earn even a penny, lacking any sense of responsibility. This lack of ambition had often irked Chi-Chi, and he was weary of her incessant nagging. If only he could master that technique, his standing within the household would surely ascend. Yet, with Jiang Fei gone, the opportunity to learn had vanished. The reign of currency lasted approximately 5 minutes, creating a thick carpet of bills scattered about. Were it to be left unattended in the open, it would undoubtedly incite envy among many. Meanwhile, others began to realize that Jiang Fei was no longer present. Disappointment mirrored in Bulma's eyes as well. At that moment, Vegeta finally extricated himself from the barrier. It was not by his own might that he broke free, but rather due to Jiang Fei's casual act of dissolving the barrier upon his departure. At last, I am free, Vegeta exclaimed, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. His eyes scanned the assembled Earthlings, searching for Jiang Fei's familiar form. Though exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, his arrogance remained unabated. Where is Jiang Fei? Where is he? I have emerged. Come forth and face your demise, Vegeta shouted imperiously, glancing around. The onlookers regarded Vegeta as if he were a fool. No one responded to his calls. After a brief exchange, they began to disperse. With that, they ascended into the air, transforming into streaks of light as they soared toward their homes. The scene was left with only Bulma and Vegeta. However, it was evident that Bulma was not inclined to engage in conversation at that moment. She had yet to recover from her feelings of despondency and yearned for solitude. Thus, the scene was dominated by the solitary figure of Vegeta, who stood bewildered amidst the thick layer of verdant bills that littered the ground. On the other side, after departing from the Universal Capsule Company, Jiang Fei was not inclined to burden himself with troublesome endeavors. This time, he wished to indulge in the vibrant pleasures of the bustling metropolis. After years of restraint, he finally sought the comfort and enjoyment he had long been denied. He was determined not to forfeit this opportunity for pleasure. Chapter 32. Trunks. Half a year slipped away in the blink of an eye. The once transcendent aura surrounding him had been concealed, as if he had genuinely blended into the fabric of ordinary society. Revelry and merriment filled his days, amidst breathtaking landscapes and a life of unrestrained ease. Were it not for the advanced technology of this world serving as a reminder, he might have continued in this leisurely pursuit. Having savored half a year of life experiences, it was time for Jiang Fei to attend to more pressing matters. Reclining on a patch of grass, he gazed at the sky, stretching languidly. He had not forgotten the purpose of his journey to the seventh universe. After 6 months of revelry, he had experienced all that life had to offer. Continuing on would merely entail repeating previous actions. Jiang Fei slowly rose to his feet, the mundane expression on his face vanishing completely. He radiated an air of detachment and tranquility once more. However, just as he was about to take action, an aura far beyond that of an ordinary individual suddenly emanated from a distance. This energy appeared without warning, as if conjured from thin air. Could this energy belong to Trunks? Jiang Fei pondered aloud. Having never encountered Trunks, he was unaware of what his aura should feel like. Let me go see Trunks, he murmured. With that, he utilized instantaneous movement, his figure vanishing from sight in an instant. In an unknown canyon, a blue-haired youth stood atop a mountain, sword slung across his back. His gaze darted about, seemingly searching for something, a hint of confusion etched on his face. This is strange. Frisia and his son should be arriving soon, the blue-haired youth remarked, perplexed. Just as he pondered this, a calm voice echoed from behind him. Are you Trunks? Jiang Fei's silhouette materialized before him. It appeared he was correct. Jiang Fei nodded in confirmation, having already arrived stealthily behind Trunks. Observing the familiar attire, the azure hair, and the long sword, it was almost certain that this was indeed the future Trunks. As he turned to face Jiang Fei, confirmation solidified. Trunks's pupils dilated, and he instinctively retreated several steps, his hand instinctively moving to grasp the hilt of his sword. While he was initially taken aback by Jiang Fei's sudden appearance, the precise invocation of his name left him utterly astonished. Who are you? How do you know my name? Trunks inquired warily, his grip on the sword tightening. After all, in this world, he had yet to be born. The ability to call out the name of someone who did not exist was bewildering, to say the least. Hee. Jiang Fei chuckled softly, replying, I am Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei? Trunks furrowed his brow upon hearing the name, his mind swirling with questions. He had no recollection of anyone by that name from the past. Yet, this was not the primary concern. The pressing issue was how this individual knew his name. How do you know my name? Trunks maintained a high level of vigilance, eager to uncover the truth. Initially, he had intended to preemptively confront Frisia, but now he found himself facing an unexpected dilemma. I guessed. Do you believe me? Jiang Fei replied with a smile. Trunks twitched slightly at this response, feeling as though he were being regarded as a fool. Concurrently, his aura began to emanate steadily, suggesting he might act at any moment. At that instant, Sun Wukong appeared in a flash. Evidently sensing the energy present here, he arrived via instant transmission. Uncle Goku and Trunks were utterly bewildered. According to his understanding, Goku should not have appeared on Earth at this time. He was supposed to wait another 2 to 3 hours before taking the spaceship to arrive. So why now? Oh, you know me? Goku remarked curiously, gazing at Trunks, who had fallen silent. As Goku scratched his head in confusion, he inadvertently caught sight of an old acquaintance he had not seen for half a year. Jiang Fei, you are here too. Goku exclaimed joyfully, his eyes sparkling with brightness. Since his crushing defeat to Jiang Fei 6 months ago, he had trained rigorously, nearly to the point of neglecting his own needs. At this moment, his power had surged significantly compared to half a year prior. The sight of Jiang Fei reignited the fervent battle spirit within him. Jiang Fei, witnessing Goku's newfound strength, felt a sense of satisfaction. Such a protagonist-like figure only required a glimpse of a goal to propel his power skyward like a rocket. Gradually, several shooting stars streaked across the sky. Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and others also arrived, having sensed the energy emanating from this location. However, without the ability to instantaneously teleport, they arrived slightly later than Goku. Jiang Fei. Vegeta shouted upon spotting the person he had been yearning for, diving down from above to stand before Jiang Fei, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Dad, Trunks murmured softly upon seeing Vegeta. Soon after, he recognized many familiar faces, most of which he had only seen in photographs. Observing these individuals gathered around Jiang Fei, he gradually lowered his sword and his guard. Meanwhile, Vegeta's booming voice filled the air. Jiang Fei, come. Let us fight. What? Are you thinking of breaking your toothpicks again? Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, responding nonchalantly. The others couldn't help but chuckle at his words, recalling the amusing incident from half a year ago. Back then, he had indeed been overly eager, only to realize the folly of his haste later. Whether it was toothpicks or barriers, all were capabilities demonstrated by Jiang Fei, who had effortlessly defeated Goku in a single move. This highlighted the considerable gap in strength between him and Jiang Fei. Yet, the more he recognized this disparity, the more he yearned to engage Jiang Fei in battle. Would you kindly indulge me in a fight? Vegeta unexpectedly set aside his pride. This scene left many astonished, pondering if this was truly the Vegeta they knew. Jiang Fei was equally surprised. He had not anticipated such a swift change in Vegeta. However, the most astonished of all was Trunks, who remained rooted in place, bewildered. Is this truly my father? Memories of what his mother had once told him flooded his mind. Your father is a proud and solitary man. The extent of his loneliness remains uncertain for now. However, in this moment, can one truly discern the depth of his pride? Does he not appear remarkably humble and polite? Chapter 33. You two may engage together. Jiang Fei observed the peculiar yet earnest expression on Vegeta's face and nodded slightly. After all, it would not consume much time. It could simply serve as a form of exercise. Moreover, subjecting Vegeta to further challenges might expedite the enhancement of his abilities. Splendid. Vegeta firmly clenched his fists, a hint of joy illuminating his features. After a prolonged 6-month wait for this confrontation, today his desires could finally be fulfilled. Upon hearing Jiang Fei acquiesce to Vegeta's request, Sun Wukong immediately rushed forward, exclaiming, "Don't forget about me, Jiang Fei. Count me in." He certainly did not wish to relinquish this rare opportunity to battle Jiang Fei once more. "Rest assured, you shall not be excluded, Wukong." Jiang Fei replied with a gentle smile. With that, he soared into the sky, addressing Sun Wukong and Vegeta. "You two may engage together." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances. Under normal circumstances, they would certainly resent the possibility of the other hindering their performance. Yet today, as they prepared to confront Jiang Fei, such thoughts were absent from their minds. "Very well," they replied in unison, ascending into the air. Trunks, observing the unfolding events, found himself increasingly perplexed. His mind was a flurry of questions. Where had Frieza gone? Why had he not yet arrived on Earth? Who exactly was this Jiang Fei? Why were his father and Sun Wukong challenging him? Trunks had never heard of anyone by the name of Jiang Fei, yet this individual could accurately pronounce his name. Trunks even began to question whether he himself was the time traveler, or if it was Jiang Fei who possessed that distinction. Just as he grappled with these uncertainties, the battle in the sky commenced. The two combatants unleashed their full power from the onset. Sun Wukong took the lead, without so much as a greeting, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan form. Vegeta, unwilling to be outdone, despite being unable to transform into a Super Saiyan himself, radiated a formidable aura. In an instant, Sun Wukong, with remarkable speed, reached Jiang Fei, delivering an overwhelmingly powerful punch. The immense pressure was nearly suffocating. Trunks, captivated by the battle above, felt the mighty energy emanating from Sun Wukong and could not help but gasp. "Is this the aura of Uncle Wukong? How impressive!" While he too could transform into a Super Saiyan, the magnitude of his energy could never match that of Sun Wukong. Given this level of power, even the androids would likely stand no chance. With this thought, Trunks sighed in resignation. Had Sun Wukong not met an untimely demise in his world, the circumstances might have been different. Thus, the impending human tragedy could have been averted. Given this prowess, in 3 years' time, the androids would be no match. In the sky, Jiang Fei smiled faintly, observing Sun Wukong's fist with an unhurried demeanor, extending a slender, pale finger. Just as the attack was about to descend upon him, that delicate finger gently flicked outward. Sun Wukong's fist seemed to lose control, striking towards Jiang Fei's side and crashing into the empty air. Bang! In an instant, Jiang Fei's finger tapped the top of Sun Wukong's head, causing the Super Saiyan state to dissipate immediately. Sun Wukong's body shot downwards like a piercing arrow, plummeting towards a towering mountain. With a resounding roar, the majestic peak collapsed, and debris cascaded down in great torrents. Sun Wukong was buried beneath the rubble. Trunks, witnessing this scene, gaped in disbelief, realizing that he was merely dreaming while still asleep at home. How formidable! As Vegeta charged towards Jiang Fei, a sense of foreboding gripped him. He anticipated that his fate would be no better than Kakarot's. Nevertheless, he resolved to fight with all his might. However, Jiang Fei had no intention of granting him that opportunity. After dealing with Sun Wukong, he spread his fingers, transforming them into a palm. With an unhurried motion, he clapped towards the void. Instantly, a tempest unleashed in the sky. Vegeta, caught in the onslaught, found himself unable to advance, as the surrounding white energy was dispersed. Jiang Fei's palm descended gently, and in that moment, a colossal transparent wind blade formed, slicing forward with a whoosh. Vegeta, trapped by the raging winds, could only watch helplessly as the blade struck him. Puffed, blood erupted from his mouth, and the fabric of his upper attire disintegrated into tatters. Vegeta, stripped of his fighting spirit, plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the cliff below. Thus, the joint effort of Sun Wukong and Vegeta against Jiang Fei concluded in mere seconds. This individual is remarkably powerful, Trunks muttered in astonishment. He understood that this was no dream, as everything unfolding before him felt strikingly real. Yet, the vividness of the scene only added to its surreal quality. After glancing at Jiang Fei, who was gracefully descending, he flew towards the direction where Vegeta had fallen. Moments later, Trunks appeared before everyone, carrying his father. Sun Wukong blinked, struggling to speak. "Jiang Fei, you remain as formidable as ever." He felt he had made significant progress in strength compared to 6 months ago, yet standing before Jiang Fei, he still felt utterly powerless. Jiang Fei chuckled softly. Although the Saiyans possess remarkable talents, they are still woefully inadequate in his presence. Despite having only made 2 moves, he could distinctly sense a subtle enhancement in his own power, albeit minuscule. Trunks, on the other hand, had placed his father on the ground. Compared to Goku, Vegeta appeared even more disheveled, unconscious, and with blood staining much of his body. Were it not for the faint remnants of his aura, one might mistakenly believe him to be deceased. At that moment, 2 beams of healing white light descended upon Goku and Vegeta. Jiang Fei was not keen on seeing either of them harmed, as he would depend on them for future accomplishments. After approximately 5 seconds, both warriors' injuries healed, and they revived fully. Phew, you are astonishing, Jiang Fei. Truly a freak of nature, Goku remarked with a wry smile upon regaining his strength. Vegeta, however, remained silent, fully aware of the vast disparity in power he had just encountered. Trunks, witnessing them rise unscathed, felt as though he might lose his mind. He understood that their recovery was undoubtedly due to Jiang Fei's abilities, yet he desperately wished to inquire about the nature of their world. As Goku had aptly stated, Jiang Fei was indeed an anomaly. But why was such a freak absent in their own world? Chapter 34. The Future World. Leaving Earth. Let us discuss this later. Jiang Fei chuckled, waving his hand dismissively at Goku's peculiar compliment. His gaze gradually shifted to Trunks, eager to understand the purpose of this visitor from the future. A being from the future? The term sent a shockwave through the assembled crowd. Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin followed Jiang Fei's gaze in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this youth was indeed a time traveler. Trunks felt a tightening in his chest. He was increasingly curious about Jiang Fei's identity. How did this individual know his name and origins? The others began to share in the intrigue surrounding Trunks, as this was their first encounter with someone from the future. Are you truly from the future? Krillin inquired, his curiosity piqued. Trunks nodded slowly in response. I am Trunks, and I have indeed traveled from the future. The admission from the young man elicited gasps of surprise from the group, and they silently admired Jiang Fei's perceptiveness. A deity indeed. To have recognized Trunks as a time traveler, clearly beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Trunks, since you are from the future, how fares my future self? Goku leaned in eagerly, his curiosity palpable. At this, Trunks' expression darkened. I'm afraid, Mr. Goku, that the future version of you has already perished. Goku exclaimed in shock. He yearned to glimpse his own future, wondering if he would advance further. To his surprise, such an answer awaited him. A cold chuckle escaped Vegeta's lips, as he mused that he must have ultimately surpassed Kakarot, only to meet his demise at his own hands during battle. And what about me? Krillin interjected hastily. Mr. Krillin, you too have perished, Trunks replied expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Krillin felt utterly despondent. He had not yet lived enough to receive such a grim verdict. Just as he was about to inquire whether he had married, Tien couldn't contain himself, asking, what about me? Dead. Trunks' voice remained devoid of emotion. At this moment, Piccolo could no longer remain silent, his deep voice resonating. What about me? Surely I haven't met the same fate? Indeed, Trunks nodded solemnly. No one dared to ask further questions, as an oppressive silence enveloped them. They had yet to experience life fully, and now they were all condemned to death. Vegeta erupted into laughter, his face radiant with arrogance, declaring, it seems that in the future, I have slain all of you. How unfortunate. He shook his head with a feigned sense of helplessness, his expression conveying a semblance of genuine despair. Father, Mr. Vegeta, you too have died. Trunks remarked with a wry smile. Instantly, the smile on Vegeta's face froze, morphing into a mask of anger as he glared at Trunks, demanding, how did I die? Who was responsible? As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Jiang Fei, his mind racing. With Kakarot also dead, there was only one individual capable of such a feat. Jiang Fei, sensing Vegeta's gaze, met it with a calm glance. Vegeta immediately averted his eyes, too intimidated to maintain eye contact. Approximately 3 years from now, 2 androids would emerge. Trunks, oblivious to the previous exchange, began to recount the events of his timeline, including the tragic fate of Goku, who would succumb to a viral heart disease. Naturally, he deliberately withheld details regarding his own lineage. Goku expressed his dismay. That truly poses a conundrum. The Senzu beans seem only capable of healing injuries, not curing ailments. Listening to Trunks' account, it became apparent that the androids would be formidable adversaries. He feared not their strength, but rather the prospect of dying before he could ever face them. Are the androids truly that powerful? Vegeta questioned, arms crossed, skepticism evident in his tone. Trunks nodded earnestly, and then an overwhelming aura enveloped him. A golden blaze erupted, his hair transforming from blue to a radiant gold, embodying the Super Saiyan form. Oh, you're a Saiyan too, and you can transform, Goku exclaimed in astonishment. No, this cannot be, Vegeta stammered, disbelief washing over him. Saiyan hair was meant to be black, yet here stood Trunks. He paused momentarily, acknowledging the truth that Saiyan hair was indeed black. Before him stood a youth with azure hair, yet undeniably in the form of a Super Saiyan. I apologize, but I am indeed a Saiyan. Though I cannot divulge the details of my origins at this moment, Trunks expressed with an apologetic demeanor. As he relinquished his Super Saiyan form, he continued, with my current abilities, I could likely contend with one adversary, but facing two is beyond my capacity. He had come to convey a warning, urging them to prepare in advance. For 3 years hence, they must vanquish the androids. If so, perhaps our future world may be altered, he concluded, his voice noticeably diminishing. The events unfolding in this world starkly contrasted with his understanding, leaving him uncertain whether eradicating the androids in this timeline would indeed alter their future. Unbeknownst to Trunks, even in the absence of Jiang Fei, their future timeline was destined to remain unchanged without his own efforts. So that's how it is, Son Goku remarked, scratching his head. By the way, Mr. Goku, here is the medication for your heart condition. You may take it when the symptoms arise, or even now. Trunks said as he retrieved the medicine from his pocket and tossed it to Goku. Goku caught it effortlessly, his worries instantly dissipating. Life or death seemed inconsequential. What mattered was the inability to face formidable opponents should he perish, which would leave him restless. By the way, Krillin interjected, what about Jiang Fei? How is he faring in the future? The group suddenly recalled this crucial detail. Having perished themselves, they hoped Jiang Fei had not met the same fate. After all, with his remarkable strength, defeating 2 androids should be a trivial task. I'm sorry, but there is no one named Jiang Fei in my timeline, Trunks replied, his brow furrowing. The absence of Jiang Fei in the future timeline surprised them, yet they did not dwell on it for long. Krillin, with a light-hearted tone, reassured. No worries. With Jiang Fei around, the androids pose no real threat to us. His prowess is widely recognized and sufficient to confront future crises. However, the subsequent words from Jiang Fei darkened their spirits. I have spent ample time on Earth. It is time for me to fulfill my duties as an enforcer. Oh. Krillin's expression fell immediately. Goku's face mirrored a sense of regret upon hearing this. Jiang Fei represented an overwhelmingly powerful opponent for him, and having such a target would undoubtedly propel his strength to new heights. Yet, the prospect of Jiang Fei's departure stirred a sense of reluctance within him. Meanwhile, Vegeta was consumed by a seething rage, not towards others, but directed inwardly. The emergence of yet another Super Saiyan struck a significant blow to his pride. In his heart, Vic let out a silent sigh of relief. It seemed that the pressure accompanying him was about to dissipate. Mr. Jiang Fei, how did you know where I came from? And how do you know my name? Trunks could no longer contain himself, his mind flooded with questions that were becoming too burdensome to bear. If they remained unanswered, it would be quite unbearable. Jiang Fei smiled gently, about to find an excuse to explain, when Sun Wukong, shaking off the regret from his face, enthusiastically interjected. Allow me to clarify. Jiang Fei is always modest. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback before he nodded with a smile, eager to see how Wukong would elaborate on his behalf. Jiang Fei is a deity, a remarkably powerful one, known as a lawgiver, Sun Wukong declared, his tone exaggerated. The extraordinary abilities he possesses are beyond our imagination. According to Wukong's understanding, Jiang Fei was omnipotent. It was hardly surprising that he was aware of Trunks' origins from the future. After all, Wukong had witnessed it firsthand. Oh, Trunks gasped, his mouth agape at this revelation. He had never anticipated that this individual bore such a grand title. A deity no less. Ah, great God, please forgive my initial offense and ignorance, Trunks exclaimed, rushing to Jiang Fei's feet and kneeling down. He clasped his hands together above his head, his gaze earnest, bowing repeatedly. The transformation from his earlier demeanor was striking. However, this was not entirely his fault. In the future timeline, he had never encountered a true deity, fostering a natural sense of reverence and awe towards such beings. Now, he finally comprehended why Jiang Fei was so formidable and why he knew his identity. He was indeed the legendary god. Ahem. Jiang Fei, caught off guard by this sudden display, felt unprepared. Rise, there is no need for such reverence, he urged. In his memory, Trunks had knelt and bowed several times upon meeting Whis for the first time. Unexpectedly, he had mistakenly worshipped the wrong deity, neglecting Beerus altogether. Thinking of Beerus, Jiang Fei couldn't help but frown. That rascal had yet to seek him out. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. He had already been in the 7th universe for half a year, yet had not seen a single deity other than the Supreme Kai of Earth. It seemed he would have to venture out to search for them himself. After hearing Jiang Fei's words, Trunks slowly rose, looking at Jiang Fei with immense respect. Lastly, I must remind you that time travel is strictly prohibited, Jiang Fei stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Trunks was so frightened that he almost knelt again. Jiang Fei waved his hand to stop him. Just be cautious, however many times you travel. I shall not trouble you. Despite his words, he harbored different thoughts within. Beerus, take note that someone has violated the decree of time travel within your jurisdiction. He warned before his form transformed into a beam of light, vanishing from the scene. Truly a deity. I could not even perceive how he departed. Trunks gazed at the spot where Jiang Fei had once stood, murmuring to himself. After inquiring about Frisia's absence from Earth, he activated the time machine and departed from this timeline. The others, too, took their leave, preparing for the androids that would emerge 3 years hence. Chapter 35. First Encounter with King Kai. Although Jiang Fei had left, he did not immediately abandon Earth. Instead, he made his way to the Heavenly Temple. Sensing Jiang Fei's arrival, the Supreme Kai promptly approached with Bu in tow to pay respects. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively and calmly requested, "Take me to King Kai." The Supreme Kai, taken aback by this demand, nodded in confusion. In an instant, the two transformed into beams of light and vanished from the temple, leaving Bu bewildered in their wake. Jiang Fei understood that finding Beerus would require more than his own abilities. He needed to rely on his memories to locate the other deities of Universe 7, hoping to gather information about the realm of the Destroyer Gods. Soon, Jiang Fei and the Supreme Kai arrived at the domain of King Enma. The surrounding minor gods bowed in reverence to Jiang Fei. Enough of the formalities. "Take me to Snake Way," Jiang Fei stated coolly. Upon hearing this request, King Enma swiftly instructed his subordinates. Subsequently, Jiang Fei followed a small spirit to the beginning of Snake Way. Gazing at the seemingly endless narrow path, he ascended into the air and transformed into a radiant orb. Soaring forward, in less than 30 seconds, Jiang Fei reached the end of Snake Way. Looking up, he beheld a diminutive planet suspended in the sky. Without hesitation, he flew toward the planet. However, what awaited him was not a warm welcome from King Kai, but rather a barren expanse of grass devoid of any life. With a sigh, Jiang Fei lightly stomped his foot, pondering, where has everyone gone? Suddenly, King Kai's planet trembled, and half of its surface disintegrated into rubble. At that moment, King Kai sensed a disturbance on Earth, initially believing it to be Jiang Fei's departure. Yet, just as he ventured partway, he detected that his Kai was seemingly under attack. A feeling of foreboding washed over him. After a moment's reflection, King Kai resolved, well, if they have come to my doorstep, it would be rather inappropriate to hide. Nevertheless, the journey had left him feeling quite apprehensive, and he even contemplated the potential consequences of confronting the enforcer. Jiang Fei stood expressionless on the remaining half of the planet, sensing an energy approaching. If all went as anticipated, it would be King Kai. Approximately half an hour later, a diminutive figure, carrying a house on his back, gradually descended onto the planet. It was none other than King Kai himself. Upon noticing that his planet had been reduced by half, his heart raced. A quick glance revealed Jiang Fei standing there, quietly observing him with an indifferent gaze. The North Realm King swallowed hard, laboriously shedding the weight of his abode. He hurriedly made his way to stand before Jiang Fei. Weiss had previously shown him a photograph of the enforcer, and the figure before him indeed resembled that image. "I pay my respects to the esteemed enforcer. Forgive my inadequate greeting," the North Realm King proclaimed as he knelt in reverence. In truth, such a display of humility was not necessary, yet driven by an overwhelming sense of guilt, he performed the grand gesture. "Do you know me?" Jiang Fei inquired with an impassive countenance. At this moment, Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, this king possessed a direct connection to the realm of destruction, and furthermore, he was in contact with Weiss. It seemed that this journey had not been in vain. "Yes, you may rise," Jiang Fei replied with indifference. The tendrils atop the North Realm King's head twitched slightly. He pondered whether this was truly the end of their encounter. It diverged significantly from his expectations. He had envisioned both the worst and best possible outcomes, the worst being immediate execution by the enforcer, and the best, grievous injury. Yet, he was taken aback by the complete lack of ire emanating from Jiang Fei. "Where have you been?" Jiang Fei's sudden inquiry startled the North Realm King, causing him to prostrate himself once more. I've been occupied with a matter concerning my domain," he stammered, his voice wavering. He couldn't help but wonder if his absence could be construed as dereliction of duty. If so, what would the consequences entail? Would he face execution? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei arched an eyebrow, glancing at the house abandoned by the North Realm King. A memory of Trunk's words resurfaced in his mind. "Do you perceive me as a fool?" Jiang Fei's tone remained cool. If the Grand King had summoned him, it would be entirely justifiable. However, it was peculiar to do so whilst carrying one's residence. "And no, I would never." The North Realm King hastily denied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It was evident that he could no longer evade the situation. So he hastily recounted his predicament. He feared that Vegeta's brashness might provoke the enforcer's wrath, leading to repercussions aimed at him. Thus, he had taken refuge for a time. Jiang Fei found amusement in the North Realm King's explanation. "You may rise. I am not so petty as to misplace my anger onto others." His indifference towards Vegeta's arrogance was evident. He would not hold the deity responsible for the actions of his subject. After all, were the deities of Earth not in good standing? Nonetheless, from the North Realm King's account, Jiang Fei gleaned a significant piece of information. Beerus and his companions were already aware of his presence. The fact that they recognized his location yet had not come to pay their respects spoke volumes. The North Realm King, oblivious to Jiang Fei's musings, felt a wave of relief wash over him. He slowly rose to his feet once more. However, as Jiang Fei shifted his tone, directing his gaze back at the king, the North Realm king was nearly compelled to kneel again in fright. Fortunately, he steadied himself, managing to remain upright. He retrieved a handkerchief and promptly wiped the sweat from his brow. You have not been on duty for the past 6 months, which is rather unacceptable, Jiang Fei remarked, his tone unwavering. Indeed, it is quite unacceptable. I implore you, esteemed law enforcer, to impose a punishment, the North King replied, his head bowed in submission. After all, the words spoken were undeniably true, leaving no room for rebuttal. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively, saying, let us forego the punishment. Instead, I require your assistance with a task. Of course, esteemed law enforcer, how may I serve you? The North King responded earnestly. Please contact Whis and ask him to bring the Destroyer God to meet with me, Jiang Fei instructed, his demeanor calm and collected. Upon hearing this, the North King felt a wave of relief wash over him, responding with a smile, certainly, certainly. He also sensed a certain kindness in the law enforcer, realizing that his initial assumptions had been overly severe, painting Jiang Fei as more fearsome than he truly was. Indeed, it is as the saying goes, what is heard is often misleading, what is seen is the truth. His lack of prior interaction had led him to overthink the situation. Chapter 36, The Law Enforcer, Surprisingly Benevolent. In the realm of the 7th universe, Whis, grasping his staff, exclaimed in mild panic. What? The law enforcer is with you now? And you are permitted to approach? He had anticipated this day would inevitably come, yet he was taken aback by its unexpected arrival. Yes, Whis, you must hasten and bring Lord Beerus with you, the North King conveyed through telepathy, feeling an involuntary tension build within him. It was his first encounter with the law enforcer, and he was uncertain of what might transpire. Then do come swiftly, the North King urged, preparing to sever the connection. Whis interjected, please, North King, hold on a moment. Is there something else, Whis? The North King inquired internally. Well, Whis hesitated momentarily, then sighed softly before asking. Since the law enforcer is with you, I wish to inquire about his demeanor. Is he particularly angry at this moment? Whis posed his questions all at once. Acutely aware that the law enforcer had been present for 6 months, during which they had not paid their respects or even exchanged greetings. Initially, he had intended to visit in person, but Lord Beerus had vehemently opposed the idea. As an angel, he could not leave the Destroyer God without cause. Hence, he had refrained from visiting, but now that a summons had been issued, evasion was no longer an option. He needed to gather more information and prepare himself mentally. On the planet of the North King, he lifted his gaze slightly to observe Jiang Fei's tranquil demeanor before quickly averting his eyes again, covering his mouth with one hand as if to shield his thoughts from Jiang Fei's ears. Their communication was conducted through telepathy, inaudible to others. Yet he believed this precaution would afford him a semblance of safety, for they were discussing someone extraordinary. From my observations, esteemed law enforcer, it appears you harbor no anger. The North King noted, perceiving Jiang Fei's tone and expression to be as placid as still water. He is not nearly as fearsome as one might imagine. In fact, he seems quite benevolent. Although he remained oblivious to Jiang Fei's true nature, he felt a sense of reassurance in his presence. However, the feeling he currently harbors is precisely this. Really? The Destroyer God, Beerus, felt a flicker of joy upon hearing such an assessment from the Supreme Kai. If what the Supreme Kai asserted were indeed true, then there would be little cause for concern. After neglecting the matter for half a year, a simple apology to Beerus should suffice. The Supreme Kai thought earnestly to himself, I believe this to be true, and moreover, the Grand Minister has indicated that he does not enjoy blaming others. The overall impression he gives is one of amiability, kindness, and remarkable magnanimity. It is unclear how Weiss perceives this. In any case, Jiang Fei has certainly left such an impression on him. The Grand Minister has arrived in the divine realm. And not only did he fail to pay his respects in a timely manner, but he also delayed for half a year. It is not unreasonable for someone to destroy half a planet upon arriving in one's territory without encountering them. Yet, upon meeting, there was no indication of punishment whatsoever. The only instance where he mentioned a reprimand was merely to suggest that he contact Weiss. If this does not exemplify amiability, kindness, and magnanimity, then it seems there are no good people left in this world. Very well, you inform the Grand Minister that we shall arrive shortly. Weiss uttered several affirmations before terminating the communication, feeling a surge of joy within. He was most fearful that the Grand Minister would bring trouble upon them. If it were directed at Beerus, he would be overjoyed, but if the trouble were aimed at him, that would not be a cause for celebration. However, it now appears that the Grand Minister is indeed a benevolent and magnanimous deity. Upon reflection, it is understandable, having attained such a position, his mindset and thoughts must certainly differ from others. Alas, had he come to this realization sooner, he would not have endured such anxiety for over half a year. Weiss chuckled at his own folly. In an instant, he arrived at Beerus's chamber. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked the bed with a resounding thud. The entire bed jolted violently. Beerus, still groggy, opened his eyes. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Weiss seized him and vanished from the destroyer realm. Where are you taking me, Weiss? Beerus inquired irritably, still clad in his nightwear. He had just departed from Gula and had been working tirelessly for several days. Consequently, he had only just fallen asleep when he was disturbed. Weiss cast a sidelong glance at Beerus and replied nonchalantly, I am taking you to meet the Grand Minister. Huh? The Grand Minister? Beerus yawned, only to sense something amiss. What? The Grand Minister? Weiss found himself quite exasperated by Beerus' raucous demeanor. Even the kindest soul would likely struggle to endure such behavior in the presence of the Grand Minister. Nevertheless, lamenting this situation was futile. After all, he had been assigned to such a chaotic destroyer god. Lord Beerus, please quiet down. The Grand Minister is not as we imagine, Weiss said with resignation, recounting everything the Supreme Kai had just communicated. Essentially, they had overthought the matter. The Grand Minister was not the malevolent figure they had conjured in their fears. It was all merely a self-imposed fright. In summary, there are two words that encapsulate the essence, lawgiver, and he is exceedingly benevolent. Ah, I see. That puts my mind at ease. Upon hearing Wiss's words, Beerus felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, Wiss had unexpectedly mentioned taking him to meet the lawgiver, nearly sending him into a panic. If what the King of Worlds said holds true, then their meeting should not result in any grave complications. Wiss, do change my attire. I cannot appear before the lawgiver dressed like this. Beerus remarked in a light-hearted tone. Wiss nodded with a smile, and with a mere thought, transformed Beerus's outfit into something more suitable for the occasion. On the King of Worlds planet, the North Kai respectfully addressed Jiang Fei, my Lord Lawgiver. Wiss is on his way with Lord Beerus. Jiang Fei replied with a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting their arrival. In truth, Wiss's assertion was not entirely accurate. While Jiang Fei was indeed generous, amiable, and kind-hearted, such traits were primarily directed towards ordinary beings or lesser deities. When it came to gods of destruction or supreme deities, the dynamics shifted significantly. After all, a person of kindness and mercy could hardly embody the role of a lawgiver. Chapter 37. Is this what you call benevolence? After a brief interval of around 10 minutes, Wiss appeared in the skies above the King of Worlds planet, accompanied by Beerus. Lord Beerus, we have arrived, Wiss announced over his shoulder. Indeed, Beerus replied with a slight nod, stepping forward. However, upon glimpsing the half-destroyed King of Worlds planet, he felt a pang of unease. Something seemed amiss. How could the planet be reduced to mere remnants? Wiss, sensing Beerus's apprehension, reassured him, there's no need for concern. Lord Beerus, it's merely a trivial matter. Trivial? Beerus inquired, eyeing Wiss skeptically. Yes, a trivial matter, Wiss insisted confidently. The North Kai had informed him of the planet's destruction. The lawgiver had only obliterated half the planet, without resorting to violence. In Wiss's perspective, it was an inconsequential incident. However, Lord Beerus, the lawgiver is currently observing us from below. Is it truly acceptable for us to remain suspended in the air without greeting him? Wiss noted Jiang Fei's gaze, which was already fixed upon them. Beerus's heart raced, and he asserted, of course, we cannot remain up here. Although he had initially calmed himself during the journey, the realization of their arrival reignited his nerves. Nonetheless, it was too late for second thoughts. They had reached their destination. With that, he descended from the sky, followed closely by Wiss. In no time, Beerus stood before Jiang Fei, Lord Beerus of the Seventh Universe, paying respects to the lawgiver. Beerus bowed deeply, nearly burying his head in his own lap. Wiss, the guardian angel of the Seventh Universe, pays homage to the lawgiver. Wiss greeted with a nod and a smile, acknowledging the exchange of formalities. Jiang Fei regarded the two with an expression of indifference, choosing not to initiate conversation. A brief silence enveloped the scene. After a few seconds, Beerus slowly raised his head. Only then did Jiang Fei speak in a calm tone. So you are the legendary god of destruction, Lord Beerus. Upon hearing these words, Beerus felt a twinge of discomfort. Although his tone remained relatively steady, there seemed to be an underlying implication in Jiang Fei's statement. In your presence, how could I dare to claim such a title? The enforcer calls me Beerus. Or simply call me Little Beerus. A broad smile adorned Beerus's face as he attempted to present himself as approachable. Jiang Fei let out a cold chuckle, his tone suddenly growing serious. It is indeed quite a challenge to meet you. Gulp. Beerus swallowed hard, sensing that the atmosphere was increasingly turning ominous. He nervously licked his lips, his face betraying his anxiety. Enforcer, please allow me to explain. There is a reason for this, Beerus quickly interjected. Spare me the details. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively, seemingly uninterested in any explanation. He then beckoned to Beerus. Come, Little Beerus, I wish to have a word with you. Beerus, observing Jiang Fei's demeanor, felt a profound reluctance in his heart. Yet, despite his unwillingness, he had no choice but to approach him step by step. Enforcer, please proceed. Beerus forced a smile as he spoke. Jiang Fei nodded lightly. Then, his expression shifted dramatically, his gaze sharpening with intensity. In an instant, he seized Beerus by the head with one hand, channeling his core strength to force him down onto the ground. Enforcer, what is the meaning of this? Beerus mumbled, his head pressed against the ground. Just as he was about to resist, he noticed a surge of energy gathering in Jiang Fei's hand. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, obliterating the remaining half of the Kaishin planet into fragments. Fortunately, Whis and the North Kai reacted swiftly, vacating the ground just in time. Otherwise, both would have surely sustained harm. The North Kai was left utterly dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. He had never anticipated that Jiang Fei would strike Beerus without warning. After a brief moment of shock, a bitter expression crossed his face. Goodness, the last remnants of the planet are gone, along with my home. At that moment, Whis appeared even more bewildered, gazing in a daze at the chaos below. Beerus let out a piercing scream. The explosion dissipated the power he had amassed, leaving his body charred and blackened. Jiang Fei, with a flicker of thought, conjured a transparent barrier beneath them. He and Beerus fell onto the surface of the barrier, one standing and the other sprawled on the ground. Enforcer, I was wrong, Beerus admitted, devoid of any strength to resist. However, Jiang Fei did not allow him the chance to finish his sentence. With a swift motion, he seized his tail and, with a powerful swing of his arm, hurled him against the barrier on the opposite side. A dull thud echoed through the air. Ouch! Beerus cried out in agony, disoriented by the force of the impact, feeling as though his very bones were about to shatter. Yet, this was only the beginning. Jiang Fei, fueled by renewed energy, swung his arm once more, sending Beerus crashing in another direction. Thud! Hissa! Beerus grimaced, his teeth bared in pain. Although he yearned to resist, the explosion of the previous blow had left him utterly defenseless. Thud! 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 Jiang Fei showed no mercy, delivering relentless blows that filled the air with muffled sounds of impact. How had it come to this? Whis found himself at a loss. Initially, he had envisioned a scenario where the enforcer would merely reprimand Beerus, who would then sincerely apologize, allowing them to share a laugh and bury the hatchet. However, the current situation diverged drastically from his expectations. Listening to the continuous thuds and the cries of distress, Whis felt his heart racing anxiously. Beerus was repeatedly flung high into the air, only to crash down again. Regret washed over him, not for having come to see Jiang Fei sooner, but for having come at all. Otherwise, he would not be enduring such torment. Summoning the last of his strength, he cried out, Whis, is this what you call benevolence? You have truly put me in a terrible predicament. With that, he was once again slammed against the barrier with a resounding crash. Whis could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth upon hearing these words, casting a glance at the North Kai. Is this what you refer to as kindness? Chapter 38, Cleverness Backfires. What caused this sudden turn of events? The North Kai was equally at a loss for words. In his mind, Jiang Fei, while somewhat stern, had never truly been unkind. He was, in fact, a rather tolerant deity. Yet now, witnessing Beerus's plight, everything had changed. Listening to Beerus's cries, the North Kai felt a shiver of trepidation, simultaneously relieved that he was not the one suffering this ordeal. He leaned closer to Whis and whispered, why not persuade the enforcer? At that moment, Whis, who had been anxiously distressed, suddenly composed himself. Though he felt a pang of sympathy for Beerus's current state, who would dare intervene? He certainly did not wish to end up like Beerus, being tossed around by Jiang Fei. Clearing his throat, Whis coughed lightly, his anxious demeanor fading away as he donned his usual calm effade. Looking at the North Kai, he replied, it is not that I am unwilling to intervene. I have spent considerable time with Lord Beerus. Seeing him suffer this way causes me great pain. At this point, he even allowed a couple of tears to escape from the corners of his eyes, as though the pain inflicted upon Beerus resonated deeply within him. Yet, just as he wore an expression of profound sorrow, it swiftly transformed into one of grave seriousness. However, Lord Beerus has erred, and wrongdoing must be met with appropriate consequences. Thus, I cannot speak. Should I utter a word, it would not serve to rescue him, but rather bring about his detriment. Whis earnestly articulated, reminiscent of a wise mentor. The North Kai, upon hearing this, nodded vacantly, seemingly finding some semblance of truth in the assertion. Yet, he soon regained his composure and, with a hint of suspicion, gazed at Whis, inquiring, you are not afraid of the enforcer, are you? At this remark, a look of embarrassment washed over Whis's face. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Setting aside whether he could match Jiang Fei in combat, the very stature of the enforcer instilled a sense of caution within him. Being struck a few times would be of little consequence, but the humiliation would be profound. Throughout the entirety of the divine realm, there had never been a recorded instance of an angel being bested. Moreover, considering Jiang Fei's intimidating demeanor, it was as if he would simply seize him and hurl him to the ground. Should such an event become common knowledge, it would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment. How could I possibly fear the enforcer? He is the individual I hold in the highest regard throughout my life. The respect I afford the Grand Priest is mirrored, if not surpassed, in my esteem for him. Other emotions do not even enter the equation. Whis continued, with an air of righteous indignation. Oh, is that so? The North Kai maintained his skeptical demeanor. It was not that Whis' words lacked sincerity. Rather, the flustered expression he had just displayed did not suggest deceit. After Whis concluded his statement, he shook his head in resignation, silently praying, "Lord Beerus, may you endure a little longer. Once the enforcer's ire subsides, perhaps my involvement will no longer be necessary." With a resounding thud, Jiang Fei forcefully slammed Beerus against the barrier once more. However, this time he refrained from continuing the assault and released his grip on Beerus's tail. "Ouch! You're killing me." Beerus writhed in agony, his body marred with bruises of varying shades. His tail was nearly disheveled from the strain. Clapping his hands together, Jiang Fei coolly instructed, "Enough of the theatrics. Come here at once." Although the previous commotion had been considerable, Beerus had not sustained significant injuries. At most, he bore minor superficial wounds. His appearance might seem dire, but Jiang Fei exercised considerable restraint. Aside from the initial release of energy, he had relied solely on physical strength. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's command, Beerus ceased his rolling and, with a combination of crawling and scrambling, approached Jiang Fei. This time, he did not bow, but instead, akin to the North Kai before him, dropped to his knees, burying his head deeply to the ground. Whis and the North Kai, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily descended from the heavens, eager to reach the ground that Jiang Fei had established as a barrier. "Beerus, do you understand why you are being punished?" Jiang Fei inquired, his gaze lowered, his tone devoid of embellishment. Beerus straightened his posture and swiftly nodded in affirmation. Jiang Fei observed the current demeanor of Beerus, slightly furrowing his brow as he gestured for him to rise and speak. Upon hearing this, Beerus cautiously stood up. Vados, standing behind Beerus, noted his appearance. Although he had previously expressed sympathy, seeing him up close now revealed a rather pitiable state, which inexplicably stirred a flicker of satisfaction within him. "Now, enlighten me as to why I struck you," Jiang Fei stated with an impassive expression. Beerus pondered for a moment and uncertainly replied, "Is it because I failed to visit you promptly?" Jiang Fei subtly shook his head. "Perhaps it was due to my lack of diligence in my duties?" Beerus ventured again, this time with trepidation. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. "Isn't that merely stating the obvious? If you had been diligent in your work, would I have ventured to the seventh universe for mere amusement?" Beerus clicked his tongue, clearly realizing this answer was also incorrect. He ruminated for a moment and suddenly recalled something. Leaning closer to Jiang Fei, he whispered, "Could it be related to Frisia?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei felt a wave of frustration. How had the conversation veered so far off course? What did Frisia have to do with this? He had only encountered Frisia once and had been soundly reprimanded by his brother. It was hardly a matter concerning him. "Forget your speculations. Allow me to clarify." Jiang Fei waved his hand, frowning as he continued. "The reason for my ire is simply this. You were fully aware of my presence on Earth, yet you chose not to visit me. If there had been a delay of a day or two due to pressing matters, that would have been acceptable. However, I granted you a full 6 months of grace. Had I not reached out today, it is likely you would have remained absent." Jiang Fei had considered that Vados and Beerus might have been unaware of his location, thus delaying their visit. If that had been the case, while he would still have felt some annoyance, it would have merited only a mild reprimand. However, upon learning from the King of Worlds that Beerus had known of his presence on Earth all along, yet still chose not to come, it was simply inexcusable. "Oh, Lord Beerus, it seems that your cleverness has backfired," Vados thought to himself with a sigh. He had previously suggested that they hasten to see Jiang Fei, but Beerus had inundated him with a multitude of reasons for why they should not go, leading to the current predicament. "Ah, so that is the issue," Beerus exclaimed, his frustration evident as he struck his chest in dismay. Regret surged through him. He had once believed his reasoning to be sound, only to realize now that it was utterly baseless, culminating in a painful reprimand. Chapter 39, What does it matter to me? Nevertheless, even if he regretted it now, it was too late. The punishment had already been meted out. Bowing his head, Beerus expressed contrition. "I apologize, Vados. I was mistaken, and I shall not allow this to happen again." "Ah, do not be in haste. We are not finished yet," Jiang Fei interjected, waving his hand. He had nearly forgotten something crucial that he still needed to address. "What? There's more." Beerus's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly recall any misdeeds he had committed. There was no time for him to ponder further. Jiang Fei moved like lightning, delivering 2 swift kicks directly to Beerus's chest. Beerus had yet to react when, in a moment of confusion, they both rolled on the ground for several rounds. Eventually, they slid a good distance of several dozen meters before coming to a slow halt. With a groan, Beerus turned over and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Whis had initially thought the ordeal was over. Little did he know, Jiang Fei abruptly struck again, leaving him breathless with trepidation, fearful that once he dealt with Beerus, he might turn his wrath upon him next. "Law enforcement officer, what have I done wrong this time?" Beerus lamented, clutching his chest in agony. This suffering was not merely physical, it was a profound humiliation. Rather than pain, it felt more like indignation. As a formidable god of destruction, he was accustomed to being revered wherever he went. How could he endure such disgrace? Today, Not only had he faced this humiliation, but he could not even voice his grievances, forced to wear a facade of politeness. It dawned upon him that being a deity was no easy task, especially as a god of destruction. Come here, Jiang Fei beckoned him with a gesture. Beerus dared not hesitate, with a pained expression quickly masking itself. He hurried back over. Observing his disheveled state, Jiang Fei continued in a grave tone. The earlier confrontation was merely due to work-related matters. Law enforcement officer, what do you have to say? With his head bowed, Beerus could only resign himself to misfortune. If he were to enumerate his professional shortcomings, they would be numerous indeed. Addressing each one individually would far exceed the scope of a mere punch or kick. Nothing much, just that I discovered someone has been traversing time on Earth, which is a violation of divine regulations, Jiang Fei stated, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone unperturbed. This matter was not trivial, yet not monumental either. However, as a law enforcement officer, he felt compelled to address it upon witnessing it. Beerus was taken aback for a moment, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions, aggrieved, incredulous, and even somewhat defiant, all surfacing in an instant. Whis observed with a peculiar look on his face, while even the North Kai silently pondered, sensing something amiss. Noticing the change in Beerus's demeanor, Jiang Fei lowered his voice and admonished, "What? Do you have an objection?" Beerus dared not voice any dissent. Upon hearing this, he immediately recoiled, his myriad expressions vanishing without a trace. Nonetheless, he managed to murmur, "Law enforcement officer. Someone's time travel has nothing to do with me." And Jiang Fei interpreted his hesitance as defiance, glaring at him and poised to strike again. Beerus quickly shut his mouth, refraining from further protest, and cast a pleading glance toward Whis for assistance. "Law enforcement officer, please calm your anger," Whis interjected, stepping forward with a cheerful smile in response to Beerus's plea. Jiang Fei regarded him with a detached gaze, ready to hear what he had to say. "Indeed, it is the Supreme Kai's responsibility to traverse time," Whis remarked with a beaming smile. Jiang Fei paused slightly at this revelation, then turned to the god of destruction, Beerus, and inquired, "Is that so?" Beerus nodded hastily, though his expression was one of despair. Why should he be held accountable for the Supreme Kai's blunders? Jiang Fei redirected his gaze to the North Supreme Kai, who, understanding the situation, confirmed earnestly, "That is indeed the case, esteemed enforcer." Ahem. Jiang Fei realized he had made a blunder and cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. He had initially thought this matter fell under Beerus's jurisdiction, but it seemed it was indeed an error on the Supreme Kai's part. Since that is the case, let us not dwell on this matter for now, Jiang Fei murmured thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a wave of indignation wash over him. He internally lamented the incompetence of this enforcer, who seemed utterly incapable of discerning responsibility and had unjustly taken out his frustrations on him, now pretending as if nothing had happened. Seeing Beerus's pitiful expression, Jiang Fei refrained from further complicating matters for him and shifted his attention back to Whis, who had been smiling brightly until now. The sudden shift in focus caused him to apprehensively inquire, "Enforcer, is there something you wish to discuss?" Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. "Considering that the seventh universe ranks second to last in the cosmos, do you not have anything to say?" Whis' smile faltered as he contemplated the implications. He yearned to retort that he was not a god of destruction and thus had no stake in the matter, yet such thoughts remained unspoken. Beerus's previous grievances vanished, replaced by an eager anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. If Jiang Fei were to administer a sound thrashing to Whis, what reason would he have to feel wronged? He would be overjoyed instead. In a calm tone, Jiang Fei remarked, "During my time on Earth, I only engaged in minor skirmishes with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Those encounters were quite restrained, as I feared causing serious harm. Having just dealt with Beerus, I am now warmed up. Perhaps a bout with you would yield substantial growth." That may not be appropriate," Whis responded with a wry smile. He was aware that Jiang Fei's power was likely on par with that of an angel, perhaps slightly exceeding it. Yet, the question remained, would he truly dare to unleash his full power in a confrontation? Before Jiang Fei could respond, Beerus nonchalantly interjected, "What is inappropriate about it? If the enforcer wishes to assess your strength, then why not indulge him?" Whis shot a fierce glare at Beerus, who shrugged in response. "Are you seeking some sense of equilibrium, Lord Beerus? I cannot speak to your inner balance, but I simply wish to see you receive a well-deserved thrashing." With a resigned gesture, Beerus surrendered to the situation. Chapter 40. Engaging Whis in combat. He had often been at the receiving end of Whis' antics, and if the enforcer could give him a taste of his own medicine, it would be quite satisfying. In light of previous actions, Jiang Fei chose to graciously overlook past grievances. Whis, reluctant to engage with Beerus, turned to Jiang Fei and said, "Lawkeeper, this truly is inappropriate. I hold you in the highest regard. How could I possibly raise a hand against you?" No sooner had he spoken than Jiang Fei's fist surged forth, landing a direct blow. Whis, in a moment of urgency, sidestepped but was nonetheless struck on the shoulder, staggering back a few steps, astonished at the tremendous weight of that punch. From that solitary impact, Whis discerned that Jiang Fei's strength was certainly on par with, if not exceeding, his own. Since you are so courteous, there is no need for a tussle. You may simply stand as my punching bag, Jiang Fei replied in a low voice. With that, he moved like lightning, appearing instantaneously before Whis. A punch followed, accompanied by a gale that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. Whis, faced with this fierce assault, could only adopt a defensive stance, enduring the blows. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Fei unleashed several more punches. Whis attempted to block, but the strikes were both ferocious and rapid. Excellent. Well struck. Beerus exclaimed with excitement from the sidelines, reveling in Whis's predicament, waving his arms in sheer delight, oblivious to his own injuries. As if the spectacle itself were a potent stimulant that ignited his exuberance, envisioning Whis crumpled on the ground. The clash of their battle resonated, growing ever more formidable, warping the very space around them. Below, the serpent path lay shattered in countless fragments, while both heaven and hell trembled, with each of Jiang Fei's punches growing heavier. He relentlessly hammered forward. Whis, as if merging with the air, nimbly evaded each strike. Yet, Jiang Fei's speed reached its zenith, leaving no time for his body to react. Whis could only dodge while parrying with his staff. What is it, Whis? Still reluctant to retaliate? Jiang Fei remarked nonchalantly as he continued his assault. Whis felt a deep frustration. It was not that he lacked the desire to counterattack, but he had underestimated Jiang Fei's prowess. Had he acted decisively from the outset, he might have had a fighting chance. Now, he was relegated to mere defense. To strike recklessly would surely result in him being hit. Each of Jiang Fei's punches was not only thunderous and swift, but also imbued with boundless divine energy. Should he allow that divine power to permeate his being, even survival would come at a cost. Since you remain silent, let us conclude this battle, Jiang Fei said with a gentle smile. As he spoke, a radiant white light began to emanate from him, as divine power coalesced within. Whis, sensing the relentless surge of energy, summoned all his strength. His body also radiating with a celestial glow. The two appeared as twin suns, illuminating the space as if it were midday. Suddenly, the two beams of white light collided with tremendous force, producing a deafening explosion. The barrier on the ground suddenly shattered, and a vast rift emerged in the space. Subsequently, numerous smaller fissures appeared, radiating from this central crevice. The entire expanse resembled a sheet of glass that had been violently broken. Bang, bang, bang. Several muffled sounds echoed in succession. Vis's body was propelled out from the brilliance, staggering momentarily in midair before regaining his balance for a brief 2 or 3 seconds. As the light gradually dissipated, Jiang Fei stood in the void, his expression still composed. With a sigh, Vis exhaled slowly and bowed his head slightly towards Jiang Fei, expressing gratitude for the mercy shown by the enforcer. Jiang Fei responded indifferently. The duel between the two had concluded in the blink of an eye. Vis now understood that he was no match for Jiang Fei. Yet, it had only taken 2 or 3 seconds. Jiang Fei's inherent strength surpassed his own, sealing Vis's fate. What terrified Vis even more was the fact that Jiang Fei's power seemed to augment continuously during their clash, and this enhancement was not transient, but rather persistent. If Jiang Fei's strength had merely exceeded his by a small margin during their brief encounter, it was likely that he could now easily overpower him. Is this the talent of an enforcer? Vis murmured to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, Beerus approached him with impeccable timing. Vis glanced at Beerus, his eyelids twitching slightly. The concern implied in his words seemed genuine, yet his expression rendered it utterly insufferable. Jiang Fei had held back, yet he still managed to land several heavy blows on Vis's face, which was now swollen on one side, while the other bore a dark bruise around his eye. Lord Beerus, are you feeling particularly pleased at this moment? Vis said, exasperatedly addressing Beerus. Beerus smacked his lips and stroked his chin, replying, I can't say I'm particularly happy. Rather, it leaves much to be desired. I feel the enforcer should exert himself a bit more. Upon hearing this, Vis's lips twitched involuntarily as he pondered how such a creature could exist. Both had been struck by the same individual. One would expect camaraderie and shared suffering. Yet here they were, reveling in each other's misfortune. Lord Beerus, don't rejoice too soon, Vis retorted bluntly. Just then, Jiang Fei approached them. Upon seeing him, Vis and Beerus swiftly ceased their bickering. Jiang Fei regarded the two and coolly stated, let us venture to the realm of destruction. We have been here for quite a while without visiting. Indeed, Vis and Beerus replied in unison. In the next moment, the three transformed into a streak of meteoric light, vanishing from sight. The North Kai watched the trio depart, surveying the surrounding devastation, rendered momentarily speechless. Homes lost, buildings gone, and the area now riddled with spatial rifts. An unsettling feeling suddenly welled up within him. It is indeed Jiang Fei, who seems to have transformed from my previous impressions into a figure of kindness and amiability. The prior sensations felt rather illusory, as if the current state of affairs had come to fruition solely due to Jiang Fei's influence. In Chapter 41, titled 996, is a blessing. The Destroyer realm reveals its charm. Jiang Fei surveyed his surroundings, having endured countless trials to finally arrive at this place. It must be said that the Destroyer realm boasts picturesque landscapes and fresh air, resembling a utopian paradise. Above, a multitude of celestial bodies adorned the sky like jewels, casting a vibrant tapestry across the heavens. Law Enforcer, why don't you step inside and take a seat? I shall have was prepare some delicacies. Beerus suggested as he approached. Jiang Fei shook his head slightly, replying, your meager offerings are best reserved for your own consumption. Beerus appeared somewhat embarrassed, but quickly regained his respectful demeanor. May I inquire, Law Enforcer, what are your plans moving forward? In truth, he did not wish for Jiang Fei to linger in his presence. The conflict had been resolved, and all matters discussed. Why prolong the stay when the Law Enforcer showed no interest in dining? Perhaps it would be best to encourage him to depart without further delay. A notion began to brew within Beerus' mind. Jiang Fei sensed the underlying intent in Beerus' words, prompting him to raise an eyebrow and ask, what do you wish for me to consider? I dare not presume, Beerus replied humbly, sincerity glimmering in his eyes. At this moment, Whis approached Beerus, whispering, my lord Beerus. It seems you are now offering suggestions to the Law Enforcer. Beerus shot a fierce glare at Whis, signaling him to silence. Unfazed, Whis retained his memory of the recent events, recalling their mutual harm. Come now, who fears whom? We can strip down to nothing if necessary. After warning Whis, Beerus turned his gaze back to Jiang Fei with a conciliatory demeanor. Please, continue. I am listening. Jiang Fei responded coolly. Ah, it appears that I have a foolish brother, who too holds the title of Destroyer. Beerus chuckled, though the smile seemed to mask ulterior motives. Foolish brother? Jiang Fei pondered aloud. I feel as though I have encountered that phrase before. Nevertheless, he was aware of Beerus' sibling, also a Destroyer, presumably serving in the 6th universe. Their relationship appeared to be rather contentious. Indeed, Law Enforcer, my foolish brother exhibits a similarly unprincipled work ethic. Should you have no immediate plans, I kindly request that you provide him with guidance, Beerus stated with a serious expression reminiscent of a concerned elder brother. Ah, is that so? Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Fully understanding Beerus' intentions, he merely wished to rid himself of Jiang Fei's presence. This was precisely Beerus' desire. Once Jiang Fei was sent on his way, life could return to normalcy. At the same time, it would serve as a lesson for his disappointing younger brother, truly a twofold benefit. Upon hearing this proposal, Whis felt a tightening in his heart. If Jiang Fei were to acquiesce to this suggestion, Beerus would undoubtedly be overjoyed. It was likely that he would still avoid his responsibilities. Observing Beerus's smug demeanor, Jiang Fei coldly remarked, stop dreaming. I shall visit other universes, but certainly not now. Whis breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Beerus, however, let out a disappointed sigh, his ears drooping down. It seemed that his days of comfort were truly at an end. Lord Justice, please arrange the upcoming tasks. I will certainly cooperate with Lord Beerus, Whis said with a beaming smile, sneaking a glance at the dejected Beerus. After all these years, he had finally encountered someone capable of keeping Beerus in check, which brought him immense satisfaction. Jiang Fei nodded slightly, stating, from now on, we will adhere to a 996 work schedule. Whis, you shall oversee the enforcement. What? Both Whis and Beerus were taken aback simultaneously. They exchanged puzzled glances, clearly unaware of what 996 entailed. May I inquire, Lord Justice, what does 996 signify? Beerus asked, bewildered. Whis, too, wore a confused expression. 996 means working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., 6 days a week. Jiang Fei stated matter-of-factly. What? Beerus' mouth fell agape upon hearing this. If that were the case, he would truly be rising earlier than the roosters and sleeping later than them. Lord Justice, isn't that work schedule a bit excessive? Beerus murmured. If he were to adhere to this regime, he would surely drop dead one day. I find it hardly excessive. Have you not noticed that the Lord Justice has granted you a day of rest? Whis chimed in, resembling a model worker. At that moment, Beerus wished he could bite Whis in frustration. He had never realized how insufferable Whis could be. Jiang Fei nodded. Whis is correct. Young people ought to endure some hardships. If you find 996 unsatisfactory, shall I change it to 997? No. 996 is perfectly fine. Beerus hastily waved his hands. It was evident that 997 would mean working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. with no days off. Nevertheless, he longed to voice his grievances. How much older was he compared to the Lord Justice? Who was truly the young one here? Why pretend to be so profound? However, these thoughts remained unspoken, confined to the recesses of his mind. Jiang Fei spoke with an air of finality, showing no intent to seek opinions. Whis and Beerus dared not refute. They could only nod silently. No problem, Lord Justice. Whis replied without hesitation. He then addressed Beerus. Since it is the Lord Justice's requirement, I can only comply. Whis, close your mouth. Beerus gritted his teeth and spoke with barely concealed frustration. He dared not show disrespect to Jiang Fei, so he could only vent his ire upon Whis. However, this was merely verbal release, for he was far from being Whis' match. Observing Beerus' exasperated demeanor, Whis couldn't help but feel a sense of delight. He then smiled and addressed Jiang Fei, inquiring if there were any further instructions, assuring him of his unwavering dedication to the task. Chapter 42, Self-Awareness? Nonsense. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's remark, both individuals paused in surprise. Subsequently, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Beerus's eyes, whether intentional or not. He murmured, not too loudly yet not too softly, "Does that mean I could witness Whis getting beaten every day?" Whis felt a jolt of alarm at Beerus's repetition, thinking to himself that this was rather inappropriate. Quite appropriate. Indeed, Jiang Fei remained silent. Beerus seized the moment, interjecting, "Did you not just say that you would fulfill any instructions to the best of your ability?" Yet, before Whis could offer a defense, Beerus continued, "What? Do you intend to dismiss your previous statement as mere folly?" Suddenly, he found the notion of a grueling 996 work schedule to be less daunting, even resembling a blessing. If he could witness Whis being punished daily, what would it matter if he were deprived of sleep? Whis glared at Beerus, his ire surging. Perhaps this was simply poetic justice at play. The once self-satisfied Beerus had undergone a swift role reversal. He then hypocritically suggested to Jiang Fei, "Perhaps we should change it to 997? Where do you conjure up so much nonsense? Get to work." Jiang Fei felt a twinge of annoyance. Upon sensing Jiang Fei's irritation, Whis and Beerus abandoned their mutual jabs, transforming into beams of light and departing the realm of destruction. Sighing in resignation as he watched them leave, Jiang Fei quietly entered Beerus's palace behind him. 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Following Jiang Fei's directives, Beerus dedicated himself to his work with utmost diligence. The fatigue etched deeper upon his visage, even revealing a rare hint of weariness. On this day, Beerus and Whis found themselves amidst the vastness of space. On their return journey, Beerus, with a vacant expression, yawned and remarked, "Whis, when do you suppose the enforcer will depart? I feel as though I am nearing my end." Gazing at Whis's silhouette, he spoke with a heart heavy with despair. For 3 years, he had not slept a single day. Fortunately, being a deity spared him from an untimely demise. Although he was adhering to the 996 work schedule, the 1 day of rest each week provided him no solace. Each time he barely drifted off, he would be abruptly roused by a kick, rendering his limited moments of respite a mere illusion of sleep. Whis, too, sighed deeply, feeling the weight of exhaustion. At that moment, they were no longer bickering as they once did, but rather shared a sense of camaraderie born from mutual suffering. "Lord Beerus, I too wish to see the enforcer depart. Yet look at the situation. It has been 3 years, and it is evident that the god of destruction's realm has become his personal abode." Whis's visage bore the weight of exhaustion, marred by several bruises. At this juncture, he found himself somewhat envious of Beerus. Although the latter endured a grueling schedule of 6 days a week, at least he was afforded a day of respite. In contrast, Jiang Fei had assigned Whis an even more demanding regimen of 7 days a week, leaving no time for rest throughout the year. Every time Beerus enjoyed a day off, Whis was obliged to engage in an entire day's worth of tasks. Consequently, he now ventured out daily with at least one bruise or dark circles under his eyes. He often pondered whether he truly was an angel. Throughout the cosmos, was there an angel as beleaguered as he? Both sighed in unison, contemplating when their arduous days would come to an end. Soon, they arrived at the realm of destruction, where Jiang Fei awaited with his hands clasped behind his back. Despite their fatigue, they mustered the strength to present faint smiles. "Enforcer, this is Lord Beerus's work log. Please peruse it." Whis stepped forward, handing over a sheet of paper that meticulously documented Beerus's activities as per Jiang Fei's request. Jiang Fei took it, glancing over the content with a subtle hum of acknowledgement. Beerus casually settled into a nearby spot, preparing to relish the impending battle. He understood that typically, after the work report, it would be Whis's turn to perform. Initially, he felt a surge of excitement, reveling in Whis's misfortunes whenever he was bested. However, now, fatigue had extinguished any semblance of enthusiasm. Whis sighed once more, steeling himself for the confrontation. "Come now, enforcer." Over these 3 years, he had witnessed Jiang Fei's formidable talents. When they first met, the gap between them was minimal, but after their initial encounter, it had widened significantly. 3 years later, Jiang Fei's prowess far surpassed his own, leaving Whis to merely aspire to catch up. "Let's call it a day," Jiang Fei remarked nonchalantly. Whis was momentarily taken aback, questioning if he had misheard. After all, their sparring had remained uninterrupted for 3 years. Why would today be any different? Observing Whis's puzzled expression, Jiang Fei slowly elucidated, "I am leaving. The future responsibilities shall rest upon your diligence." "What?" Whis exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. "Enforcer, what did you just say?" "I said I am departing," Jiang Fei reiterated, but before he could finish, Whis joyfully shut his eyes and began to dance with glee. He dashed over to the drowsy Beerus, seizing him and exclaiming, "Lord Beerus, the enforcer is leaving. How splendid." "What? The enforcer is departing?" Beerus's lethargic gaze instantly regained its vibrancy. "Indeed," Whis affirmed with a serious nod. Subsequently, the two individuals embraced one another without the slightest regard for their image, as if celebrating an extraordinary event. Oh, heavens, you have finally opened your eyes. Beerus howled to the sky, overwhelmed with joy to the point of tears. Whis, not far from him, shared in this sentiment, finally witnessing the arrival of this long-awaited day. Gazing at the celestial bodies above, he shed 2 streams of clear tears. Jiang Fei observed their antics, his expression somewhat peculiar. Stroking his chin, he murmured, "Is it truly necessary to be this way? Am I truly that frightening?" To be honest, he could somewhat understand Beerus's reaction, but why had Whis succumbed to such behavior? It seemed to strip away any semblance of dignity befitting an angel. Oh well, it is what it is. Perhaps I shall return another time. Jiang Fei shook his head in resignation and swiftly utilized instant transmission to depart from the realm of destruction. After some time, Whis and Beerus finally released each other from their embrace. Upon turning around, they discovered that Jiang Fei had already taken his leave. "He's gone, truly gone," Beerus grinned, covering his face with his hands. Whis adjusted himself slightly before addressing him. "Lord Beerus, the enforcer mentioned that our future tasks will rely on our own initiative." Beerus lowered his hands from his face, first glancing around to confirm that it was just he and Whis present, before bellowing, "Initiative? What nonsense." With that, he dashed into his palace like a bolt of lightning. Whis paused for a moment, then felt a sense of clarity. Yes, Lord Beerus is correct. Initiative? What nonsense. He too dashed into the palace, albeit not to sleep like Beerus, but simply to lie down and unwind. As for work, let those who care manage it. Chapter 43, Cell. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had arrived upon the earth. The reason he chose not to linger in the realm of destruction was that Beerus had nearly fulfilled his duties. Over the past 3 years, the workload had been intense. Now, the 7th universe could not be said to rank among the top, but at the very least, it had improved from second to last to third from the bottom, which was no small feat. Jiang Fei believed that taking too large a stride may not necessarily be beneficial. One must always leave room for further advancement. Yet, it was evident that the space left by the 7th universe was still somewhat excessive. In the midst of a battle, the chaotic energy he sensed must belong to Cell. Jiang Fei gazed at the distant sea, murmuring to himself. In the days preceding his departure from the realm of destruction, he had felt Vegeta's steadily rising energy and surmised that the saga of the androids was commencing. Now, with the presence of Cell's energy, it appeared that the unfolding of events in this world had not been significantly altered by his arrival. His immediate task was to elevate the advanced combat capabilities of the 7th universe. If Cell were to appear outside of the usual timeline, that would indeed be fortuitous. Since he has manifested, he shall inevitably become a part of Jiang Fei's accomplishments. Time to venture forth and take a look. Jiang Fei once again employed his instantaneous movement, vanishing from his original position. In the next moment, he found himself upon a small island. In the sky above, Vegeta and Trunks had transformed into Super Saiyans, engaging in a fierce battle that epitomized a touching display of paternal affection. Below, on the island, Android 18 and Android 16 lay concealed behind a massive boulder, while Krillin stood resolutely before them, watching as the second form of Cell advanced menacingly towards them. Jiang Fei cast a glance at the golden-haired Android 18, silently acknowledging her undeniable beauty. However, his admiration swiftly shifted to Cell, the artificial creature that embodied the collective strength of Earth's mightiest warriors. This grotesque being, much like Trunks, hailed from a future timeline, yet they existed in disparate temporal realms, akin to entities from parallel universes. The auras of Son Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, Piccolo, and even Frieza swirled around the second form of Cell. Jiang Fei nodded appreciatively, remarking on the potential for cultivation in such a being. With a lineage boasting so many elite talents, Cell's limits seemed almost boundless. In the later stages, he might even evolve into the Super Saiyan Blue variant of Golden Cell, an image that was indeed hard to fathom. Yet, for the moment, Cell still appeared somewhat weak. Shaking his head, Jiang Fei smiled slightly. "No matter, allow me to assist you." With a subtle flick of his finger, an energy sphere materialized and sped toward Cell's back. Hee, Android 18, there's no escaping this. Soon you shall become a part of me. Cell's heavy lips curled into a sinister grin. Krillin attempted to thwart Cell's relentless advance, but his meager strength was utterly insufficient, and he was swiftly sent flying. As Android 18 watched Cell draw nearer, despair enveloped her heart. Cell's tail extended ominously, its tip expanding as it prepared to absorb her. However, just then, she sensed a whistling sound slicing through the air behind her. Before she could react, a thunderous explosion erupted, and Cell's eyes widened in disbelief as the upper half of his body collapsed to the ground. Android 18 gazed in astonishment at the sight of Cell being severed, initially believing her fate was sealed, only to witness this unexpected turn of events. Moreover, aside from Trunks and Vegeta, she sensed no other auras in the vicinity. Android 16, lying against the stone, searched frantically with his eyes. On the opposite side, Cell's body began to regenerate as he stood, surveying his surroundings. With a furious roar, he bellowed, "Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself." He was on the cusp of achieving his perfect form. Now, it has been utterly destroyed, and my heart is filled with profound anger. An ambush? A faint voice echoed. Jiang Fei slowly descended from the sky, remarking, "Is it necessary to resort to ambushes for someone of your caliber?" Upon seeing Jiang Fei's silhouette, Cell's pupils abruptly constricted. He sensed that this individual exuded no aura. Furthermore, to his astonishment, there was no trace of this person within his own cells, as his mind held no reference to the physical characteristics of the figure before him. Who is this? Android 18 raised her head, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Fei. As an artificial being, her memories included a plethora of information about formidable adversaries. Yet this individual was a complete enigma, devoid of any record. Dr. Gero must not have documented this person, Android 16 added, observing the sky. Being a robot, he meticulously cataloged details, and having just scanned the database, he confirmed the absence of any information about this individual. Damn it. Once I achieve my perfect form, I shall deal with you. Cell regained his composure, momentarily suppressing his fury. His foremost objective remained the attainment of his perfect form. While he possessed the reckless essence of a Saiyan, he also retained the astuteness akin to Piccolo, thus understanding clearly what must be done. Once he absorbs Android 18, there shall be no one left who can rival me in this world. With this thought, Cell charged towards Android 18 once more. Jiang Fei observed indifferently from above, merely twitching his finger, causing Cell's body to suddenly emanate a white glow. Boom. Another explosion ensued. This time, a significant portion of Cell's body was reduced to fragments, leaving the remnants sprawled on the ground. Why is this happening? Cell seethed with rage as he glared at the now-closed Android 18, utterly perplexed as to why his body had spontaneously exploded. How impressive, Android 18 murmured, gazing at the sky. Cell had been facing away and failed to witness the event unfolding. However, she had been attentively observing, clearly seeing how a mere gesture had shattered Cell's form. When did such a person arise on Earth? Android 16 frowned, expressing his confusion. Typically, if such a powerful being existed, Dr. Gero's database would surely have documented it. Yet, the individual before them remained a complete blank slate. Chapter 44, Filial Piety. Trunks and Vegeta also detected the commotion and immediately halted their familial interaction. Upon witnessing Cell torn in half, Trunks first felt a moment of confusion, which was swiftly replaced by joy. His conflict with Vegeta had stemmed from disagreements regarding Cell. Damn it, who did this to Cell? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with fury. He had already attained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. After spending an entire day training in the room of spirit and time, his strength had reached the pinnacle on Earth. His mindset had swelled to an extraordinary extent. Upon hearing Vegeta's remarks, Jiang Fei could only shake his head in resignation. In an instant, he appeared behind Vegeta and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Vegeta, it has been 3 years. Why do you still carry yourself in such a manner? Vegeta, startled to find Jiang Fei standing directly behind him, noted that the calm expression on Jiang Fei's face was almost identical to that of 3 years prior. His handsome visage had not changed in the slightest, perhaps even appearing more youthful than before. Vegeta pursed his lips, the fury in his eyes dissipating instantaneously, replaced by a fervent intensity. For the past 3 years, he had been perpetually consumed by thoughts of Jiang Fei, yearning for the day he could defeat him. Today, that opportunity had miraculously presented itself. Mr. Jiang Fei. Trunks flew over, his face alight with excitement. He had witnessed Jiang Fei in action before, a being so powerful that even Goku and Vegeta could not contend with him. With Jiang Fei's presence, the androids and Cell would be mere trifles. Indeed, Trunks said, nodding vigorously, his muscles attesting to his relentless training. His energy was now far more formidable than when he first arrived. Vegeta soared directly in front of Jiang Fei, boasting with a self-satisfied grin, Jiang Fei, I have become a Super Saiyan. Oh, is that so? Jiang Fei replied, his expression unchanged. He was not the slightest bit surprised that Vegeta could transform into a Super Saiyan. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of annoyance at Vegeta's apparent pride. I not only can transform into a Super Saiyan, but I have also surpassed it. I now call myself Super Vegeta. Vegeta declared, brimming with arrogance, convinced that his recent achievements had positioned him on equal footing with Jiang Fei. All right, I understand, Jiang Fei responded, still maintaining an air of indifference. Vegeta stiffened at these words, believing Jiang Fei should be astonished. However, he was taken aback by Jiang Fei's calm demeanor. In truth, Jiang Fei found Vegeta's boasting rather perplexing. Currently, he was unable to even achieve full power in Super Saiyan form, and yet Vegeta claimed to have surpassed it, even dubbing himself Super Vegeta, which sounded rather juvenile. By the way, Mr. Jiang Fei, you are a deity. Please weigh in on this matter. Trunks suddenly recalled his earlier skirmish with Vegeta upon noticing Cell below. Jiang Fei regarded him with a serene gaze as Trunks began to recount the reasons behind his conflict with Vegeta. The narrative aligned closely with the usual storyline. Vegeta's reckless ambition to eliminate Cell in his perfect form clashed with Trunks' desire for caution, leading to their disagreement and eventual altercation. Mr. Jiang Fei, could you explain whether this constitutes proper conduct? Trunks spoke with a heavy heart, his emotions tinged with anger. The future world had devolved into an abysmal state, a consequence of these adversaries. Here lay a splendid opportunity to eradicate them. Yet they chose to languish while their foes grew stronger. Was this not a sign of madness? Trunks, silence yourself. Vegeta retorted fiercely. Was he not insinuating that Trunks was neglecting his duties? Doubts crept into his mind. Could this truly be his son? Defeating the mightiest foes was the rightful pursuit of a Saiyan. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "This is your family matter. I shall not interfere. Resolve it amongst yourselves." Their disparate environments rendered convincing one another an impossibility. Vegeta and Goku sought only to conquer stronger opponents to enhance their own prowess, while Trunks was ensnared in a bleak reality. Despair did not afford him the luxury of idleness. He would show no mercy in swiftly dispatching his enemies, denying them any chance to grow formidable. Nonetheless, Jiang Fei gleaned some information from Trunks' words. Trunks had reconciled with the Vegeta family. Goku, adhering to his usual routine, had neglected his medication and was absent during the confrontation with the androids. Although he had since recovered, he had retreated to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Oh, in that case, once I vanquish the perfect Cell, you shall experience my prowess firsthand, Vegeta declared, crossing his arms with an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Trunks grew anxious. No, Cell must perish now, he exclaimed, preparing to charge forward and seize the moment. You little brat, do you dare? Vegeta bellowed, hastening to follow him. Their speed peaked, and in an instant, they were in pursuit, once again embodying the father-son dynamic. Below them, Cell turned his gaze towards the tumult above, his lower body rapidly regenerating. Like a ravenous beast, he lunged towards Android 18. However, just as he was about to strike, a resounding crash echoed as Cell's head was forcefully driven into the ground by a single foot. Why the haste? Jiang Fei remarked coolly, observing the subdued Cell beneath him. Android 18, witnessing Jiang Fei up close for the first time, was momentarily entranced. Her heart fluttered. She had never encountered someone so striking. The aura surrounding him was utterly captivating. Hello, I am Android 18. Thank you for saving me, she said, almost instinctively stepping forward to greet him. Saving you? Jiang Fei replied, his brow furrowing in confusion. Observing the blush on her face, he quickly comprehended much of the situation. With a resigned sigh, he reflected. It appeared that being handsome was not always advantageous. The burdens he bore were far beyond the imagination of an ordinary person. At times, he wished his appearance were more commonplace, yet alas, such a desire remained but a distant dream. Jiang Fei gazed at number 18 and slowly shook his head. You misunderstand. I am here to collect dogs. Saving you was merely a coincidence. Chapter 45. Then sing a song. Dare I ask where the road leads? Collect dogs? Number 18 was taken aback, clearly perplexed by his words. She pressed on relentlessly. Then why did you thwart Cell 3 times? She could not believe that Jiang Fei's interventions were mere coincidences. Surely, he must have some ulterior motive, some nefarious scheme against her. My dear girl, I intervened with Cell because I did not wish for him to absorb you. It was simply unnecessary, Jiang Fei explained with a hint of exasperation. While it was true that Cell could attain a perfect form by absorbing number 18, that was not the outcome Jiang Fei desired. Should he suffer significant damage, he would undoubtedly expel both number 17 and 18. He recalled the original tale, specifically when Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Such a scenario was exceedingly precarious. It was far better for him to achieve his perfect form independently. Moreover, Jiang Fei intended to cultivate Cell vigorously, not wishing to risk having him regurgitate his acquisitions at a moment's notice. Yet, Cell found the entire ordeal bothersome, even distasteful. Number 18 expressed her confusion. However, Jiang Fei had no intention of elaborating further. He released his foot from Cell's head and, with a single hand, grasped his neck, lifting him effortlessly. Who exactly are you? Cell inquired, purple blood trickling from his lips, his expression one of distress. He felt his strength bound, as if imprisoned, leaving him utterly powerless to resist. You will find out in due time. For now, you have 2 choices, either become my dog or perish. Choose wisely, Jiang Fei said with an indifferent smile. Upon hearing this, number 18 instantly understood the true meaning behind Jiang Fei's earlier words. Nevertheless, she felt no indignation. Rather, she found his demeanor quite formidable. Cell, on the other hand, felt his eye twitch in irritation, quickly donning an expression of fury. You want me to be your dog? Are you dreaming? He spat through clenched teeth. Despite his astuteness, he harbored the proud essence of a Saiyan, particularly that of Vegeta. Had Jiang Fei phrased his request more delicately, under the current circumstances, he might have acquiesced. Yet, the pride within him would not allow such a humiliating fate. Oh, quite the spirited one, aren't you? Jiang Fei remarked with a wry smile. He then released his grip on Cell's neck, only to deliver a powerful punch to his abdomen. Ugh! Cell gasped as he was struck, blood erupting from his mouth. His body was propelled backward, but before he could travel far, he collided with a transparent barrier with a resounding thud, ultimately crashing onto the rough terrain below. The pain coursing through his body contorted his features into a grimace. and soon his tail began to swell rapidly. Whoosh! A figure shot forth from the tip of his tail, colliding directly with a massive boulder not far away. It was number 17's brother. Immediately, number 18 cried out and flew over to assess the situation. Having been expelled by Cell, number 17's form was still in a state of rapid transformation. Within a matter of seconds, Cell's energy began to plummet dramatically, reverting back to his initial form. Huh. What a truly repulsive creature, Jiang Fei remarked, shaking his head as he strode forward. It must be said that Cell's second form had nearly achieved a humanoid appearance, while this first form had devolved entirely into a monstrous shape. Curse it! Cell seethed, pounding the ground in frustration. By this time, Jiang Fei had approached him, speaking with an air of indifference. So, what do you say? Shall I grant you another chance? He genuinely wished to nurture Cell, as he was a formidable entity within the Dragon Ball universe, one whose potential had been squandered by his absence in the later arcs. However, should this creature remain obstinately defiant, Jiang Fei would not waste his breath further. Cell lifted his head, his gaze filled with resentment as he regarded Jiang Fei. Yet internally, he began to strategize. No, this individual before him was far too fearsome. If he continued to resist, his demise was inevitable. It would be wiser to feign compliance and seek an opportunity to transform into his complete form later, to avenge the humiliation suffered today. With this thought, Cell silently nodded, forcibly suppressing the restless cells of the Saiyan within him. The malevolence that had marred his features vanished without a trace, replaced by the characteristic smile of the Frost Demon clan. Esteemed sir, I am willing to serve as your dog. As he uttered the last words, Cell's voice dwindled to a whisper, his eyes flaring with renewed fury. The weight of humiliation bore heavily upon him, not merely due to the influence of the Saiyan cells, but also as a personal affront to his pride. He, Cell, was undeniably the most powerful being in this realm. Yet here he was, reduced to uttering such a degrading proposition. How absurd. Number 18, cradling her brother, was rendered speechless, her expression a tableau of astonishment. This was Cell, the very being that had caused them endless strife, now reduced to this pitiful state, an unfathomable turn of events. In the skies above, Vegeta and Trunks ceased their battle, both sensing a significant decrease in Cell's energy. Upon seeing Cell sprawled on the ground, Trunks erupted with excitement. This is wonderful. Mr. Jiang Fei has intervened. That bastard is mine. Get away from him. Vegeta growled, his fury boiling over as he surged downward. He had intended to defeat Cell in his perfect form, but now Jiang Fei had intervened, ensuring that Cell would not achieve his complete state. Jiang Fei, upon hearing Cell's words, nodded in satisfaction while keenly noticing the dissatisfaction reflected in his eyes. Unperturbed by this, Jiang Fei thought to himself that if he couldn't handle this fellow, he might as well abandon his vocation as a veterinarian. In that case, why don't you sing me a song? Jiang Fei remarked with a subtle smile. Cell, taken aback by this request, was left bewildered. What song should I sing? Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before nodding to himself and slowly stating, then, sing Where is the Road? Upon hearing the title, Cell became even more perplexed. It wasn't just him. Android 18 was equally confused, and Android 16 appeared bewildered as well. However, 16 diligently searched his memory, murmuring to himself, based on my search, it seems there is no such song. Seeing that Cell remained unmoved, Jiang Fei furrowed his brow and urged, hurry up, sing. But, I've never heard this song before, Cell stammered, bewildered. Who knows what kind of song this is? Or what this person's peculiar tastes are? Why must he sing in front of so many people? Oh, I see, Jiang Fei thought, realizing that this world likely had no such song. With a gentle flick of his finger, a white light instantly penetrated Cell's mind. The melody of Where is the Road began to resonate within. Do I really have to sing? Cell gulped, having heard the song in his mind. To be honest, it was rather pleasant. However, he wasn't accustomed to singing, especially not in front of such an audience. After all, he was a formidable warrior. This was simply too humiliating. What could he do? Despite 1,000 objections swirling within him, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, singing was far preferable to losing his life. Clearing his throat, Cell stood up and slowly began to sing, Where's the road? The road lies beneath our feet. La 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 la. At that moment, the formidable Vegeta stormed onto the scene. Originally intending to confront Jiang Fei, he was taken aback by the soulful singing of Cell from a distance. What on earth is happening? Vegeta was utterly stunned. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in a tense battle. How had it suddenly transformed into a talent showcase? Dad. Trunks hurriedly rushed over, eager to prevent his father from acting impulsively. He desperately hoped his father wouldn't do anything rash. Yet, he too had heard the song. What is going on here? Trunks pondered, momentarily entranced by the melody. He gazed at Cell's earnest performance, struggling to reconcile it with the earlier image of brutality. La 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 la. Cell continued to sing with increasing fervor. For reasons unknown, the song seemed to gain more emotion with each note. Jiang Fei frowned, feeling as though his ears were being subjected to a grievous affront. This was nothing short of sheer noise. Such a fine song, yet it is rendered so unpleasantly. Enough. Cease your singing, Jiang Fei remarked, his brow furrowed. Upon hearing these words, Sheru immediately halted his performance, casting a cautious glance at him. With the cessation of the melody, Vegeta regained his composure, his expression swiftly morphing back into fury. He charged forward, shouting, Jiang Fei, why did you stop Sheru from achieving his perfect form? Vegeta bellowed, considering himself invincible, eager to challenge mightier opponents. Yet now, his plans were thwarted. Sheru not only failed to grow stronger, but had instead become weaker. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, coolly responding, are you questioning me? Humph. And what of it? Vegeta crossed his arms, sneering, his eyes brimming with defiance. With Sheru's transformation thwarted, he would have no choice but to battle Jiang Fei. This was fortuitous, for he could not only spar with a formidable opponent, but also redeem his past disgrace. Father, please don't act this way. Mr. Jiang Fei is a deity, and your behavior is quite disrespectful. Trunks interjected, arriving with a furrowed brow. He felt exasperated by his father's recklessness, lamenting how something so simple had to be complicated. Hearing his son's words, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of disdain, arrogantly proclaiming, nonsense. In the presence of a Saiyan prince, what of a god? They too must bow beneath my feet. His strength had surged, rendering him fearless. Before Jiang Fei, he had regained the boldness of their initial encounter. Vegeta, you have changed. You are no longer that man who once humbly begged for my assistance in battle. Jiang Fei sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Recalling 3 years prior, when Trunks first arrived, he had demonstrated such humility, yet now everything had transformed. Vegeta, confronted with the reminder of the past, felt his pride wounded. The once arrogant sneer on his face swiftly morphed into a scowl of rage. Enough prattling. Since you have obstructed Sheru's transformation, it is now your turn to battle the prince. Flames of fury ignited in Vegeta's eyes as he shouted. With that, he prepared to strike. Jiang Fei, unperturbed, raised his palm before him. Observing this, Vegeta halted, coldly taunting, what? Are you afraid? Did you just hear the song Sheru sang? Jiang Fei inquired with curiosity. Vegeta hesitated, furrowing his brow. I heard it. What of it? Jiang Fei, having received his answer, nodded with a smile, then pointed at him. Sing it for me. What? Vegeta questioned in disbelief. Trunks shared the same incredulity. Mr. Jiang Fei is asking father to sing? Setting aside Vegeta's current fury, such a request was utterly audacious. Knowing his father, this was an impossibility. Even 18 was astonished by the prospect of Vegeta singing. She had engaged in combat with Vegeta and was well aware of his extreme arrogance. To compel such a man to sing seemed almost akin to demanding his demise. According to my calculations, the probability of Vegeta singing was a mere 0.25%. After analyzing the data, number 16 murmured to himself, while Cell gazed on with eager anticipation, having just been abandoned by everyone else. If he could gain an additional companion, it would be nothing short of delightful. Are you jesting with me? Vegeta panted, as if deeply insulted. Jiang Fei shrugged and replied earnestly, what do you think? No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta launched a punch. His golden aura surged to its zenith, and the energy in the air became exceedingly tumultuous. At that moment, the small island shattered into fragments. Humph. Jiang Fei smiled nonchalantly, raising his hand with composure. A dull thud resonated as the golden light vanished, and the furious wind stilled. A minute later, Vegeta's hair returned to its natural black, and the arrogance that once adorned his face had dissipated, leaving behind only an expression of discomfort. Let us begin. Jiang Fei's calm voice rang out. Vegeta appeared visibly distressed as he glanced at his son and then at the expectant Cell. Number 18 and number 16 fixed their gaze on him intently. He felt as though his heart had endured 1,000 blows. However, upon meeting Jiang Fei's piercing gaze, he mustered his courage and began to sing softly. You carry the burden, while I lead the horse. May I inquire where the road lies? For it is not beneath my feet. Good. Jiang Fei initiated the applause. In truth, Vegeta's singing was less melodious than Cell's, almost akin to a wailing banshee. Yet, for his bravery, he deserved the applause. Well done, Dad. You're amazing. Trunks cheered, clapping enthusiastically, almost to the point of bruising his hands. His admiration was not for the beauty of the song, but for the newfound side of his father that had profoundly altered his previous perceptions. Number 18 and number 16 offered token claps, but it was Cell who applauded the most vigorously. For reasons unknown, he felt Vegeta's singing was even more discordant than his own, accompanied by a hint of pride. Damn it, a bunch of fools. Vegeta clenched his fists, unable to endure such a humiliating moment any longer. He erupted in fury and fled, transforming into a shooting star that vanished on the horizon. Dad. Trunks disregarded the situation entirely and followed suit. As Vegeta soared through the sky, his sense of shame reached its pinnacle. He wished desperately to find a crevice in the earth to hide within. Simultaneously, he silently vowed never to put on airs before Jiang Fei again, determined to prevent such an embarrassing incident from occurring. Chapter 47. Just call me Little Cell on the island. Jiang Fei regarded Cell and said casually, let us take our leave as well. Shero dared not express any opinion, merely forcing a bitter smile and nodding, glancing at the 17th and 18th. He let out a disappointed sigh. Jiang Fei's mind stirred, and the two transformed into beams of white light. Wait, stop! The 18th exclaimed as she saw Jiang Fei about to depart, unceremoniously tossing the 17th to the ground. Rising to her feet, she attempted to rush over. But in the next moment, Jiang Fei and Shero vanished from the small island. The 18th furrowed her brow, then sighed in resignation, walking away. Meanwhile, Vegeta did not venture elsewhere, but flew directly to the heavenly temple. At that moment, Sun Wukong emerged from the room of spirit and time with Son Gohan, both disheveled and clad in tattered garments. Unlike before, they maintained their Super Saiyan forms. Their first priority upon exiting was to seek sustenance. Bubbles had gathered a substantial amount of food for them, and without a second thought for appearances, they began to feast heartily. Hey, Vegeta's coming! Sun Wukong exclaimed as he sensed the approaching energy. Following closely behind him was Trunks. Meanwhile, Piccolo, stationed at the heavenly temple, was preoccupied with the two of them. Having just felt Jiang Fei's overwhelming presence, the sweat on his brow was a testament to his inner tension. However, Jiang Fei's sudden departure relieved his pressure, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Simultaneously, Shero's energy dissipated from Earth. Strange, Dad, Shero's energy has vanished. Son Gohan was the first to notice this. Remaining in their Super Saiyan state, their sensitivity to energy was quite acute. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong was taken aback, hastily swallowing his food and concentrating on sensing energy. Sure enough, having only focused on Vegeta moments ago, he now discerned that Shero's energy had indeed disappeared. This is troubling. Could it be that Vegeta eliminated him? Sun Wukong lamented, troubled by his heart condition due to not taking medication. Not only had he missed the emergence of the androids, but he had also missed the battle with Shero. No, Piccolo interjected, stepping forward to clarify. It must have been Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, Sun Wukong exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. He disregarded his meal, standing up abruptly. Where is he? Is he still on Earth? Although he regretted missing the battle with Shero, the prospect of fighting Jiang Fei was far more exhilarating. He has already left, Piccolo replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Sun Wukong's expression fell, his excitement dissipating. Yet the pent-up frustration remained, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared atop the heavenly temple, panting heavily and looking quite grim. Father! Trunks swiftly arrived and made his way to Vegeta's side. The crowd immediately noticed the two of them. Uncle Goku, you have emerged from your seclusion, he exclaimed. His mood buoyant, not only because he had glimpsed another side of his father, but also because he sensed that Cell's energy had vanished. Kakarot! Vegeta slowly raised his head, his expression stern. He observed that Goku was maintaining his Super Saiyan form, yet he felt too troubled to concern himself with that detail. Having not yet recovered from the recent events. Vegeta, what is the matter with you? Goku scratched his head, perplexed. He noticed that Vegeta's expression was rather grim. Logically, with Cell's energy dissipated, he should have been defeated by Jiang Fei. Why, then, did Vegeta still wear such a frown? Could it be that he was dissatisfied with the fight? It's like this, Uncle Goku, Trunks began to explain with a smile. Shut up, Trunks. Vegeta suddenly snapped, his irritation evident. He glanced at the onlookers, determined to focus on his training, to immerse himself in it. Only through rigorous practice could he dull the pain in his heart and forget about the recent turmoil. What on earth is happening? Goku murmured, utterly confused. Trunks, undeterred, animatedly recounted the events, describing Jiang Fei's sudden appearance and how Cell was compelled to sing, followed by Vegeta's own unexpected serenade. The crowd was left in stunned silence upon hearing that Vegeta had sung aloud before everyone. They could hardly envision the scene as it unfolded. I can't believe Uncle Vegeta has such a side to him, Gohan exclaimed incredulously. In his mind, Vegeta was merely a hot-tempered individual, quick to anger and prone to shouting. To think he would sing after encountering Jiang Fei was astonishing. Others, like Goku, Piccolo, and Tien, shared similar sentiments. Vegeta singing? I really want to hear what that sounds like. Goku laughed heartily, mirroring Trunks' thoughts. Little did they know, this charming side of Vegeta only emerged in Jiang Fei's presence. At any other time, should anyone mention singing, he might become furious enough to commit violence. In the depths of space, Jiang Fei brought Cell to an unnamed planet. Cell surveyed the harsh environment and couldn't help but furrow his brow. He glanced at Jiang Fei, feeling an uncharacteristic reluctance to question him further, opting instead to silently comply with the unfolding arrangements. Cell, Jiang Fei called out calmly. Upon hearing his name, Cell approached, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. Having already surrendered his dignity, he realized it would be wiser to adopt a more humble stance, hoping for an opportunity to turn the tide in his favor someday. He chuckled softly and said, You are too kind. Just call me Xiaoxia. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei slightly raised his eyebrows, his expression morphing into one of peculiar intrigue. It was not the name that troubled him. Rather, it reminded him of the name Beerus had asked him to use, Xiaobi. If the two were to meet in the future, wouldn't they become the Xiaoxiabai duo? Chapter 48. The Self-Harming Training Method. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Sensing the incongruity, he quickly asserted, I shall continue to call you Sheru. You may address me by my name as well. I wouldn't dare. Sheru hastily waved his hand in protest. Jiang Fei cast him a nonchalant glance, choosing not to dwell on the matter further, as it was not of paramount importance. Mr. Jiang, what are we here for? Sheru inquired, his gaze lowered, then peering up. Of course, to help you attain your perfect form, Jiang Fei replied with a calm demeanor. His current objective was to cultivate the pinnacle of combat strength in Universe 7. For the time being, he would leave Son Goku and Vegeta to their own devices, allowing them to develop freely. Although Sheru's absence as a formidable opponent was notable, as long as the two continued to engage with powerful adversaries, their prowess would soar like a rocket. At that point, Sheru could serve as their sparring partner. What? Perfect form. Upon hearing those words, Sheru's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was his most cherished aspiration. Had it not been for the interference of the individual before him, he might have already succeeded and perhaps even vanquished all the strongest beings on Earth. Indeed, were you not dreaming of becoming perfect? Jiang Fei maintained his placid tone. Sheru was indeed a unique character in the Dragon Ball universe, fervently desiring to achieve his perfect form. However, upon attaining it, he did not exhibit the traits of a merciless killer. Instead, he set up a platform to challenge all the masters on Earth. Of course, his inherently ruthless nature remained ever present. Gulp. Sheru swallowed hard, excitement evident in his voice. Are you going to help me absorb Android 17 and 18? No need. I have a better method, Jiang Fei replied, shaking his head with an indifferent tone. Upon hearing that it did not involve the absorption of Androids 17 and 18, Sheru's expression turned quizzical. It made sense. He had nearly succeeded against Android 18, had it not been for Jiang Fei's repeated interruptions. Otherwise, would he have had to endure such indignation? What method? Sheru inquired, a hint of skepticism in his voice. According to the memories imparted by Dr. Gero, one needed to absorb the androids to achieve perfect form. He had not heard of any other methods, so he found Jiang Fei's assertion somewhat hard to believe. Oh, it's simple, Jiang Fei replied with a serene smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. Sheru was caught off guard. In a flash of white light, a blade-like wave of energy emerged. In an instant, the light blade pierced through his chest, blood gushing from the wound. His face displayed a look of utter disbelief. Mr. Jiang. The grotesque corners of Sheru's mouth were already stained with blood. This is the second method to transform you into your perfect form, Jiang Fei explained with a smile. He then raised his hand and unleashed several beams of light. Uft, uft, uft. The sounds of flesh being pierced echoed through the air. In the next moment, Sheru's body was reduced to a mere pile of flesh, leaving only his head intact on the ground. Regenerate your body, Jiang Fei commanded, raising his hand. Sheru, with only his head remaining, twitched at the corners of his eyes. Reluctantly, he felt compelled to obey. In a flash, a new body sprouted forth. Just as Sheru stood up, still catching his breath, a resounding explosion erupted. Jiang Fei raised his hand once more, obliterating Sheru's form into remnants. Sheru was at a loss for words, blood streaming from his mouth. Despite possessing the bloodline of the Namekians, allowing him to regenerate, it did not exempt him from the agony of destruction. Regenerate your body again, Jiang Fei continued, his voice unwavering. Upon hearing this, Sheru's eyes widened in terror. He began to doubt whether this man was a sadist. Perhaps it would be better to concede. Tears welled in Sheru's eyes. If this continued, even if he did not die, his spirit would undoubtedly shatter. Less talk, more action, Jiang Fei urged, his gaze sharp and demanding. Sheru felt an overwhelming resistance to that look, yet he realized that refusal could lead to his immediate demise. With great reluctance, he allowed a new body to form once more. As he anxiously awaited Jiang Fei's next move, Jiang Fei spoke softly. Now, take a moment to sense whether your energy has increased. Upon hearing this, Sheru concentrated, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to grasp the answer. Could it be that the cells of the Saiyan are enhancing my abilities? Sheru inquired, glancing at Jiang Fei with curiosity. He was somewhat familiar with the characteristics of Saiyan cells, especially their capacity to augment strength following near-death experiences. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. He recalled the time he was forced to self-destruct after being pushed back by Gohan. Since he had not destroyed the core in his brain, he had utilized the Namekian cells to regenerate a new body. Upon recovery, he not only reverted to his perfect form, but also experienced a significant boost in power, ascending to the Super Saiyan 2 level. Is it truly possible to attain the perfect form this way? Sheru asked, though excitement tinged his voice. Jiang Fei nodded slowly, affirming that it was indeed plausible. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Sheru could no longer contain his joy. He opened his arms wide and exclaimed, Come on, Mr. Jiang. Please don't hold back. You already comprehend how to enhance your abilities. Is my intervention truly necessary? Jiang Fei remarked with indifference. Immediately, Shala grasped the implication, signaling his understanding. Without hesitation, he summoned waves of light, directing them towards himself. Boom, boom. In an instant, the desolate planet was illuminated, the sounds of explosions echoing relentlessly. This was the self-harming cultivation technique that Jiang Fei had devised for Shalu. This method, however, was exclusively suited for Shalu. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta could potentially adopt this approach, Jiang Fei had observed that their physical resilience might not withstand such a rigorous regimen. In the earlier stages, it was manageable. After all, with weaker abilities, even a doubling of power would not impose significant strain on their bodies. However, at this juncture, unless they achieved breakthroughs on their own, their physical strength would likely falter under the immense force. This was likely the fundamental reason why Sun Wukong and Vegeta abandoned this method in the later stages. Shalu, on the other hand, faced no such dilemma. With Piccolo's regenerative abilities, Frieza's resilience, and the inherent advantages of the Saiyans, the combination was nothing short of perfect. Chapter 49, Reunion with Gula. 6 months later, Shalu was enveloped in golden auras, with lightning crackling around him. His previously grotesque visage had transformed, now marked by sharp angles and a hint of sinister charm. Clearly, he had attained his complete form. However, with a resounding thud, Shalu's face was struck, and he soon found himself pinned to the ground, subjected to a relentless beating. Why had it come to this? Shalu's expression was one of despair, silently lamenting within. He had believed that through self-infliction, he had achieved his complete form. Finally poised for vengeance, ready to escape Jiang Fei's grasp. Yet reality proved otherwise. His aspirations were merely fanciful. Jiang Fei's strength was terrifyingly formidable. In his complete form, Shalu was no different from his initial state, easily dispatched with a mere wave of Jiang Fei's hand. At that moment, he harbored no desire to resist. The notion that achieving complete form would enable him to seek revenge now appeared laughable. Observing Shalu sprawled on the ground, Jiang Fei spoke lightly. Mr. Jiang, shall we continue? Shalu's countenance was a portrait of misery, his once handsome and enigmatic demeanor utterly vanished, replaced by the groveling submission of a sycophant. Over the past year, he had endured relentless torment from himself, followed by Jiang Fei's grueling training regimen. Even with a resilient psyche, he would have long succumbed to madness. Jiang Fei regarded him, standing with hands clasped behind his back. Let us conclude for today. Ah, what a relief. Shalu exhaled, a glimmer of joy breaking through his despondency. Each day, he was vanquished by Jiang Fei, yet was compelled to endure the repetition. Such a life is utterly unbearable for any ordinary person. But do not rush. There is a task I must assign to you. Jiang Fei waved his hand, interrupting his excitement. Sharu's expression shifted, adopting a posture of respect. Jiang Fei regarded him and spoke calmly. Go to Earth, defeat Sun Wukong and Vegeta, and let me witness the fruits of your training over the past 6 months. Yes, Sharu exclaimed, his voice filled with exhilaration upon hearing the task assigned to him. He had not anticipated such a simple mission. Possessing Saiyan cells, he was inherently a warrior. Now, transformed into his perfect form, he felt confident in his ability to handle Sun Wukong and Vegeta, especially after more than half a year of rigorous training. Dealing with them should be effortless. Remember, just a light touch. These two still serve a significant purpose for me, Jiang Fei reminded him, observing Sharu's fervent expression. Sharu's current power far exceeded that depicted in the original narrative. Although it was difficult to quantify precisely how much stronger he had become, it was evident that he surpassed the level of Super Saiyan 2 and likely approached the mid-level of Super Saiyan 3. He did not wish to disrupt the training of those two by abruptly taking Sharu away. Understood. Although uncertain as to why, Sharu nodded earnestly. Just as the two engaged in their brief conversation, Jiang Fei lifted his gaze to the sky, sensing a powerful energy rapidly approaching. Is someone coming? Sharu inquired curiously. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. He was very familiar with this approaching energy and already knew the identity of the individual. As the energy drew nearer, Sharu also caught a vague sense of it, realizing it was formidable and immense, likely emanating from a powerful being. Do you need me to deal with this person? Sharu quietly suggested. It was evident that the newcomer was headed directly toward them and had already locked onto their location. No, it should be Frieza's brother, Cooler. Let us first see what brings him here, Jiang Fei replied, explicitly identifying the source of the energy. He had sensed Cooler's presence nearby for some time, but had previously chosen to ignore it. Now, however, he was directly approaching them. I see. No wonder this energy feels somewhat familiar, Sharu remarked, then moved to stand beside Jiang Fei as they both gazed skyward. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, Cooler's figure suddenly appeared on the horizon, hovering in the air and gazing down at the planet below. The first thing he noticed was Sharu standing there. Isn't that Frieza? Cooler mused, somewhat perplexed. He then focused intently, and his surprise deepened. How is this possible? Why can I sense my father's energy? Meanwhile, Sharu wore a cold smile, silently observing him. As Gula remained enveloped in confusion, he suddenly noticed the presence of another individual beside him. Turning to glance, he nearly gasped in disbelief. Mr. Jiang Fei. Gula exclaimed in terror. Jiang Fei, seated upon the ground, acknowledged him with a nonchalant nod. Gula swallowed hard, astonished that he could encounter such a formidable figure on this desolate planet. He dared not linger in the sky any longer. Disregarding all semblance of composure, he descended swiftly, landing with a hurried gait before Jiang Fei. Mr. Jiang Fei, how are you here? Gula stammered, uncertainty intertwining with excitement and fear. After all, the man before him was a being whom even Beerus regarded with trepidation. It's nothing, just happened to be here. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively before fixing his gaze upon Gula, inquiring, what brings you to this desolate sector? The resources in this star domain are exceedingly scarce. Which begs the question of your presence here. Well, my foolish brother has escaped, Gula slowly elucidated. It turned out that Frisia had managed to flee from the military prison a few days prior, taking advantage of a moment of lax defense. He had dispatched all his personnel to scour the universe for him. Additionally, Gula had spent the intervening years grasping the essence of Ki. When traversing this sector, he had suddenly sensed Frisia's energy, prompting his hasty arrival, leading to the current circumstances. Why did he escape? Jiang Fei questioned. His curiosity piqued regarding the dynamics between the two. Haha, Gula chuckled sheepishly, then proceeded to recount the series of Frisia's actions following Jiang Fei's departure, including Beerus's visit and the implicit encouragement to intensify his efforts. A shiver coursed through Jiang Fei's body at this revelation. He had not anticipated Gula's ferocity. Even Cell couldn't help but furrow his brow, contemplating, is this truly human? Though he himself was not in any better position. Chapter 50. We are friends, then continue your search. Jiang Fei gestured dismissively, unwilling to meddle in their familial affairs. However, having just listened to Gula's account, he recognized that Frisia had sustained significant injuries. At that rate, it would likely take 5 or 6 years for him to regain his former peak strength. Jiang Fei shook his head in resignation, preparing to take his leave. He turned to Cell, reminding him, don't forget the instructions I entrusted to you. I will depart for a while, but I shall seek you out on Earth later. With that, a flash of white light enveloped Jiang Fei, and he vanished from the planet, leaving behind only Cell and Gula. As Jiang Fei departed, both men simultaneously exhaled in relief, indicating the considerable pressure they had been under. After catching their breath, Gula's gaze shifted towards Cell. Curiosity arose within him, for the presence of not only Frisia's aura but also that of his father, King Cold, emanated from the individual before him. Why do you possess Frisia's energy? Gula inquired, gazing at Sheru with a furrowed brow. Sheru cast a nonchalant glance in his direction and, with a hint of arrogance, replied, that is not your concern. His strength had grown immeasurably, rendering Gula and others of his ilk insignificant in his eyes. At this moment, even in his incomplete form, Sheru regarded his opponent as nothing more than refuse. Gula felt a surge of irritation at Sheru's words. Aside from Jiang Fei and Beerus, no one in this universe had ever displayed such arrogance in his presence. Yet, recalling that this individual had been in the company of Jiang Fei, he restrained his anger, choosing not to retaliate. A cold smile crept across Gula's face as he feigned respect, probing further, may I ask what your relationship with Mr. Jiang Fei is? Initially intending to declare, I am Jiang Fei's dog, he reconsidered upon noticing Gula's eager expression, realizing that such a declaration would be somewhat demeaning. Clearing his throat, he adopted a demeanor reminiscent of Jiang Fei's usual calmness, stating, oh, just a friend. After uttering those words, he dramatically clasped his hands behind his back, gazing skyward with an air of enigmatic profundity. Friend. Gula's heart jolted at this revelation. He had never anticipated that the person before him was indeed a friend of Jiang Fei's, having assumed him to be merely a subordinate or servant. The last time he had heard the term friend was when Jiang Fei mentioned Beerus. In that instance, Beerus's reaction to Jiang Fei's name revealed no semblance of camaraderie. He had acted like a coward, too fearful to even meet Jiang Fei face to face. Now, hearing the word friend from this individual, Gula pondered the true weight of such a designation. And those injuries on your face and body, what are they from? Gula's demeanor shifted, though skepticism lingered. Shara glanced at his battered form, the remnants of his battle with Jiang Fei evident in the multitude of wounds, his skin marred, resembling charred remnants, with purple blood congealed across his chest. After a moment's contemplation, he hesitantly explained, just a spar. I sustained some superficial injuries, though he is not in much better condition. Gula's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this person truly be formidable enough to spar with Jiang Fei? However, upon hearing that Jiang Fei was also not in prime condition, Gula's doubts resurfaced, as he had witnessed Jiang Fei depart unscathed, far from the disarray exhibited by Sheru. Is that truly the case? Gula could not restrain his inquiry. Of course it is, Sheru replied, suppressing his unease and striving to maintain an air of indifference. Did you not see how hastily he departed? On the surface, all appeared well, yet beneath lay severe internal injuries, perhaps even prompting a retreat to some distant place for healing. After uttering these words, he silently prayed within. I beg your pardon, Mr. Jiang, it was merely a boast. Please do not hold it against me. In truth, had it not been for Gula's acquaintance with Jiang Fei, Shala might not have felt compelled to offer such extensive explanations. After all, one must consider not only their own reputation, but also that of Jiang Fei, which deserved some regard. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flickered in Gula's eyes, realizing the gravity of the situation. Jiang Fei had scarcely spoken a few words before hastily departing. May I inquire your name, and invite you to my abode for a brief respite? Gula inquired with newfound courtesy, feeling fortunate to have encountered so many noble figures in recent years. It seemed the heavens were finally favoring him. No need. You may carry on with your affairs. I have matters to attend to, Shalu replied nonchalantly, not allowing Gula a chance to insist. With that, he soared into the sky, heading towards Earth. Gula watched Shalu's retreating figure, reflecting on the changes that had transpired. Times have indeed transformed. After this revelation, he chose not to linger and promptly gathered his team to continue the search for Frisia. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei did not venture elsewhere, but instead arrived directly at the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 7. He intended to take Shalu to other universes for a test of strength. While he might not emerge victorious, it was essential to gauge their capabilities. Additionally, during the past 6 months of training with Shalu, his own strength had seen a modest increase. Soon, Jiang Fei reached the God of Destruction's domain. Oh no! The enforcers are back, Whis exclaimed, akin to a startled bird, immediately tensing at the thought. It had only been half a year, and the shadows of the past still loomed over him. To his dismay, he had not anticipated their return. It was worth noting that he and Beerus had done nothing of consequence during that time. Yet, this was not the moment for such thoughts. Whis swiftly vanished. Arriving in Beerus's quarters. Lord Beerus, rise quickly. The enforcers have come, Whis urged anxiously. However, his words seemed somewhat superfluous, for Beerus had already awakened, frantically searching for his garments. His senses were sharper than Whis's. After all, this domain was his territory, and he would surely be aware of any intrusions. What surprised Whis, however, was that since Jiang Fei's departure, Beerus had taken to catching up on sleep. Whis had attempted to rouse him several times, but had been unsuccessful. Remarkably, this time, without any prompting, Beerus had arisen. It was the first time in many years that Whis had witnessed such a phenomenon, illustrating the profound impact Jiang Fei had on Beerus, rivaling Whis's own apprehensions. Whis, quickly, let us go greet them, Beerus commanded, hastily dressing in a disheveled manner before following Whis out. He dared not show any signs of negligence, fearing that a tardy arrival would result in yet another harrowing reprimand. Chapter 51. Beerus with a hidden agenda in a state of urgency. The two individuals hastily exited the palace. Upon spotting Jiang Fei, they quickened their pace, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. I pay my respects to the enforcer. Beerus executed a precise 90-degree bow. Whis followed closely behind, bowing his head in silence. Jiang Fei scrutinized Beerus, noting the bloodshot hue of his eyes, indicative of someone who had recently awakened. It seemed that his visit had intruded upon Beerus's pleasant dreams. Beerus, during my 6-month absence, have you been diligent in your duties? Jiang Fei inquired nonchalantly, not revealing the purpose of his visit just yet, but instead seeking to ascertain the status of recent work. Upon hearing this question, Beerus's heart sank. Since Jiang Fei's departure, he had indulged in slumber, neglecting all responsibilities. He had assumed that several years would pass before Jiang Fei returned, but now, unexpectedly, he was here so soon. Beerus rose slowly, unsure of how to articulate his predicament. Glancing back at Whis, he stammered, Whis, should you not promptly report to the enforcer? As he spoke, he unconsciously shuffled a few steps backward, positioning himself behind Whis. Lord Beerus, the enforcer is posing a question to you. How can I report? Whis responded, equally apprehensive, as he too began to retreat, realizing that not only had Beerus neglected his duties, but he had also failed in his supervisory role, neglecting to remind him of their responsibilities. Whis, this is where you falter. It is your duty to report. I am at a loss for words, Beerus asserted, pushing against the retreating Whis. He could not allow Whis to move behind him. Otherwise, should the enforcer take action, he would bear the brunt of it. With Whis in front, perhaps he could shield himself. Jiang Fei observed the exchange between the two, and a sense of understanding washed over him. It was evident that no work had been undertaken since his departure. Nevertheless, the primary purpose of his visit was not to address this matter at present. He would save that reckoning for later. Enough, Jiang Fei interjected, as the two continued their petty squabbling. Instantly, Whis and Beerus ceased their dispute, their gazes becoming wary. I am already well aware of the state of your duties, Jiang Fei remarked, his brow furrowed. He paused, directing his gaze towards Whis. Upon receiving this look, Whis's heart raced, fearing that the enforcer might turn his ire toward him. Please provide me with the coordinates of the other universes, Jiang Fei stated with an air of indifference. Relieved that he was not the target of Jiang Fei's wrath, Whis dared not inquire further. A luminous orb materialized upon his staff, gently drifting toward Jiang Fei. Enforcer, all the maps of the universes are contained herein, Whis replied with a relieved smile. Jiang Fei nodded and gently touched the luminous orb. In an instant, the orb transformed into a myriad of sparkling stars, merging seamlessly into his mind. Subsequently, a general map of various universes unfolded within his consciousness. Upon noticing Jiang Fei's inquiry about the locations of other universes, Beerus's curiosity was piqued, and he hastily asked if the enforcer intended to inspect other universes. Jiang Fei cast a sidelong glance at him and replied nonchalantly that it was not so much an inspection as merely a casual visit. His enforcement authority was currently limited to the 7th universe. As for the other universes, specifics would only be determined after the assessment was complete. However, even without conducting an inspection, he was still permitted to visit. Upon hearing this, Beerus's eyes lit up. He was unaware that Jiang Fei's authority was confined to the 7th universe. Interpreting the mention of a casual visit as mere politeness, he immediately concocted a mischievous plan. With a gleeful grin, Beerus approached and asked which universe the enforcer intended to visit, suggesting that since he had amicable relations with the gods of destruction from other universes, he could provide an introduction to their general circumstances. Whis, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter and quickly turned to Beerus, whispering, "Lord Beerus, are you perhaps misunderstanding the nature of your relationships?" In response to Whis's admonition, Beerus shot him a fierce glare, signaling that he should keep his mouth shut if he had nothing pertinent to say. After warning Whis, he turned back to Jiang Fei with a smile, saying, "Oh, is that so? Then please enlighten me." Jiang Fei regarded him with a teasing glance, gesturing for him to continue. Beerus, sensing that the enforcer seemed to be falling for his ruse, felt his excitement mounting. He then spilled the beans. "You see, enforcer, as I mentioned before, I have a rather foolish younger brother named Champa, who currently serves as the god of destruction in the 6th universe, and his work ethic is, shall we say, less than commendable." With that, he feigned a sigh of exasperation, as if burdened by his brother's shortcomings. Whis, observing Beerus's mention of Champa, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, instantly discerning his ulterior motive. Despite Beerus's apparent heartfelt concern for his brother, the truth was well known among the divine beings of the universe. The two brothers were far from amicable. Regardless of the situation, whether right or wrong, they were always at odds whenever they crossed paths. His current words were clearly a ploy to lure the enforcer into his brother's domain. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow and remarked, "So, what you imply is..." Beerus, with an earnest smile, replied, "My intention remains the same as before. I would greatly appreciate it if the enforcer could take some time to provide guidance to him. It might just prove to be beneficial for him for a lifetime." Jiang Fei observed Beerus's seemingly sincere concern for his family, which appeared utterly genuine. If not for his awareness of the underlying motives, he might have been swayed by such apparent sincerity. Perhaps he was deceived, believing in such nonsensical tales. "Beerus." Jiang Fei softly uttered his name. "I am here." Beerus leaned forward, boldly declaring, clearly unaware of what awaited him next. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, his tone light and airy. "Do you know what I loathe the most? Being treated as a fool." Chapter 52, You Two Together. Upon hearing this, Beerus shuddered violently. His gaze towards Jiang Fei began to shift to one of fear. Whis, standing nearby, could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed that once again, intelligence would be thwarted by its own cleverness. Sighing inwardly, he reflected that Lord Beerus often displayed high-level tactics, yet remained oblivious to the inadequacy of his own intellect. "What do you mean by that, law enforcement officer?" Beerus forced a smile, though it was far from pleasant. Given the current circumstances, it appeared his plans had been unveiled. Jiang Fei narrowed his eyes, speaking in a low voice. "I am uncertain about Champa's work ethic, but surely it must surpass yours, no?" Beerus fell silent, his face showing signs of discomfort. He was unsure of the current universe rankings, yet he knew he had consistently remained near the bottom. The 6th universe occupied the third-to-last position. While not particularly high, it certainly outperformed him. The comparison of work ethics was glaringly evident, a point Jiang Fei chose not to elaborate on. He cast a glance at Beerus, gesturing dismissively. These two were akin to brothers in misfortune, neither could mock the other. Beerus attempted to draw him towards the 6th universe, solely due to their poor relationship. Reflecting on the dynamics between the gods of destruction, Jiang Fei continued. "But if you claim to have good relations with the other gods of destruction, are you not attempting to deceive me?" Beerus swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading down his face. It seemed he had underestimated the law enforcement officer, who was not so easily fooled as the Omni King. Jiang Fei fixed a steady gaze upon him, exuding a hint of exasperation. With such intellect and a ranking of second to last in the universe, it was hardly unjust. In truth, Beerus's assertion of amicable relations with the other gods of destruction was mere drivel. His relationship with Champa was fraught with tension, and the perceptions of other gods regarding him were equally dismal. Many preferred not to engage in conversation with him at all. He recalled a time long past when the Omni King organized a universe-wide game of hide and seek. All the deities participated, yet, in the end, the Omni King could not find him. The little fool was so exasperated he nearly obliterated the entire universe. Ultimately, it took the remaining 11 gods of destruction significant effort to placate him. Thus, when other deities encountered Beerus, they seldom greeted him warmly. "I was wrong, law enforcement officer." Beerus mumbled, Lowering his head, his face drooping, Jiang Fei regarded him coolly and remarked, "Since you acknowledge your mistake, you shall join Weiss in the fray." With that, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the two before him. Weiss, perplexed by these words, was left in a state of bewilderment. He could hardly fathom why he had been drawn into this conflict. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Beerus interjected eagerly, "Excellent, excellent." His intentions were not to witness Weiss endure a beating, for he had already witnessed enough of that over the past 3 years. Rather, he simply wished not to face the onslaught alone. If someone could share in this experience, it would be ideal, and if that someone happened to be Weiss, it would be utterly perfect. "Judge, I, Weiss, am left with no words," he lamented. "Why must we resort to violence once more? And if we must, why must I be involved?" However, before he could articulate the remainder of his thoughts, Jiang Fei interrupted, "Enough of your prattle. If I say to join forces, then join forces you shall." He had initially come here with no intention of engaging in combat. Had Beerus not prodded him, he might have already departed. Yet now, after a prolonged absence from a satisfying bout, he seized this opportunity. During his previous training with Cell, he had refrained from exerting himself fully, fearing that a moment's lapse could lead to disaster. Now, facing Beerus and Weiss, those concerns had dissipated. These two were resilient and imbued with divine power, making them unlikely to perish from a mere skirmish. "Weiss, come forth," Beerus urged from the sidelines. Weiss shot him a glare before seizing his staff. "Judge, forgive me," he declared, launching himself into the fray. Beerus wasted no time, propelling himself directly towards Jiang Fei. He understood that failing to strike first would likely preclude any further opportunity to attack. Just as the two were on the verge of reaching Jiang Fei, a brilliant white radiance emanated from his form. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated through the air. The force of the impact immobilized both combatants, preventing them from advancing even a step closer. Beerus spat blood, having sustained injury in that fleeting moment. His expression twisted into one of sheer agony. The judge's power has grown even more formidable, Weiss thought in astonishment. Such talent was terrifying beyond measure. At this rate, surpassing the Grand Minister seemed merely a matter of time, perhaps even eclipsing the unfathomable king of all gods. "I can't withstand this." Just as Weiss was lost in contemplation, Beerus was sent hurtling backward. "This is bad." Weiss's countenance shifted dramatically. Jiang Fei's radiance intensified, illuminating the surroundings. Boom! A thunderous clap echoed, the shockwave sweeping across the entire God of Destruction realm. The very earth trembled, uprooting vegetation in its wake. The celestial bodies in the sky, sensing this energy, shattered in an instant, transforming into vibrant blossoms of color. Weiss channeled his divine energy to its zenith, enveloping himself in a faint green aura of sanctity. However, this formidable power felt akin to a small boat adrift in a vast ocean, easily engulfed by the gentle caress of the waves. Coughing, Weiss could no longer maintain his composure, blood trickling from his lips as his body was uncontrollably hurled backward. The staff he held was knocked aside, and he staggered back over 100 meters before managing to halt his retreat. Lying beneath him was Beerus, who had just been sent flying. With a mere single strike, Jiang Fei had effortlessly neutralized the combined assault of both Weiss and Beerus, inflicting varying degrees of injury upon them. "Is that all you've got?" Jiang Fei remarked nonchalantly, clearly unsatisfied with the encounter. With a swift motion, he appeared before Weiss. Jiang Fei unleashed a punch with an air of casualness, seemingly not taking the battle seriously. Yet, this very act caused Weiss to recoil in pain. In a moment of instinctive reaction, Weiss grabbed the fallen Beerus, positioning him defensively before himself. "Good grief, Weiss. You've got to be kidding," Beerus exclaimed, his eyes wide open in shock at being used as a shield. Chapter 53. Leadership is leadership. Why ask so many questions? It was only upon hearing Beerus's exclamation that Weiss realized he was indeed holding the God of Destruction. Just as he contemplated placing Beerus down, Jiang Fei's fist was already hurtling toward him. Reflexively, Weiss raised Beerus once more, extending his arms forward in a desperate bid to shield himself. Bang! The powerful blow struck Beerus squarely in the abdomen, causing him to cough up blood, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. The force of the strike sent Weiss staggering backward for several meters, illustrating that even without full commitment, Jiang Fei's punch was immensely powerful. "You bastard, Weiss!" Beerus managed to croak out, his frustration evident as he felt the surge of blood and pain coursing through him. Had he been an ordinary being, he would have surely been incapacitated by such an assault. "I'm so sorry, Lord Beerus. I'm just so accustomed to wielding my staff that I instinctively," Weiss stammered, hastily apologizing, not intending any harm. The suddenness of Jiang Fei's punch had caught him off guard, and in the absence of his staff, he had inadvertently treated Beerus as a makeshift weapon. "Put me down at once," Beerus growled, baring his teeth in an expression of sheer rage, clearly having come perilously close to losing his life. "Of course, my apologies," Weiss quickly acquiesced. Just as he was about to lower Beerus, when he noticed Jiang Fei's next punch approaching rapidly, Weiss braced himself for what was to come. Instinctively, I shielded myself once more in front of Beerus. You. Upon witnessing his own body being lifted again, Beerus felt an irritation that gnawed at him. However, before he could fully unleash his wrath, Jiang Fei's fist loomed larger in his vision. With a resounding thud, another powerful punch struck his chest, and he endured it with sheer force. This time, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. At that moment, he no longer cared to hold Whis accountable, for he felt as though dazzling stars filled his eyes, his head spun, and he was on the verge of fainting. Jiang Fei had initially intended to strike once more, but seeing the current state of affairs, he reconsidered. Continuing this way would render Beerus a mere shield in his grasp. Whis, having overheard, offered a somewhat awkward smile before hastily placing the shield gently on the ground. Though Beerus was gravely injured, he had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. Lying on the ground, he could utter no words, yet his furious gaze conveyed a silent curse. Your Honor, I see you, Whis remarked with a conciliatory tone. Although the preceding events had been somewhat theatrical, they imparted a crucial lesson. In future battles with Jiang Fei, bringing Beerus along seemed to ensure greater safety. Jiang Fei waved his hand and said, All right, let us conclude for today. I shall return when I have more time. With that, his figure vanished from the god of destruction realm. Once Jiang Fei departed, Whis felt a sigh of relief wash over him. However, his respite was short-lived as he hurriedly checked on the still prone figure. Lord Beerus, are you all right? Whis inquired with genuine concern. After all, he was the god of destruction of the seventh universe, and any harm befalling him could provoke the Omni King's ire. Although Jiang Fei had instigated all this, Whis bore a share of the responsibility. Beerus, on the brink of unconsciousness, suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes upon hearing Whis's call. The sight of Whis's face filled him with a seething rage. He had already been defeated, lying there in wait for an end, only to be grasped and used as a human shield, enduring 2 heavy blows for naught. Lord Beerus, please calm down. Your recovery is of utmost importance. Do not let your anger further harm you. Whis spoke gently, attempting to soothe him. Yet, Beerus could not swallow his fury. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he glared with his wide eyes and bellowed. Is this how you, as my guardian angel, protect me? Whis? Whis, upon hearing Beerus's roar, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and guilt. Nevertheless, he sought to defend himself, for none had intended for this to occur. Well, I have indeed been steadfastly guarding you from behind, Lord Beerus, he stammered. Whis lowered his head, stroking his chin, his voice diminishing with each word. His face painted with guilt. You are more shameless than Beerus, he heard. Pointing a finger at Whis, he spent a considerable time without making any sense. Suddenly, a spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth, his vision darkened, and the world spun around him as he fainted. Whis was startled by this scene and promptly sensed the signs of life, discovering that there was no serious harm. Merely an overwhelming rush of emotions had caused the fainting spell. Gradually, he calmed his anxious heart. Wait, that is not right. Whis then recalled a few things. Jiang Fei was obtaining coordinates of other universes, undoubtedly intending to visit them. Moreover, he himself had stated a desire to explore. Observing the dire state of his own universe, Whis decisively resolved that it was necessary to alert the siblings across the various universes. Owamo, this is Whis. I have something to tell you. Be vigilant in Universe 1. Universe 12? Martin, this is Whis, here to inform you about an important matter. Uncertain of Jiang Fei's exact destination, Whis spent about 10 minutes notifying the remaining 11 universes, delivering the same message to each. A leader would be coming for inspection, and they must prepare promptly. If there were any messes, they should tidy up quickly to avoid being caught in the act. When these angels inquired about which leader was arriving, Whis simply stated, a leader is a leader. Why ask so many questions? It is the leader from our Universe 7. Upon hearing this, they understood. The only leader worthy of Whis' mention in Universe 7 could only be one. However, they were perplexed by the question of what this leader had done in Universe 7. The tone of Whis suggested a sense of fear, something no one had anticipated. He even hesitated to directly convey the title and name. Chapter 54. If you lose, sing a duet for me. After departing from the god of destruction's realm, Jiang Fei made his way to Earth. However, he was not in a hurry, moving at a leisurely pace, as he needed time to carefully ponder which universe would be the most suitable for his visit. On Earth, Cell had set up a massive arena in a desolate area. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, and others had all gathered there. The remaining inhabitants of Earth had also arrived, with the exception of future Trunks, who had long since left this world. Everyone arrived rather swiftly, Cell remarked, arms crossed, a sinister smile gracing his face. Vegeta, observing the transformed Cell, spoke with disdain. A defeated foe dares to show himself. I never imagined Jiang Fei would spare you. Half a year prior, he had battled Cell in his second form, decisively overpowering him. Had it not been for Jiang Fei's sudden intervention, he would have eliminated the perfect form of Cell back then. Yet, even now, it was not too late. At that moment, he was resolutely determined to vanquish the fully formed Cell. Now, after 6 months of arduous training, he, like Son Goku, had attained the Super Saiyan level 1 in its full power state. Defeating the creature before him should be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. A defeated foe? This time, it would not be so simple. Cell regarded Vegeta with an air of nonchalance, his tone cool as he spoke. Simultaneously, he cast a disdainful glance around at all those present, clearly dismissing them as insignificant. Humph, a mere display of bravado. Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. Although his character had evolved significantly compared to the past, his inherent arrogance remained largely unchanged, especially when directed at Cell, a former adversary he had previously bested. In his eyes, regardless of how much stronger the opponent had become, he still regarded him as nothing more than a lowly insect. At that moment, Son Goku was the most exhilarated and animated of them all. He had not engaged in battle for far too long, and Cell's reappearance felt like a divine gift bestowed upon him. He boldly leapt onto the stage and inquired, "Cell, have you returned with the intent to annihilate the Earth and exterminate all of humanity?" Goku, suppressing his fervent desire for combat, posed the question with a serious tone. While he yearned for a fight, it was prudent to clarify the situation first. "You fool!" Vegeta scornfully exclaimed. In his view, Goku's questions were utterly foolish. It was unlikely that Cell had returned to simply apologize and reform. Piccolo and the others could only shake their heads in exasperation. Goku's nature was such that he was excessively kind-hearted, even when facing a malevolent adversary responsible for the deaths of many innocents. Goku was inclined to forgive if the foe merely expressed sincere remorse and spoke a few gentle words. Annihilate the Earth and exterminate all of humanity? Cell contemplated this statement with a hint of amusement, before slowly shaking his head. How tedious. I have no interest in such matters. His response caught everyone off guard, leaving Vegeta, Goku, and the others astonished, their mouths agape. Indeed, had this been in the past, he might have entertained the notion, but now it was nearly inconceivable. First, Jiang Fei had instructed him not to harm the inhabitants of Earth. Second, through 6 months of interaction, his character had subtly transformed under Jiang Fei's influence. Almost nothing seemed worthy of his attention, especially those who resembled ants in his eyes, exuding an air of transcendence and nonchalance. Then what is your purpose for coming here? Goku scratched his head, momentarily at a loss. In encounters with previous foes, threats of world destruction and personal peril had compelled him to act. Yet now, faced with an opponent who did not wish to kill, he found himself in a state of confusion. Goku silently contemplated. Perhaps he should bow and plead for the chance to battle? Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others also regarded Cell with furrowed brows. They arrived here because they sensed the presence of Cell, only to discover that not only had his appearance transformed dramatically, but his very demeanor had also undergone a significant change. It was nothing much, just a desire to hear Vegeta sing, Cell remarked with a teasing tone, casting a glance at the audience below. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Vegeta's expression turned ashen, for it was a lifelong humiliation that he never expected to be publicly exposed once again. You seek death, Vegeta roared, his body erupting with golden energy. His hair instantly turned a brilliant gold, and his pupils shifted to a pale blue. In a heartbeat, he charged towards Cell with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each accompanied by the sound of air being shattered, aimed directly at his foe. Ah, splendid. Cell smirked contemptuously, his own golden aura flaring to life as he leisurely extended his palm to effortlessly deflect the incoming assault. What? Vegeta's heart raced in shock. He had not anticipated that his offensive could be so easily neutralized. Swish, swish, swish. To Cell, these attacks appeared to be languid, and he dodged them with ease and nonchalance. Seizing an opening, Cell delivered a swift kick. Boom. Vegeta braced himself against the strike, his footing faltering as he staggered back several paces. With his hand resting casually behind him, Cell surveyed the crowd with an air of indifference, slowly declaring, "You may all join in." The expression, movements, and tone he exhibited bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Fei. Yet, while Jiang Fei's demeanor was natural and charismatic, Cell's felt somewhat contrived and deliberate. All right, Goku, already on the verge of action, wasted no time. Without hesitation, he transformed into his Super Saiyan form and charged at Cell. I'm coming too. Gohan, witnessing his father engage, felt it was inappropriate to remain a mere spectator any longer. Channeling the same golden energy, he ascended to the ring. Gohan. Piccolo called out, promptly following suit. Although his own power was modest, he could not stand idly by while his son entered the fray. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha exchanged glances, and they too resolved to join the battle. At this juncture, nearly everyone had taken to the field. Even if they could not prevail, they felt compelled to lend their support. Cell observed that nearly all the capable fighters had joined the fray, a confident smile gracing his lips. In the face of the onslaught from the assembled warriors, he remained remarkably composed. As he dodged their attacks, he taunted them, "Now that you have all joined, let me clarify, this is not merely an arena for battle, but rather a stage prepared specifically for you." Vegeta, upon hearing Cell's audacious words, especially the question of where the road led, felt an intense irritation that made his teeth ache. After regaining his composure, he surged forward with explosive fury. Simultaneously, he cast a cold smirk at Cell, saying, "You are not incapable. Perhaps you should sing for yourself." Chapter 55. What if I became his dog? As Vegeta entered the fray, chaos erupted on the arena. The warriors of Earth encircled Cell, launching fierce assaults from all angles. Cell, however, met their onslaught with a disdainful chuckle, dismissing their efforts with nonchalance. He had no intention of being courteous any longer and was prepared to conclude the battle swiftly. A golden aura radiated from him, crackling through the air like rolling thunder, as arcs of electricity snapped in the atmosphere. He had evidently transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Why has Cell's energy suddenly surged so dramatically? Goku remarked, keenly sensing the surrounding changes with astonishment. This energy is outrageous. Gohan echoed, equally taken aback. They had assumed Cell's strength was only slightly superior to their own, but now it appeared he far surpassed them, transcending their realms altogether. Merely bluster, Vegeta muttered, his heart sinking as he gritted his teeth defiantly. He was acutely aware that Cell's power eclipsed theirs, yet he could no longer restrain his fiery spirit. Especially after having made bold proclamations, he could not possibly kneel and surrender mid-battle. The expressions of the others were taut with tension, for the situation before them had devolved into something beyond their comprehension. Nevertheless, they found solace in the thought that, even in defeat, their lives would not be forfeit. It seemed that a mere song would suffice. This was a notion they could still accept. Bluster, is it? Very well, let me show you whether it is mere bravado. Cell replied with a sinister smile, abandoning his passive defense. In an instant, he vanished and reappeared before Vegeta. How swift! The spectators gasped in astonishment. Vegeta, too, was taken by surprise at the opponent's speed, which left him no room to react. Cell executed a side kick with precision, sending Vegeta sprawling several meters away without any defensive effort on his part. He skidded across the vast arena, leaving a long trail in his wake. As the golden aura of Super Saiyan gradually dissipated. Impressive, extraordinarily powerful, Goku exclaimed in shock at this display. He knew Vegeta's strength better than anyone, understanding that he was only slightly weaker than himself. Yet, he had not anticipated Vegeta would be felled in a single blow. Before he could dwell on his astonishment for long, it was his turn. Cell adjusted his trajectory and charged toward Goku's position. This is bad, Goku realized, swiftly preparing for the impending attack. However, his fate was little better than Vegeta's. The Super Saiyan 3 form of Cell was not something that could be compared to the full power of Super Saiyan 1. His strikes were nearly lethal, leaving no room for retaliation. With a resounding punch, Sun Wukong transformed into his black-haired form, collapsing onto the arena floor. "Dad!" Son Gohan exclaimed upon witnessing his father's injury, instantly igniting a surge of fury within him. He now stood as the mightiest among them. Yet, to Cell, these formidable displays were still insignificant. "Gohan, do not act recklessly," Piccolo warned as he too rushed into the fray. However, the movements of both were effortlessly discerned by Cell, resulting in a repetition of previous events, one strike each, and they were both downed. From the moment he had attacked Vegeta to now disposing of Gohan and Piccolo, it had taken less than a second. With hands clasped behind his back, Cell surveyed the fallen warriors with immense satisfaction. The sensation of annihilating his adversaries with such ease was truly exquisite. He had finally tasted the thrill that Jiang Fei had once experienced. What are we to do now? Krillin's face was etched with panic. The primary combatants of Earth lay defeated, leaving only him, Tien, and Yamcha, mere weaklings in comparison to Cell. Their presence was merely to contribute to the chaos. "I have no idea. Perhaps we should concede?" Yamcha suggested, equally flustered. Fortunately for them, Cell seemed disinterested in their presence. In times past, he might have exterminated them without hesitation, but now, he felt no desire to engage. They were simply too feeble to warrant his attention. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei, after a leisurely 10-minute journey, had arrived on Earth. Sensing Cell's energy, he instantly ascended to the skies above the scene. However, upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle below, he was left utterly bewildered. What on earth has transpired? Why are they singing? Jiang Fei muttered, lips pursed. On the arena stage, Sun Wukong and his son Gohan stood at the center, belting out a tune. La la, la 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 la, they sang, immersed in their performance, completely devoid of any shyness or embarrassment. Yet, their singing was undeniably discordant. Surrounding them were Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, swaying and bobbing their heads, embodying the essence of a mere atmosphere-creating ensemble. Piccolo, upon hearing their song, felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. Crossing his arms, he turned away. As the Dark Lord, he still had a modicum of pride. Being compelled to sing was akin to asking for his demise. Vegeta too turned his back, his teeth grinding in irritation at the familiar melody, wishing he could vanish into a crevice. Initially, he had intended to leave, yet the presence of two small cells nearby deterred him. He had attempted to escape, but had barely made it a few steps before being forcefully restrained. Why is this wretched song not yet finished? How can Kakarot seem so delighted while singing? Vegeta glanced over, furrowing his brow in frustration. He simply could not fathom the workings of Sun Wukong's mind. In the public eye, singing so off-key, do they not feel any embarrassment? Jiang Fei in the sky covered his face, unable to bear the sight or sound any longer. If this continues, the song will soon become a timeless classic. Cheryl, that should be enough. It is time for us to depart, Jiang Fei remarked lightly, his brow furrowed, his voice not loud, yet distinctly audible below. Cheryl glanced upwards, his previously calm expression transforming into one of joviality as he soared aloft. Sun Wukong and the others ceased their chorus, gazing up. However, before anyone could speak, Sun Wukong muttered, scratching his head, was that Jiang Fei? Indeed, Dad, it was Uncle Jiang Fei, Gohan affirmed with a nod. Vegeta looked skyward, his brows knitting together. Considering Sheru's strength, a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Could it be that Sheru's formidable power is a gift from Jiang Fei? At this revelation, his eyes sparkled, but soon his expression became one of inner conflict. Casting a glance at Sun Wukong beside him, he silently pondered, should I also become his subordinate? Chapter 56, brutal, insidious, and unruly, all talk and no action. Across the vast cosmos, all the gods of destruction and angels had become aware that Jiang Fei might soon arrive in their universe. Some of the more advanced universes showed no signs of concern. In Universe 11, the god of destruction, Vermaud, sporting a jester-like visage, was leisurely enjoying a delightful afternoon tea. Standing beside him was the strikingly beautiful angel, Margarita, her hair styled in twin ponytails, exuding a unique charm. Lord Vermaud, you seem utterly unconcerned about the news of the Enforcer's impending arrival, Margarita remarked with a gentle smile, observing her deity's nonchalant demeanor regarding the recent tidings. What is there to worry about? Vermaud leaned back in his chair, his voice languid and casual. Margarita smiled faintly, recalling Whiss's words about how they had suffered under the Enforcer's scrutiny. Huh, Vermaud chuckled, unable to suppress a laugh. Considering how Beerus the Fool has left Universe 7 in such disarray, do you really think they will have an easy time? Margarita, without a second thought, shook her head with a smile. She was well aware of Universe 7's overall strength. Were it not for Universe 9's support, they would undoubtedly rank at the bottom. If the Enforcer visits our Universe 11, he will surely arrive with a smile and depart in good spirits. Vermaud proclaimed confidently, casting a sidelong glance at Margarita, a smile gracing his lips. Truth be told, he felt immensely fortunate to have such an angel by his side. Margarita was an angel with a distinctive way of speaking, often delivering stern advice to the less stringent Kaioshin's and gods of destruction. It was precisely for this reason that the standards of Universe 11 had gradually begun to elevate. The cultivation of numerous elite warriors has indeed been achieved, yet a flicker of anticipation lingers within. What manner of individual is this law enforcer? Capable of unsettling the unflappable Whis to the extent that he scarcely dares to utter his own name? Concurrently, 4 others share a similar sentiment. The first universe, the 12th universe, the 5th universe, and the 8th universe. These 4 realms are highly developed, securing their positions among the foremost. Consequently, they have been granted immunity for the upcoming tournament of power. In regard to Jiang Fei's impending arrival, there exists a unanimous consensus. Let him come. We shall ensure that not a single fault can be found. However, with joy comes trepidation. The other universes harbor contrasting thoughts, much like in school. When a teacher randomly selects students to recite passages, those who are prepared exhibit unfaltering confidence and disdain, occasionally emitting derisive chuckles. They might feel that if their names are not called, it would be an affront to the efforts exerted the previous night. Conversely, those unprepared must bow their heads, silently praying for the absence of their names from the list. Some may feign confidence, sitting upright, appearing self-assured, yet upon being called, their hearts may seize, and their legs turn to jelly. The 6th universe evidently belongs to the latter category. Destroyer God, Beerus, we must devise a plan, implored the angel of the 6th universe. Vados, who sighed in resignation, lamenting, had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Vados is notably strict with the destroyer gods, and Champa harbors a certain apprehension towards her. Yet, fear notwithstanding, certain duties must be fulfilled. No amount of admonition proves effective. Vados, do you think the law enforcer will definitely come to our 6th universe? Champa asked, attempting to console himself. Who can say? Vados replied, her tone tinged with inevitability. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, the law enforcer hails from the 7th universe. Do you think Lord Beerus would not recommend him to us, Lord Champa? At this, Champa's heart tightened, his steps faltering as he nearly stumbled. Regaining his composure, he smacked his forehead, exclaiming, indeed, how could I have overlooked that? His insufferable brother is bound to ensnare him here. Vados, should we perhaps seek refuge? Champa's mind was in utter disarray, fear gripping him to the core. Seek refuge? Are you certain, Lord Champa? Vados raised an eyebrow. Being siblings with Whis and having shared many conversations, she possessed a degree of insight into the temperament of this law enforcer. What? Is that inappropriate? Champa inquired, perplexed. Vados nodded solemnly, asserting, Indeed, it is utterly inappropriate. She then proceeded to recount the experiences of Whis and Beerus in succinct detail. The essence of the narrative unfolds with Beerus and his companions evading the lawmaker. Upon their eventual encounter, a facade of amiability is presented, yet they find themselves subjected to 3 years of sanctions. On the very day of their departure, they endure a brutal beating. Is this truly the nature of humanity? Champa, upon hearing Bardas's account, is rendered almost incoherent, struggling to fathom how Beerus has endured such tribulations over the years. Champa, tread carefully with your words, Bardas exclaims, alarmed by Champa's utterance, swiftly covering his mouth. Champa, undeterred, brushes aside her hand, questioning why he cannot even speak freely in the absence of their presence. With a resigned sigh, he laments the cruel, treacherous, and roguelike behavior of the lawmaker. How could the Omni King have appointed such a character in this role? Bardas, taken aback by Champa's grievances, stands in stunned silence. Despite previously warning him to be cautious with his words, he continues to vocalize his frustrations with an elaborate tirade. Just as Champa finds himself in a state of turmoil, an ethereal light descends upon the realm of the 6th universe's god of destruction, drawing both their gazes. Suddenly, 2 figures materialize before them, accompanied by an eerily calm voice. Cruel, treacherous, and roguelike? Your assessment of me is rather complimentary, Champa. Chapter 57. All rumors passed down by Whis. Champa, gazing at the individual before him, feels his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, Bardas internally exclaims, it's over, while casting a disapproving glance at Champa. They had previously resolved to be cautious with their words, yet here they were, not only speaking freely, but also crafting a rhyme. Even so, Bardas can't help but notice that the lawmaker possesses a certain charisma. Although she had seen him before, his presence now evokes a distinctly different impression. Bardas, what should we do? He is approaching, Champa exclaims, drenched in sweat, as Jiang Fei steadily advances toward them. What should we do? Just behave and pay your respects. Bardas replies, gesturing helplessly. At this juncture, any attempt at justification seems futile. They can only await the lawmaker's inevitable wrath. As Jiang Fei approaches, he maintains a calm demeanor, albeit puzzled by the reputation he has garnered. Having spent his time in the 7th universe, he has had no dealings with other universes. When did he become labeled as treacherous and cruel? While the accusation of being idle may be somewhat substantiated, he has never engaged in any disparaging behavior. Nevertheless, he muses that those phrases do possess a certain rhythm. Just then, Champa and Bardas step forward to greet him. We pay our respects to the lawmaker. Drenched in perspiration, he bowed deeply before Jiang Fei, the angle of his bow far exceeding 90 degrees. Sweat cascaded down his face in large droplets, reminiscent of yellow beans. Having encountered the law enforcer, Bardas smiled and nodded, slightly inclining her body in acknowledgement. Shalu trailed behind Jiang Fei, curiously surveying his surroundings. For this was his inaugural visit to the realm of the Destroyer God. Everything around him was a source of fascination, and he held no contempt for Champa and Bardas, as he sensed that both exuded an aura similar to Jiang Fei, completely devoid of any discernible energy. Champa, Jiang Fei murmured, his tone nonchalant as he regarded the portly figure before him. Upon hearing this indifferent utterance, Champa felt his heart leap into his throat, his eyes brimming with trepidation. For reasons unknown, he felt compelled to demonstrate an even greater display of reverence. With a swift bend of his legs, he plopped down onto the ground, raising his head to grin awkwardly, exclaiming, Law enforcer, you have arrived. What are you doing? Rise and speak, Jiang Fei said, furrowing his brow and raising a hand, his tone still composed. Perhaps influenced by his past life, he had never been fond of others prostrating before him. Even in the 7th universe, he would instruct those who knelt to stand and converse. Arriving in the 6th universe, he remained consistent in this regard. Though Champa heard Jiang Fei's words, he dared not rise at this juncture. He hurriedly shook his head, a forced smile plastered on his face, replying, Law enforcer, I prefer to speak while kneeling. It is more comfortable this way. Jiang Fei's brow furrowed even more tightly, his attention shifting to the angel beside him. Bardas, feeling the weight of Jiang Fei's profound gaze, sensed herself becoming increasingly ensnared. Nevertheless, she steadied her mind and adjusted her demeanor, stepping forward to explain with a smile. Lord Champa has grown accustomed to speaking in this manner. I ask for your understanding, law enforcer. Is that so? Jiang Fei inquired, a hint of perplexity crossing his features. According to his memories from his previous life, he had no recollection of Champa possessing such a habit. It appeared that his impressions diverged significantly from reality. Unbeknownst to Jiang Fei, his notorious reputation had long since been disseminated far and wide by Whis. Champa's kneeling was not merely a habit, but rather a manifestation of his profound fear of the law enforcer, especially after having overheard the words just uttered. If one were to insist it was a habit, it would certainly have been cultivated after encountering Jiang Fei. Indeed, I am naturally a scoundrel, both in character and speech, Champa proclaimed with a grin, hastily deprecating himself, fervently hoping that Jiang Fei would overlook his earlier utterances, even if forgotten. He wished for them to be attributed to his own loquaciousness. Perhaps, by doing so, he might mitigate the severity of any impending repercussions. However, he evidently underestimated the complexities of the situation. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively, suggesting that if one wished to kneel, so be it. Yet, he pondered whether there was not more to discuss regarding the orchestrations against him. At this moment, his gaze fixed intently upon Champa, an invisible pressure descending upon him. Champa felt the weight of this unseen force, beads of sweat forming anew upon his brow, and the terror in his eyes seemed almost palpable. Overwhelmed, Champa found himself rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he diverted his gaze towards Beerus, anxiously imploring, "Beerus, do speak with the enforcer at once." Beerus, upon hearing this, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. What further discussion could occur at this juncture? Moreover, to insult and malign the enforcer, who would dare approach such a perilous task? What was termed as dialogue was merely a thinly veiled attempt at evasion. It would be prudent to contemplate how best to safeguard oneself. "Enforcer, Lord Champa has shown you disrespect. I beseech you to deal with this matter sternly," Beerus proclaimed with a dignified air, resembling an angel of justice. Champa nearly choked on his own blood upon hearing this. He had sought merely a few words from the angel. Yet now he found himself treated as less than human. Observing the dismal expression on Champa's face, Beerus felt a twinge of sympathy. After a moment's pause, he continued cautiously, "However, Lord Champa's words were surely spoken without malice, based instead on some misguided rumors." "Oh, what leads you to this conclusion?" Jiang Fei inquired. Raising an eyebrow, a flicker of personal judgment igniting within him, Beerus began to recount the tale, revealing that it was primarily Whis who had informed them. After all, Whis was akin to a familial deity, while Champa was merely a younger brother. The gravity of the situation was evident. "That is the crux of it. He simply cautioned us to be wary of you, alleging that you are excessively ruthless and devoid of humanity." Beerus's voice dwindled to a whisper, his tone growing increasingly tentative. "At least, that is how he conveyed it to us. As for the other universes, I cannot speak." Upon finishing, he silently prayed, "Whis, you must not hold this against your sister. She acts solely for her own preservation. You have endured so many blows already. Surely a few more will not break you?" "Ah, I see. It is precisely as I surmised," Jiang Fei replied with a cold smirk. After all this, it was indeed Whis' doing. It appeared that Champa knelt not merely out of contrition for his machinations against Jiang Fei, but primarily due to an overwhelming fear instigated by these rumors. Chapter 58. A less stimulating turn of events. Upon hearing Beerus' explanation, Champa's countenance brightened considerably. He silently commended Beerus for his swift and deft handling of the situation. This seamless act of deflection had effectively alleviated much of the blame. In this opportune moment, Champa lamented, "Enforcer, it is those with ulterior motives like Beerus who have led me astray. I merely fell prey to their deceitful tales, which have brought about today's misfortune." In the realm of the seventh universe's god of destruction, Whis was diligently tending to Beerus' injuries. As divine energy flowed continuously into him, both Beerus and Whis unexpectedly shivered simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and Beerus slowly spoke, "Whis, why is it that after the departure of the Grand Minister, I do not feel the slightest sense of relief? Instead, I sense. I, too, share this sentiment. It seems as though some ominous event awaits us," Whis replied, nodding in agreement, feeling a foreboding premonition that had been lingering in his mind since earlier. In the realm of the sixth universe's god of destruction, Champa listened to the lamentations of his attendant with an air of indifference. "You may rise," he instructed. Upon hearing this calm directive, Champa assumed the storm had passed, dried his tears, and stood up. With his back hunched, he gazed at Champa, his chubby face adorned with a smile that was rather endearing. "Stand straight," Champa continued. Champa, albeit puzzled, complied. He straightened his bulging belly and extended his legs. "Very well." Champa acknowledged with a subtle nod. However, curiosity gnawed at Champa as he inquired, "Grand Minister, what is your intention?" Vedos furrowed her brow and whispered, "Is this what they refer to as standing at attention before a beating?" Champa, upon hearing this, was struck with fear and nearly knelt again. He had thought he was in the clear, yet it appeared he was still to face punishment. He certainly did not wish to endure physical torment. "I shall refrain from striking you for the time being," Champa replied with a placid expression. Although he was not particularly lenient towards deities of destruction, he understood the necessity of preserving his image among the divine. It would not do to berate someone with mere words and then resort to violence. Such actions would solidify the notion of him being cruel and duplicitous. If action were to be taken, it was prudent to first offer a chance for reform, and then, from the process of that reform, identify any faults. "Perfect, utterly perfect," Champa exhaled. Upon hearing this, Champa gradually breathed a sigh of relief and continued to inquire, "So, does the Grand Minister mean?" "Sing." Champa blurted out a single word. "Sing?" Champa and Vedos exchanged bewildered glances, clearly perplexed by the instruction. However, observing the unfolding events, Cell became increasingly animated. Is it about to begin? Could it really be starting? Ever since that day when Champa had asked him to sing a certain song, it had lingered in his thoughts. Cell, demonstrate, Champa instructed calmly. Without hesitation, Cell stepped forward, cleared his throat, and began to sing with fervor. Champa and Vados watched in astonishment, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Listen well and learn, Champa instructed nonchalantly. Champa, I shall grant you a chance. If you sing this song for me, and I find it satisfactory, all previous matters will be forgotten. Upon hearing this, Champa was initially taken aback, but joy soon spread across his face. If that were the case, it would be utterly simple. However, moments later, his smile faded. He realized he had not clearly understood the lyrics of the song. After 2 or 3 minutes, and the conclusion of the performance, Cheru immersed himself for a moment before slowly stepping back. Please commence your performance, Jiang Fei remarked, casting a casual glance at Xiangpa. Let me preface this with a warning. If you sing incorrectly or fail to meet my expectations, I shall not be so gracious. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa swallowed hard. He had initially intended to suggest that the individual beside Jiang Fei take another turn, but upon witnessing the icy glare directed at him, he realized that such a proposition was utterly out of the question. Beside him, Vados encouraged, Lord Xiangpa, you can do it. This song has a lovely melody and is quite simple. Simultaneously, he stole a furtive glance at Jiang Fei, discovering that the enforcer, in fact, possessed a certain charm. This penchant for playful mischief resembled a more mature and refined version of the king of all. Well then, I shall begin, Xiangpa declared, scratching his head. Jiang Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing the inevitability of the situation, Xiangpa took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and closed his eyes, contemplating the lyrics. You carry the burden. I. Before he could finish the next line, a thunderous boom erupted, sending him hurtling backward. Vados shivered at the sound of the explosion. Suddenly realizing that her initial impression was misguided, this enforcer was far from adorable. Ouch, Xiangpa lamented. I messed up the first line. I must start over. Jiang Fei responded coolly, though his gaze held an increasingly peculiar intensity. My apologies, I'll try again, Xiangpa stammered, then resumed with a loud voice. You carry the burden, you. Boom. Another deafening blast resonated, and this time, Xiangpa didn't merely fly backward, he ascended directly into the air. It took 4 or 5 seconds before he plummeted back down, creating a deep crater upon impact. Ah, it hurts. Xiangpa emerged from the pit, his eyes brimming with tears. Enforcer, what happened this time? You were incorrect, Jiang Fei replied, still maintaining his calm demeanor, though the strangeness in his eyes intensified. Xiangpa rubbed his nose, smacking his lips in a soft murmur. Who carries the burden? However, this time, he refrained from panicking and instead observed Jiang Fei's expression. Noticing the furrow in Jiang Fei's brow, he understood that he had erred once again. Vados, blushing, tugged at Xiangpa's sleeve and gently said, Lord Xiangpa, it is you who carries the burden. Upon hearing this, Xiangpa suddenly realized his mistake, smacking his forehead in disbelief. How could he have made such a simple error? He had unwittingly suffered 2 blows for nothing, which was truly disheartening. Regaining his composure, he began anew. You carry the burden. Yet, as he sang this line, he sensed something amiss. He turned to Vados and inquired, Burden? Can it be carried? Ahem. Vados cleared her throat awkwardly, a blush creeping across her cheeks as she replied softly, Well, it's not quite as stimulating when it's not being carried. Jiang Fei, overhearing their exchange, was left momentarily stunned. He had long sensed that something was amiss, and now, to his astonishment, they had set off on their journey. Shalu felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, his face radiating indignation. He felt as though he had been subjected to an affront. Chapter 59, let us keep it brief. Very well, let us conclude here. Jiang Fei could no longer tolerate the situation. Who knew what further outrageous words might be uttered if the singing continued? Moreover, he had not come here to provoke Champa, nor did he possess the authority of the 6th Universe-S enforcers. A slight reprimand would suffice. Ah, that would be most agreeable. Xiangpa exhaled a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was already battered and bruised. Although he had not sustained any life-threatening injuries, the pain coursing through his skin was excruciating. If a song were to be sung in its entirety, even if he were to survive, he would certainly emerge worse for wear. Bardas slightly lowered her head, as if she had sensed that her previous remarks were somewhat inappropriate, inadvertently revealing her true thoughts. While Xiangpa felt a sense of relief, he remained on edge. After all, the purpose of the Enforcer's visit was still unknown. If it were a work inspection, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating. Suppressing his inner trepidation, Xiangpa cautiously inquired, Might I ask, esteemed Enforcer, what brings you here? Oh, it is nothing of consequence. There is no need for fear. I am not here for an inspection. Jiang Fei discerned Xiangpa's apprehension and decided to be forthright. He gestured for Shalu to step forward and calmly explained to Xiangpa, This is a formidable individual from the 7th universe, visiting the 6th universe to broaden his horizons. Xiaolu approached, regarding Champa with a composed smile and a nod. He felt a surge of gratitude for Jiang Fei's introduction. Others might be unaware, but he was acutely aware that he was merely a pawn in Jiang Fei's chess game. To be introduced as a powerful being in front of outsiders undoubtedly granted him considerable prestige. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's assurance that the matter was unrelated to work, Xiangpa's anxious heart finally settled, and a long-lost smile graced his face. However, when he learned that Xiaolu hailed from the 7th universe, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes, and his demeanor became noticeably casual, devoid of any respect. He had initially thought Xiaolu might be one of Jiang Fei's subordinates or acquaintances, warranting a degree of politeness. But if he were just an ordinary powerhouse from the 7th universe, why should he extend any courtesy? What true strength could possibly come from beings like Beerus? Oh, so you are from the 7th universe. Welcome, he said, though his tone carried a hint of mockery. Xiaolu noticed the slight derision and furrowed his brow, smiling and nodding at the man before him. It can be said that he was exceedingly polite, yet now there seems to be a hint of disdain towards himself. Just moments ago, he was at the mercy of Mr. Jiang. How could he suddenly become so arrogant in front of him? Mr. Jiang, may I inquire about this individual? Xiaolu did not even glance at Xiangpa, instead turning to Mr. Jiang with a rather flippant tone. He believed that apart from Mr. Jiang, there was no one else in this world who could rival him. The person before him, although devoid of any discernible aura like Mr. Jiang, could not possibly possess a strength comparable to Jiang's, could they? If that were the case, would he have been so thoroughly bested just moments ago? Mr. Jiang sensed Xiaolu's unusual demeanor and wondered if he was contemplating a spar with Xiangpa. If so, that would indeed be intriguing. He slowly elaborated. The god of destruction of Universe 6, the sovereign of the cosmos, possesses the ability to annihilate all existence. Even I must show him a degree of reverence. Upon hearing Xiaolu's flippant tone, a flame of indignation ignited within Xiangpa. After all, he was a formidable god of destruction. Who in the entire universe would dare to show him disrespect? Yet, as he listened to Mr. Jiang's introduction, his expression softened considerably, with admiration gleaming even more fervently in his eyes. It seemed that this enforcer was not entirely without merit after all. The enforcer bestows such flattery upon me. How can I possibly live up to it? Xiangpa said with a beaming smile, casting a haughty glance at Xiaolu, as if to convey that even the enforcer must grant him a measure of respect. What arrogance do you possess, young man? Despite this, Xiaolu remained utterly dismissive. Although Mr. Jiang spoke as he did, it was likely merely a facade of courtesy. Have you ever witnessed someone showing respect while simultaneously demanding their opponent to kneel publicly? Not only kneel, but to sing as well. Failure to perform well would result in a thorough beating, and not just one. If this is what it means to show respect, then it is indeed a peculiar form of it. Yet I wonder, how formidable is this god of destruction? Xiaolu remarked nonchalantly. Xiangpa furrowed his brow slightly. Since the other party had initiated confrontation, he could not afford to appear weak, especially not as a god of destruction. Thus, he retorted without reservation, my strength may not be extraordinary, but against someone of your caliber, a mere flick of my wrist would suffice. Listening to the exchange between the two, Mr. Jiang remained calm and even felt a tinge of anticipation. Although Xiangpa's words sounded exceedingly arrogant, they held a kernel of truth. Xiaolu's strength was merely at the Super Saiyan 3 level. While Xiangpa may not rival Beerus in power, dealing with Xiaolu would be a trivial matter for him. Perhaps it is possible to recreate the scene from the original work, where Beerus confronts Goku. Initially, he intended to introduce Cell to other formidable beings from the 6th universe. However, he never anticipated that he would directly clash with the god of destruction, Champa. Nonetheless, this turn of events might prove advantageous. Cell's power has surged significantly compared to before. If he were to encounter some setbacks, it could potentially aid him in his future training. Bardos, standing beside Champa, remained unfazed by the escalating tension between the two. As an angel, she possesses a profound understanding of the god of destruction's capabilities. Dealing with a mere cosmic warrior is well within Champa's prowess. Yet, her curiosity about Jiang Fei has only grown. Contrary to Whis' characterization of him as brutal, she perceives a unique aura surrounding him. Bardos slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. Meanwhile, Cell, upon hearing Champa's arrogant declaration, struggled to contain himself. With a cold sneer, he retorted, "Oh really? Then let us engage in a contest." Champa scoffed dismissively. Were it not for Jiang Fei's involvement, he would have obliterated Cell with a mere swipe of his hand. He slightly bowed, adopting a humble demeanor, and inquired, "Lawman, may I have the pleasure of teaching him a lesson?" Jiang Fei nodded slightly and advised Champa, "Let it be a measured encounter." Chapter 60, The Tremors of the 18th Level. Cell felt a twinge of indignation at Jiang Fei's words. What does measured imply? It suggests that his defeat is inevitable, does it not? It is worth noting that, aside from Jiang Fei, Cell has never acknowledged anyone else, especially after his transformation into his perfect form, which has greatly amplified his strength. "Fear not, Lawman, I am well aware of my own capabilities," Champa replied with a faint smile. Yet, His gaze towards Cell turned cold and ominous. He was not one to tolerate repeated provocations, which utterly disregarded the authority of a god of destruction. Should word of this circulate, he would be the subject of ridicule among other gods of destruction from various universes, especially considering that this individual hails from the 7th universe. Humph. Cell huffed in dissatisfaction. Already poised for an attack, he was determined to make this so-called god of destruction aware of his might. Champa casually stroked his neck and remarked, "You may strike first. Once I engage, I fear you will have little opportunity left." Arrogance. Cell's eyes blazed with fury upon hearing this. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from his being. A golden flame enveloped his form, and a tempest of energy surged from all directions. Sensing this immense presence, Champa's eyes glimmered momentarily with intrigue. "Oh, this lad's aura is rather impressive," he mused. After a brief moment of astonishment, he resumed his calm and nonchalant demeanor. This energy was indeed formidable, yet in his eyes, there remained a pitiful weakness. It was remarkable that he could transform his energy and enhance his power. The strength of this 7th universe warrior was, in truth, somewhat commendable. Vados nodded slightly, signifying her approval. Although the energy that Cell unleashed was negligible in the eyes of deities like them, it undoubtedly surpassed that of most beings within the cosmos. However, after a moment of affirmation, Vados' gaze occasionally drifted towards Jiang Fei. The overwhelming aura began to stabilize. Jiang Fei observed Cell, slowly shaking his head, murmuring, "Is this merely the Super Saiyan form?" In the blink of an eye, Cell lunged towards Champa. With a thunderous impact, his hardened fist struck the opponent. Yet, this formidable force failed to yield any tangible effect. Champa stood firm, his impatience evident as he remarked, "Is this all you've got?" "What?" Cell's expression darkened, sensing an unsettling shift. Despite reserving some strength, this punch represented the entirety of his Super Saiyan power. Yet, the opponent not only remained unscathed, but also regarded him with disdain. Cell realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. "Is this your full strength?" Champa's tone dripped with scorn. To him, Cell's power was merely that of an inconsequential contender. In his view, the audacity to provoke a god of destruction stemmed solely from Cell's reliance on the authority of the enforcers. Damn it, how arrogant. Cell felt his pride wounded by such a remark. Quickly retreating a couple of paces, he unleashed his energy once more, golden flames erupting skyward. The ground of the god of destruction's realm began to tremble slightly. His body crackled with lightning as the energy became not only more ferocious, but also more resplendent. "Oh, you're escalating again." Champa raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his heart. Cell's aura was now increasing exponentially, a stark contrast to the earlier moment when he had attacked. "Has he directly ascended to Super Saiyan 3? Jiang Fei murmured, sensing the surge of energy. Cell was unwilling to continue probing. Within him resided not only Goku's audacious cells, but also Trunks' decisive spirit. In that moment, he elevated his energy to its utmost, surpassing Super Saiyan 2 and instantly attaining the realm of Super Saiyan 3. "Not bad, not bad. You're starting to resemble something," Champa remarked with a dismissive tone. Despite his earlier astonishment, "Humph," Cell snorted coldly. In an instant, he appeared before Champa, his fist radiating immense power as it struck towards his opponent's face. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the ground of the god of destruction's realm cracked, the space rippling with waves, seemingly on the brink of shattering. Yet, even in the face of such a fierce assault, Champa remained unyielding. Still standing firm like a mountain, he did not even flinch, his face reflecting an expression of impatience that revealed an indifferent heart. How could this be possible? Cell began to panic. The recent assault, while not executed with all his strength, had been formidable enough. Yet the scene before him was entirely contrary to his expectations. Could he continue? Champa inquired, smacking his lips. Cell could hardly believe his own power, feeling so feeble in the presence of this so-called god of destruction. With a sudden exertion of his legs, he leapt into the air, conjuring a sphere of light that he hurled downward in an instant. Simultaneously, he clasped his hands together and dove rapidly towards the ground. Boom. The light wave collided with Champa, creating an explosion that enveloped the area in thick black smoke. Immediately following, his clasped hands came crashing down upon Champa's head. The fierce energy radiating from Cell dispersed the surrounding smoke in an instant. Bang! The two resounding impacts occurred almost simultaneously. The force of the blow sent tremors throughout the entire realm of the gods of destruction. Pain surged through Cell's hands, yet when he beheld Champa standing there, unscathed, his gaze turned vacant in disbelief. How could this be? The two stood nearly face to face. Champa fixed his gaze upon Cell and remarked coolly, "I believe it is my turn to strike." Huh. Cell hesitated, yet before he could fully process the situation, Champa slowly raised his hand, extending a thick finger to gently flick Cell on the cheek. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as Cell's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string. The golden flames that enveloped him vanished in an instant. After tumbling several times upon hitting the ground, he finally came to a halt. A ghastly gash marred his once charming visage, with purple blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Now, do you comprehend the extent of my power? Champa suddenly loomed over him, hands clasped behind his back, looking down with an air of superiority. Cell buried his face, a tempest of emotions surging within him. He had believed himself invincible, save for Jiren. Yet today, he encountered a foe of unimaginable terror. The inhabitants of Universe 7 truly share the same arrogance as Beerus. Even at this juncture, their presence is utterly infuriating. Upon hearing Champa's words, Cell's heart trembled with shock. He swallowed hard, his eyes wide with astonishment. Glancing at Jiren not far away, it was then that realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. He recalled the moment he first arrived in this place. Had this formidable god of destruction not knelt before him? Chapter 61. Beerus plays it big? To have his dog, it seemed, was not a matter of shame. Cell murmured to himself. He had attained enlightenment. He truly had. Although previously overwhelmed by Jiang Fei's prowess, he found it difficult to articulate his own identity. However, he has now come to realize the true nature of the formidable being he follows. What did you say? Champa inquired, confusion etched on his face. He had heard Cell speak, but the words were too hushed to comprehend. Cell, without so much as a glance in his direction, swiftly healed his wounds and jogged over to Jiang Fei's side. How brazen. He dares to act so arrogantly. Champa fumed internally, feeling an immense indignation at Cell's disregard for him. In his heart, he cursed Beerus, attributing the source of all this turmoil to him. Jiang Fei nodded slightly at Cell. Having witnessed the entire exchange during their recent battle, he was not surprised by the outcome. Yet, in an effort to bolster Cell's confidence, he intended to offer words of comfort. But before he could speak, Cell stood tall and proclaimed with resounding conviction, "I, Cell, am but a dog by Mr. Jiang's side." After uttering those words, he felt no trace of embarrassment. Instead, he experienced an unparalleled exhilaration, a proud sentiment swelling within him as his gaze swept over the nearby Beerus and Champa, radiating immense pride. Cough cough. Jiang Fei reacted with a sudden fit of coughing. To be candid, he had not anticipated Cell's unexpected declaration. The words of consolation he had prepared now eluded him. As Cell's countenance bore no hint of despondency. Rather, he appeared invigorated, as if proclaiming such sentiments in a public setting was an honorable feat. Champa's mouth fell agape, his previously furious expression evaporating in an instant, leaving him utterly astonished. He pondered, could it be that I have rendered this fellow a fool? Meanwhile, Beerus was thoroughly amused, laughing heartily at the delightful spectacle, remarking to himself that he had never encountered someone quite so entertaining. He mused that if those in the judge's company were so humorous, perhaps the judge himself would be even more intriguing. Let us not dwell on this matter. I was merely speaking casually, Jiang Fei said dismissively, gesturing with his hand. Upon hearing this, Cell shook his head vigorously, insisting, "No, Mr. Jiang, it is my honor to be your dog." Jiang Fei was left utterly speechless, perplexed by Cell's sudden transformation. He wondered if perhaps Cell's mind had truly been affected. With a resigned shake of his head, Jiang Fei decided to set aside that line of thought and approached Champa with a gentle smile, saying, "Thank you for your efforts." "No trouble at all." "None at all," Champa replied, bowing in surprise, aware that in the presence of the judge, he dared not utter the word trouble. Jiang Fei nodded with a smile and continued, "There is one more matter I need your assistance with." At that moment, Beerus also approached, positioning himself behind Champa, ready to heed Jiang Fei's commands. In the distance, Cell observed this unfolding scene. The reverence within his heart grew ever more profound, simultaneously accompanied by a sense of fortune at encountering Jiang Fei. You have already tested the prowess of Shalu. While he may not rival the god of destruction, he can nonetheless be considered among the mightiest warriors of the 7th universe, Jiang Fei remarked slowly. Champa nodded silently in agreement. Although Shalu was far from his match, he was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse within the cosmos. My purpose in bringing him here is twofold: to expose him to the world, and more importantly, to utilize him as a means to gauge the elite combatants of your 6th universe. Jiang Fei continued with a subtle embellishment of his true intentions. His arrival in the 6th universe was not for altruistic reasons, but rather for personal gain. While he professed to be assessing their top-tier strength, his actual aim was to discern the extent of the gap between Shalu and other formidable beings from different universes. Upon hearing this, Champa's expression sharpened, and the previously composed demeanor of Beerus transformed into one of gravity. If this were the case, it represented a contest between two universes, a matter of utmost importance that demanded their attention. After a moment of contemplation, an expression of excitement flickered across Champa's face as he eagerly inquired of Jiang Fei. If we were to lose, would there be any penalties? He held no belief that his side would falter, particularly against the 7th universe led by Beerus. Although Shalu possessed considerable strength, he was confident that there were beings even more powerful within his own universe. However, a mere competition held little allure. If he could manage to embarrass Beerus, that would be even better, an asset for undermining the opponent in the future. Penalties? Well, indeed. Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback, seemingly recognizing Champa's thoughts. After a brief pause, he whimsically fabricated. Beerus declared that whoever loses must bow their head in greeting upon future encounters. Upon hearing this, Beerus drew a sharp breath, his brows furrowing slightly. He had not anticipated that Beerus would take such a bold approach. More astonishingly, Whis had not intervened. "You've got some guts, kid." Xiangpa's eyes ignited with flames of indignation, the veins on his forehead bulging. Beerus's words were undeniably a provocation. Yet, almost immediately, his expression regained its composure, a faint smirk appearing at the corners of his mouth. "Beerus, do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? Whis, please locate the formidable warriors of our sixth universe." Xiangpa commanded the angel at his side. Whis, not daring to delay, promptly began his search. Given the stakes had escalated, she too did not wish for her god of destruction to be at a disadvantage. As the two continued their search, a smile crept onto Jiang Fei's lips. Inwardly musing, "Beerus, we have already agreed to abide by the results of our wager, so you better not resort to any tricks." In truth, he did not hold high hopes for Shala's victory. The elite warriors of the sixth universe were merely a handful: the yellow-skinned bear, the robot, and Frost, the distant cousin of Frisia. Shala should have no trouble dealing with those three. The formidable threat must be the legendary Super Saiyan of this universe, along with the adept Hit, who possesses the elusive time-skip technique. As for the legendary Super Saiyan, it currently lacks strength, likely unable even to transform. Thus, the only worthy opponent remains Hit. Even though his time skip lasts merely 1 second, he should have no difficulty in defeating Cell. Chapter 62. Additional funds needed. "Have you not found anyone yet?" Champa urged impatiently. Bardos had been searching for 20 minutes. Could it be that in the talent-rich sixth universe, there was not a single warrior capable of vanquishing Cell? "Lord Champa, please remain calm. In the vastness of the universe, locating top-tier warriors is no simple task. Especially when relying on one's own perception, one must exercise patience." Champa furrowed his brow, pondering whether it was truly impossible to find even a decent fighter. Under normal circumstances, 20 minutes would be insignificant. Even if Bardos were to search for a year, he would remain untroubled. However, in the presence of Jiang Fei, the prolonged wait without results suggested a lack of capable warriors in the sixth universe, reflecting poorly on his competence as a god of destruction. "There is one named Frost," Bardos said, noting Champa's agitation. Champa's eyes flickered with interest, but before he could respond, Bardos continued. "However, he should not be considered a worthy opponent." Champa swallowed his words, his frown deepening. "There is also a robot called Magetta," Bardos added, "but unfortunately, he is also likely not a match." Upon hearing this, Champa's expression darkened considerably. "And then there is a Saiyan named Kaba," Bardos continued, "but he is even weaker." Champa's demeanor soured further, his face clouding with disappointment. After all this effort, they had found individuals, yet none were formidable enough to challenge Cell. Was it not tantamount to declaring that the inhabitants of his sixth universe were nothing but inept? In truth, Bardos had been quite gracious in her remarks. Deep down, she understood that those she mentioned were not merely unsuitable, they were definitively inadequate. Listening to their conversation, Jiang Fei found little of concern. He silently acknowledged Bardos's performance. Her knowledge of the numerous strong beings within her universe was commendable. It appeared she had kept herself well informed about the cosmic landscape. If her brother Whis were to search for formidable warriors in the seventh universe, he would likely only be able to name Frisia as a contender. "At last, I have found someone," Bardos proclaimed after a thorough search. Champa's expression softened slightly at her words, though his tone remained somewhat grim as he inquired, "Who?" "The #1 assassin of the sixth universe, Hit." Bardos replied with a smile, gracefully sweeping her staff. A purple silhouette emerged before the crowd. Jiang Fei gazed at the apparition and silently nodded. It was indeed Hit from Universe 6. He then turned and approached the nearby Cell, needing to inform him about finding an opponent. "The top assassin of Universe 6? That sounds rather impressive, but what is his actual strength?" Xiangpa pondered, stroking his chin and tilting his head in inquiry. "Absolutely foolproof," Bardos replied with a confident smile. According to her estimation, Cell would be no match for Hit. Even when faced with an adversary of a higher caliber, Hit should be able to handle it without breaking a sweat. Upon hearing Bardos's assurance, Xiangpa's gloom was instantly dispelled. He then exclaimed excitedly, "Let us bring him over immediately." His eyes gleamed as if he could already envision the scene of Beerus bowing before him. Moreover, he wished to widely publicize this event, hoping that the entire universe would come to know of it. "I've already made contact, but he has one condition," Bardos interjected, cutting through his daydreaming. Upon hearing this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Xiangpa's face. He wondered if it was the god of destruction who had summoned him. "I am aware," Bardos nodded seriously. "What nonsense. Knowing this, how dare he impose conditions? Who does he think he is?" Xiangpa exclaimed in a fit of rage. "He is the god of destruction, the sovereign of the universe. How dare a mere cosmic warrior come here and set conditions? It's simply intolerable. Lord Xiangpa, your anger is futile." "It seems he is the only one capable of contending with Cell," Bardos remarked, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. Xiangpa's eyes darted as he contemplated the situation. Weighing the pros and cons regardless of the conditions, it would be wise to agree first. After all, if they were to lose, wouldn't he have to bow to Beerus? Such a scenario must not come to pass. Very well, what is his condition? Let him state it. Champa said curtly. Bardas telepathically inquired with Hit, and after a moment, she nodded with a hint of amusement. She then looked at Champa, smiling wryly as she conveyed. He said he would come, but he requires additional compensation. 20 minutes later, Bardas brought Hit to the realm of the god of destruction, with his hands in his pockets. Hit surveyed his surroundings with keen interest. The guests have arrived. Lord Jiang Fei immediately took note of Hit's arrival, slightly nodding to Cell beside him, saying, "Your opponent has arrived." Cell also turned his attention toward Hit. After carefully sensing his energy, he couldn't help but knit his brows, for he perceived that Hit's aura was not particularly strong. However, he did not let his guard down, as it was quite possible that Hit was concealing his true power, which would only manifest in battle. After his encounter with Champa, he had become considerably more cautious. Champa gestured for Hit to approach. After scanning him briefly, he spoke in a calm tone. "Your opponent is that green-skinned fellow over there." As he spoke, he gestured towards the direction of Cell. "If we win, the wealth will be limitless," Champa remarked nonchalantly. However, his tone shifted abruptly, turning somewhat frigid. "But if we lose, then your existence will hold no meaning." Upon hearing this, Hit's gaze fixated on Champa. After a brief moment of silence, he faintly nodded, acknowledging, "I understand." With that, he began to stride towards Cell's position. Upon noticing Hit approaching, Cell ceased his own stationary stance and advanced to meet him. The two halted their steps when they were merely 2 meters apart. Vados instinctively positioned herself between them. "Both of you may unleash your full potential. The one who loses the ability to fight shall be deemed the loser. Do keep it within limits." She cast a glance at Jiang Fei, who nodded slowly in response. Vados continued, "Now you may commence." With that, she gracefully flew to the side. Chapter 63, Knowing Shame and Gaining Courage. Cell and Hit locked eyes, their gazes sharp and fierce. The two bore a striking resemblance to one another. Thus, they held their stare for approximately a minute. Cell discerned nothing particularly extraordinary about his opponent. Nevertheless, he was not about to let his guard down. Since Hit chose not to make the first move, Cell decided to take the initiative. "Huh!" Cell roared, instantly transforming into his most potent Super Saiyan form. A golden aura swiftly enveloped the space around them. Hit, in turn, withdrew his hands from his pockets, adopting a simple defensive stance. He remained unfazed by the surrounding tumultuous energy, his expression impassive and his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. Cell, observing Hit's calm demeanor, felt a rising agitation within him. He sensed that his adversary had not unleashed any overwhelming force. From the outset, Hit had merely assumed a casual fighting posture, starkly contrasting with Cell's ever-increasing energy. Yet, Cell did not let his vigilance wane. Instead, he resolved to strike first. Taking a half-step forward, he surged ahead like a cannonball, his clenched fist slicing through the air with a deafening rush, aimed directly at Hit. Is it truly this simple? Cell furrowed his brow, realizing that his attack was about to connect with Hit's form, and under the present circumstances, evasion seemed impossible. However, just as uncertainty clouded his mind, Hit's figure inexplicably vanished from sight. Cell's pupils dilated in disbelief, thinking it impossible. Bang, bang, bang. In the very moment of Hit's disappearance, Cell felt a searing pain in his abdomen, akin to being struck forcefully several times. Hit's form had, seemingly out of nowhere, materialized right before him. Sheru exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide, spewing forth several mouthfuls of white foam. He then clutched his abdomen and slowly retreated. "Ah, is this the time skip technique?" Jiang Fei pondered silently in his mind. Possessing divine power himself, he clearly perceived the events that had just unfolded. Hit utilized the time skip, freezing time for a fleeting second. In that instant, Sheru's movements came to a halt, while Hit, unhurried, took advantage of that precious second to deliver 3 solid punches to Sheru. Observing this spectacle were also the cheering Champa, alongside the elegantly smiling Beerus. However, Jiang Fei's observations transcended mere punches. A formidable warrior like Hit could accomplish a multitude of feats within that single second. Yet, he only unleashed 3 punches. Not due to a lack of desire for further action, but rather due to the constraints imposed by Sheru's inherent strength. In that fleeting moment, he could manage no more than 3 strikes. Had he faced a more powerful opponent, he might have only been able to deliver a single blow. If the disparity in strength were to increase significantly, the time skip technique would likely lose its efficacy altogether. "Well done, Hit. That's the spirit. Take him down for me," Champa exclaimed with fervent excitement. He had not anticipated that Beerus would present him with a warrior capable of manipulating time. With such an ally, the outcome of this battle seemed destined to be devoid of suspense. "Haha, Beerus, prepare to bow before me." Champa chuckled with uncontainable glee. Observing the antics of his god of destruction, Beerus could only shake his head in resignation. Meanwhile, Sheru gradually regained his composure, yet the shock within him was beyond words. He fixated on Hit, who stood before him with an air of calm assurance. In disbelief, Cheru muttered, struggling to comprehend the current situation. To him, his attacks should have effortlessly struck hit. Yet, his opponent had vanished, and the speed at which he did so left no trace. Were it merely a matter of evading his assault, Cheru would not have been so astounded. However, not only had Hit evaded his strikes, but he had simultaneously inflicted harm upon him. In Cheru's recollection, such speed seemed unattainable by any human. Are you conceding? Hit inquired coolly, observing Cheru as he relaxed his battle stance and slipped his hands back into his pockets. For him, continuing the fight held no purpose. It would be more sensible to concede and depart with his reward. You bastard, how could I possibly concede? Cheru bellowed in fury. Despite the significant changes in his character, the proud Saiyan essence within him could never be extinguished. Thus, the words I concede would never escape his lips. Upon hearing this, Hit merely shook his head in indifference. Then I shall have to strip you of your combat capabilities. In an instant, Hit appeared before Cheru, who, upon seeing him, erupted once more with overwhelming energy. A powerful punch, imbued with ferocious energy, surged forward with tremendous force. Humph! Hit let out a cold snort, his figure vanishing once more. Bang! 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 3 muffled thuds echoed in succession. Cell's fist remained suspended in the air, unmoving, as if he were a statue. The 3 strikes from Hit had all precisely targeted vital points. After concluding his assault, he withdrew his hands into his pockets. Simultaneously, the golden flames enveloping Cell dissipated, and his eyes lost their luster. He collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Nearby, Champa, filled with elation, leapt into the air, exclaiming to himself, "Ha ha, Beerus. Prepare to kneel before me, ha." On the other side, Jiang Fei inspected Cell's condition. With a gentle touch, he infused him with healing energy. Before long, Cell began to awaken slowly. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Jiang. I've lost again," he murmured, his head bowed, the humiliation swelling within him. First, he was defeated by the god of destruction from Universe 6, and now by one of its formidable warriors. These consecutive blows had finally opened his eyes to the harsh reality. He realized just how fragile and powerless he truly was. Jiang Fei spoke softly. "Embrace your shame and strive for greatness. Continue to work hard." Meanwhile, Hit had already taken his leave with his reward. Champa was still lost in thought, imagining the scene of Beerus kneeling before him. Then, Bados raised an eyebrow, her expression shifting as she remarked, "It seems the Grand Minister has arrived." Chapter 64. I consider you a brother, yet you. Jiang Fei also noticed the Grand Minister's arrival, and his thoughts began to race. He pondered whether the Grand Minister had come to see him. Just then, a radiant light descended from the heavens. The figure of the Grand Minister gradually materialized before everyone. Upon sensing the Grand Minister's presence, Champa's initial excitement evaporated, replaced by a lingering astonishment. Gazing at the Grand Minister, he murmured to himself, "What an extraordinary day. Both the enforcers and the Grand Minister are here." Despite his words, he dared not show any lack of respect, hastily running to stand before the Grand Minister. Bados floated behind him, moving at a leisurely pace. "Greetings, Grand Minister." Champa bowed deeply, displaying utmost reverence. Bados simply smiled at her father, remaining at a distance. The Grand Minister regarded both of them with a serene expression, offering no particular response, his gaze fixed on Jiang Fei not far away. Understanding the silent communication, Jiang Fei approached slowly, greeting him. "It's been a while, Grand Minister." The Grand Minister offered a gentle smile, nodding slightly as he replied, "Indeed, it has been well." Enforcer. The two had already forged a friendship during their time at the King's palace. After a long separation, both parties felt a tinge of sentimentality in their hearts. Jiang Fei approached him and directly inquired, "What brings you here, High Priest? Have you come specifically to seek me out?" Deep down, he harbored a flicker of concern. Not from the fear of the High Priest's visit, but rather from the possibility that the King of all had dispatched him to summon Jiang Fei. He was acutely aware of his own responsibilities. The overall strength of the 7th universe had indeed seen some enhancement, yet its elite combat prowess was still in the process of cultivation. "Actually, I am not here for you. It is the King of all who wishes to see you." The High Priest replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei shook his head in resignation. As anticipated, it was indeed that Navi individual seeking him out. "No," the High Priest said, smiling and shaking his head, seemingly perceiving Jiang Fei's thoughts. He continued, "The King of all simply misses you and has entrusted me to check on your well-being." Understanding this, Jiang Fei maintained his composure, though internally, he exhaled a sigh of relief. However, before he could relax for too long, the High Priest stepped closer and whispered, "The law enforcer needs to hasten his progress. Although the King has not explicitly stated it, I can discern that he truly yearns for your presence. If you delay reporting back for several decades, he might revoke your appointment." "I understand," Jiang Fei replied, a slight frown forming on his brow. He contemplated that he indeed needed to quicken his pace. Currently, the strongest in the 7th universe was the formidable Cell, whose recent performance had been quite revealing. If he were to participate in the examination now, he would likely have to concede defeat immediately. However, I must say, I am quite astonished by your progress. In just a few short years, your strength has increased remarkably. The high priest remarked, gazing at Jiang Fei in admiration. He reminisced about the time when Jiang Fei departed. His power was only marginally superior to that of an average angel. Now, however, he appeared significantly more formidable. Ah, you flatter me, high priest, Jiang Fei replied modestly. His strength had indeed surged rapidly. Even without daily training, the divine energy within him gradually expanded. Engaging in combat would only expedite this growth further. The two continued their conversation, while nearby, Champa was drenched in sweat, struggling to maintain his bow. Internally, he lamented, "Could you two esteemed individuals allow me to rise while you exchange compliments?" These thoughts echoed in his mind, yet remained unheard by Jiang Fei and the high priest. Without their directive, he dared not straighten his posture. "Law enforcer, do not be so modest. Your talent is enviable even to me," the high priest chuckled, shaking his head. From their time in the King of All's temple, Jiang Fei had always displayed remarkable humility. It was surprising that his disposition had remained unchanged. Jiang Fei smiled serenely. "In truth, high aptitude is not solely a blessing." What brings such a sentiment from the law enforcer?" The grand priest inquired with curiosity, having never before encountered the notion that possessing great talent could be deemed unfavorable. With a face full of regret, Jiang Fei replied, "There is always a trade-off. When one gains something, one inevitably loses something else. This is an immutable truth throughout the ages. Take me for example. Although I have achieved formidable strength thanks to my innate abilities, I have forfeited the joy of diligent cultivation. Is that not a significant regret in life?" The grand priest, absorbing the first half of Jiang Fei's statement, found it to be quite reasonable, occasionally nodding in agreement. Yet, it caused a slight twitch in his composure. Despite his refined and affable nature, a flicker of irritation surged within him, an impulse to strike out at Jiang Fei. His demeanor had shifted from the restrained aura he exuded in the Omni King's temple, likely a consequence of his prolonged stay in the seventh universe. Perhaps influenced by the individuals or the god of destruction there. Beerus, who was listening nearby, could not suppress a chuckle, finding the law enforcement officer to be exceedingly amusing. Upon hearing her laughter, the grand priest furrowed his brow and cast her a dispassionate glance. Immediately, Beerus, recognizing the gravity of the moment, prudently silenced herself. Aware that mocking a superior deity was utterly unacceptable, particularly in the presence of the impartial grand priest. However, as the grand priest surveyed Beerus, he sensed something amiss. He noticed the peculiar glimmer in his daughter's eyes as she gazed at Jiang Fei. He turned his attention back to Jiang Fei, who, sensing the scrutiny, inquired, "What is it, grand priest?" The grand priest regarded Jiang Fei and then shifted his gaze to Beerus, his eyes brimming with unspoken affection. Being the astute strategist he was, he instantly discerned the sentiments harbored by his daughter. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Dear law enforcement officer, I consider you a brother. Yet it seems you wish to regard me as a father." Chapter 65, Is he really my father? Jiang Fei was taken aback by the grand priest's words, momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow and replied in a low voice, "Is it truly appropriate to take such liberties? Who do you think you are to call you father?" "Oh, is that not the case?" the grand priest responded, glancing toward Beerus. Jiang Fei followed his gaze and observed Beerus lowering her shy countenance, suddenly grasping the situation. Internally, he lamented, "Surely not. If it were an ordinary human of the opposite sex, I could understand, but why has Beerus, as an angel, succumbed to such feelings?" The grand priest, however, was quite keen on the idea of their union. After all, Jiang Fei was not only extraordinarily powerful and gifted, but also held the esteemed position of law enforcement officer in the divine realm. The prospect of having such an exceptional brother-in-law was a source of delight for him. Let us consider my previous remark as mere jest," he conceded. While he held a fondness for his colleague, he understood that matters of the heart must unfold naturally, without force. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, for he had never contemplated such matters before. Upon hearing this, Beerus felt a tinge of disappointment within her heart. She cast a lingering, resentful glance at her father, pondering why he could not exhibit a bit more assertiveness. For the sake of his daughter's happiness, a touch of tenacity and firmness might have yielded positive results. After conversing for a while longer, the high priest prepared to take his leave. Before departing, he glanced at his daughter and pulled Jiang Fei aside, whispering a suggestion that the enforcer should reconsider his stance. His gaze pointedly fell upon the dejected Beerus. As the saying goes, behind every exceptional man lies an exceptional woman. The high priest continued. Hearing this, Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, observing the high priest's fervent demeanor, reminiscent of a seasoned salesman. Before he could utter a word, the high priest spoke again, asserting that for someone as remarkable as his younger brother, one woman would surely not suffice. At this juncture, the high priest lowered his voice to a confidential level, audible only to the two of them, remarking that there were many other outstanding individuals across different universes. Rest assured, should his younger brother express his desires, as an elder brother, he would be duty-bound to assist. After this declaration, the high priest smiled and patted Jiang Fei on the shoulder, not pausing to ascertain whether he comprehended the gravity of his words. With a sweeping gesture, he tore open a massive rift in space, stepping into the void, which promptly sealed behind him, vanishing from the realm of the destroyer gods. Jiang Fei stood there, utterly bewildered, his thoughts a whirlwind. After a lengthy pause, he muttered to himself, "Is this truly my biological father?" Following their conversation, he had gained a new perspective on the high priest. By the looks of it, he seemed intent on offering his daughter to him. Nonetheless, after indulging in his complaints, Jiang Fei felt a profound sense of reflection. It appeared that the adage held true: those who are exceptional often bear substantial burdens. Indeed, the pains he had anticipated had arrived, and these afflictions were burdens he could not share with others, for they would never comprehend. "Enforcer, may I rise now?" As Jiang Fei was lost in thought, Xiangpa's voice gradually reached his ears. He had not dared to straighten his back since the high priest's arrival. Jiang Fei regarded him coolly and replied, "Rise." With that, Xiangpa straightened up, exhaling slowly. Jiang Fei then approached him leisurely. Xiangpa eagerly leaned in, grinning as he inquired, "Enforcer, what were you and the high priest discussing just now?" Although he had been nearby during their conversation, he had remained bent over, entirely unable to listen. Even if he had heard something, he would have been at a loss to understand its significance. "You need not concern yourself with that," Jiang Fei replied, his tone indifferent. Such matters were hardly suitable for indiscriminate disclosure. "It wouldn't do to say, the high priest wishes to be my father, but I declined." At that moment, Bardas approached, her face flushed, speaking in a low voice. Jiang Fei touched his nose, slightly at a loss, and nodded. Upon witnessing Jiang Fei's demeanor, Babidi could not help but cast blame on her father in her heart. If one has revealed their intentions, they should follow through completely. Otherwise, it would be better to remain silent. No one considers you mute. Look at the awkward situation now. She could hardly find the words to express herself. Clearing his throat, Jiang Fei lightly coughed twice and said nonchalantly, "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." He was somewhat overwhelmed by the uncomfortable atmosphere. Furthermore, the high priest had conveyed a message to him. It was time to expedite his work. Babidi nodded gently. Jiang Fei, accompanied by Shalu, instantly departed from the realm of the destroyer. After his departure, Babidi's expression finally returned to a semblance of normalcy. Had the high priest not intervened, she might have been more at ease in Jiang Fei's presence. Yet, having her thoughts laid bare by another was inevitably embarrassing. It's all right. There is still plenty of time, no need to rush," Babidi mused silently. Whether as a lawmaker or an angel, their lifespans were virtually limitless, existing in a state of eternal life. If necessary, she could prepare for a protracted battle lasting millions of years. After all, she had the endurance for it. Xiangpa, having noticed the lawmaker's departure, felt a sense of relief wash over him. He also observed Babidi's earlier unusual demeanor and immediately approached her, inquiring curiously, "Babidi, what was wrong just now? Your expression seemed a bit off." While he sensed something amiss, he could not pinpoint exactly what it was. Babidi glanced at him and replied coolly, "You need not concern yourself with it." "Not this again." Xiangpa scratched his head. Babidi, shaking her head in exasperation, was disinclined to explain. Someone like Xiangpa, who was single, would never comprehend the subtleties involved. Had it been anyone else present, they would have likely discerned the underlying hints by now. However, ignorance could be bliss. Knowing too much about such matters was not necessarily advantageous. "Very well," Xiangpa shrugged. Then donned an excited expression. "Come on, let us go to Universe 7. "Why?" Babidi asked, raising an eyebrow. "Why else? To have Beerus bow to me," Xiangpa exclaimed with enthusiasm. He recalled the lawmaker's words, "Whoever lost must bow to the other." Given Beerus's nature, it was improbable he would come willingly. Hence, Xiangpa would have to make the effort to go himself. "Are you not worried the lawmaker might be there? He just left." "He could very well have gone to Universe 7, Babidi remarked, a hint of intrigue sparking within her. If she were to visit Universe 7, she might just see Jiang Fei again. Xiangpa paused for a moment, then shrugged nonchalantly. "That's fine. It's perfect for the lawmaker to witness it, ensuring Beerus cannot weasel out of it." Chapter 66, Universe 11. After Babidi and Xiangpa made their decision, they immediately rose to prepare for their journey to Universe 7. However, accompanied by Shalu, Jiang Fei arrived in the realm of Universe 11. "Mr. Jiang, where are we headed?" Shalu inquired with curiosity. Jiang Fei regarded him with a calm demeanor and replied, "I am preparing to find you a suitable environment for cultivation." Upon hearing this, Shalu's eyes lit up, as he had endured considerable setbacks in Universe 6. "Oh, there are several powerful ores nearby. Quite impressive," Jiang Fei murmured suddenly. Just as he was about to reach the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 11, he sensed the presence of several formidable energies in the vicinity. Notably, two of these energies far surpassed those of ordinary cosmic warriors. "It must be Jiren and the others," Jiang Fei remarked with a faint smile, promptly altering their flight path. In an instant, They arrived at a massive, earth-toned planet. The entire planet was barren, with an extremely thin atmosphere. Apart from the brown earth and rocks, no other vegetation could be seen. The environment was exceedingly harsh, yet it emanated several potent energies. A tremendous force continuously radiated outward in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions echoed across the planet's surface. Faintly, several figures could be seen colliding in the air. What immense power! Shalu exclaimed, astonished by the energy permeating the atmosphere. Although he was no match for Jiang Fei and had previously suffered defeat at the hands of Champa, he felt no trace of energy from these two figures. Thus, unless they engaged in battle, he remained unaware of their terrifying capabilities. However, this was different. It was his first encounter with such colossal and fearsome energy. Just gazing at it instilled a chilling sensation. Who goes there? The clashes below abruptly ceased, followed by a deep, commanding voice. A robust man with a bald head and large eyes, clad in a tight red suit, looked skyward. This man was none other than Jiren, the absolute ruler of Universe 11. Beside him stood another imposing figure, a candidate for the god of destruction, Topo, whose expression commanded authority without anger. They both fixed their gaze upon Jiang Fei and Shalu above. The other combatants on the ground also paused their battles, turning their attention upward. We've been discovered, Jiang Fei remarked with a serene smile. Shalu swallowed hard. His power was limited, unlike Jiang Fei's, leaving him somewhat unsettled. The reason for their detection was not Jiang Fei's fault. He emitted no energy, and if he wished, no one could detect him. However, Shalu was different, as he hovered in the air, necessitating the use of his own energy. Particularly, in his excitement moments ago, he had been noticed by Jiren and the others below. Mr. Jiang, what should we do? Shalu asked, a hint of panic in his voice. Facing these formidable warriors below left him feeling somewhat intimidated, and he no longer possessed the calm demeanor he had when initially following Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei chuckled and shook his head, expressing that it was no trouble and suggesting that they should go down and get acquainted. He held a profound admiration for Jiren. During the Tournament of Power, he had single-handedly challenged both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, dominating them with an overwhelming force that left them utterly defenseless. His entrance was akin to a suffocating onslaught. Coupled with the candidate for the god of destruction, Topo, it was inconceivable where the 11th universe had faltered. Although they ultimately faced defeat, it could solely be attributed to the narrative's demands. The god of destruction, Vermaud, reclined comfortably on a chaise lounge, basking in the warm sunlight. The angel, Margarita, stood serenely behind him. As one of the most powerful universes, their existence was undoubtedly tranquil and leisurely. They possessed absolute strength, whether in comprehensive rankings or elite combat prowess. However, this leisurely lifestyle and unparalleled power were the fruits of diligent effort and hard work in the early stages. Suddenly, a hint of concern crossed Margarita's brow as she sensed a disturbance. Vermaud rose from his lounge, inquiring about the matter. Unlike Beerus and Champa, every ripple in the cosmos required his direct attention and intervention. It was this diligence that had led their universe to such remarkable achievements. It appears there might be a situation concerning Jiren, Margarita stated slowly. Upon hearing that the issue originated with Jiren, Vermaud's expression relaxed significantly. He held unwavering confidence in Jiren. Moreover, with the presence of a candidate for the god of destruction, Topo, any problems there were almost negligible. Even if challenges did arise, their strength would enable them to resolve them independently. Yet, Margarita remained somewhat apprehensive. Waving her staff, a crystal ball materialized, revealing the planet where Jiren and the others resided. The sight startled her so much that she nearly dropped her staff. Lord Vermaud, you must come and see this, Margarita exclaimed anxiously, her gaze fixated on the crystal ball. Vermaud, upon hearing her urgency, jested, "What is it? Have you seen a ghost?" As he stood and approached slowly, he took a deep breath. Margarita exhaled, placing the staff before him, and added with a hint of resignation, "If it were a ghost, that would be easier to handle." Vermaud, unconvinced, chuckled lightly before directing his attention to the crystal ball in Margarita's staff. The first figures to catch his eye were Jiren and Topo, who appeared to be surrounding someone. He squinted, attempting to discern the details. In an instant, Jiang Fei's handsome face, adorned with a subtle smile, became vividly clear before him. Vermaud was momentarily taken aback, glancing up at Margarita before disregarding all decorum, exclaiming in astonishment, "What the enforcer?" Margarita offered a wry smile and nodded in acknowledgement. "Hiss. He truly has arrived in my 11th universe." Weimide took a deep breath, savoring the moment. "Initially, I had anticipated that Jiang Fei would venture to some lower-ranked universes. Never did I expect him to appear here." Makalita smiled wryly and remarked, "Weimide, this is not the crux of the matter, is it? The real issue is that I see Jiren and the others seem poised to confront the lawmaker." Chapter 67. Should I bow or kneel? Upon hearing these words, Weimide's eyes widened in alarm, and he quickly glanced back. Sure enough, Jiren and his companions had surrounded Jiang Fei, exuding an unmistakable aura of impending conflict. "Makalita, we must hurry," Why exclaimed, trembling, as he soared into the sky towards the planet where Jiren and the others were located. Makalita dared not delay. For the lawmaker was a figure revered by the gods. An attack on such a person within the 11th universe would carry grave consequences. With a flash of light, she swiftly appeared before Why, leading him forward at an astonishing speed. Why, staying closely behind Makalita, watched the rapidly passing scenery, his heart heavy with trepidation. He could only silently pray that no harm would come to him. Jiren, Toppo, and the others were formidable warriors meticulously cultivated within the 11th universe. It would indeed be a tragedy if they were to perish for offending the lawmaker. However, that was merely a secondary concern. From the information he had gathered through various channels, the lawmaker was known for his ruthless disposition. If his ire were to be directed at Why, he would have to contemplate how to defend himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei found himself encircled by Jiren and approximately 10 others. Toppo, his brow furrowed, stepped forward and inquired in a deep tone, "Who are you?" The fact that these two had arrived on the planet without a sound suggested that their strength was formidable, especially the young man, who emanated not a hint of energy, leaving them somewhat bewildered. "What do you think? Shall we test our strength?" Jiang Fei remarked with a nonchalant smile directed at Cell. Upon hearing this, Cell shivered and vehemently shook his head. Had he sensed the presence of these individuals, he might have had the courage to engage. However, confronted with such overwhelming energy, he found himself devoid of any desire to fight. Cell could foresee that if he dared to step forward, he would likely be dispatched within mere seconds. "I'll ask one last time, who exactly are you?" Toppo's expression darkened, his voice rising in intensity as an unparalleled aura began to emanate from him. Jiren, arms crossed, fixed his piercing gaze upon Jiang Fei, his eyes wide with scrutiny. Jiang Fei, upon hearing Toppo's probing inquiry, allowed a serene smile to grace his face, opting not to conceal the truth. After all, Toppo was the candidate for the god of destruction of the 11th universe, likely familiar with his identity. With a gentle smile, he elucidated, "I am an enforcer from the divine realm, and I sensed your presence, prompting my visit." The surrounding crowd, upon hearing Jiang Fei's explanation, relaxed their vigilance slightly, their faces reflecting astonishment. They began to murmur among themselves, voices overlapping in a cacophony of realization. "Ah, so he is a deity. No wonder I couldn't sense any aura." Indeed, even in the presence of the god of destruction, no energy could be felt. However, after a brief exchange, their gazes shifted back to Toppo. Jillian also cast a sidelong glance at him, patiently awaiting validation. After all, Toppo was a candidate for the god of destruction, and thus, a figure of semi-divine stature. If his identity were genuine, he ought to have heard of Jiang Fei. Upon hearing the title enforcer, Toppo's brows furrowed tightly. His gaze sharpened, fixating intently on Jiang Fei. And in an unfriendly tone, he bellowed, "You lie. I have never heard of such a deity in the divine realm." The crowd tensed at this declaration, once more adopting a wary stance, their eyes now filled with hostility directed toward Jiang Fei, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. As a candidate for the god of destruction, Toppo held a profound respect for genuine deities. Although he sensed no aura from Jiang Fei, he trusted his judgment, for he had never encountered an enforcer deity before. To impersonate a divine being was an unforgivable offense. With that, Toppo swiftly lunged forward, closing the distance to Jiang Fei in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a colossal fist was poised to descend upon his head. "What is happening?" Jiang Fei found himself bewildered. This was his first attempt to disclose his identity to another. Previously, he refrained from revealing himself because those who knew him were already acquainted, while those who did not would remain oblivious, regardless of his declarations. Yet this time, in an effort to clarify his status to the candidate for the god of destruction, he was met not only with a lack of respect, but also with insults. As if that were not enough, Toppo was now preparing to strike. Left with no choice, Jiang Fei had to retaliate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Makalita was hastily making her way toward Jiang Fei, her heart fraught with anxiety. Simultaneously, she contemplated how to provide an explanation to the enforcer. Approximately a minute later, they arrived on the ochre-hued planet. As they landed, a significant weight lifted from Waymida's heart, for Jillian and the others had not been slain by the enforcer. Instead, they were bizarrely crouched in a row, hands clasped atop their heads, resembling a rather peculiar scene. What on earth is happening? Waymida's eyes twitched at the sight before her, for it eerily resembled a crackdown on illicit activities. Only one more individual was needed to secure another document, raised high above his head. Nevertheless, a sigh of relief escaped him. Although the posture was rather ungraceful, it was certainly preferable to losing one's life. Wei, noticing Jiang Fei's gaze, forced an awkward smile and hesitantly approached. Margarita closely followed behind him. Initially, they had no fear of Jiang Fei's presence in the 11th universe. But given the recent turn of events, anxiety began to creep into their hearts. "Margarita, should I bow or simply kneel?" Wei inquired softly, taking slow steps. Margarita glanced at Jiang Fei's calm expression and then at the bruised faces of Jiren and the others, suggesting quietly, It would be wise to adopt a more sincere demeanor and show some respect. Torpo's face bore several new bruises, while Jiren's energy was nearly extinguished, his eyes swollen to mere slits. Tispo, trembling, huddled on the ground. It was evident that their intention upon arrival had been to ambush the law enforcement officer, but instead, they had received a harsh lesson. Chapter 68. Why does this always happen? Torpo and Jiren remained motionless on the ground. Their initial glimmer of hope upon seeing Wei Mei quickly dimmed. While others might still be in the dark, Torpo seemed to grasp some of the situation. It appeared that he had misunderstood. The young man before them was indeed a deity. The reason they crouched there, hands clasped over their heads, was not of their own volition, but rather due to an overwhelming divine force exerting unbearable pressure, compelling them to adopt such a submissive posture. On the other hand, Wei Mei exhaled deeply, as if alleviating the weight upon his heart. He had now approached Jiang Fei and, without uttering a word, knelt down with a decisive thud. As if rehearsed, God of destruction of the 11th universe, I pay homage to the law enforcement officer. He bowed his head to the ground, leaving Jiren and the others wide-eyed in disbelief, their shock beyond words. This was a being revered by countless souls, the sovereign of the universe. How could he simply kneel? The angel of the 11th universe, Margarita, pays homage to the law enforcement officer. Like the previous angels, Margarita offered a slight nod. Jiang Fei frowned at Wei Mei's actions, pondering why all these gods of destruction seemed to share the same demeanor. Before he had even spoken, they were already bowing deeply. Was such reverence truly necessary? Standing to the side, Cher's admiration for Jiang Fei had reached an unparalleled zenith. Without mentioning the grotesque figure who knelt before Jiang Fei, let us first reflect on the formidable aura exuded by the group of muscular men clad in tight suits. Upon Jiang Fei's intervention, they were effortlessly dispatched, devoid of any capacity for resistance. He found himself pondering whether there existed anyone in this world who could rival Mr. Jiang. Jiang Fei initially acknowledged Makalita with a slight nod before addressing the prostrate Wei Mei with a calm demeanor, instructing him to rise and speak. He shook his head in resignation, recalling that this particular phrase had become somewhat of a refrain every time he encountered a destroyer. Notably, the manner in which these destroyers knelt was remarkably precise, leading one to suspect they had practiced in private. Wei Mei, drenched in sweat, deemed it wiser to remain on his knees, fearing that standing might result in a severe beating. Jiang Fei, shaking his head in exasperation, remarked on the absurdity of his fear, urging him to stand. With a gulp, Wei Mei slowly replied, Jillian and the others have offended the esteemed enforcer. I cannot evade responsibility. Although such matters were beyond his direct control, they had indeed transpired within his domain. A mismanaged resolution could lead to adverse perceptions for the enforcer. I did not claim they were in the wrong. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Really? Wei Mei cautiously lifted his gaze. Jiang Fei affirmed with a nod, indeed. At this revelation, Wei Mei exhaled in relief, feeling sufficiently reassured to rise gradually. With a humble gaze and gentle tone, he addressed Jiang Fei. Please, enforcer, allow me a moment. Although you do not hold them accountable, I must still express a few words. Jiang Fei regarded him with a faint nod, gesturing for him to proceed. With a smile, Wei Mei approached the squatting Jillian and his companions. Yet, as he drew nearer, he was enveloped by an overwhelming pressure that nearly robbed him of breath. Struggling to maintain his composure, he steadied himself, thankful to be positioned at the periphery. Otherwise, he might have found himself similarly subdued. You lot are incorrigible. Daring to confront the enforcer, Wei Mei exclaimed, his body tense and eyes wide. As the words left his lips, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, illustrating the immense force Jiang Fei exerted. We are sorry, great destroyer. Jillian was the first to bow his head in contrition, having realized that they had provoked someone far beyond their reckoning. Had they not noticed their own destroyer kneeling in submission? Wei Mei shot a glance at Jillian before directing his attention to Tuopa. And you, as a candidate destroyer, how could you be so oblivious to the gravity of the situation? Tuopa, confronted by the admonition of the destroyer, found himself at a loss for words, entirely unaware that their adversary was indeed a deity. Had I known, I would not have dared to lay a hand on him. You lot, consider yourselves fortunate this time, as the god of destruction has granted you clemency. Wei Mei observed the sweat cascading down the faces of these individuals like large grains of yellow beans. He paused momentarily to retrieve a handkerchief, dabbing at the perspiration on his brow. As he wiped, he continued, however, while you may be spared from death, the punishment for your transgressions remains. You shall all bow your heads and acknowledge your faults. What? Jillian and the others were taken aback. They never expected the god of destruction to make such a demand. It is worth noting that they were prominent figures within the 11th universe. To bow and admit fault to a single individual, such news would surely invite ridicule. What, are you dissatisfied? Wei Mei furrowed his brow, regarding them with a piercing gaze. He thought to himself, do you consider yourselves more precious than I? I have knelt in apology. What dignity do you seek, you instigators? Jillian and the others exchanged glances. Though they dared not defy the god of destruction's will, The dignity of their status as formidable warriors loomed heavily in their minds. This was a matter they could not possibly acquiesce to. Jiang Fei, overhearing the exchange between Weimide and the group, could not help but frown. He then spoke in a low, firm voice. Did I not make it clear? They have done nothing wrong. Why should they bow? What fault is there to admit? With a casual wave of his hand, he lifted the divine power that had enveloped the area. In an instant, as the divine force dissipated, the individuals felt unsteady and collapsed to the ground. Yet, they did not rise immediately, instead gasping for breath. Weimide, positioned at the edge of the area, stumbled slightly as the pressure abruptly lifted, nearly losing his balance. Jiang Fei walked over to him, stabilizing his stance and lightly patting his shoulder. Now, let us discuss your concerns, he stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Weimide's heart raced, and his expression froze. Not only he, but even the angel, Makalita, appeared momentarily stunned. They had assumed the matter was settled, pondering how the lawmaker, who was known for his elegance and kindness, could have been portrayed so unfavorably by Whis. Yet, the sudden turn of events compelled her to reconsider Wiss's words. Truth be told, she was quite curious to witness how this lawmaker intended to confront the god of destruction. Lawmaker, did you not assert that Jillian and his companions were in the right? Weimide managed to say with a strained smile. Jiang Fei nodded, meeting his gaze with an air of indifference. Indeed, thus we must discuss your issues. Weimide felt as if his heart had plummeted to the abyss. He had never interacted with Jiang Fei before. This was their first encounter. If there were indeed issues at hand, they must pertain to the current situation. After all this time, it appeared that the matter was far from resolved. However, grievances have their origins, and debts their masters. It is best to hold him accountable directly. Beside them, Makalita remained silent. On ordinary days, she would undoubtedly speak up for justice. But today was different. They were faced with an enforcer of the law. Thus, she could only silently pray for her deity of destruction. How about I bow down a few more times to you? Let this matter be forgotten. What do you think? Weimi, after much contemplation, cautiously suggested. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Fei was utterly bewildered. Typically, one would first inquire about the nature of the problem and then offer a defense. Why was this individual, without uttering a word or asking a question, immediately resorting to prostration to absolve himself of responsibility? Such behavior was unprecedented in Jiang Fei's experience. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Weimi suddenly knelt, her knees hitting the ground with a thud. In front of Jiang Fei's astonished expression, she bowed her head repeatedly, each motion flowing seamlessly, executed with impeccable precision. Jillian, Tua Pu, and the others, witnessing Weimi's declarations and actions, were rendered speechless, their perceptions of the deity of destruction irrevocably altered. Tispo scratched his head and murmured, "Is this truly the deity of destruction or merely a submissive fool? Why so readily bow before others?" Though his voice was barely above a whisper, Jillian and the others heard him, yet no one dared to refute him. The actions of the deity of destruction indeed bore a striking resemblance to those of a subordinate. Initially, they were compelled to bow and admit their faults, and now the deity was personally engaging in such demeaning conduct, which was undeniably disheartening. However, Tuapa could no longer endure the mockery. He held a profound respect for the divine, especially as he himself was a candidate for the title of deity of destruction. Despite his disdain for Weimi's current demeanor, he would not permit anyone to trample upon the dignity of the deity. With a swift motion, Tuapa seized Tispo by the ear, dragging him before himself. All right, retreat to advance, retreat to advance. Please let me go." Tispo nodded in reluctant agreement. He despised having his ear pulled, but against Tuapa, such dislike was futile, for he could not contend with him. "Humph," Tuapa snorted. The moment Tispo was released, it seemed he suddenly grasped something profound. Tapping his chin, he murmured to himself, "Could my earlier actions also be a strategy of retreat to advance?" Meanwhile, Weimi continued to bow fervently, seemingly with no intention of stopping. Makalita watched from the side, her delicate hand pressed against her forehead, unable to bear the sight of the spectacle. Weimi, usually exuding an aura of authority, appeared utterly cowed in the presence of the law enforcer. Observing this stark contrast, Makalita found herself inexplicably on the verge of laughter. Enough, enough. Jiang Fei raised his hand, shaking his head with a solemn expression. After hearing those words, Weimei slowly rose to her feet. She dusted off her clothes, her expression surprisingly devoid of any sense of humiliation. Jiang Fei gazed at her flushed face, shaking his head in resignation. It must be said that this tactic was indeed quite effective. Now, he felt somewhat embarrassed to trouble her further. "Is that it, enforcer? If necessary, I can offer you a few more," Weimei cheerfully remarked. As she spoke, she prepared to throw herself to the ground once more, ready to commence a new round of performance. Observing this, Jiang Fei sternly commanded, "That's enough." Startled, Weimei immediately straightened her legs. Jiang Fei turned to the side, where Makalita was barely containing her laughter. "Is this how she usually behaves?" he inquired, upon realizing he was addressing her. Makalita promptly lowered her hands from her face and adopted a serious expression. She cast a glance at Wei Maida, but could no longer suppress her amusement, her lips curving into a charming smile. Seeing Makalita's smile, Wei Maida's face twitched involuntarily. Why has she become like this today? Jiang Fei frowned, continuing to question. He believed his own image was still quite commendable. Moreover, this was his first visit to the 11th universe. Even if there were some missteps, no one should be aware of them. Yet, why did Wei Maida react to him as if he were a harbinger of doom? Especially when issues arose, she would kneel, nearly calling him grandfather. However, after experiencing the events of the 6th universe, he had a tentative answer forming in his mind. Well, let me think, Makalita mused, licking her lips as if contemplating whether to sell out Weiss. After several seconds of deliberation, she resolutely whispered, perhaps Lord Wei Maida is rather fearful of you. Oh, I see how Weiss has spoken to you, Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. Upon observing his demeanor, Makalita realized she could not conceal the truth any longer. In her mind, she muttered, Weiss, this isn't my doing. It's what the enforcer deduced. When we meet, please don't hold it against me. After her internal prayer, she began recounting. Weiss told me that you are a ruthless and inhumane individual, merely cloaked in. As Makalita's words reached Jiang Fei's ears, his gaze gradually turned icy. It was indeed Weiss's vigorous promotion that had bolstered his notoriety. He may not have been present in every universe, but judging by the current atmosphere, it was clear that his legend had spread far and wide. Chapter 70. Are you out of your mind? Very good, Jiang Fei remarked with a cold smile, nodding. Though he verbally praised the description, there was an unmistakable undertone of gritted teeth. After Makalita finished her tale, she involuntarily shuddered, stepping back slightly, anxious that Jiang Fei might suddenly erupt in fury and harm the innocent. Why does it feel a bit chilly? Wei Maida remarked, rubbing her arms. On this harsh and inhospitable planet, which typically exudes an oppressive heat, an unexpected chill enveloped everyone's hearts. Makalita, twitching her nose, cautiously inquired, Justice Officer, would you care to join us for a while? No, thank you, Jiang Fei replied gravely, his mood profoundly dismal. The rumors propagated by Weiss across various universes inflicted considerable damage upon him. If the tales were true, it would be one thing. He was not one to obstinately deny reality. Yet, he had been portrayed as a remorseless demon. Should Weiss fail to produce a single flower to offer him, he could expect to face the consequences of his actions. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's words, Wei Maida's face momentarily lit up with joy. However, a fleeting expression of regret soon replaced it as he sorrowfully remarked, what a pity. If only the Justice Officer could visit me. It would indeed be a blessing earned over 3 lifetimes. Rest assured, I shall return to the 11th universe in the future, but I have matters to attend to now. I must take my leave, Jiang Fei said, casting a nonchalant glance at him. Had he uttered such sentiments upon their first meeting, they might have held some weight. However, now, after learning of Weiss's slanderous campaign against him, it was clear that such words were little more than empty pleasantries, his heart likely reveling in delight at the prospect of Jiang Fei's departure. At this juncture, Jiang Fei gestured towards the nearby cell, addressing Wei Maida. He shall remain here for the time being to cultivate. Do not let him come to harm. Without waiting for Wei Maida's agreement, he transformed into a beam of light and soared into the boundless expanse of space. Phew. Once Jiang Fei had departed, Wei Maida exhaled a sigh of relief, a sentiment echoed by nearly everyone present, as the pressure exerted by Jiang Fei had been overwhelming. Had he chosen to stay, it was likely that many would have felt suffocated. As for Cell, he stood awkwardly, a silly grin plastered on his face. He had not anticipated being abandoned by Jiang Fei in such a manner. Now, confronted by a group of unfamiliar, imposing men, he felt decidedly uncomfortable. Wei Maida, regaining his usual composure, took note of Cell's disorientation. He then instructed Jiren and the others, since the Justice Officer has spoken, ensure you attend to him properly. With that, he positioned himself behind Makalita. With a wave of her staff, they transformed into a radiant beam of light and vanished from the planet. Once the god of destruction had departed, Topo and Dispo swiftly gathered their cohorts. Gulp. Cell swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he waved awkwardly hello. Humph. Dispo scoffed derisively. Topo, with a sweeping motion of his hand, commanded the surrounding individuals, seize him. In an instant, a throng of burly men clad in tight red attire began to converge upon Cell, their pent-up frustration from earlier now unleashed, as they had been too intimidated to confront the so-called Justice Officer. Now, a weakling remains, and it is time to unleash some pent-up frustration. Of course, not everyone among them has resorted to violence. Jiren, for instance, maintains a certain decorum. With his arms crossed and an impassive expression, he observes the chaos unfolding before him. However, as he listens to the anguished cries of Sheru, who is being mercilessly beaten, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction begins to swell within him. With a sharp intake of breath, Jiren lowers his arms and takes a moment to contemplate. After a brief pause, he strides forward with unwavering resolve, quietly observing the ongoing brutality. In a deep, resonant voice and a tone devoid of emotion, he states, "Please make some space. I wish to partake in this as well." Approximately 30 minutes later, Sheru finds himself battered and bruised, his face a tapestry of injuries. He cowers with his hands clasped around his head, eyes fixed ahead at the imposing figures before him, all the while murmuring his signature refrain, "Where does the road lead?" In the realm of the seventh universe, the domain of destruction, what was once a serene and picturesque environment is now marred by boisterous clamor. "Beerus, can you sink any lower in your shamelessness?" Champa exclaims, his fists clenched, confronting Beerus. "Shameless? How so? Don't stir up trouble for no reason, Champa." Beerus retorts defiantly, leaning forward. Were it not for Whis and Vados restraining their respective gods of destruction, the two would likely have clashed head-on. "You lost to me in the match. And according to the rules, you owe me a bow. Is it not shameless of you to refuse?" Champa bellows furiously, spittle flying into Beerus's face. Disgusted, Beerus wipes his face with his arm, all the while deriding, "I lost a match, and now I must bow to you? Champa, have you lost your senses?" Feeling the moisture on his face, Champa wipes furiously, growling in rage, "You insufferable fool." After finishing, he spits several times in disdain. "To hell with you." Beerus, unwilling to back down, dodges while continuing to hurl insults. Whis and Vados, observing their antics, feel a surge of irritation. In a show of perfect synchronization, they pull their respective gods back, executing a shoulder throw that sends Beerus and Champa crashing to the ground. Had they not intervened, the fallout from the confrontation could have easily affected them as well. "You scoundrel! If I could lay a hand on you, I would flatten you." Champa quickly rises, continuing to shout defiantly. Vados promptly restrains him, preventing him from advancing a single step further. "With your prowess, you should take a good look at yourself." Beerus mocks, preparing to retaliate, only to be held back by Whis. The exchange of insults persists, escalating in intensity. Whis, wearing an expression of exasperation, reflects on the initial moments of Champa's arrival, believing there was some serious matter at hand. Who knows, the moment he arrived, he started demanding Beerus to kneel and bow. Upon hearing this, Beerus was utterly taken aback. He promptly retorted to Champa, "Are you out of your mind?" The two then embarked on a lengthy and heated debate. As their argument escalated, they resorted to harsh insults, and soon they were on the verge of physical confrontation. Had it not been for Whis and Bardos intervening, they would have undoubtedly turned the realm upside down. Chapter 71. You three, get lost. "Humph, I have nothing to say to this insolent wretch." Champa huffed disdainfully, his face flushed with anger. Upon hearing this, Beerus furiously exclaimed, "Who are you calling a wretch? Watch me tear your mouth apart." He attempted to charge forward, but alas, he was firmly restrained by Whis, unable to advance. Beerus was quite perplexed. After finally seeing off the enforcer, he had barely enjoyed 2 days of peace before his foolish brother showed up. He arrived with rude demands, ordering him to kneel. Is this even human discourse? "I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, come at me. Those who can't handle it are the real wretches." Champa crossed his arms, speaking coldly. "Enough. Lord Champa, perhaps you should tone it down a bit," Bardos interjected, unable to suppress a frown. She was feeling quite helpless. Had she known it would turn out this way, she would never have brought Champa along. Not only did they fail to meet Jiang Fei, but the two gods of destruction also ignited such a significant conflict. "Humph." Champa scoffed at Bardos's words, crossing his arms defiantly, turning his head away, his gaze shifting elsewhere. "You should also temper your demeanor, Lord Beerus," Whis remarked in a similarly resigned tone. After so many years as an angel, he had never felt this exhausted. If only he could imagine a life beyond his angelic duties. Tch. Beerus wore a look of disdain, too weary to engage with someone like Champa any further. The two of them fell silent. Bardos let out a sigh and began to explain the events that transpired in Universe 6. Essentially, Jiang Fei had brought a powerful warrior from Universe 7, claiming that Beerus wanted to issue a challenge, prompting Universe 6 to dispatch a formidable opponent. The two warriors were to fight, and the loser would have to bow. Unfortunately, the warrior brought by Jiang Fei suffered a devastating defeat, which led to the recent uproar. What? Beerus was bewildered after hearing Bardos's account. Scratching his head, he looked at Whis beside him and asked, "Did I actually say that?" Whis, upon hearing the mention of the challenge, paused for a moment, shaking his head without hesitation. He continued, "I believe Lord Beerus should, however," before he could finish. He felt a chilling breeze behind him, sending shivers down his spine. "The enforcer?" Bardos shouted excitedly, standing opposite Whis. Upon hearing that name, Whis felt a sudden tightness in his chest. With a slight stiffness, he turned his neck to glance behind him. Upon seeing that it was indeed Jiang Fei, a rather unpleasant smile crept onto his face, the demeanor of a law enforcer, for reasons unbeknownst to him. The moment he laid eyes on this figure silently appearing behind him, a foreboding feeling began to rise within him. "Humph," Jiang Fei scoffed coldly. Whis found himself in the realm of destruction, where grievances have their origins and debts have their creditors. It spared him the arduous task of searching the world for Beerus and Champa. Upon realizing it was Jiang Fei who had arrived, both his heart and mind were startled. He dared not continue their previous bickering and hastily dashed forward to stand before him. Initially, both intended to simply greet him with a bow, but upon witnessing the dark clouds of fury looming on Jiang Fei's countenance, they felt a chill of trepidation. Exchanging glances, they instinctively knelt upon the ground. Burying their heads deep, and in unison proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the law enforcer." Swallowing hard, Whis retreated slightly behind Beerus. At that moment, Beerus and Vados also took their places behind Champa, both nodding in unison, "We pay our respects to the law enforcer." However, Whis's bow was noticeably deeper than usual, for he could sense the barely concealed ire in Jiang Fei's voice when he called his name, as if his ominous premonition were on the verge of realization. "Beerus, Champa, Vados, you three," Jiang Fei began, his gaze sweeping across all present. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Get out of my sight." Following this outburst, his icy glare landed directly on Whis. The thunderous command sent shivers down the spines of the two kneeling before him. Vados was equally taken aback, rendered motionless by surprise. None had anticipated Jiang Fei would erupt with such a statement. Whis's complexion turned ashen, and his staff nearly slipped from his grasp, for it was evident that Jiang Fei's wrath was directed squarely at him. "I take my leave." Beerus quickly rose and retreated to the side, casting a glance of pity towards the trembling Whis. Champa, coming to his senses, hastily interjected, "Yes, yes, we will leave at once." He then grabbed the still-dazed Vados and swiftly sought refuge nearby. At this juncture, the reasons behind Jiang Fei's fury were of little concern to anyone. Survival took precedence. After all, it was wiser to ensure one's safety than to linger and risk becoming collateral damage in this tempest. In less than a second, the surroundings had cleared, leaving Jiang Fei and Whis alone upon the vast stage. "Law enforcer, what is the matter?" Whis managed to force a smile, his voice trembling. Yet, the grimace spoke more of sorrow than joy. "Oh, it's nothing," Jiang Fei replied, smacking his lips, his expression returning to calmness. "I merely wish to teach you a lesson. Do you have any objections?" Upon hearing these words, Whis felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of despair, his face pale as a blank sheet of paper. His teeth clashed together uncontrollably, as if rebelling against his command. With tears unshed, he cast a glance at the distant Bardos, a fleeting realization dawning upon him. Could it be that his brethren had betrayed him? Surely not. However, before he could ponder further, Jiang Fei's colossal fist, imbued with explosive energy, swung toward him. With a resounding thud, Whis let out a scream. His body soared backward like a marionette with severed strings, spewing blood that arced beautifully through the air, glistening under the sunlight. Chapter 72, Clarification, please. He crashed heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Clutching his chest, Whis grimaced and implored, "Why must you be this way, enforcer?" Jiang Fei's brow furrowed. The inquiry only fueled his ire. How dare Whis question him at such a juncture? It seemed a lesson etched deep into his memory was in order. In a flash, Jiang Fei appeared before Whis and unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks. "Ouch! Enforcer, please, I was wrong. I was wrong, isn't that enough?" Whis squirmed desperately, evading Jiang Fei's onslaught while hastily pleading for mercy. In that moment, all semblance of angelic grace had abandoned him. The psychological torment and physical agony rendered him utterly tormented. Jiang Fei's fury intensified upon hearing Whis's words. Now, he understood why those women became incensed when their partners uttered similar phrases. Merely claiming to be wrong was insufficient. What exactly had he erred in? Was he expected to expose Whis's faults himself? With each kick, the ground trembled as if the very realm of the seventh universe's destruction could feel the quaking earth. The once smooth terrain began to fissure, revealing deep, bottomless cracks. Beerus and Champa observed in trepidation, their hearts racing with each tremor. They contemplated the dire consequences had they been in Whis's position. Upon such reflection, both Beerus and Champa quickly shook their heads in unison. They were acutely aware that their physical endurance could not withstand such relentless blows. A single kick at that intensity would likely lead to their demise. Champa turned to Bardos and whispered, "Perhaps you should intervene." He could no longer bear to watch. Fearing that Whis might truly be beaten to death, Bardos furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head slowly. There must be a reason for the enforcer's treatment of Whis. It would be unwise for them to interfere. She had a strong inkling of the cause behind Jiang Fei's furious demeanor. Though initially bewildered, "I have now come to an understanding. Upon reflection, it seems rather absurd to fabricate rumors about the enforcer. Such actions would surely lead one to a grim fate. Are you two truly siblings?" Upon hearing this explanation, Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback. The bond between siblings is undoubtedly profound, inseparable in its essence. Yet, the one delivering the blows to Whis is none other than Jiang Fei. Thus, the question of their blood relation becomes rather trivial. Moreover, given the current situation, who would dare to intervene? They would likely find themselves in the same predicament. On the other side, seizing the opportunity between Jiang Fei's kicks, Whis hastily exclaimed, "Enforcer, even if you intend to punish me, I deserve to know the reasons behind it." Although he had surmised the potential motives, he still wished to gamble on a glimmer of hope. The gravity of this transgression was simply too great for anyone to bear. Furthermore, he held faith that his siblings would not betray him. Jiang Fei, witnessing Weiss's futile resistance, was incensed and delivered 2 more forceful kicks. Ah! Weiss cried out in anguish. Jiang Fei felt unsatisfied with his current method of punishment. Casting a glance at Weiss's fallen staff, he raised his hand slightly, and the staff soared back to him as if drawn by a magnet, firmly grasped in his grip. With the staff in hand, Jiang Fei's gaze turned icy as he regarded the prostrate Weiss. Swallowing hard, Weiss was filled with dread, pondering what sins had led him to this dire fate. If only heaven would grant him another chance, he would forsake his role as an angel. Just as he lingered in his thoughts, Jiang Fei brought the staff crashing down upon him, declaring, "This is for your slander." Weiss's screams grew more desperate, as the realization dawned upon him that the truth had been unveiled. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would not have uttered such words. Regret washed over him. Had he known better, he would have chosen to confess honestly, perhaps mitigating his suffering. The blows from the staff were far more excruciating than any kick could inflict. It was a pain that pierced the very soul. "You dare to malign my character. You spread falsehoods. You babble incessantly. You slander me behind my back." Jiang Fei seethed, enumerating Weiss's transgressions with gritted teeth. The staff in his hand seemed to conjure phantoms as he swung it. With a series of dull thuds, he ultimately cast the staff aside. At that moment, Weiss lay on the ground, gasping for breath, blood and sweat mingling in a grotesque blend. Despite Weiss being an angel, the offspring of a high-ranking official, Jiang Fei, though furious, recognized the limits of his actions. Despite Weiss's pitiful condition, he had not suffered irreparable harm. At most, he had superficial wounds and numerous broken bones. For Weiss, this was hardly significant. It merely offered him a glimpse of profound suffering. "How utterly terrifying," Champa murmured, his voice trembling in disbelief. To speak candidly, he yearned to depart at this moment, yet without a word from Jiang Fei, he dared not utter a sound. Regret and self-reproach enveloped his heart. What business did he have in the 7th universe? Now, he found himself trapped, unable to escape. It was all that wretched Beerus' fault. If only he had bowed his head sooner, this predicament could have been avoided. Instead, he lingered until now, leaving him in a bind. Weiss cowered in a corner, trembling, still uncertain if he played any role in this turmoil. Observing Weiss's dismal state, he realized that had it not been for his formidable strength, he might have already fainted from fear. Coughing violently, Weiss lay on the ground, then raised his gaze to Jiang Fei, struggling to speak. "Chief Enforcer, are you ready?" "Get up," Jiang Fei replied coolly, his demeanor unwavering. Upon hearing this, Weiss placed a hand on his chest and staggered to his feet, the audible cracking of bones echoing in the air. His face contorted in agony, yet he kept his gaze lowered, unable to meet Jiang Fei's eyes. Observing Weiss's plight brought a sense of relief to Jiang Fei. He then continued to issue commands. "Notify all major universes to rectify the rumors you previously spread." Yes. Weiss nodded earnestly. "Moreover, while you're clarifying, activate the speakerphone. I want to hear your conversations. No more tricks," Jiang Fei added with a hint of sternness. Weiss, not daring to counter, commenced contacting the various universes. Internally, he couldn't help but resent them. How ungrateful they were. He had kindly warned them, only to find himself sold out. Now, he was left to endure the consequences of a brutal beating. Chapter 73, Trouble, please activate the audio. However, it was too late for regrets. He resolved to obediently follow the orders to avoid any further complications. "Is this Avamo from the 1st universe?" Weiss initiated the contact. In compliance with Jiang Fei's request to activate the speakerphone, he chose not to communicate telepathically, but instead called out loudly, ensuring that those around, Beerus, Champa, and Bardos, could hear him clearly. In the 1st universe, within the realm of destruction, a plump, middle-aged angel immediately caught wind of Weiss's voice. This was Avamo, the angel of the 1st universe. Upon hearing Weiss, she felt a twinge of confusion but quickly smiled inwardly. "What is it, Weiss?" The exchanges between the 2 universes were rare, primarily due to the vast distance separating the 7th and 1st universes. Furthermore, the disparity in their ranks and the strained relations among the gods of destruction contributed to their infrequent communications. The last contact had been just recently, when Weiss warned her to be wary of the Chief Enforcer. This time, the reasons remained shrouded in mystery. Then, a loud voice proclaimed, "There's something. Please, could you turn on the sound?" The moment those words reached her ears, Avamo was taken aback. Gradually, realization dawned upon her, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. After muttering an expletive, she abruptly severed the connection. It was not just her. Even the inhabitants of the 7th universe were left in astonishment. "Sound." Champa's eye twitched slightly. He then nudged the nearby Beerus and chuckled awkwardly. "I didn't expect your brother to have such a penchant." Beerus blinked his large, expressive eyes, unable to suppress a gulp. Truth be told, he was quite taken aback by Weiss's statement. He never anticipated that such crude words would be uttered in such a public setting. Moreover, it wasn't merely spoken. It was shouted, as if to ensure everyone heard. Could it be that Jiang Fei had unleashed his true nature, revealing the thoughts buried within? Avamo, Avamo. Though Beerus contemplated this, he silently murmured to himself. Simultaneously, the image of Avamo's round figure materialized in his mind. Imagining Whis together with her sent a shiver down his spine. He slowly shook his head, realizing that Whis' taste was rather questionable. This was a rather shocking revelation. Meanwhile, Beerus couldn't contain himself and let out a curse. It was simply unimaginable that such words could escape Whis' lips, and upon uttering them, they were so harsh. Indeed, he was his angel. At that moment, the fear that once resided in his heart dissipated, replaced by sheer incredulity. As Whis noticed Avamo had cut off their connection and hurled an insult his way, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Observing the myriad of expressions around him, he slowly reflected on his previous words, as if suddenly grasping a deeper understanding. He quickly gestured to Beerus and the others, exclaiming, "It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Everyone is mistaken." The others, witnessing his demeanor, were hardly convinced, sensing rather a feeling of trying to cover up the truth. Whis covered his face, unsure of what to say. He felt as though he was straying further from the path of an angel. The calm and composed image he once bore seemed to have bid him farewell. "Whis, I never imagined you were this type. Quiet until you suddenly burst forth." "I truly did not foresee this," Jiang Fei remarked with a smirk, observing Whis' flustered state. He was fully aware that Whis' words were not meant in that manner. However, the sight of this fellow in a predicament brought him a sense of comfort. Upon hearing this, Whis' already distressed expression deepened, as if a long-suppressed frustration was on the verge of eruption. He endeavored to compose himself and gradually explained, "Enforcer, it is not as you envision. Please allow me to clarify. No need for an explanation." Before Whis could utter a word, Jiang Fei interrupted him, his tone indifferent as he asked, "Do you now comprehend my feelings?" Whis was momentarily taken aback by this remark, then reluctantly nodded. However, internally, he began to murmur softly to himself. These thoughts he could only entertain in silence, daring not to voice them aloud. In an effort to dispel misunderstandings and fulfill Jiang Fei's directive, Whis felt compelled to reach out once more to the angel of the first universe. With a voice distinctly clear, he implored, "Avamo, Avamo, that is not what I meant. Please, allow me to explain." The onlookers cast increasingly peculiar glances at Whis. Could it be that this fellow had truly been rendered senseless by Jiang Fei? Such an absurd situation should require only a single declaration. Why was he preparing to repeat himself? If he must speak, could he not convey his thoughts telepathically instead of raising his voice, as if to ensure everyone was aware of his predicament? Approximately a minute passed when Avamo, her complexion flushed and tinged with indignation, inquired, "What do you mean, Whis?" It was utterly unfathomable for her to believe that Whis, also an angel, would dare utter such words. Avamo felt a rising sense of indignation, convinced that Whis was making a jest of her. Infuriated, she was on the verge of severing the communication, already determined to report him to the high priest. "Please, open the channel." As the connection teetered on the brink of disconnection, Whis, in a flurry of desperation and perspiration, finally found a suitable phrase. He resolved to report every detail of his actions today to the high priest with utmost accuracy. Chapter 74. I had a bit too much to drink that day. Are you still there, Avamo? Whis lamented as the connection was abruptly severed, feeling utterly despondent. He was furious with himself, wishing he could slap his own face for being unable to articulate even a single coherent thought. At this moment, he feared that his lifelong reputation was on the verge of ruin. Should this incident be widely disseminated by Avamo, how could he ever navigate the angelic circles again? Not only among angels, but he feared he would also earn disdain throughout the entire divine realm. Yet, even as he wished to salvage the situation, it was already too late. The angel Avamo from the first universe was entirely disregarding him. Jiang Fei observed him with a derisive smile, saying, "If you can't reach one, move on to the next. Don't dawdle." Initially, he had sought clarity regarding his reputation from Whis, but unexpectedly, he had garnered an unforeseen reaction from the first attempt. He hoped that Whis would continue to utter more outrageous statements, envisioning the splendid scenes that would unfold when these angels encountered one another in the future. With a resigned sigh, Whis temporarily relinquished contacting Avamo and braced himself to reach out to the next angel. "Is it Sava from the second universe? Please, could you open the communication channel?" Whis wiped the sweat from his brow, narrowly avoiding yet another blunder. However, even if a mistake was made, Sava's reaction should not be overly pronounced. After all, Sava is a man and tends not to misinterpret intentions, undoubtedly comprehending the true meaning behind the words. "All right." Upon hearing Whis' voice, Sava from the second universe promptly responded. Immediately, his voice echoed through the realm of destruction in the seventh universe, repeating the very word he had just uttered. It was as if a hands-free device had been activated. After this exchange, Sava curiously inquired, "What is it, Whis? Why the sudden call?" Unlike his previous interactions with Ava Mocha, he did not frequently engage in dialogue with Whis during idle moments. The last communication had also been initiated by Whis, informing him about the enforcement officer's matters. The brevity of the interval between their conversations piqued his curiosity. Disregard the details. I am here to convey an important message, Whis declared, gesturing emphatically in the expansive realm of destruction. The voices of the two angels reverberated throughout the space. Beerus, Champa, and Batos all perked up their ears. Previously, during the discussion between Jiang Fei and Whis, they had been situated at a considerable distance, thus unaware of the specifics that Jiang Fei wished Whis to clarify. They were only aware that Whis had contacted the angel of the first universe and had now reached out to the angel of the second universe. Given the volume of their current dialogue, the entirety of the realm of destruction could easily eavesdrop, and they were eager to glean Whis's intentions. All right, go ahead. Sava's voice resounded once more, though he appeared somewhat perplexed. Whis glanced at Jiang Fei beside him, steadied himself, and then spoke with an air of utmost seriousness. You may recall, I mentioned that leadership was to arrive. Oh, Batos, quick-witted as ever, grasped the implication of this statement almost instantaneously. She had encountered similar remarks before. And now, stating it in Jiang Fei's presence was merely a means to clarify the rumors that had been circulating. Beerus and Champa, however, were slower to catch on. While they understood the words spoken, the underlying meaning eluded them. Isn't it the enforcement officer you mentioned? You've already stated that. Lord Hellas and I will remain vigilant. Sava interjected, still somewhat bewildered. He had previously learned that this enforcement officer was indeed formidable. Nonetheless, it seemed excessive for him to be reminded repeatedly. Moreover, there was no certainty that this officer would even venture into their universe. Ahem. Upon hearing this, Whis coughed vigorously a few times, wearing a conciliatory smile as he nodded toward Jiang Fei. He continued, primarily, I provided you with additional insights regarding the character of the enforcement officer, did I not? Yes, I am aware. You mentioned the enforcement officer, Sava replied, nodding, prepared to elaborate further. However, Whis, sensing a tightening in his chest, swiftly interrupted, that day. I had indulged a bit too much. It was merely a bout of whimsical chatter, and you must not take it to heart. While speaking, he discreetly stole a glance at Jiang Fei beside him. Upon realizing that Jiang Fei was not angry for the moment, he felt a slight alleviation of his anxiety. Upon hearing this, Sava's mouth dropped open, sensing that the remark bore an odd quality. Although they did not frequently communicate, he recalled that Whis seemed to abstain from alcohol. It appeared that angels from the 12 universes were not inclined to drink at all. Moreover, even if they did indulge, intoxication would be an impossibility given their powers and the divine energy coursing through them. The very notion of becoming so inebriated as to spout nonsense seemed far-fetched. Did it not? Sava inquired with a hint of skepticism. Indeed, although the other party could not see him, Whis vigorously nodded in affirmation. Truly, it was as he said. Within the confines of the second universe, Sava furrowed his brow slightly. Frankly speaking, despite receiving Whis's confirmation, the statement remained difficult to believe. After all, an angel becoming intoxicated, babbling incoherently, and fabricating tales about the enforcers was rather absurd. Having explained himself, Whis, noticing the silence from the other end, slowly exhaled in relief and intended to sever the connection without further ado. However, just at that critical juncture, Sava's voice broke through, asking, so, what you said earlier, that the enforcer is merely a beast wielding violence, donning a human guise while eschewing humanity, was that also mere babble? Each word resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Upon hearing this, Whis's previously relaxed expression stiffened, his heart sinking heavily. The mounting pressure from the surroundings left him struggling for breath. Beerus, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Whis had been discussing the enforcer in such a manner behind his back. Observing Whis's battered form, stained with dried blood, all sympathy evaporated from Beerus's heart. If any remained, it was but a single sentiment. Deserved. Chapter 75, Clarification regarding recent misstatements about the enforcer. Upon hearing these words, Champa was slightly taken aback, but soon nodded in silent agreement. He mused to himself that while such remarks were indeed inappropriate, Whis's assessment was relatively objective and fair. It mirrored his initial impression of Jiang Fei perfectly. Even in the present context, it could hardly be deemed a complete slander. Whis has truly gone too far. How could he speak of the enforcer in such a manner? Batos sighed, having held a similar opinion before meeting Jiang Fei. Yet, after their encounter, she realized that much of the criticism stemmed from Whis's subjective imagination. In truth, Jiang Fei was rather amiable, albeit somewhat strict. Champa, taken aback by this revelation, cast a meaningful glance at Batos, sensing something amiss in her demeanor. He had an unsettling feeling that ever since the enforcer's visit to the sixth universe, his angel had undergone some subtle transformation. However, he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. Batos cast him a fleeting glance, seemingly disinterested in offering any explanations. Whispers of cold sweat trickled down Whis's brow, as life appeared to have lost its vibrancy for him. With a quivering voice, he implored, Sava, can we not discuss this? I admit, it was all just my nonsensical ramblings. Oh, understood, replied Sava from the second universe, perplexed and nodding in confusion. He had no intention of causing Whis any distress. He merely lacked knowledge of Jiang Fei's whereabouts. Had he known, he would never have uttered such words. In truth, Whis had much more to share with him. Yet, since Sava had requested silence on the matter, he decided to refrain from further discussion. Sava sensed that Whis was about to sever their connection. Thus, with good intentions, he added one final piece of advice. Whis, remember to tread carefully with your words. It's fine for us to chat and vent a little, but be sure never to mention these matters in front of others, especially not before the enforcer. Rest assured, I am quite discreet and shall not let anything slip. Let us conclude our conversation here. Take care of yourself moving forward. With that, he decisively ended their communication, shaking his head and sighing in resignation. In reality, Sava did not believe that Whis would indulge in alcohol. Even if he did, he doubted he would become intoxicated. Even in the unlikely event of drunkenness, certain matters should remain unspoken and bottled up inside. Nevertheless, he was comforted by the bond of brotherhood he shared with Whis. As long as this fellow refrained from loose talk, he was certain Whis would not divulge anything to others, especially not before the enforcer. With this thought, he allowed himself a slight smile before preparing to accompany the god of destruction to embark on a new day's work. Meanwhile, in the seventh universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis's expression turned ashen upon hearing Sava's last words. He genuinely wished to convey one more thing to Sava. You seem so tight-lipped. Yet you have revealed everything. A sigh of resignation escaped Beerus's lips. He found himself pondering the nature of his new angel. Would they be stricter than Whis? What if they couldn't work harmoniously together in the future? Bados shook his head, acknowledging that while Sava meant well, he evidently lacked an understanding of the situation at hand. Champa, on the other hand, chewed his words thoughtfully, realizing how relentless the enforcer was, initiating a live broadcast that left no secrets concealed. Although the fear that once gripped his heart had diminished, he still felt an urgent desire to leave, uncertain of what new developments might arise given the circumstances. In the center of the scene, the enforcer stood. Whis glanced at Jiang Fei beside him, at a loss for how to explain further. Or perhaps, at this point, he felt that any explanation would seem utterly futile. Jiang Fei regarded him with a stoic expression, gesturing slightly for him to continue. It wasn't he that he had suddenly grown magnanimous. Rather, one had already mentally prepared oneself well in advance. Moreover, there was no urgency to act immediately. It would be prudent to make all the necessary contacts before calculating the final tally. Upon hearing these words, Weiss did not feel a sense of relief. Instead, he was struck by an unsettling calm, reminiscent of the stillness that precedes a storm. Despite 1,000 unwilling thoughts swirling in his mind, he steeled himself and pressed on. I am Weiss from the third universe, Campelli. Approximately half an hour later, Weiss had finally made contact with the angels from all 12 universes. The essence of the communications revolved around clarifying his recent controversial remarks regarding the enforcers. However, this entire endeavor left Weiss in a state of trepidation. His siblings, seeking confirmation, insisted on reiterating his previous statements. These voices resonated clearly throughout the realm of destruction in the 7th universe, particularly that of Margarita from the 11th universe, who narrated the events with a mischievous grin, as if she were aware that the enforcer was right there with her. In truth, that was indeed the case. For Jiang Fei had arrived from the 11th universe in the presence of Margarita and Waymeda. Waymeda, do you think Weiss's recent words were sincere? Margarita inquired, standing beside Waymeda. Waymeda scoffed and shook his head dismissively. I suspect he is genuinely fearful, hence the pretense. At this, the two exchanged knowing smiles, their minds already conjuring images of the enforcer wielding a blade poised at Weiss's throat. In the realm of destruction of the 7th universe, after Weiss concluded his remarks, he was left drenched in perspiration. With a pallid complexion, he uttered, Esteemed enforcer, I have finished speaking. Do you have any further instructions? Jiang Fei responded with a subtle nod, and then directed his gaze towards the nearby Champa and Bardas. Upon hearing this, Champa felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. Although the revelations had been quite shocking, he anticipated that the forthcoming events would be even more exhilarating. Nonetheless, he was eager to depart, promptly expressing his gratitude to Jiang Fei. I take my leave now. As he spoke, he grasped Bardas's arm, intent on leaving. However, Bardas lingered, reluctant to part ways. Her purpose for visiting the 7th universe was to see Jiang Fei, and now, with words left unspoken, she felt a twinge of regret at the prospect of leaving so soon. What is wrong, Bardas? We must leave quickly, Champa urged, aware that the ensuing scene was likely to be exceedingly gruesome. If we do not depart now, we may soon find ourselves drenched in blood. With a sigh of mild disappointment, Bardas acquiesced with a nod, and together they exited the realm. As Champa looked back, having distanced themselves from the destruction of the 7th universe, he allowed himself a sigh of relief. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that something about his angel was increasingly amiss. Why had he felt a sense of regret when he had initially led her away? Could it be that witnessing his younger brother being beaten left him with a sense of resentment? Chapter 76. Serving up a dish. In the 7th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, the departure of Beerus and Champa rendered the space eerily vacant. Jiang Fei and Whis locked eyes, while Beerus cowered at a distance, too fearful to approach. A tense and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire realm, as if even the very air had solidified. After an indeterminate span of time, Jiang Fei finally broke the silence, speaking slowly. Whis, I have treated you rather well, Haven Ti. His tone was remarkably flat, devoid of any emotional inflection. Nevertheless, Jiang Fei's anger had somewhat subsided. Yet, upon hearing the words of the other universe's angels, he felt that if this matter were to be dismissed so easily, it would indeed seem too simplistic. The exact manner in which to handle this individual would depend on the unfolding events. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's remarks, Whis licked his parched lips. He had never felt that Jiang Fei had been particularly generous towards him, though he yearned to retort. He lacked the courage to do so and could only reluctantly and cautiously agree. Indeed, not unkind. And now, what do you propose we do? Jiang Fei continued in a detached manner. Whis was momentarily at a loss for words, quickly lowering his gaze. He contemplated suggesting that they let it go, considering they had already exchanged blows previously. However, it was evident from Jiang Fei's inquiry that he had no intention of letting the matter rest. Voicing such a thought might very well lead to his immediate demise. Glimpsing the staff lying on the ground, stained with his own blood, Whis summoned it to his hand with a slight gesture. Gathering his resolve, he bit his lip and, cradling the staff in both hands, presented it to Jiang Fei. I leave the decision to your discretion, he said sincerely, his head bowed. Seeing that Whis had finally awakened to the gravity of the situation, Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Had Whis merely uttered the phrase I leave it to you, without this gesture, he likely would have faced a severe beating. However, at this juncture, Jiang Fei was no longer inclined to continue the altercation. He waved his hand dismissively and said, let it go. When do you expect to recover from your injuries? Jiang Fei continued to inquire in a calm tone. Whis was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. After shaking his head vigorously to confirm he was not hallucinating, he nodded in response. Then, Jiang Fei unexpectedly added, it seems I may have been too lenient. Whis nearly stumbled at this remark, almost losing his balance. Fortunately, he managed to plant the staff into the ground, using it as a makeshift cane to steady himself, preventing a fall. Meanwhile, beads of cold sweat gathered on his brow, cascading down like large droplets of rain. Relax, Jiang Fei said with a gentle smile, waving his hand. I will grant you a month. Come to Earth in a month's time. I have a task that requires your attention. Upon hearing that the ordeal was not to continue, Whis was nearly overwhelmed with tears of relief. He exhaled a heavy sigh, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders. Jiang Fei, with an air of calm determination, simply shook his head. After conveying the necessary details, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished in an instant. The moment Whis witnessed Jiang Fei's departure, the pressure that had enveloped him dissipated entirely. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. However, the pain coursing through his body still furrowed his brow in distress. At this juncture, Beerus cautiously approached. Seeing Whis unharmed filled him with a mix of joy and complexity. He was glad, of course, after all. They had spent considerable time together, and even a dog would develop affection over such a duration. More importantly, Whis was not merely a companion, but an angel with whom he had shared countless experiences. The relief of Whis's safety was palpable. Yet, the complexity arose from what he had overheard. Whis mentioned that his injuries would heal within a day or two. This revelation left Beerus feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After all the concern, it seemed that the situation was merely a trivial scrape. The earlier display of distress from Whis was hardly befitting of an angel's demeanor. Beerus, picking at his nose, began to jest now that the crisis had passed. Whis rolled his eyes, and through this trial, he felt a sense of liberation. Gazing at the resplendent night sky, he spoke with a tranquil tone, asserting that grace indeed existed, but it depended on the audience. After a moment of reflection, the mocking expression on his face gradually faded, and he nodded in agreement, as he recognized that he too exhibited different facades depending on the company he kept. Beerus had aptly coined a precise term for such behavior, adjusting one's demeanor to suit the company. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm of the Omni King, the angel Avamo was currently engaged in a fervent complaint to the Grand Minister regarding Whis's actions. The Grand Minister stood upon a vast platform, taken aback by Avamo's words, his brow furrowing in confusion. It took him approximately a minute to regain his composure. Whis has truly overstepped. How could he utter such crude remarks? The Grand Minister said, his voice somber and laced with disbelief. He found it hard to reconcile the image of Whis he had known with the behavior being described. Yet, he also trusted that Avamo would not come forth without cause. Clearly, something had transpired, though the specifics remained to be verified. If it were merely that, it would be one thing. But this boy even dared to speak ill of the enforcers behind their backs, and the things he said were utterly disgraceful, Avamo lamented. She did not concern herself with whether Whis had genuinely misspoken. All she knew was that she had been gravely insulted. Given this, She felt there was no reason to keep her grievances hidden any longer. Simultaneously, she contemplated whether to approach the enforcers directly to convey these troubling comments. What? The Grand Minister raised an eyebrow. If his earlier surprise was mild, he was now tinged with irritation. Jiang Fei was precisely the individual he had been eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with. In pursuit of this, they were willing to introduce their own daughter to him. Yet, the audacity of this fellow, Weiss, to speak ill of others behind their backs was remarkable. How did Weiss convey this to you? Recite it verbatim, inquired the Grand Priest, his countenance darkening imperceptibly. Avamon nodded earnestly and began her account, occasionally revealing a most disgraceful expression. She candidly remarked on the unjust criticism faced by the diligent law enforcer, stating that it was profoundly unfair. Indeed, you have done exceptionally well, Avamo. The Grand Priest's face now betrayed no discernible emotion. Chapter 77. Who else might be afforded such honor? On Earth. Weiss appeared to be reneging on his promise to meet me. Jiang Fei lay on the grass of a vast plain, gazing up at the azure sky. He had been on Earth for nearly a month, yet Weiss's arrival remained elusive. Counting from the moment he departed the god of destruction's realm, today marked the final day. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly, sighing. It seems my previous leniency was misplaced. His intention in summoning Weiss to Earth was primarily to train Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Since the Grand Priest had mentioned that time was limited, Jiang Fei had been plagued by anxiety ever since. Ultimately, Sun Wukong and Vegeta would undergo Weiss's rigorous training. Thus, he decided to expedite the process. Initially, he had contemplated personally training the two, but reconsidered. If they were to learn some peculiar skills, they could certainly exchange insights. However, when it came to cultivation, he felt rather inadequate. After all, as someone who faced no pressure in his own training, indeed, whose power would continue to rise even without effort, he could hardly comprehend the essence of diligent practice. Perhaps he could engage in straightforward combat. However, blending practical experience with theoretical knowledge was a domain better suited for Weiss, who had trained Beerus. Jiang Fei, for his part, struggled to grasp theoretical concepts, as he found no necessity for them. Forget it. I shall seek out Sun Wukong first. He should be nearby. Jiang Fei muttered to himself in resignation. He had initially intended to wait for Weiss to fully recover before bringing Beerus to meet Sun Wukong and Vegeta, allowing them to savor the culinary delights of Earth. Yet, it seemed that his good intentions were, in hindsight, somewhat superfluous. With this thought, Jiang Fei vanished from the area in an instant. However, this time, he had truly misjudged Weiss. It was not that Weiss was unwilling to come to Earth. Rather, there were circumstances he could not easily articulate. In the realm of the seventh universe's god of destruction, Weiss lamented, my ribs still ache somewhat. He rubbed the side of his body, frowning. The injuries inflicted by Jiang Fei were supposed to heal within a day or two, yet before he could fully recover from his prior wounds. His father approached with a dark scowl, first interrogating him with fury regarding the whispers behind Jiang Fei's back. Upon learning the specifics, disregarding his son's visible injuries, he unleashed a series of paternal reprimands, the force of which was evidently much harsher than that of Jiang Fei. However, it was only when Weiss explained that the enforcer had forgiven him that the high priest relented. Even so, the ordeal necessitated a full month of recuperation, during which he had yet to completely regain his former self. Do not complain to Weiss. In truth, if one were to adopt a different perspective, this could be seen as a fortunate turn of events. At that moment, Beerus sauntered over with a cheerful demeanor. Curiously, he had not been resting in his chambers. It seemed that since Jiang Fei's arrival, his habitual lethargy had improved considerably. Weiss, frowning, responded, Lord Beerus, having indulged in enough merriment, might you refrain from such sardonic remarks? Chuckling, Beerus shook his head and remarked, consider this, to have been educated by both the enforcer and the high priest in such a brief span. Who else in the entire 12 universes, aside from you, Weiss, can boast of such a distinction? Weiss's lips twitched slightly at this observation, and truthfully, there was a degree of validity to his words. Upon reflection, it did appear that he was the sole individual among all the universes to achieve such notoriety. Let us put this aside for now. We must make haste to Earth. Weiss, grasping his staff, spoke with resignation. Today marks the final day. Should we be delayed further, the consequences could be dire. With a gentle tap of his staff against the ground, they both vanished in an instant, propelling themselves toward Earth. Approximately 20 minutes later, they materialized above the blue planet. It is quite challenging to pinpoint the enforcer's location, Weiss remarked, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the world below. Beerus, sensing the energy of the planet, smirked slightly and said, let us not rush. There is still time. I have detected a familiar aura. With that, he directed Weiss toward the source of the energy he had just sensed. In scarcely a heartbeat, their figures descended upon the capsule corporation. What is this energy? Weiss inquired nonchalantly, his gaze fixed upon a large circular device that emanated an aura far surpassing that of Earthlings. Beerus, with a knowing smile, nodded. Years ago, he had interacted with the Saiyans, and he could not misinterpret the essence of this race. especially since this particular energy belonged to someone he recognized. Weiss, seemingly unconcerned, inquired casually, "Shouldn't planet Vegeta, where the Scions resided, have been obliterated by Lord Frieza as per your command? How is it that there are still Scions on Earth?" Although it was a question, his expression conveyed a distinct indifference. In his heart, he harbored thoughts of but one individual, that being Jiang Fei. TCH. Who knows what that worthless Frieza was thinking at that time? Beerus scoffed, his demeanor far less tense than Wiss's. Upon arriving here, he found himself filled with a sense of playful curiosity. Gradually raising a hand, he mused that calling him out would surely clarify everything. As he spoke, a sly smile crept upon his lips. Suddenly, a violet glow manifested in his palm. With a swift motion, a small energy sphere shot forth. In the next moment, a resounding explosion echoed across the sky, flames leaping high and thick smoke billowing upwards. The enormous circular device was reduced to mere nothingness, filling the air with a noxious odor. Wiss observed Beerus's antics with an amused yet resigned shake of his head. Just then, a sharp sound sliced through the air as a dark figure burst forth from the smoke, landing swiftly on the ground, scanning the surroundings. Veins bulging on his forehead, he bellowed in fury, "Which scoundrel did this?" Step forward. This figure was none other than Vegeta, who had been diligently training in the gravity chamber. The sudden explosion not only interrupted his training, but also obliterated the gravity room. Given his temperament and current state of anger, he was determined to make the instigator suffer immensely. "Ah, it truly is you, Vegeta," Beerus remarked indifferently, observing the figure emerging from the haze. "I've been standing here all along. What do you intend to do?" Chapter 78. Now, let me present a piece. Upon hearing this voice, Vegeta immediately sought its source. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply. Beerus stood directly before him. "Why you are?" Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared ahead. Beerus, with an unperturbed expression and stroking his chin, inquired, "What? Do you not recognize me, Vegeta?" Pointing a finger toward the void, Vegeta felt a sudden tightness in his body, his energy vanishing instantaneously, causing him to collapse to the ground, his expression twisting into one of rage. Beerus looked down at him, calmly stating, "It seems you have made no progress at all." Gulping, Vegeta lay on the ground for a moment, swallowing hard. How could he possibly forget that face? He had encountered that very same technique in his youth. It was back on planet Vegeta when he charged at Beerus, who had similarly rendered him powerless with just a couple of gestures. It was also the first time he witnessed his father being trampled underfoot by this individual. Even when facing the tyrant Frieza, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, amidst their encounters with Frieza, the Saiyan race had still fostered thoughts of rebellion. Yet, in the presence of this individual, not only was there no thought of resistance, but such an idea had never even crossed his mind. The god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta lay prostrate on the ground, his voice rigid as he uttered those few words. After so many years, he never expected to encounter him again today. What filled him with even greater trepidation was the fact that his current strength had far surpassed that of the past. However, the outcome now bore no difference from those earlier days. Beerus sneered mockingly, "Your manner of speaking is quite unsightly, reminiscent of your foolish father." Upon hearing mention of his father, Vegeta's heart jolted. It was not the memory of his long-deceased father that stirred him, but the recollection of the events leading up to the destruction of planet Vegeta. One must remember that this being, back then, had trampled his father underfoot for the sake of a mere pillow. Furthermore, he had hinted to Frieza, leading to the annihilation of planet Vegeta. Of course, these were matters of the past, and could momentarily be set aside. Yet, Beerus remained an exceedingly perilous figure. If not properly attended to, Earth might face dire consequences. Vegeta sensed a slight resurgence of energy within himself. Struggling to rise, he forced a smile, and, with an air of obsequiousness, inquired, "Lord Beerus, what brings you here today?" "Huh, your smile is even more grotesque," Beerus continued his cold taunts. Upon hearing this, Vegeta dared not display any sign of anger. He endeavored to adjust his expression, transforming it into a more radiant one. He did not wish to act this way, as it was entirely contrary to his nature. Yet, the circumstances compelled him to do so. Firstly, Beerus's terrifying strength was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. If Earth were to be destroyed, he did not entertain the notion that he could survive. Secondly, he now had his own family. Perhaps due to the early intervention of Jiang Fei, Vegeta had matured considerably compared to his former self. Although his understanding of family remained somewhat nebulous, it was evidently more precocious than before. "Lord Beerus, have you eaten? Would you care for something?" Vegeta's smile grew increasingly radiant and natural. Upon hearing the mention of food, Beerus displayed a flicker of interest, nodding nonchalantly. "Then why not prepare something quickly?" "Yes." Vegeta dared not hesitate for a moment. He swiftly dashed into the dwelling behind him. His current task was to placate this deity, ensuring he departed in high spirits and joy. This was his foremost priority. Upon entering the kitchen, Vegeta donned a pink apron and busied himself with fervor. However, amidst his bustling activity, another figure crossed his mind. Jiang Fei seemed to be a deity as well, If he recalled correctly, perhaps of some official standing. Vegeta shook his head, dismissing the thought. This was not the time to clarify such matters. His focus needed to remain on catering to the esteemed guest outside. With that, he lit the stove and wielded the spatula in his hand, immersed in his culinary endeavors. Even though Jiang Fei is an extraordinary deity with unfathomable power, he cannot possibly rival the god of destruction outside. According to his current understanding, the supreme ruler of the entire universe is indeed the god of destruction, the most formidable entity, unmatched by any other. Even if Jiang Fei is a god himself, no matter how elevated his status, he cannot surpass the god of destruction. Outside the residence, Beerus found a spot in the courtyard and settled himself comfortably, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner. Whis stood behind him, his face etched with worry, occasionally sighing in despair. The contrast between the two was stark. Whis, stop being so melancholic, Beerus remarked, reclining in his chair and lifting his gaze. Whis shot him a glance, retorting, of course you aren't troubled, the enforcers aren't after you. To be honest, the mere mention of the enforcers filled him with dread. Since arriving in the 7th universe, he had scarcely enjoyed a single day of peace. If it were possible, he would dearly love to slap Beerus into submission and enter a state of dormancy, awaiting the emergence of the next god of destruction. Well, after we finish our meal, I could just destroy Earth. The sole survivor would be the enforcer, wouldn't it? Beerus mused, stroking his chin as if he had conceived a brilliant plan. Whis, upon hearing this suggestion, could not help but cradle his head in disbelief, looking at Beerus as if he were a fool. This man was a quintessential example of someone who hadn't been struck by the enforcers in 3 days and was now feeling rather restless. Before long, Vegeta approached Beerus with several plates in hand, placing them reverently on the table. Lord Beerus, please enjoy your meal, he announced. It must be said that Vegeta's culinary skills were quite impressive. Although most of the dishes were quick meals, their presentation was undeniably appealing. As Beerus inhaled the fragrant aromas wafting from the food, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly picked up his chopsticks to indulge. Delicious, Whis exclaimed, as the enticing scent stirred something within him, momentarily dispelling his worries. He promptly took a seat next to Beerus, seizing his chopsticks to partake in the feast. The two of them devoured the food with increasing fervor, their enjoyment evident as they experienced such delightful cuisine for the first time. Vegeta, observing this scene, exhaled in relief, a confident smile gradually appearing on his face. I am the prince of all Saiyans. Such trivial matters are but a mere breeze. Perhaps sensing the atmosphere was a tad dull, or perhaps wishing to further please Beerus to hasten his departure, Vegeta boldly approached the table's forefront, arms outstretched, wearing a beaming smile. Now, as you dine, allow me to present a song. Pray tell, where does the path lie? Chapter 79, God of Destruction, you must be aware. Yes, Beerus and Whis, however, paid him no mind. In their eyes, no song could rival the tangible allure of the food laid out upon the table. Vegeta, noticing that the two were indifferent to his presence, felt no embarrassment. He merely took it as an opportunity to entertain. Furthermore, he possessed ample confidence, having performed this song before, which had garnered considerable praise and applause. Clearing his throat, Vegeta began to sing with fervor before the two of them. You carry the burden while I lead the horse. May I inquire where the road lies? The road lies beneath our feet. La 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 la. As Vegeta sang with increasing vigor, his enthusiasm grew, and his volume escalated dramatically. Beerus, furrowing his brow, halted his meal, clenching his chopsticks. The veins on his forehead bulged ominously as he slowly raised his head, emanating a murderous glare. With a resounding clap of his hands upon the table, Beerus gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Are you ever going to stop? Vegeta, taken aback by the fury radiating from Beerus, abruptly ceased his song, cautiously regarding the god of destruction. He had never anticipated that his prideful performance, intended to uplift the atmosphere, would flop so spectacularly. Simultaneously, he found it perplexing. He believed he sang quite well, so why did this fellow possess no appreciation for art? Of course, this was merely his own opinion. To Beerus, the sound of Vegeta's singing was utterly nauseating, and yet, Vegeta only seemed to grow more energized. Had he not intervened in time, he would have surely lost his meal. Although Vegeta considered his performance commendable, he quickly bowed his head in apology. My sincerest apologies, Lord Beerus. I did not mean to disrupt your enjoyment. I shall prepare some dishes for you. With that, he dared not raise his gaze and swiftly retreated into the residence. Once inside the kitchen, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Inwardly, he felt immensely grateful that Bulma had taken the child out shopping. Had she been present, the situation would have been far more complicated. Humph, Beerus scoffed, watching Vegeta scurry into the house. Were it not for the consideration of Jiang Fei still being on this planet, he would have annihilated it without a second thought. Nevertheless, he decided to savor his meal a bit longer. Whis, you're eating too quickly, save some for me, Beerus exclaimed, observing the nearly empty dishes before him. His dissatisfaction palpable, he then leaned over the table, hastening his pace of consumption while loudly calling towards the residents. Vegeta, hurry up. Yes. came Vegeta's voice from within the house. Meanwhile, several hundred miles outside West City, a massive barrier enveloped the area. Two figures collided within the confines of the shield, dancing like stars beneath the sun's radiant glow. With a thunderous crash, the space within the barrier began to tremble, and the ground fractured with numerous cracks. Goku's figure plummeted swiftly, crashing heavily onto the earth. As the barrier gradually dissipated, Jiang Fei's silhouette descended gracefully before him. Jiang Fei, I never imagined you would remain so formidable, Goku remarked in astonishment. Sun Wukong lifted his gaze, opening his somewhat swollen eyes and spoke. Despite the myriad of bruises adorning his face, a sense of satisfaction enveloped him. Jiang Fei chuckled softly, shaking his head as he gently moved his fingers. A wave of healing energy enveloped Wukong, and in a brief moment, he sprang to his feet, full of vitality. How marvelous! Sun Wukong exclaimed. Gazing at his hands in awe, Jiang Fei patted his shoulder, offering a serene smile as he said, Come, let us seek out Vegeta. I wish to take you both to a splendid place for training. He intended to guide Sun Wukong and Vegeta directly to the realm of the god of destruction to meet Whis. They could have departed much earlier. Yet Sun Wukong insisted on engaging him in a sparring match. Reluctantly, Jiang Fei acquiesced, allowing Wukong to indulge for a while. To ensure Wukong's enjoyment, Jiang Fei refrained from offensive maneuvers, focusing solely on evasion. The two engaged in their playful duel for roughly half an hour. Noticing the time, Jiang Fei decided to conclude this tedious bout. Wonderful. Where are we going? Sun Wukong's expression instantly transformed into one of excitement upon hearing this. He had reached an impasse in his training, stuck at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1, unable to break through. Despite his diligent efforts, progress had been minimal. After sensing Vegeta's energy, the two vanished from the field in an instant. West City, Capsule Corporation. Vegeta busied himself in the kitchen, fervently preparing a variety of semi-cooked ingredients, all tossed into the pot. At that moment, Jiang Fei and Sun Wukong materialized behind him. Observing Vegeta diligently cooking, Sun Wukong caught a whiff of the delectable aroma and, with curiosity, inquired, Vegeta, I never imagined you had such skills. His stomach began to rumble, and saliva slowly dripped from his mouth as he reached for a plate of completed dishes. Upon recognizing Sun Wukong, Vegeta was initially disinclined to acknowledge him. However, when he saw Wukong's hand reaching for his culinary creation, displeasure washed over him. Remove your filthy hands, Kakarot. That is not for you. Vegeta scowled, unhesitatingly swatting Wukong's hand away. Rubbing his slightly stinging hand, Sun Wukong complained, Why are you so stingy, Vegeta? This is not stinginess, do you not understand? Just as Vegeta was about to issue another warning to Wukong, his words abruptly faltered. His eyes widened slowly, as if witnessing something extraordinary. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, Jiang Fei asked, What is it, Vegeta? Do you not recognize me? He regarded him with a gentle smile, slightly puzzled by Vegeta's presence in the kitchen. To Jiang Fei's understanding, even if this man had undergone significant changes over time, such a transformation seemed remarkable. He was actually cooking. Of course I recognize you. Vegeta quickly nodded, his expression brightening as if a savior had arrived. A plan began to formulate in his mind. With a swift motion, she wiped her hands on her apron and then presented a copious array of dishes, all filled with her culinary creations, to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei stood bewildered, questioning her intentions. In the brief moment that followed, he found himself grasping several plates brimming with food. You are aware of the god of destruction, correct? Vegeta remarked earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei's expression shifted as comprehension dawned upon him, and he nodded with a smile, signaling his understanding. Vegeta, sensing the moment, exhaled slowly in relief. He then earnestly instructed Jiang Fei, Good, that's reassuring. You likely understand the terror of the god of destruction better than I do. He is currently outside, so I need you to serve him these dishes with utmost sincerity. Engage him well, and see if you can persuade him to take his leave. After all, you are a deity. Conversing with him should be easier for you than it is for us mere mortals. Chapter 80. So this is the god of destruction. It was evident that Vegeta harbored a natural fear of this being, as even his typically proud demeanor had transformed into one of deference. What else should I do aside from being sincere? Jiang Fei inquired playfully, balancing a towering stack of plates. Vegeta, stroking his chin thoughtfully, suggested, while conversing, it would be beneficial to share a few jokes to lighten the mood, perhaps showcase some talents if the occasion permits. Jiang Fei could only chuckle in resignation, slowly nodding in agreement. A few jokes? Some talent displays? It was clear that Vegeta had been profoundly intimidated by Beerus. In an instant, he vanished from the kitchen. Vegeta released a sigh of relief. He had initially feared that Jiang Fei might lack the discernment to comprehend the gravity of the situation, potentially recoiling in fear from Beerus and rejecting his proposal. It seemed, however, that Jiang Fei possessed not only strength but also a modicum of bravery. Goku scratched his head in confusion, casually lifting a remaining plate of food as he munched, and asked, What were you two just discussing? I feel a bit lost. Cut it out, Vegeta scoffed, disdain flickering in his gaze. Someone like you doesn't need to know too much. He crossed his arms and gazed out the kitchen window, observing the world beyond. He deemed it prudent not to divulge too much to Goku, who often lacked discernment. After all, revealing such information to an individual as reckless as Goku could lead to unforeseen complications. Hey, Vegeta, don't underestimate people, Goku protested, finishing off the food in his plate in a matter of moments. Vegeta merely glanced at him, uninterested in offering any explanation. His primary focus was on whether Jiang Fei could successfully send the formidable deity away. If not, the fate of Earth could very well hang in the balance, teetering on the brink of destruction. Goku, noticing Vegeta's disregard, felt a surge of irritation. After swallowing his food, he exclaimed, "What is the big deal about a god of destruction anyway? When I first encountered Jiang Fei, our conversation had already taken place. He casually remarked that he was merely an insignificant deity, and I couldn't help but feel taken aback by your reaction. How naive." Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta was momentarily startled, yet he soon chuckled and shook his head, realizing that Jiang Fei rather enjoyed embellishing his own tales. Initially, he had assumed Jiang Fei was the type of individual who remained unperturbed and indifferent to fame and fortune. To his surprise, upon first meeting Kakarot, Jiang Fei had boasted about himself. Boast? How could Jiang Fei possibly be boastful? Goku scratched his head, perplexed. Vegeta gazed at him with disdain, feeling utterly exasperated. He began to patiently explain, "Beerus is the god of destruction of this universe. Do you comprehend what that means? He is the sovereign of the entire cosmos. Whoever he decrees to perish must meet their end, and Jiang Fei is no exception. Calling him an insignificant deity, is that not boastful?" Upon hearing this explanation, Goku's mouth fell agape in astonishment. So this was the god of destruction. He had never considered that such a figure existed in the world. His gaze drifted towards the window. "Nevertheless, I still find it hard to believe that Jiang Fei is the type to boast," Goku murmured, shaking his head. Vegeta scoffed at him, dismissing the notion entirely. Arguing over whether it was boasting or not seemed futile. After all, such a fool would never grasp the terror of a god of destruction. His gaze turned to the window, observing the happenings outside. Outside the residence, Jiang Fei approached the table where Beerus and the others were seated, balancing a large stack of plates. Noticing the complete lack of decorum as the two indulged in their meal, he remarked coolly, "Is this food truly what you wished for? Well, if it isn't what we wanted, then who else could it possibly belong to?" Beerus mumbled, his words cut short as he paused mid-bite, hastily swallowing his food. Whis similarly ceased using his chopsticks, his hair standing on end. Their necks stiffened as they exchanged glances, each recognizing the fear reflected in the other's eyes. The familiarity of that voice sent chills down their spines. With a sudden crash, Jiang Fei hurled the bowls and dishes onto the table. Both men quickly looked up, and upon confirming it was indeed that man, Beerus was so frightened that he overturned the table, sending pots and plates crashing to the ground, the freshly prepared food spilling everywhere. Ignoring the chaos, Beerus knelt before Jiang Fei, burying his head in submission. "I pay my respects to the enforcer. I pay my respects to the enforcer," Whis echoed, hastily rising and bowing his head while retrieving a handkerchief to wipe his mouth. Inside the kitchen of the residence, Vegeta's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets as he witnessed the unfolding scene, for everything occurring outside exceeded his wildest expectations. He had envisioned numerous scenarios regarding Jiang Fei's encounter with Beerus, yet none prepared him for the reality. However, what unfolded before them was utterly unexpected. Beerus, upon encountering Jiang Fei, immediately knelt before him. This was the very being spoken of in hushed tones, the cosmic sovereign who held the power of life and death. Sun Wukong, observing Vegeta, could not help but inject a hint of mockery into his tone. He had anticipated the clash of titans that would ensue between Jiang Fei and this so-called god of destruction, yet he was taken aback by the spectacle that unfolded. It seemed that, as Jiang Fei had suggested, this god of destruction was merely an inconsequential deity, perhaps on par with the deities of Earth. After all, both of them had prostrated themselves before Jiang Fei without hesitation or reluctance. "This can't be possible," Vegeta muttered, rubbing his eyes vigorously to dispel any illusions. He needed to confirm that he was not witnessing a mirage. The illustrious god of destruction, Beerus, truly lay at Jiang Fei's feet. A sharp intake of breath escaped Vegeta's lips as he fixated his gaze on Jiang Fei outside the window. He murmured to himself, "This man is terrifying." Today marked the first time he truly comprehended the extent of Jiang Fei's extraordinary capabilities. If he had previously been impressed by this man's strength, he was now utterly astounded. Sun Wukong, observing the scene outside, felt no urgency. He decided to abandon the confines of the kitchen, soaring out through the window. Vegeta hesitated for a brief moment, then resolutely cast aside his apron and followed suit, leaping out alongside Sun Wukong. The two soon stood beside Jiang Fei, silently witnessing the unfolding events. "Wasting food is a poor habit, especially when it is food I have brought you," Jiang Fei remarked coolly, addressing the prostrate Beerus. Slowly lifting his head, Beerus noticed Sun Wukong and Vegeta but had no time to acknowledge them. His attention was drawn to the dirted food on the ground, and he swallowed hard, contemplating. Perhaps I should eat it all. Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt as though he had been struck by lightning, left utterly speechless. His worldview felt as if it were on the verge of shattering. The Beerus before him was a stark contrast to the one moments ago. Chapter 81. These two are the tasks assigned to you. Jiang Fei regarded Beerus with an indifferent demeanor, stating, "Let this slide this time. But do not expect it to become a habit." Hearing this, Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. He lifted his head only to bow once more. For as a god of destruction, consuming food from the ground in front of so many would be an embarrassment. Yet, if Jiang Fei insisted, he had no means to resist. Fortunately, he had narrowly escaped this predicament. "You arrived quite punctually," Jiang Fei remarked, shifting his composed gaze to Whis nearby. As Weiss heard this, an awkward smile spread across his face. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, he was interrupted by Jiang Fei, who waved his hand and said, "No need for explanations. Today happens to be the last day. You haven't done anything wrong." If Weiss had truly been late, I might have been genuinely upset. However, the timing is just right now. Although you arrived at the last moment, there is no need for blame. Weiss's expression relaxed at this, as he had braced himself for a reprimand, but it seemed he could temporarily set his worries aside. After speaking, Jiang Fei raised his hand, signaling that Beerus could stand up. He then pointed to Son Goku and Vegeta and slowly addressed Weiss. "These two are the tasks entrusted to you." Upon hearing this, Weiss looked on with a hint of confusion, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. At that moment, Beerus also stood up, his gaze fixed on the two individuals. Son Goku and Vegeta appeared somewhat astonished, unsure how the conversation had shifted to them. "What does the enforcer mean?" Weiss inquired, perplexed. Jiang Fei replied calmly, "I want you to be their teacher and assist them in their training." At this declaration, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that the task Jiang Fei referred to was, in fact, this. Beerus and Weiss exchanged a glance, each reflecting a deep curiosity in their eyes. However, neither spoke further, either out of respect for the enforcer's wishes or perhaps apprehension. After all, the task assigned by the enforcer was to be fulfilled to the best of their abilities. Yet, their lack of dissent did not imply that others shared their sentiments. "Huh? He'll be our teacher and help us train?" Son Goku exclaimed, a note of surprise and skepticism in his voice. It was not that he looked down upon Weiss. Rather, the latter's refined demeanor did not suggest he was a martial artist. The prospect of receiving training from him felt somewhat unreliable. If possible, he would prefer to train alongside Jiang Fei. Even if not training, simply exchanging blows in their free time would be a fortunate endeavor. Vegeta remained silent. Yet his eyes brimmed with doubt. He only knew that this individual named Weiss seemed to always be at Beerus's side. But no one was aware of his true capabilities. Weiss perceived the skepticism from both men, but merely smiled faintly, showing no intention to clarify. However, standing beside them, Beerus was unwilling to let this slide. He stepped forward with an intimidating demeanor and barked, "What are you two implying?" Seeing Beerus take a stand, Son Goku remained unfazed, while Vegeta exhibited a tinge of trepidation. Although Beerus had appeared so diminished before Jiang Fei, his inherent prowess still commanded respect and fear. Weiss, though indifferent to the situation, felt a swell of gratitude as he witnessed Beerus stepping up for his defense. It seemed that the destroyer he had nurtured had finally matured, learning to uphold the dignity of his angel. Just as he prepared to step forward and suggest they move on, he hesitated. The next moment, he was rendered utterly motionless. "You may question Whis, but I have no concern for that. However, to challenge the judgment of the enforcer is to court death," Beerus exclaimed with righteous indignation. As if poised to strike at any given moment, Whis stood to the side, at a loss for words, feeling an icy chill settle within him. "Jiang Fei, is this person truly that formidable?" Goku, uninterested in Beerus's outburst, turned to Jiang Fei with an inquisitive gaze. Jiang Fei, upon noticing, smiled and nodded. Whis is an angel of the divine realm, and serves as both servant and mentor to Beerus, possessing immense power. Vegeta, upon hearing this explanation, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unassuming attendant was, in fact, Beerus's teacher. The disdain in his eyes diminished significantly. After all, the teacher of a god of destruction must not be underestimated. Training under him could lead to a vast enhancement of one's abilities, if not surpassing that of the god of destruction himself. The teacher of a god of destruction, Goku mused, stroking his chin. Clearly, he still struggled to comprehend what such a title truly entailed. Goku gazed at Jiang Fei, continuing to express his confusion. Is the god of destruction really that powerful? So much so that it frightens Vegeta into asking you to serve him food, yet upon encountering you, the god of destruction appears so feeble. Vegeta's expression shifted abruptly upon hearing Goku's words. Internally cursing him for his foolishness, he quickly gestured for him to be silent, as Beerus's gaze had turned icy. "Oh, so it was you who had the enforcer serve us. Thank you very much," Beerus said coldly to Vegeta. He had been pondering why Jiang Fei had presented himself with a large platter of food instead of coming directly to them. It turned out that the instigator was none other than Vegeta, who had nearly led him to consume the food on the ground. Vegeta hastily took a few steps back. Lord Beerus, it's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Simultaneously, he felt a simmering resentment. He found Jiang Fei to be subservient, yet when it came to him, he was met with a forceful demeanor. Did he think me easy to bully? However, as the saying goes, one must bow their head under a roof. Though this was within his own domain, it was still akin to being under a roof. There are times when a tactical retreat is necessary. And you, were it not for the enforcer's presence, you would have long since met your demise. Beerus's gaze shifted once more to Goku. This fellow had repeatedly questioned his strength, undoubtedly challenging the dignity of the god of destruction. Had it been any other time, he would have been dead 1,000 times over. Goku scratched his head, a bewildered expression crossing his face, as he remained oblivious to the gravity of his words. He had merely spoken his thoughts aloud, without realizing the implications. Why does the other party appear so furious? Jiang Fei chuckled helplessly. In that case, Beerus, why don't you exchange a few moves with them? It will also allow Whis to assess their capabilities. Chapter 82. One move is sufficient. Indeed. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight appeared on Beerus's face. Since Jiang Fei had spoken, he felt no need to hold back. He was determined to show these two naive youths the true might of a god of destruction. Gulp. Vegeta swallowed hard, instinctively stepping back a couple of paces. Facing a god of destruction? Could this possibly be a jest? Just moments ago, he had been subdued by Beerus with a mere flick of the finger. Now, he was expected to confront the god of destruction head-on. What was the difference between this and courting death? On the contrary, excitement radiated from Son Goku's face. He had always wished to witness whether this legendary god of destruction was truly as formidable as the tale suggested. Now that an opportunity had arisen, it was perfectly aligned with his desires. Beerus scoffed disdainfully at Son Goku's spirited expression. Slowly, he lifted a finger and nonchalantly declared, I shall only use one move. If I fail to defeat both of you within that singular strike, then I shall concede. To the ears of others, such a proclamation might seem exceedingly arrogant. Yet, when uttered by Beerus, particularly in the face of Son Goku and Vegeta, it appeared entirely reasonable. After making this statement, Beerus lowered his hand and casually placed it behind his back, seemingly inviting the two opponents to make the first move. Very well, I shall not hold back. Son Goku's energy surged, his excitement palpable. It was as if a torrent of fervor had been unleashed within him, reminiscent of his initial encounter with Jiang Fei. Boom. An overwhelming aura erupted from Son Goku, who spared no effort this time, unleashing his full power. The form of a Super Saiyan had been activated, and a golden, tempestuous energy instantly enveloped the vicinity. TCH. Beerus merely shook his head in disdain. Whis, on the other hand, focused intently on Son Goku. The intensity of his aura was indeed far superior to that of an ordinary individual, yet to Whis, it still resembled that of an average fighter. Were it not for Jiang Fei's prior instructions, this level of power would hardly warrant such meticulous observation. In a flash, Son Goku darted forward, directly confronting Beerus. Fool. Vegeta, drenched in cold sweat, muttered exasperatedly. However, he was not one to remain idle. At the very moment Son Goku lunged, he too transformed, golden flames erupting around him, his hair turning a brilliant gold. His aura surged, surpassing his previous strength by leaps and bounds. Oh, another transformation. Whis observed impassively as he regarded the newly transformed Super Saiyan Vegeta, his expression unchanging. Yet, his gaze remained keen, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of their very beings. With an unrestrained ferocity, Sun Wukong unleashed a powerful punch. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous sounds reverberated through the air, causing both heaven and earth to tremble in unison. Shockwaves, akin to a tempest, surged outward in all directions. The very fabric of space began to warp slightly, the air becoming almost searing to the touch. Yet, this formidable assault failed to even rattle Beerus, who remained composed, gazing calmly at the determined Sun Wukong. What? Sun Wukong was taken aback by this scene. He possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. His fist could easily shatter a planet. However, the realization that his punches could not even disturb Beerus' form compelled him to reassess his opponent. While Sun Wukong was still processing his astonishment, Vegeta's silhouette emerged behind Beerus. Boom, boom, boom. He, too, struck with unmatched force, his speed dazzlingly swift. Each punch unleashed a powerful shockwave. Although he was reluctant to engage, witnessing Sun Wukong's initiative spurred him on. He feared being mocked by this rival if he held back. Moreover, he sought to conquer his own trepidation and land a few blows on Beerus. However, Vegeta evidently underestimated Beerus' prowess. His mighty punches, despite their impressive appearance, merely grazed Beerus, eliciting no significant reaction from the seemingly frail figure. In contrast, his own hands ached from the relentless strikes. Sighing, Beerus sensed the attacks and shook his head slightly, too weak. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of potent purple energy erupted from his being. The brilliant light bathed the entire area in deep violet hues, its intensity increasing to the point where it was blinding. This is bad. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta thought simultaneously. Yet, it was too late. The surrounding energy had ensnared their bodies. With a resounding explosion at the center of the arena, the force was not overwhelmingly destructive, yet the terrifying energy propelled Sun Wukong and Vegeta away, demonstrating Beerus's exquisite mastery over his own power. The two were hurled into unconsciousness, their Super Saiyan forms dissipating, their garments tattered and torn. They rolled several meters across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Observing their disheveled state, Beerus shook his head with a disdainful smile. Had it not been for Jiang Fei appointing Whis as their instructor, that recent explosion could have easily cost them their lives and reduced the entire planet to ashes. Just then, Jiang Fei approached slowly. Beerus hastily concealed his disdainful expression and respectfully addressed the enforcer. "Well done," Jiang Fei replied with a slight nod, acknowledging his efforts. He then proceeded directly towards Whis, who promptly lowered his head, awaiting further instructions. "I leave these two in your capable hands. Time is of the essence. Enhance their abilities as much as possible," Jiang Fei instructed with an air of composure. Whis, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously in agreement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Whis departed with Beerus and the two individuals who lay on the ground, leaving Earth behind. As for Jiang Fei, once they had vanished from sight, he employed his divine powers to restore the courtyard to its original state before disappearing himself, embarking on a journey to the realm of destruction. Whis administered a modicum of healing to Goku and Vegeta, who gradually began to regain consciousness. Following a succinct conversation, he informed them of their impending training in the realm of destruction, which elicited palpable excitement from both. Having recently witnessed the formidable power of the god of destruction, the prospect of being trained by an angel, surely not inferior in strength, filled them with eager anticipation. With Whis' guidance, they might one day surpass even the god of destruction himself. As these thoughts coursed through their minds, Goku could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Whis, who is stronger, you or Lord Beerus?" Vegeta leaned in, equally intrigued by the question. "Well, I typically refrain from engaging in combat with Lord Beerus, but to confront him, one strike would suffice," Whis replied, a statement that took Goku and Vegeta by surprise. They had just witnessed Beerus's overwhelming power, and the notion that Whis could defeat him with a single blow seemed rather exaggerated. "Humph," Beerus interjected, crossing his arms and turning away in a haughty manner. Though somewhat displeased by the comment, he recognized the truth in it and found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. In a state of astonishment, Vegeta licked his lips and pressed on. "And how do you compare to Mr. Jiang Fei?" Although both Beerus and Whis possessed formidable strength, their respectful demeanor towards Jiang Fei had piqued Vegeta's curiosity regarding the man's prowess. Goku's eyes widened with excitement as he echoed, "Yes, yes. How do you measure up against Jiang Fei?" "The enforcer," Whis said, and upon mentioning this name, the serene smile on his face vanished. Even in the absence of Jiang Fei, an unsettling chill coursed through him. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Given the enforcer's current strength, one strike would suffice to deal with me." Silence enveloped the surroundings as his words echoed, leaving Goku and Vegeta in a state of incredulous disbelief. They could scarcely fathom that Jiang Fei's power could reach such an extraordinary level. Beerus dealt with the two of them with merely a single move. Yet, Whis claimed that he could handle Beerus with just one strike as well. The sheer terror of this fact was already overwhelming. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Jiang Fei could also confront Whis with a single move. Wasn't that utterly frightening? What extraordinary strength must one possess to defeat Whis with such ease? The two, upon grasping this truth, found their astonishment utterly beyond verbal description. Chapter 83, 6 years later. In the boundless darkness of the universe, aboard a colossal ship of the Gula Legion, Jiang Fei's icy voice echoed throughout the chamber. "You two have truly disappointed me. After 6 years, your strength has only progressed to this level?" He sat in the main seat, his gaze fixed intently on the two figures before him, who bowed their heads in trepidation, not daring to breathe. Observing them, Jiang Fei continued with an impassive expression, "Why the silence?" "Mr. Jiang Fei, I have indeed done my utmost," stammered one of the figures, trembling. This individual was Gula, the leader of the Gula Legion. "Indeed, Mr. Jiang Fei, I too have reached my limits. It will be quite challenging to achieve further enhancement in a short span," the other figure, Gula's brother Frieza, chimed in. It had been 6 years since Jiang Fei departed from Earth. During this time, he personally sought out the hiding Frieza and informed them of his current need for their power. Due to his intervention, Gula and Frieza were compelled to set aside their past grievances and embarked on rigorous training. Jiang Fei felt a sense of gratification regarding their attitudes and was quite pleased with their rate of improvement. Especially during the initial months, their training speed was truly unparalleled. In just about 4 months, both had acquired a completely new golden form, elevating their powers to an entirely new dimension. However, this golden state did not last long. Once they reached this pinnacle, their strength seemingly stagnated, and any further enhancement became exceedingly limited. Sighing in resignation, Jiang Fei rubbed his forehead, lamenting, "Perhaps I was too optimistic." He had initially believed that with their exceptional talents, reaching the golden state in merely 4 months meant that with a bit more time, they could sweep through the entire universe. Perhaps, in the end, even he would no longer be their match. Yet, alas, this was merely his wishful thinking. After attaining the golden state, no matter how hard they pursued improvement, they could not achieve that explosive growth again. It was as if their training had hit a bottleneck. Although there were slight advancements, they remained unable to break through to a higher realm. Upon reflection, it was reasonable, if they truly possessed such monstrous potential. Frisia and Gula could likely overturn the divine realm itself. It is not to the extent that the king, the supreme priest, and other denizens of the divine realm can flaunt their might. After all, ruling the divine realm is not less exhilarating than commanding the entirety of the universe, is it? With this thought, Jiang Fei could not help but commend himself. Over the past 6 years, he had not dedicated himself to rigorous training. Yet his strength had surged by a remarkable 50%. Moreover, this ascent showed no signs of stagnation. In fact, it had become even more fluid and rapid. Mr. Jiang Fei, do not be too disheartened. Although we have not made significant advancements in recent years, with our current prowess, there are no rivals across the universe. Frisia confidently proclaimed, casting a glance at Jiang Fei and adding, "Of course, you are certainly an exception." He chuckled merrily at the side, for he dared not harbor any rebellious thoughts against Jiang Fei. As his own power escalated, he came to realize just how fearsome the individual who could instill such panic in Beerus truly was. Gula chimed in, "Indeed, Mr. Jiang Fei, you require our strength. Is our current power not formidable enough?" He too brimmed with confidence in his abilities. Naturally stronger than Frisia, even in his golden transformation, he surpassed Frisia's might. He could hardly fathom that anyone in the universe, save for the god of destruction and Jiang Fei, could stand as his adversary. Jiang Fei gazed at the self-assured duo and shook his head in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. One look at these two revealed they had never faced the harsh realities of life. However, he found solace in the fact that, despite their somewhat slow progress, they were still on the path of improvement. Compared to the canonical narrative, they had transformed earlier and had even grown stronger. At this juncture, it seemed that Majin Buu was on the verge of emerging. Jiang Fei silently calculated. As for Frisia and Gula, they had reached this point. It was time to ascertain the extent of Goku and Vegeta's training. In the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 7, 3 figures danced gracefully in the air. Goku and Vegeta, their hair a brilliant blue and exuding an aura of divinity, were launching a full-force assault on Whis. The latter, wielding a staff, appeared to blend seamlessly into the air, dodging with an elegance that was both natural and refined. The duo had pushed their speed to the utmost limits. Yet they could not land even a single hit on Whis. This scenario persisted for approximately an hour. With a deft maneuver, Whis positioned himself between the two and nimbly evaded their attacks. Bang! Goku and Vegeta, oblivious to their surroundings, collided with one another, unable to halt their momentum. Ouch! They both exclaimed in pain, clutching their heads as they plummeted from the sky. Upon reverting from their super blue form, they swiftly sprang back to their feet. Kakarot! You imbecile! Why do you always get in my way? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with irritation. As Sun Wukong rubbed his head, he voiced his complaints. Vegeta? It was you who bumped into me. Can't we discuss this rationally? Thus, the two engaged in a stubborn argument. Whis gracefully descended from the heavens to the ground, shaking his head in exasperation. Ever since their arrival in the god of destruction realm, these two had been embroiled in continuous disputes, particularly during their training sessions, where their disagreements reached a fever pitch. Initially, Whis found their bickering somewhat irksome, but he had grown accustomed to it over time. He pondered to himself whether their progress had truly fulfilled the intended purpose of their training. When Sun Wukong and Vegeta first entered the god of destruction realm, they were at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 1. Now, having ascended to Super Saiyan Blue, they had nearly transcended several realms. Their power enhancement was beyond numerical evaluation. Just as their quarrel persisted, a radiant light suddenly descended, revealing 3 figures arriving in the god of destruction realm. Simultaneously, Beerus, who had been resting in his palace, abruptly opened his eyes. The man had arrived. Chapter 84. 2 yellows against 2 blues? Beerus had managed to overcome his habitual slumber. Yet with Jiang Fei's absence spanning 6 years, he had been cautious during the first year, refraining from sleeping for extended periods. However, as time passed, he reverted to his old ways. Nevertheless, his sensitivity to Jiang Fei's presence in the god of destruction realm remained as acute as ever. Beerus, not daring to be negligent, quickly donned his attire in preparation to greet the guest. Outside, Whis was also quick to sense Jiang Fei's arrival. Frisia and Cooler flanked him on either side. Upon witnessing Whis pay his respects to Jiang Fei, a flicker of recognition sparked in their minds. They realized that he was none other than the attendant of the god of destruction, Beerus. Curiosity piqued, they surveyed their surroundings. Frisia remarked, "The environment here is truly splendid. Residing in such a place must be exceedingly comfortable." Cooler silently nodded in agreement. Over the past 6 years, their enmity had significantly diminished. Though they were no longer at odds, their relationship remained strained, akin to brothers in name only. Whis then raised his gaze and noticed the two brothers, instantly recognizing them as Frisia and Cooler from the Frost Demon clan. It was intriguing how they had aligned themselves with Jiang Fei. However, Whis refrained from probing further, respecting the boundaries of his role as an attendant. While Frisia was surveying the area, he suddenly spotted two individuals engaged in a face-to-face argument, oblivious to their surroundings. Upon closer inspection, his pupils constricted dramatically, and he coldly remarked, "Vegeta, and that's Super Saiyan." Upon hearing those words, Cooler's gaze shifted to the source. Indeed, it was the legendary Super Saiyan who had once battled Frisia on the planet Namek. Beside him stood Vegeta, Frisia's former subordinate, whom Cooler had encountered on a few occasions. However, Cooler felt little concern. After all, he was not particularly familiar with either of them. Frisia, on the other hand, viewed the situation quite differently. His fists clenched tightly as he fixated on the figures before him. One, an immensely embarrassing Super Saiyan, and the other, a former trusted ally who had betrayed him. Were it not for the presence of Jiang Fei, Frisia might have been tempted to eliminate both of them on the spot. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from the palace. Upon noticing, Son Goku immediately ceased his quarrel, beaming as he waved, "Lord Beerus, you're awake." Vegeta nodded slightly, refraining from further comment. However, Beerus' attention was not directed at them. He bypassed them entirely and approached Jiang Fei directly. Cooler felt a tightening in his chest upon seeing Beerus, instinctively recoiling slightly. Frisia gradually relaxed his grip, his palms now glistening with perspiration. Clearly, despite their substantial power enhancements, they still harbored an innate fear of the god of destruction, Beerus. Yet, what transpired next was beyond their expectations. Beerus gazed at Jiang Fei and knelt before him, paying his respects to the enforcer. He lowered his head deeply to the ground. Although such a profound gesture was unnecessary during their routine encounters, fear and the habit of kneeling compelled him to do so once again. Frisia and Cooler, witnessing this scene, were nearly rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. They even rubbed their eyes vigorously to ensure they were not mistaken. This was the exalted Beerus, after all. While they were aware of his apprehension towards Jiang Fei, they had never anticipated that he would prostrate himself upon their first meeting. "Please rise," Jiang Fei said with a hint of exasperation, having lost count of how many times he had uttered this phrase. However, he found some comfort in the fact that the initial awkwardness had lessened. He had grown somewhat accustomed to the reverence shown by others. Upon hearing this, Beerus slowly stood, casting a glance at Frisia and Cooler, who were staring at him. Without regard for why they were on his territory, he growled, "What are you staring at? Do you dare to challenge me?" The threat was palpable, as a sphere of destructive energy coalesced beside him. Frisia and Cooler shrank back, unwilling to provoke his wrath. Son Goku and Vegeta also noticed the unfolding situation. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, they approached with friendly smiles. "Oh, you two are here as well? It's been quite a while," Son Goku remarked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He harbored no animosity towards Gula, thus there was no hostility to speak of. As for Frisia, although there had been some grievances in the past, those had long since faded into the annals of time. Now, upon their reunion, a peculiar sentiment stirred within him. After all, it had been quite a while. "Long time no see," Gula greeted with a faint smile. He recognized this individual, who had departed alongside Jiang Fei. Not that there were any lingering grudges. Even if there were, he dared not let them surface. It was best to bury past grievances with a smile, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. "Humph," Frisia snorted disdainfully, crossing his arms and turning his head away. He had no desire to converse with this person. After all, he had gained strength now. In the future, he could seize an opportunity to eliminate him. Displaying hostility now might displease Jiang Fei, and if Jiang Fei were displeased, it could spell disaster for him. TCH. Vegeta cast a scornful glance at the two, finding himself rather unimpressed by Frisia and Gula. Their levels of power were no longer on the same plane. To be frank, he could easily vanquish them without even transforming. Jiang Fei keenly observed the subtle shifts in the expressions of those around him. A slight smile graced his lips as he slowly spoke. "Weiss, I wonder how the task I entrusted to you has progressed?" He believed he had done quite well, having elevated their powers by several realms and even enabling them to touch upon divine strength. "Indeed, Jiang Fei, our powers have increased significantly. You may test us if you doubt it," Goku exclaimed, stepping forward with enthusiasm. His curiosity about Jiang Fei's strength grew, despite their considerable enhancements. They still appeared feeble before Weiss, and even before Beerus, they remained utterly defenseless. As for Jiang Fei, who could effortlessly subdue Weiss, to what extraordinary level had his strength ascended? Upon hearing Goku's suggestion, Vegeta felt a surge of excitement within him. He had shed any remnants of pride. To engage with someone like Jiang Fei filled him only with reverence. Jiang Fei gently shook his head, smiling as he remarked, I shall verify your strength, but not by my own hand. Rather, it will be theirs. He gestured towards Frieza and Gula nearby. Seeing that Goku and Vegeta's opponents were Frieza and Gula, Whis could not help but display a hint of confidence in his smile. He possessed a reasonable understanding of the capabilities of the two brothers. Not to mention, even Super Saiyan Blue would suffice against them. Even Super Saiyan 1 would be more than adequate. However, Whis did not let his guard down. For these individuals were brought by Jiang Fei and surely possessed remarkable qualities. Furthermore, they had been specifically chosen to assess Goku and Vegeta's abilities. The situation would undoubtedly be more complex than it appeared. Nonetheless, Whis maintained complete confidence in Goku and Vegeta. After all, he had personally trained them. So dealing with the two frozen demons was hardly a challenge. You have all heard the words of the enforcer. Goku, Vegeta. It is time for you to demonstrate your prowess, Whis calmly addressed the two. Jiang Fei glanced at Frieza and his brother, urging them not to embarrass him. Understood. The four responded almost in unison, though their gazes revealed an underlying tension. Fighting those two should be effortless, Goku thought, as his understanding of Frieza remained rooted in their encounter on Namek. As for his brother, although he had not witnessed his full strength, he assumed it would be similarly formidable. In the past, facing such opponents would have been quite entertaining, but now it felt utterly devoid of challenge. Humph. Vegeta also expressed disdain for this matchup, considering it an insult to be pitted against Frieza and Cooler as a Saiyan prince. Nonetheless, it provided an opportunity to showcase his growth and demonstrate that he was no longer the boy he once was. On the other side, Frieza exhibited a far greater excitement. Inwardly, he chuckled, eager to show these wild monkeys the true power of a cosmic emperor. He had initially intended to teach them a lesson, and now the opportunity had presented itself. However, despite his excitement, he still regarded them with contempt. Cooler sighed, shaking his head, muttering, just two Super Saiyans? Do I really need to intervene? In his view, dealing with two Super Saiyans was beneath a warrior of his caliber. Frieza alone could probably eliminate them with ease. Thus, while each of the four harbored their own thoughts, they were surprisingly unified in their mutual disdain before the battle had even begun. Frieza stepped forward, his tone dripping with arrogance. You two can come at me together, and I'll even fight you with one hand. With that, he slowly raised one hand, the other tucked behind his back, remaining in his first form without any intention of transforming. His reasoning was simple. Dealing with these two was trivial enough for his initial state. Goku and Vegeta were momentarily taken aback, astonished by Frieza's newfound arrogance. Could he possibly have lost his mind? Since you are so confident, I won't hold back, Goku declared, disregarding any thoughts of Frieza's strength or weakness. After all, he was still a worthy opponent. He stepped forward, adopting an offensive stance. Yet, despite his words, he showed no inclination to transform into a Super Saiyan. His posture relaxed, and a subtle smile gracing his face. Jiang Fei, overhearing their exchange, could only shake his head in exasperation. Whether from the side of the frozen demons or the Saiyans, the tension was palpable. How is it that with just a hint of strength, one begins to put on airs? He slowly lowered his hand and surveyed the crowd present. Then, his gaze sharpened, and he admonished in a low voice, "Focus, everyone. Each of you shall face a foe. Unleash your full power." Frieza and Cooler, upon hearing this, exchanged skeptical glances. After all, were they not merely dealing with a pair of insufferable monkeys? Did they truly need to exert their utmost? Nevertheless, since it was Jiang Fei who had spoken, they decided to oblige. Boom, boom. Two magnificent auras surged skyward, as Frieza and Cooler instantly transformed into their ultimate forms. Not only that, but the intensity of their energy continued to escalate. The ground of the god of destruction's realm trembled slightly, while the air around them seemed to boil with ferocity. This energy, Son Goku, having retracted his poised stance, felt a flicker of astonishment. Vegeta too abandoned his previous disdain, his brow furrowing slightly. For at that moment, both Frieza and Cooler exuded an aura that transcended the realm of Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, it appeared that this surge showed no signs of abating. It was an incessant rise. Suddenly, their energy peaked, followed by another dramatic escalation. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of golden light erupted in the god of destruction's domain, transforming the space into a golden ocean. This spectacle lasted for 2 or 3 seconds before the golden radiance gradually dissipated. There stood Frieza and Cooler, their bodies adorned with a layer of resplendent, luxurious golden skin. Their overall presence was utterly transformed, a stark contrast to their previous forms. How formidable! Son Goku gasped in astonishment, only to be soon overtaken by immense excitement. Vegeta slowly lowered his crossed arms, his mind racing in disbelief. He had not anticipated that their auras could become so terrifying. Amidst his astonishment, a slight smirk crept onto his lips. Whis raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I did not expect them to reach such heights. I initially believed that Goku and Vegeta would secure an easy victory this time. It now seems that the outcome is far from certain. Oh, it appears I underestimated these two. Who would have thought they possessed such talent?" Beerus mused, stroking his chin and nodding in acknowledgement. Initially, he had held a dismissive attitude towards Frisia and Cooler. Although he was uncertain of Cooler's capabilities, he was quite familiar with Frisia's mediocre level of prowess. To his surprise, after all these years, they had achieved such remarkable strength. Frisia noticed the subtle shifts in the expressions of those present, and his heart swelled with pride. The arrogance in his gaze seemed to proclaim to everyone, "Do you see? This is the power of Frisia, the emperor of the universe." How tiresome. He had not intended to reveal this, yet now he had no choice but to lay his cards on the table. Cooler flexed his neck, his words seemingly humble but laced with arrogance. Son Goku and Vegeta bore witness to this unfolding scene. They exchanged a glance, each recognizing the desire reflected in the other's eyes. In that moment, any feelings of disdain vanished, leaving only a fervent passion, ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 86, The Battle Between Colors. In that case, I shall join in, Sun Wukong declared, his eyes gleaming with dazzling light. Only a worthy adversary could ignite his fighting spirit. With a roar, he concentrated his energy, causing the ground to tremble once more as waves of astounding power erupted from his being. Vegeta, no longer holding back, responded with a low growl. The immense strength radiating from him began to warp the very fabric of space. Two divine and colossal auras converged upon them simultaneously. The celestial bodies above seemed to be affected, drifting from their original positions. Boom, boom. Two beams of azure light shot skyward. The blue flames enveloping them appeared almost tangible, harboring immense destructive power that deterred any attempts to approach. Moments later, both had completed their transformation into super blue. Their hair, eyebrows, and surrounding aura had all turned blue. Their gazes were filled with confidence and sharpness, as if they could perceive all that existed within the universe. These two youngsters are rather impressive, Beerus remarked, observing with keen interest. It was his first encounter with the super blue forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He had not expected that after years apart. These two had advanced, dyeing their golden locks to a striking blue. Whis stood by, a serene smile gracing his features. He seemed quite pleased with their performance. For after all these years, aside from Beerus, these two were undoubtedly the strongest he had nurtured. Indeed, Jiang Fei nodded slightly. The successful transformation of Sun Wukong and Vegeta into Super Blue met his expectations. Sensing the energy emanating from them was quite gratifying. However, he remained curious about the outcome of their battle. After all, Frisia and Cooler were stronger than they had been during their normal development phase. Though their growth had been gradual, over 5 years they had accumulated a formidable strength. Cooler gazed at the transformation of the two before him, slightly surprised that they too had changed colors. What of it? Frisia scoffed, his expression one of disdain. He had inflated his ego to an extreme, dismissing everyone except Jiang Fei and Beerus. Isn't it just Super Saiyan? Merely a change of colors. In my eyes they remained insignificant. The four stood in silence. In an instant, they all launched into action, their speed surpassing the human eye's ability to perceive. Swift as lightning, they collided with one another. Frisia was the first to target Sun Wukong, for their unresolved grievances on planet Namek lingered. Today, he intended to settle the score. Boom, boom, boom. The two combatants exchanged blows, causing the very heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. The fabric of space itself warped, threatening to rupture. Gula, witnessing Frisia engaged in battle, wasted no time and dashed towards the nearby Vegeta. Vegeta, undeterred, moved with the swiftness of a blue lightning bolt, charging headlong into the fray. The collision of their forces was monumental. The fragile space could no longer withstand the intensity, and a vast chasm tore open, unleashing sharp torrents of chaotic energy that wreaked havoc upon the realm of destruction, severing flora and fauna in their wake. Rivers and mountains were not spared from the devastation. The entire domain exhibited signs of imminent collapse. Beerus, upon witnessing the transformation of his home into such chaos, found himself momentarily speechless. He then looked skyward, his expression darkening as he threatened, "I have no objection to your skirmish, but should you lay waste to my territory, do not blame me for my wrath." Whis, overhearing Beerus's discontent, managed a resigned smile. Grasping his staff, he gently touched the ground, and instantly, the rampant energies of the destruction realm calmed. The fissures in the sky began to close, and the ravaged flora and fauna, along with the rivers and mountains, reverted to their original state as if being played in reverse. Then, a brilliant flash enveloped the entire space, reinforcing its integrity several-fold. Jiang Fei made a subtle gesture, conjuring a massive barrier that enveloped the four participants. The violent shockwaves vanished without a trace. Observing Jiang Fei's actions, Whis smiled softly at Beerus, stating, "This should suffice. Given that the destruction realm seldom witnesses such fierce battles, its spatial integrity has remained comparable to that of the outside world. A reinforcement now should suffice." "Indeed," Beerus replied, nodding at Jiang Fei with a smile before redirecting his gaze back to the aerial combat. The clash between the two sides was fierce and unyielding, their golden and deep blue auras intertwining, erupting in a kaleidoscope of colors. A dazzling battle of yellow and blue unfolded, radiating brilliance. The immense barrier resembled a crystalline sphere, reflecting the vibrant lights even more resplendently. The entire destruction realm oscillated between hues of yellow and blue. Within the barrier, the oppressive energy was suffocating. With a resounding clash, Frieza and Goku collided, both sent hurtling backward over 100 meters. How can he be this strong? Frieza gasped, incredulity etched in his eyes. Goku, on the other hand, sported beads of sweat the size of peas on his brow, his energy slightly unstable after the impact. Yet, a fervent gleam shone in his eyes, for he had not experienced such exhilarating combat in a long time. Though he had trained with Whis over the past years in the destruction realm, he had never landed a punch on anyone. It has been far too long since a battle as exhilarating as today has unfolded. Delightful, delightful, let us do it again, Sun Wukong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he nimbly dashed towards Frieza. Damn it, don't get complacent, Frieza retorted, clenching his fists and roaring in anger. His body surged forward, his golden skin shimmering even more brilliantly. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed once more, their offense and defense reaching an extraordinary level, seemingly evenly matched. Yet, it was subtly evident that Frieza was on the defensive. Meanwhile, the battle between Gula and Vegeta was equally intense. Their figures left behind fleeting afterimages in the space around them. However, in stark contrast, Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage against Gula. The exchanges revealed a clear tendency towards defense rather than attack, and this trend became increasingly apparent as time passed. Chapter 87. Exchange of Opponents. The combat between the two sides had persisted for approximately 20 minutes. With a thunderous sound, Frieza was sent flying by a wave of energy unleashed by Sun Wukong. On the other side, Vegeta was similarly forced back repeatedly by Gula's heavy blows. Unbeknownst to them, both fighters retreated to the center of the arena, breathing heavily. Their gazes were locked onto their respective adversaries. Jiang Fei observed everything unfolding in the arena and nodded silently. He was not particularly surprised by the current outcome. After all, Sun Wukong's strength always slightly surpassed Vegeta's. Likewise, Gula's power was evidently greater than Frieza's. It seemed more reasonable for Sun Wukong to face Gula and Vegeta to confront Frieza, as that would constitute a truly balanced fight. Damn that wretched monkey. Frieza fumed inwardly, his fists clenched in anger. He had anticipated this encounter would allow him to redeem himself, only to find himself in this predicament. The formidable strength he had cultivated seemed utterly insufficient, and he was being thoroughly overpowered. Bastard. Vegeta was also feeling the strain. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression had darkened considerably. He had not expected to be so heavily suppressed by Gula. Initially, they appeared evenly matched. But as the battle wore on, he found himself struggling merely to defend. Sun Wukong remained exuberant, yet his gaze shifted from Frieza to Gula. Rubbing his palms together, he thought excitedly, this guy is something else. He can actually push Vegeta back. He was quite familiar with Vegeta's capabilities, having trained together for 6 years. While Vegeta was slightly weaker, he was certainly not far behind. The fact that someone could dominate Vegeta filled him with exhilaration. Is Frieza truly not his match? Gula mused, observing the two in the arena with a hint of surprise. To his astonishment, it appeared that, apart from himself, there existed another capable of rendering Frieza in such disarray. Gula let out a cold sneer, his gaze sharpening instantaneously. Sun Wukong, comprehending the unspoken message, found his resolve significantly strengthened. In the blink of an eye, the two figures vanished from their original positions. The next moment, a resounding crash echoed as Sun Wukong collided with Gula. From the epicenter of their clash, shockwaves radiated outward, reverberating against the barrier and producing a thunderous roar. That is my opponent, Kakarot. Vegeta seethed in fury. Brother, would you kindly vacate the area? I wish to deal with him personally. Frieza clenched his fists, shouting at the two combatants, yet they were engrossed in their fierce struggle, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Vegeta's face darkened, yet he hesitated to rashly intervene. After all, he had no desire to engage in a 2-on-1 scenario alongside Sun Wukong. Even if they emerged victorious, he would feel no sense of glory. Reluctantly, he shifted his focus onto the figure beside him, since he was already idling. It would be more prudent to vanquish this opponent first before addressing Gula. Noticing Vegeta's gaze, Frieza arched an eyebrow and inquired, "What is it, Vegeta? Do you wish to oppose me?" Truth be told, he held a certain disdain for someone like Vegeta, once a superior subordinate, obedient as a dog. After his betrayal, he had been effortlessly dispatched. Now, after years apart, was he daring to challenge him? Vegeta, incensed by the remark, bellowed, "What do you think you are?" In a flash, he appeared before Frieza, his massive fist swinging toward the latter's face. He loathed Frieza's condescending tone. Previously, he had been compelled to submit to such arrogance. But the tides had turned. How dare Frieza speak to him in such a manner, completely disregarding the might of the Prince of Saiyans? A smirk of contempt curled at Frieza's lips, yet he did not allow himself to become overly complacent. Clenching his fist, he charged forward to meet Vegeta head-on. A tremendous crash resonated as their fists connected. Subsequently, the two transformed into mere phantoms, darting within the barrier, the sounds of their clashes echoing incessantly. After swapping adversaries, they engaged in a battle that was once again evenly matched. Jiang Fei observed the unfolding spectacle with a slight nod. With their powers balanced, the fight indeed had become more exhilarating. However, judging by the current momentum, it seemed this battle would not reach a conclusion anytime soon. Turning to the two spectators, he calmly stated, "I shall take my leave for a moment and will return shortly." Both Beerus and Whis regarded him with respect, nodding in acknowledgement. After issuing his directive, he departed from the scene. 10 minutes later, Jiang Fei's figure materialized in Universe 11. After briefly sensing Cell's energy, he utilized instant transmission to arrive at his destination. It was still that vast, earthy-hued planet. Sheru and Jiren stood side by side atop a high ridge, their arms crossed in unison. Their expressions remarkably calm as they gazed down at the fierce battle unfolding below. Upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Fei felt a slight flutter in his eyelids. It had been 6 years since he last saw Sheru, and it seemed he had made significant progress, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiren. "Sheru," Jiang Fei called out. At the sound of his voice, Sheru's heart jolted, and he quickly turned to see Jiang Fei standing beside him, the calm demeanor on his face vanishing entirely, replaced by an expression of immense excitement. "Mr. Jiang," Sheru exclaimed loudly, hastening to Jiang Fei's side. Jiren, slightly taken aback, turned to look as well. Indeed, the moment the man appeared, his expression subtly shifted. After all, this was the individual who had once subdued them all single-handedly. A presence that even the god of destruction had to respect. His sudden appearance compelled Jiren to abandon his composure and regard him with seriousness. With a gentle smile, Jiang Fei remarked that although Sheru maintained a restrained aura, he could still sense a significant steadiness in his energy compared to 6 years ago. Hee. A smile crept onto Sheru's face as he surveyed the ongoing battle below, confidently declaring, "I can only say they are mediocre. None of them are my match." Chapter 88. I am Mr. Jiang Fei's dog. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow at this statement. After years apart, had Sheru begun to put on airs? Glancing at Jiren beside him, he noted the lack of dissent, which led him to conclude that Sheru's words might indeed hold truth. And what about him? Jiang Fei gestured towards Jiren. It was essential to recognize that Jiren was an entity that transcended the god of destruction. Of course, this only applied within their universe. Surpassing a top-tier god of destruction like Beerus remained an unlikely feat. Upon hearing the comparison to Jiren, Sheru's expression abruptly stiffened. Rubbing his head, he reluctantly conceded. "For the 6, I have 4, he has 6. At his words, Jiang Fei turned his gaze to Jiren, as if inquiring. "Sheru is correct." Jiren replied with an impassive nod. He continued in a low tone. "In these 6 years, he has made rapid advancements, especially in the last 2 years. Although he has only broken through 1 level, he is capable of transforming into 2 forms, and these forms can be combined, making him quite formidable." At this point, Jiren felt a twinge of envy towards Sheru. It was rare for anyone in this world to evoke such feelings in him. Just 6 years prior, Sheru had been the one on the receiving end of their overwhelming strength. Now, however, the tides had turned, and the changes had come swiftly, particularly after gaining the ability to transform into those 2 forms. Even he found it somewhat challenging to cope, unable to subdue it in a short span. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei's eyes brightened. He could roughly deduce the nature of these 2 forms of Shalu. Clearly, this fellow had not disappointed him. "Mr. Jiang, may I demonstrate for you?" Shala said with utmost respect. To be honest, he too wished to show off in front of Jiang Fei, especially after 6 years of considerable growth. He certainly had the merit to boast. Indeed, Shala nodded earnestly. Afterward, Jiang Fei turned to Jillian. "Thank you for your assistance over the years. You may carry on. We shall take our leave." Jillian's expression shifted subtly upon hearing these words. He never anticipated that this person would be so courteous, completely altering the impression he had left during their initial encounter. "Please, make yourself comfortable," Jillian replied, nodding and adopting a somewhat polite demeanor, though it felt slightly awkward, as it was not characteristic of him. Jiang Fei nodded in acknowledgement, and in a flash, Shalu and he vanished from the spot. In the next moment, a radiant light appeared in the boundless cosmos. Amidst the brilliance, Jiang Fei glanced at Shalu beside him and inquired casually, "Have you been accustomed to your time in Universe 11? He presumed that Shalu, standing alongside Jillian, must have been living quite comfortably in Universe 11. However, to his surprise, Shala did not seem particularly joyful upon hearing this. The smile on his face abruptly froze, replaced by a mournful expression. "The last 2 years have been bearable, but the earlier years were nothing short of unbearable." As he spoke, Shala's voice broke, and he began to weep. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "What happened? You seemed rather formidable just now." Shalu hastily covered his face and waved his hands dismissively. After regaining his composure, he began to explain to Jiang Fei. It turned out that during the first 4 years, the brutes in Universe 11 would relentlessly challenge Shala daily. If that were all, it would have been tolerable. However, these individuals had no sense of martial ethics. They would not relent until they had nearly beaten him to death. Fortunately, his spirit and physique were remarkably resilient. Thankfully, over the last 2 years, he had broken through to a higher realm, his golden skin now adorned with deep blue effects. No longer was he subject to bullying. He had truly risen. That sounds arduous, Jiang Fei said with a wry smile, astonished at the extent of his hardships. In comparison, the inhabitants of Universe 7 seemed to be living rather comfortably. Yet, perhaps it was for the best, as adversity had turned into fortune. With his current strength, he would undoubtedly stand out in Universe 7. Upon hearing this, Shallow wiped away his tears and promptly asserted, "For Mr. Jiang, it is all but my duty." Jiang Fei nodded slightly and continued to inquire, "Can your strength still continue to improve?" He genuinely wished to witness a clash between Cell and Jiren, as he believed that the combination of a golden skin with deep blue effects should grant victory over the latter. After all, this represented a substantial enhancement, and the resulting combat prowess would undoubtedly be formidable. It was certainly not as simple as a Super Saiyan with a blue hue facing a golden ice demon. While it may not guarantee a win against Jiren, at the very least, the odds would be evenly matched. If this were not the case, it could only indicate one possibility. The fusion of these two powers had yet to reach its pinnacle. After a brief pause, he continued, stating that if he were to utilize a single form, he could maximize its potential. However, combining the two felt somewhat awkward. Although it would result in a significant boost in strength, many aspects of power could not be manifested properly. Upon reaching this point, Cell's expression regained the confidence he had displayed during their initial meeting. Upon hearing this response, Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the fringes of the 7th universe. After a moment of sensing the energies of Goku and Vegeta, he discovered that their auras had grown faint. Not only theirs, but even Frieza and Cooler's energies no longer exuded the same intensity as before. It appeared that the battle had indeed concluded. In an instant, Jiang Fei utilized instant transmission, bringing Cell to the realm of the destroyer of the 7th universe. As expected, the battle had come to an end. Goku and his companions sat exhausted on the ground, their bodies marred by numerous injuries. Jiang Fei waved his hand, dispelling the barrier. Whis and Beerus immediately sensed their presence and approached them. Upon noticing Cell, they exchanged glances of mild confusion, as it was their first encounter with him. Who emerged victorious? Jiang Fei inquired nonchalantly. Goku, Vegeta, and the others, upon seeing Jiang Fei, quickly rose to their feet. Although they appeared somewhat weakened, it was merely due to fatigue, and their fundamental strength remained intact. Who are you? Frieza, upon standing, immediately took note of Cell beside Jiang Fei. To his surprise, this individual emanated an aura similar to his own. Moreover, he could sense the energies of Goku and Vegeta as well, sparking his curiosity. Indeed, the enforcer. Who is this individual? Beerus similarly questioned with intrigue. Goku and Vegeta felt a jolt of recognition upon seeing Cell. Although 6 years had passed, they still remembered his face. Cooler, too, began to recall, musing internally that this individual was supposedly a friend of Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei smiled, preparing to introduce Cell. However, before he could utter a word, Cell stepped forward, gazing at the group with an expression of utter calmness, and remarked, "Oh, by the way, I am Mr. Jiang Fei's dog. I trust that my old friends are acquainted with me." After speaking, he glanced at the astonished Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Chapter 89. This lad is quite a character. Jiang Fei, upon hearing these words, helplessly scratched his head. He was uncertain about others' thoughts, but he felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed he needed to instill some proper ideas into Cell in the future. Otherwise, one might mistakenly think he possessed some peculiar inclination. Sun Wukong smacked his lips. Unsure of what to say, Vegeta swallowed hard, staring at him incredulously. He was aware that Cell claimed to be Jiang Fei's dog. However, the casualness with which this was declared was rather astonishing. It was almost an instinctive utterance, devoid of hesitation, particularly in front of a crowd, with not a hint of shame on his face. In fact, one could almost detect a trace of pride within him. Naturally, Vegeta did not mock Cell excessively. After all, he too had entertained such thoughts in the past. What surprised him was the sheer nonchalance with which this outrageous statement was made. It was truly unexpected. Frieza, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked that he was aware of Jiang Fei's formidable strength, but surely no one would willingly become a dog. It was a complete abandonment of dignity, especially since this individual bore his own aura. Even if the words were not spoken by him directly, a profound sense of shame lingered in his heart. Gula licked his lips, incredulously questioning Cell. "Wait, I recall you previously stated you were Mr. Jiang Fei's friend? I must say, that truly astonished me at the time. How is it that after a few years, you've transformed from a friend into a dog? The shift in status is rather significant, isn't it? Dogs are known as man's most faithful companions." Upon hearing this, Gula paused slightly, rendered speechless. It seemed to make a certain degree of sense, leaving him unable to find fault with it. However, not everyone's expression mirrored this sentiment. Beerus merely nodded slightly at Cell, silently praising him, realizing that this young man was indeed remarkable. Although it was their first meeting, he was profoundly impressed by Cell's composure and poise. To be someone else's dog would typically be a great humiliation, yet this was the high and mighty enforcer. Being his dog was arguably more honorable than serving any ordinary deity. Indeed, seizing opportunities when they arise, he could be considered a talent. Whis nodded in agreement from the side, reflecting that those who recognize the times are truly exceptional. If the enforcer openly sought dogs, one could only imagine how many would strive to attain that position. Coughing lightly, Jiang Fei seemed unable to endure the awkward atmosphere any longer. He proactively shifted the topic, gently introducing, "These two are the god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus, and Angel Whis. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lord Beerus, and you, Whis." As he spoke, Cell bowed politely. In the past, he would not have been so courteous. It was only after his encounter with Champa that he realized the true terror of the god of destruction. Even with his current prowess, which had undergone a substantial transformation, he dared not be arrogant. "Ah, indeed," Beerus nodded slightly, instinctively inquiring, "Can you transform into yellow? Or perhaps blue?" Having witnessed the transformations of both Scions and frost demons, the colors exhibited by Cell appeared rather mundane. The green with its speckles seemed less sophisticated. Moreover, since this individual was brought by Jiang Fei, he surely possessed some unique qualities. "I can do it all," Cell replied confidently, nodding. As he spoke, an aura began to coalesce around him, seemingly preparing to demonstrate his abilities. Goku, Frieza, and others watched with nonchalant expressions, their gaze unconvinced as it settled on Cell. They had just tested their strengths, and their powers were comparably matched. As for Cell, he did not warrant much concern. After all, reaching their level of mastery was an arduous task. However, mere moments later, Frieza and Cooler's expressions shifted dramatically. The casual demeanor vanished, replaced by incredulous astonishment. In a flash, Cell was enveloped in a resplendent golden light. His skin transformed instantaneously from green to a radiant gold, exuding a sense of nobility that rivaled Frieza and Cooler. Furthermore, his once unremarkable energy shifted, unleashing a terrifying force that permeated the entire space, surpassing even Cooler. "How is this possible?" Frieza exclaimed, his jaw agape in disbelief. Cooler shared the same look of astonishment. This individual not only possessed Frieza's energy, but could also adopt the exclusive golden skin of their frost demon lineage. "Heh, Cell truly has something remarkable," Goku praised, recalling how this individual had once educated all the strong beings on Earth. After years apart, it was evident that he had not neglected his training. The fervor within him seemed to reignite at that moment. Had he not just endured a fierce battle and still needed to recover, he would have eagerly sought to spar with Cell. This is perfect. It's a splendid opportunity to avenge the humiliation of the past," Vegeta thought to himself, his eyes ignited with fierce determination. Yet, soon after, the expressions of the two began to evolve spectacularly. In no time, they wore identical expressions to Frieza and Cooler. Cell's aura continued to surge, enveloping him in a blue flame that signified a Scion's super blue form. The energy radiating from him grew exceptionally powerful, compressing the energy within the space. Just being near him, one could feel a suffocating pressure. "Are you kidding me?" Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief. If it were merely the manifestation of these two forms, it would suffice. However, this aura is an overwhelming presence for them, sending shivers down their spines merely by its existence. How formidable! Sun Wukong swallowed hard, his body trembling slightly. It was uncertain whether this was due to fear, excitement, or perhaps a combination of both. Regardless, the impact that Cell had on their hearts was profoundly immense. Yet, this was solely their experience. The two companions nearby, however, held a rather unconventional perspective. Gula rolled his eyes, expressing some self-doubt. "Is it truly necessary to be this formidable, even as a dog? Does that imply that I am inferior to a mere dog?" Frieza, equally contemplative, silently calculated. "In the past, I was often submissive. I should have some authority on the matter of being a dog, shouldn't I?" Chapter 90, Majin Buu. The two exchanged glances, seemingly discerning one another's thoughts. Frieza took the initiative, stepping forward to boldly declare, "From this day forth, I shall be Mr. Jiang Fei's dog." Following his proclamation, he surveyed the gathered crowd with a haughty gaze, as if challenging anyone to contest his statement. Yet, as he uttered these words, Gula had already sidled up to Jiang Fei, confidently patting his chest and asserting, "Mr. Jiang Fei, in the matter of being a dog, Frieza is rather lacking. Otherwise, how could it be said that I am the elder brother and he the younger? Enough of this nonsense. Being the elder merely means you are older than I am." Frieza roared in anger. He then approached Jiang Fei with a respectful demeanor, extolling the numerous advantages of being his dog. Gula, not to be outdone, launched into a lengthy discourse of his own. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. How have they all transformed like this? Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion. Is being a dog truly such a fashionable vocation now? In his exasperation, Sun Wukong turned his gaze to Vegeta, only to find the latter hesitating as well. With a look of astonishment, he inquired, "Vegeta, You wouldn't be considering this too, would you? Don't be absurd. I have no such intention. Vegeta shot him a glare, crossing his arms defiantly. Oh, I thought as much. A proud individual like you would never stoop to such a level, Sun Wukong mused, stroking his chin as if pondering deeply. Vegeta, upon hearing this, felt a pang of insecurity and turned his head away. At this moment, Cell had already returned to his usual demeanor. Observing the varied expressions of those present, his countenance exuded a newfound pride, as if to convey to everyone, do you see? This is the privilege of being a dog beside Mr. Jiang. Individuals like you, mere mortals, are unworthy of such a noble status. With this thought, his expression gleamed with a touch of glory. Beerus and Whis, witnessing the scene unfold, refrained from comment. For they too recognized the honor of being the dog of an enforcer. If they were merely ordinary individuals now, their behavior might have been even more erratic. Meanwhile, Frieza and Cooler were vociferously clamoring for their turn to be treated as pets. Jiang Fei, entangled with these two, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He quietly admonished them, enough of this nonsense. All of you, leave at once. Upon hearing his words, Frieza and Cooler were momentarily taken aback, retreating several meters in fright. Bowing their heads and sealing their lips, they dared not continue their raucous antics. Jiang Fei straightened his attire, feeling utterly speechless at the crowd's antics. Why was it that so many were eager to assume the role of a pet? He understood that these two were envious after witnessing Cell's prowess. However, such envy could not simply be resolved through servitude. Cell's ability to transform into Golden and Super Blue was solely due to the advantages of his bloodline. No matter how formidable one might be, one could not possibly transform a frozen demon into a Super Saiyan. Jiang Fei calmly instructed the assembled individuals, and they all nodded in unison, not daring to oppose his wishes. Only Cell approached timidly, inquiring, "Do you require my assistance?" Jiang Fei gently shook his head, and then turned his gaze towards Son Goku and Vegeta, suggesting, "I recommend you both visit Earth. There may be a crisis unfolding there." Upon hearing this, both Son Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. However, for the past 6 months, they had been engaged in isolated training, completely oblivious to any developments on Earth. Moreover, Whis had blocked all signals from Earth to allow them to focus on their training, as the allure of Earth's delectable cuisine was simply too great. Just the sight of that azure planet conjured images of an array of delightful dishes. Yet, for the sake of Jiang Fei's mission, he had regrettably been compelled to sever all visual connections to Earth. At this moment, Son Goku and Vegeta, filled with anxiety, simultaneously turned their gazes toward Whis. After all, their families, friends, and companions still resided on Earth. If a genuine crisis were to arise, it would spell danger. Whis understood their unvoiced concerns and waved his staff, projecting images of Earth before them. Everyone, including Jiang Fei, turned their attention to the display. What they beheld was a ravaged Earth, once vibrant, now marred by devastation. In the midst of the chaos, a figure clad in a crimson martial arts uniform was engaged in battle with a tall, slender pink creature. "Gohan!" Son Goku exclaimed in shock. The individual in the red martial arts attire was none other than his son, Son Gohan. However, at that moment, Gohan had not transformed into a Super Saiyan, but was fighting in his base form. Nonetheless, his moves were noticeably sharper than those executed in transformation. "Majin Buu!" exclaimed Frieza and Cooler in unison, clearly recognizing the pink creature's identity. It was known that their race, the Frost Demons, had few enemies across the cosmos, and Majin Buu was undoubtedly one of them. However, after their initial astonishment, they both disdainfully shook their heads. If this had occurred in the past, encountering Majin Buu might have prompted a hasty retreat. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. Should he cross paths with Buu again, he would simply remark, "Little Buu." Times have changed. Jiang Fei observed the live broadcast from Earth, nodding slightly. This version of Buu must be the slender form that absorbed the fat version. It is conceivable that individuals like Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks have also been consumed. Nevertheless, such matters should pose little challenge to the current Goku and his companions. "You may handle the affairs of Earth on your own. I shall take my leave first," Jiang Fei declared, vanishing from the god of destruction's realm under the watchful gaze of Beerus and the others. Goku and Vegeta remained fixated on the live feed. After Jiang Fei's departure, Whis and Beerus noticed a somewhat familiar figure in a corner of the battlefield. Beerus tugged at Whis' garment and pointed, saying, "That individual's attire bears a resemblance to that of a Kaioshin." Whis, too, was attuned to the figure in the corner. Upon hearing this, Beerus' expression shifted to one of contemplation. He recalled that the previous Kaioshin was an elderly figure he had subdued long ago. To his astonishment, a new Kaioshin had emerged after all these years. Yet, this revelation held little significance for him. What mattered most was clarifying one point. Was the old Kaioshin still alive? If he were not, the situation on Earth would be of no concern to him. However, if the old Kaioshin had indeed perished, the implications would be dire. The emergence of this new Kaioshin in such a perilous location could jeopardize his existence as a god of destruction. Contemplating this, Beerus's expression transformed into one of acute tension. Chapter 91. Why should I know who you are? With this thought, Beerus's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. Addressing the gathered assembly, he commanded, "Everyone, accompany me to Earth." Goku and Vegeta were already poised for action. Even without Beerus's directive, they would have moved forward. For Frieza and Cooler, their participation was inconsequential. However, Jiang Fei had previously instructed against any reckless wandering, thus they followed suit. As for Cell, he was entirely obedient to Jiang Fei's commands. With Jiang Fei absent, he would now heed the directives of the god of destruction. Seeing that everyone was in agreement, Beerus turned to Whis. Whis nodded, raising his staff. In an instant, the figures of the assembled individuals transformed into beams of light, racing toward the horizon. On Earth, Gohan remained intensely engaged in battle with Majin Buu. The two exchanged blows with fervor, each strike resonating with intensity. A clash of energy waves erupted in a thunderous explosion. Seizing this opportunity, Gohan swiftly distanced himself. Perspiration streaming down his face, his body marred with wounds, and panting heavily. In stark contrast, the adversary remained remarkably composed. What appeared to be formidable attacks had little effect upon impact, and even if they were somewhat effective, they would be effortlessly neutralized by his astonishing regenerative capabilities. Frustration welled within Son Gohan as he clenched his fists. He had reached the limits of his endurance. Without devising a strategy to counteract this overwhelming foe, defeat was merely a matter of time. Should that occur, it was likely that Earth would meet its demise. Gazing upon the sinister grin of Majin Buu, he found himself in a most unfortunate position. The Supreme Kai observed the battlefield with a troubled expression, his palms beginning to sweat. Upon learning of Majin Buu's impending resurrection, he hastily journeyed to Earth in a bid to thwart it. Alas, he arrived too late and had no choice but to confront the monster head-on. Gohan was the one he encountered during his battle with Majin Buu. After a brief discussion regarding the fiend, they resolved to face the threat together. At the Supreme Kai's suggestion, Gohan drew the sword embedded in the Supreme Kai's realm, which not only liberated the ancient Supreme Kai, but also granted him invaluable insights, resulting in a significant enhancement of his power. He had hoped to match Majin Buu's strength and seize the opportunity to vanquish this abomination. Thus, he had come to observe the confrontation, with the ancient Supreme Kai remaining behind in their realm. Regrettably, the disparity between expectation and reality was stark. Initially, Gohan had indeed managed to suppress Majin Buu, leaving the creature with no means of defense. However, despite this early advantage, Majin Buu could not be entirely eradicated. As time elapsed, Gohan's stamina dwindled, and his injuries multiplied, leading to a situation where Majin Buu regained the upper hand. What to do? What to do? The Supreme Kai stood at the rear, as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. The situation had become irreversible. Should Gohan meet his end, it would soon be the Supreme Kai's turn. Although he could temporarily retreat to the Supreme Kai's realm, he could evade the initial onslaught, but not the inevitable conclusion. It was only a matter of time before he would be eliminated as well. In the midst of his mounting anxiety, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. "Kid, are you here to court death?" The Supreme Kai was startled and swiftly turned to see a diminutive, gaunt creature with a feline visage, regarding him with an indifferent stare. This being was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction, who had hurriedly arrived from his realm, accompanied by Whis, who bore a staff and wore a serene smile. "So this is Majin Buu? He doesn't seem particularly impressive," the Supreme Kai thought, still reeling from the unexpected arrival. Before he could fully process the situation, a dismissive voice floated up from below. Upon turning again, he was astounded to witness 5 robust men, arms crossed and exuding an aura of strength, surrounding Majin Buu. Each bore an expression of utter nonchalance, devoid of any hint of tension. In the midst of their banter, they were even gesturing and offering critiques about Majin Buu. These individuals were none other than Goku and his companions, who had arrived alongside Beerus. The preceding statement was uttered by Frieza. Majin Buu, surrounded by several individuals, appeared somewhat bewildered, hesitating to make a move, as he sensed that these formidable figures were not to be trifled with. "Is that my father?" Gohan exclaimed from a short distance, his eyes suddenly alight with renewed hope. Yet, moments later, astonishment washed over him again. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he murmured, "Am I seeing things? Frieza and Cell standing alongside my father and Vegeta?" In the skies above, the Supreme Kai swallowed hard. Regardless of the strength of those below, the mere audacity to encircle the notorious Majin Buu was truly commendable. "Who are you?" the Supreme Kai inquired softly, turning his gaze. Beerus, upon hearing the question, momentarily blinked in surprise, then responded with irritation, "You do not know who I am?" He seized the Supreme Kai by the collar. If he were merely an ordinary individual, ignorance would be forgivable. Even those somewhat powerful, like Frieza and Cooler, recognized his name. Yet here stood a Supreme Kai, oblivious to the presence of a god of destruction. Was this not absurd? The Supreme Kai, feeling the grip upon his collar, grew displeased. Frowning, he retorted incredulously, "Why must I know who you are?" Do you even know who I am? After all, he was a deity, accustomed to being revered wherever he went. He twisted and turned, attempting to free himself from Beerus's grasp, but no matter how hard he struggled, he could not escape the other's hold. Are you not the Supreme Kai? Otherwise, I would have long since ended you. Beerus exclaimed in frustration. The fact that the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 did not recognize him was a matter that would surely invite ridicule from other universes. The Supreme Kai paused, slightly taken aback by Beerus's words. Since he recognized his identity, why was he speaking so defiantly? Had the current Supreme Kai lost all sense of dignity? Chapter 92, Beerus strikes, annihilating Majin Buu. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, the old Supreme Kai, previously subdued by Beerus, now sat before a crystal orb. Initially, as he watched Gohan nearing his limits, panic surged within him. However, upon witnessing the familiar visage of Beerus's sudden arrival, he first froze in surprise. Then a surge of anger ignited within him. Moments later, a slight smile began to form at the corners of his mouth. Now things are looking up. The old Supreme Kai's rather unsightly face bore a hint of a grin. While Majin Buu was indeed fearsome, he paled in comparison to a god of destruction. With Beerus present, there was no way he would idly watch the Supreme Kai meet his demise. On Earth, the Supreme Kai insisted, knowing I am the Supreme Kai, you ought to release me at once. He struggled earnestly to break free from Beerus's grip. Despite having exhausted all his strength, it was all in vain. Yet, he had no choice but to act, for the expression on Beerus's face was ominously foreboding, as if he were poised to strike at any moment. Is the Supreme Kai truly impressive? Beerus fixed his gaze on him, his voice low and menacing. It seems I must make you aware of who I am. With that, he clenched his fist and raised it high, seemingly dismissing any further conversation, preparing to impart a lesson to this insolent figure. The Supreme Kai swallowed hard, daunted by the impending confrontation, and tremulously inquired, "What are you planning to do?" "Humph," Beerus scoffed. His tightly clenched hand suddenly unfurled, revealing a swirling sphere of destructive energy forming in his palm. The Supreme Kai felt the overwhelming aura of devastation, instantly drenched in cold sweat. He could vividly sense that should he be struck by such a force, his demise would be assured. Below, those surrounding Majin Buu were still deliberating on who should engage first. Goku and Vegeta were the most eager, as Earth was their stronghold. Clearly, it was their responsibility to vanquish any adversaries that dared to invade their territory. Frieza and Cooler also wished to take part, intrigued by the formidable reputation of Majin Buu, whose legends had reached their ears since infancy. Now that they stood before him, to abstain from battle would be a most regrettable choice. Cell, however, observed with indifference, deeming the opponents too weak to warrant his interest. In the midst of it all, Majin Buu stood quaking at the center of the group. If given the chance, he earnestly wished to shout, "Hey, why don't you all just let me go first? You can deliberate here, and once you've reached a conclusion, you can come find me, all right?" Of course, if they truly allowed him to leave, he would not hesitate to make his escape. Whether they could locate him afterward was a different matter entirely. "Everyone, get away from me." Just as the discussions continued, a thunderous sound reverberated through the sky. Goku and the others looked up to see the energy sphere that Beerus had conjured soaring away. They immediately sensed the terrifying destructive energy, their expressions shifting in alarm. Forgetting the order of engagement, they swiftly moved, 5 formidable figures vanishing from sight. Only Majin Buu remained, bewildered and at a loss. He had noticed the energy sphere launched by Beerus, yet to him, it appeared merely as an ordinary energy blast. What was there to fear? However, in the briefest of moments, remorse began to seep in. As the energy sphere approached, he too felt the weight of its destructive potential. Yet, even as he contemplated fleeing, it was far too late. A crushing sense of impending doom rendered him immobile. The energy sphere collided with his body without a sound, and soon, his seemingly indestructible form began to contort violently. No. Majin Buu let out a piercing and agonizing scream. In a mere 2 to 3 seconds, the sound gradually faded away. His form disintegrated into a myriad of violet specks of light, which, with a gentle breeze, scattered into the ether. That was close. I'm fortunate to have evaded in time. Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. Frieza and Cooler were equally stunned, pondering whether this was the true power of the god of destruction, Beerus. The energy they had just witnessed, if unleashed upon Majin Buu, would have likely resulted in a similar fate for any of them. Nearby, Gohan stood in astonishment. The battle had been resolved in a single move? He had anticipated a grueling conflict, envisioning his father joining forces with others to confront Majin Buu. He had even begun to gather his energy, preparing for the fray. Yet, instead of a fierce struggle, he had witnessed a swift annihilation. In the heavens above, the Supreme Kai turned his gaze downward, equally astonished, his mouth agape. When he redirected his attention to Beerus, his eyes were now filled with trepidation. The Majin Buu who had tormented him so greatly had fallen to this individual in but a single strike. "Now do you recognize who I am?" Beerus said, gripping the Supreme Kai's collar, his tone nonchalant. The Supreme Kai wished to affirm his recognition, but found himself at a loss. He nodded vigorously, then slowly shook his head. Whis, with a resigned smile, interjected, "Esteemed Supreme Kai, this is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction." The god of destruction? The Supreme Kai gasped, his heart racing. Internally, he shook his head, realizing that this newly appointed Supreme Kai was rather dim-witted. Moreover, like that old fool, he had an affinity for wandering into perilous situations. It seemed prudent to consider whether this young one should be subdued as well. The Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback, but soon confusion clouded his expression as he scratched his head and inquired, "What is a god of destruction?" Beerus' countenance stiffened, morphing into a mix of embarrassment and anger. Whis discreetly chuckled at the side. Frustrated, Beerus understood why his universe ranked so low. This Supreme Kai bore at least 95% of the blame. Truth be told, it might be wise to summon the enforcers to give this ignorant fellow a proper lesson. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei had arrived at the palace of the Omni King. He had nearly completed the tasks assigned to him. Next, he needed to prepare for the upcoming tournament to test his mettle. Once he passed, he would attain ultimate freedom. Entering the temple, he traversed the serene and expansive corridor step by step. Chapter 93, Scold Him. On Earth, the Supreme Kai was left battered and bruised by Beerus. Not a single soul dared to intervene. Gohan, initially intent on stopping the altercation upon witnessing the Supreme Kai being struck, was decisively halted by Goku. He certainly did not wish for his son to provoke the wrathful Beerus. The fact that the god of destruction was unaware of his existence was truly unforgivable. A blaze of fury erupted in Beerus' eyes. The Supreme Kai, witnessing the imminent attack, hastily shielded his face, internally lamenting his unfortunate predicament. Who had he offended? In truth, it was not entirely his fault for not knowing Beerus. Long ago, Beerus had sealed the old Kai away. Shortly thereafter, a new Supreme Kai emerged in the 7th universe. This Supreme Kai, eager to expand his influence, took on 4 disciples, the 4 Supreme Kais of the cardinal directions, who were, in reality, merely apprentice Supreme Kais. He himself was referred to as the Grand Supreme Kai. Before this new Supreme Kai could elaborate on the affairs of the divine realm, the incident involving Majin Buu erupted. The Grand Supreme Kai and the other 3 Supreme Kais perished, leaving only the East Supreme Kai. Thus, the apprentice was promoted to the rank of official Supreme Kai while maintaining a life link with Beerus. "Do not panic, my dear apprentice." The voice of the old Kai resonated in his mind, startling the East Supreme Kai. "Ancestor," he momentarily faltered, then desperately pleaded within his heart, "Ancestor, please save me. This so-called god of destruction seeks to kill me." The voice he heard was indeed that of the old Kai, who sat cross-legged, observing the scene within a crystal ball. A mischievous smile gracing his features. He continued to transmit, "Rest assured, Beerus would not dare to kill you. Have you not noticed?" The East Supreme Kai frowned slightly. This god of destruction could effortlessly obliterate Buu with a mere flick of his wrist, illustrating his formidable power. If he truly intended to end his life, it would be remarkably simple. However, it seemed he had only received a couple of blows thus far. Just as he pondered this, Beerus' fist struck him squarely in the eye. "Ouch!" The Supreme Kai yelped, quickly covering the injured eye. Beerus reprimanded him without hesitation. "What schemes are you concocting with those wandering eyes of yours?" As the Supreme Kai contemplated apologizing, the voice of the old Kai echoed once more in his mind. "Listen closely, my apprentice. Beerus is the type to bully the weak and cower before the strong. If you stand firm, he will think twice before striking you again." Upon hearing this, the Supreme Kai fell silent, his mind racing with questions. What should I do then? The old Kai, observing Beerus through the crystal ball, wore a beaming smile, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Why not let that young man on Earth vent his frustrations at this fiend? Insult him, the old Kai suggested with a wicked grin. Use the most venomous, malicious, and vile words you can muster to berate him, and you shall be safe. The East Supreme Kai was left in stunned silence, then hesitantly inquired, "Huh? Can that truly work?" "Absolutely," the old Kai assured him with unwavering conviction. "In my mind, I have already envisioned the exasperated expression of Beerus." The Supreme Kai took a moment to calm his inner turmoil. A glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes, as if he had resolved something profound. He then called out loudly, "Beerus." "Huh?" Beerus paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback. This fellow had been so despondent. How could he suddenly be brimming with energy? All those present focused intently on the scene unfolding before them. After all, it was a battle of deities. A spectacle that mere mortals had never witnessed. Yes, indeed. Let him have it. Show him no mercy. The old Supreme Kai stood up in excitement, his gaze fixed firmly on the crystal ball. His heart raced with an indescribable thrill. Whis, equally intrigued, prepared to observe what the Supreme Kai intended to do. "Beerus, you great fool, you wicked villain, you utter simpleton, I detest you," the Supreme Kai declared with unwavering determination, his voice ringing out with authority. His face bore a defiant expression, as if he were engaged in a struggle against malevolent forces. Silence. The moment his voice fell, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Beerus was stunned, Whis was bewildered, and below, Goku and the others stood in shock. Upon hearing the words echoing from the crystal ball, The old Supreme Kai felt as if he had turned to stone. Internally, he screamed, "Is this what you call the most venomous, the most evil, the most vile of insults?" It seems to have enraged Beerus, but it nearly drove me to madness. On Earth, Beerus, meeting the unwavering gaze of the Supreme Kai, could not help but swallow hard. He gradually loosened his grip on the other's collar and took several steps back. "Supreme Kai, what is the meaning of this?" Whis inquired, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. The Supreme Kai, witnessing Beerus release him, felt a surge of joy within, beginning to secretly admire the old Supreme Kai. Indeed, as a revered ancestor, he was well-versed and had managed to handle this so-called god of destruction with just a few words. However, he failed to notice Beerus gazing at him with a look of disdain, realizing that the Supreme Kai was merely a fool. The onlookers, after a brief moment of astonishment, began to comprehend the nature of divine conflict. "So, this is how battles between gods unfold," Goku remarked, still somewhat bewildered. He had just heard Gohan mention that this Supreme Kai seemed to be a formidable deity. Though his combat prowess may not rival that of Majin Buu, nor even his own, he was still considered a notable figure among the divine. It was truly unexpected that the clash between the two could be resolved so amicably. In the realm of the Omni King, Jiang Fei stood beside the throne, with the Grand Minister on the opposite side. "Xiao Fei, are you certain you won't play with me for a while?" The Omni King inquired longingly, his eyes fixed on Jiang Fei. For years, he had been yearning for this moment. Ever since Jiang Fei had departed, he had been unable to eat, sleep, or enjoy himself properly. With a resigned smile, Jiang Fei replied, "Your Majesty, I have come to report on my duties." He has been wandering joyfully amongst the cosmos for such an extended period, having long since acclimatized to the sensation of freedom. Previously, circumstances compelled him. However, how could he continue to engage in such trivial games now? Alas, the Omni King expressed a measure of disappointment, feeling a twinge of regret for having appointed Jiang Fei as the enforcer. He even began to contemplate whether he should revoke this individual's position. At that moment, the Grand Priest approached with a broad smile, stating, "Omni King, there are still competitions ahead, which should prove quite exhilarating." Upon hearing that there were still contests to be held, the Omni King's spirits lifted slightly. Jiang Fei cast a grateful glance at the Grand Priest. It was not that he truly wished to avoid playing with the Omni King. Rather, he feared that once they began, it would lead to an endless engagement. He dreaded the thought of remaining in this wretched place for another decade or two, which would surely bring him to tears. "Now, Enforcer, may I suggest a universe for the test?" The Omni King inquired with a smile. At this juncture, Jiang Fei dared not refuse, immediately nodding in agreement. "I defer to your judgment, Omni King." The Omni King scratched his chin, pondering for a moment, before a mysterious smile graced his face as he slowly remarked, "How about the first universe?" "The first universe?" Jiang Fei's voice rose several octaves, and he scrutinized the Omni King in disbelief. He had not anticipated that after several years, this simpleton's intellect had experienced a remarkable surge, now attempting to set him up. The first universe, aptly named, was not only first in title but also in strength. It bore another moniker, the Supreme Universe. To pit the seventh universe against the first was nothing short of a jest. "Hee, just kidding," the Omni King mischievously laughed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei let out a slow breath of relief. However, before he could fully compose himself, the Omni King continued, "What about the 12th universe?" Coughing abruptly, Jiang Fei's expression soured. This simpleton was becoming increasingly adept at playing pranks. The 12th universe was the mirror image of the first. If the first universe held the top rank, then the 12th undoubtedly claimed the second. Its power was still overwhelmingly formidable, and the 7th universe was far from being a worthy adversary. "Omni King, I can't have been in the 7th universe for long, can I?" Jiang Fei quietly reminded him, the implication being clear, in such a short span. To be assigned such a formidable opponent was tantamount to a deliberate hindrance. The Omni King chuckled wryly, and, choosing not to persist in his teasing, turned to the Grand Priest, asking, "What do you suggest?" "It would be best to find a universe of comparable strength," the Grand Priest replied cheerfully, glancing at Jiang Fei before continuing. "Then let it be the 6th universe." Upon hearing the 6th universe mentioned, a smile gradually spread across Jiang Fei's face. He silently nodded in his heart, reassured by the Grand Priest's reliability. "Enforcer, what is your opinion?" the Omni King inquired, gazing at Jiang Fei. With a calm smile, Jiang Fei replied, "No problem." This arrangement aligned perfectly with his expectations, as long as it was not one of the top 4 ranking universes. To the 7th universe, there should be no significant threat. Even the 11th universe, possessing Jiren, would still be capable of putting up a fight. Upon confirmation, the Grand Minister's gaze shifted back to the Omni King. The Grand Minister continued, "Let us schedule the tournament for 1 week from now. I will discuss the specific rules with His Majesty and inform you in advance." "Understood," Jiang Fei replied, showing no objections. His eyes then turned toward the Omni King, who was filled with eager anticipation. Sensing the situation was becoming somewhat precarious, he hastily added, "I shall have the 7th universe make preparations. I take my leave now." With that, he left no room for the Omni King or the Grand Minister to respond. Swiftly locating a source of energy and utilizing instant transmission to depart from the scene. Why did he leave so quickly? The Omni King blinked his wise eyes in surprise. The corners of the Grand Minister's mouth twitched slightly, pondering, is he truly in such a rush? Fortunately, only the Omni King's intellect allows him to be so easily deceived. Had it been anyone else, they would have surely been offended. The Omni King gazed thoughtfully at the spot where Jiang Fei had vanished and remarked, Grand Minister, do you think the seventh universe can prevail? I find it unlikely, the Grand Minister replied without a moment's hesitation. Observing the Omni King's puzzled expression, he began to recount an incident from 6 years prior when Jiang Fei had brought the strongest warrior of the seventh universe to disrupt the tournament. This so-called strongest warrior had not only been soundly defeated by Champa, but had also faced a similar fate at the hands of a powerful fighter from the sixth universe. This information had been relayed to him later by Beerus. Even though the seventh universe had made strides in the past 6 years, the sixth universe had not remained stagnant. Thus, the likelihood of a victory for the sixth universe seemed high. Upon hearing this, the Omni King muttered, is that so? Perhaps due to a lack of clarity. He felt conflicted upon seeing Jiang Fei. He wished for the seventh universe to triumph, allowing Jiang Fei to become a cornerstone of his divine realm. Yet, he also hoped for their defeat, so Jiang Fei could remain in the divine realm for a few more years to keep him company. Unbeknownst to him, these two desires were not mutually exclusive, for Jiang Fei's duties were not as burdensome as he imagined. Meanwhile, after Jiang Fei had instantaneously arrived on an unknown planet, he soared upwards, heading straight for the seventh universe. As he flew, he finally exhaled a breath of relief, silently praying that the little fool would not take offense, as everything was for the grand revival of the universe. With that thought, he hastened his speed further. In just 3 or 4 minutes, he reached the outskirts of the seventh universe. On Earth, Beerus had not yet departed and remained in place, contemplating how to deal with this rather foolish Caitian. Should he follow the old man's example and seal him away? The ancient god of destruction had already been subdued by him, and nearly 20 minutes had passed. What should be his next step? The Caitian pondered silently in his heart. At this moment, the old Caitian had completely lost the desire to engage with this individual. Not only was he not enraged by Beerus, but he was also quite agitated himself. The old Caitian's dignity was utterly tarnished by this character. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the crystal ball, capturing the old Caitian's attention. What? The enforcer? He exclaimed in astonishment. He had never encountered the enforcer and was unaware of who had assumed such a role in the divine realm. Nevertheless, he was familiar with the significance of the position. Within the crystal ball, Beerus, who had been high in the sky, had now descended and was prostrating himself on the ground, his head buried deeply in the earth. Whis, too, bowed his head, his demeanor exuding profound respect. Before them stood Jiang Fei, who had just arrived from the Zeno's palace. The old Caitian was taken aback, indeed. The enforcer had made an appearance. Though he had never met the enforcer, he realized that only Zeno and the Grand Minister could command such reverence from Beerus. Quickly, the old Caitian composed himself, preparing to pay his respects to the enforcer. However, he suddenly noticed the Caitian of Earth still dawdling in the air. Enraged, he bellowed, "You foolish being, what are you doing standing there? Kneel at once." After uttering this, the old Caitian, accompanied by Jebit, instantly transported themselves to Earth. The Caitian, feeling bewildered, could not comprehend the situation. Who was he to kneel before anyone? After all, he was a Caitian, who would dare command his submission? Just as he remained in a daze, Jebit and the old Caitian had already arrived. "Foolish being, why are you still standing there?" The old Caitian shouted in fury. Jiang Fei had long noticed the Caitian above, but was surprised to see the old Caitian had also arrived. He gestured to Beerus, indicating that formalities were unnecessary. The old Caitian seemed to sense Jiang Fei's gaze and involuntarily trembled, then reached out and seized the tufts of hair atop the Caitian's head. With a forceful pull, he hurled him to the ground, right at Jiang Fei's feet. "What are you doing, ancestor?" the Caitian exclaimed, grimacing in pain as his body felt utterly battered. The old Caitian paid him no mind and immediately knelt beside him, fervently proclaiming, "Old God pays homage to the enforcer." Jebit, witnessing the old Caitian's submission, did not hesitate to follow suit, collapsing to the ground in reverence. The Caitian, witnessing this scene, was utterly stupefied, unable to grasp the unfolding events. However, seeing his ancestor kneeling, he dared not remain sprawled on the ground. He promptly turned over and prostrated himself, echoing the old Caitian's words. "I pay homage to the enforcer." Yet, internally, he began to ponder, what exactly was the nature of this enforcer? As I observe our esteemed ancestor, I cannot help but feel a sense of trepidation. "Please, rise," Jiang Fei remarked with a calm demeanor, addressing the 3 individuals prostrated before him. Upon seeing the old Supreme Kai, Beerus shot him a sharp glare, surprised to find that this ancient figure had not perished and had evidently broken free from his seal. "Thank you, esteemed enforcer," the old Supreme Kai said, bowing his head before gradually standing upright. The two others beside him expressed their gratitude in unison and rose as well. Before Jiang Fei could utter a word, Beerus strode forward, fixing his gaze on the old Supreme Kai, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Old man, I never expected you to still be alive," he scoffed. The old Supreme Kai merely huffed in response, ignoring him entirely. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai appeared utterly bewildered, as if he were the only one unaware of the circumstances unfolding around him. He gazed in astonishment at the young man before him, particularly taken aback by the fact that his ancestor had bowed in deference, and even this formidable god of destruction had knelt before him. What manner of individual could inspire such humility from these two? "Enough," Jiang Fei interjected, his brow furrowed, commanding silence in an instant. Not only the old Supreme Kai and Beerus, but even Sun Wukong and his companions adopted a cautious demeanor. After surveying the gathered crowd, Jiang Fei continued. "The Omni King has arranged a tournament for us." At the mention of the Omni King, the expressions of Beerus and the old Supreme Kai shifted to one of grave concern, their ears perking up in anticipation of what was to follow. "The strongest fighters from your 7th universe will battle those from the 6th universe. The event is set to take place in 3 days. The location and rules will be communicated to you in advance by the Grand Minister." Jiang Fei succinctly outlined the details of the upcoming competition. Upon hearing that a clash with the 6th universe was imminent, Beerus's interest was piqued, his face alight with excitement. Though his tone remained dismissive. How could that brat's universe possibly rival ours? Whis, too, was taken aback, uncertain why a tournament had suddenly been announced. Nevertheless, he recognized that it was not his place to inquire further. The competition was set, and as for Sun Wukong and Vegeta, their prowess was unquestionable. Frieza and Cooler were of comparable strength, while Cell's power was astonishing. Given his understanding of the 6th universe, he believed victory should not be unattainable. "Do not underestimate them," Jiang Fei cautioned, shaking his head in resignation. This admonition was particularly directed at Beerus, who, despite his current nonchalance, might find it nearly impossible to conquer the 6th universe if it continued to develop at its current level. The old Supreme Kai and Supreme Kai Shin stood aside, appearing somewhat at a loss. Supreme Kai Shin tugged at the sleeve of the old Supreme Kai, inquiring, "Esteemed ancestor, what are the 7th and 6th universes?" The old Supreme Kai shot him a glare, not out of ignorance, but because the enforcer had not permitted them to speak. Who would dare to engage in reckless discussions here? Indeed, the moment Supreme Kai Shin spoke, Jiang Fei's attention shifted to him, while the old Supreme Kai averted his gaze. After Beerus made his discovery, a gleeful expression immediately crossed his face. How could this young fellow not recognize him? Such ignorance was utterly unforgivable. With Jiang Fei present, it was the perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson. This esteemed individual is the newly appointed enforcer of the divine realm, whom you have just had the pleasure of meeting, Beerus explained nonchalantly to the two of them. He then turned to Jiang Fei and continued, "Enforcer, these two are the Kaishins. The young one is the current one, while the elder is the predecessor." He then began to voice his grievances, lamenting the irresponsibility of the former Kaishin and the inexperience of the new one, who astonishingly failed to recognize anyone who should be known. The two stood there, heads bowed, their expressions a sight to behold. Meanwhile, Son Goku suddenly perked up, joining in the spirited discussion. "Did you hear that?" Jiang Fei mentioned competing with other universes. "We're not deaf," Kakarot. "Of course we heard," came the reply. "Oh, Frieza seems intrigued by this notion of other universes. How unexpected," he mused. "I wonder what those other universes are like. I'm quite curious," Guldo remarked, stroking his chin as he pondered. "Please," Cell scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the four. His gaze was one of condescension, as if he were looking at a group of simpletons. These individuals had wasted their lives, unlike himself, who, despite his youth, had already seen and experienced so much. Noticing the lively chatter among the group, Cell stepped forward and stated calmly, "The 6th universe is decent. I've battled with Champa, and his strength is rather mediocre." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to him, filled with incredulous astonishment. Was this the advantage of being a lackey? He had ventured into the 6th universe and even fought against the local god of destruction. Moreover, his evaluation was merely mediocre. Just how formidable was Cell then? Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, when Cell referred to mediocre strength, he was not speaking of Champa. As the eve of the competition approached, Beerus continued his incessant chatter. However, Jiang Fei did not pay much attention to his words. Instead, he listened to Cell, who was busy boasting to the others. Son Goku and the rest were left in awe. Even Vegeta and Frieza, who initially regarded him with disdain, could not help but express their astonishment. At first, they had been skeptical, but as they listened to Cell's articulate account, disbelief began to wane. "In summary, we reside in the 7th universe," Cell declared, arms crossed, his demeanor unfazed. After a brief pause, he continued, "If we were to send forth our strongest fighters, it would undoubtedly be us. However, the 6th universe is teeming with powerful beings. Individuals like you stand little chance." With that, Cell slightly shook his head, unaware that the 6th universe had yet to reveal its other formidable warriors. With just one hit, they could already present significant challenges. Although the strength of these individuals far surpasses that of his past self, when faced with the likes of Hit, their chances seem grim. The only glimmer of hope lies within himself. Humph. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort. Frieza and Cooler sneered slightly as well. They recognized the formidable power of Cell. But to underestimate them would be folly. It was unlikely that anyone present would acquiesce to such a notion. Only Son Goku wore an eager expression, his face alight with anticipation. He was, after all, a being born for battle. The mere thought of clashing with the powerful warriors from other universes filled him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, on Jiang Fei's side, Beerus continued his incessant chatter. Jiang Fei waved his hand dismissively, stating coolly, "I understand." Beerus's voice ceased, replaced by a smug smile. His greatest annoyance was the Kaioshin. Whether it was the old Kaioshin or this new one, both were equally vexing. To be oblivious to his existence was a transgression he would not let slide. As a Kaioshin, ignorance of the duties was a grave sin, especially when one failed to recognize the god of destruction. It was ample reason for reprimand. Beerus lifted his chin, speaking haughtily. "Did you hear that? The god of destruction has spoken. Wait, are you not holding them accountable, sir?" Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, nodding. "Is there something amiss?" No. Beerus hastily shook his head, his mind screaming in turmoil. The current Kaioshin, who was oblivious, was simply unacceptable. Had it not been said that the gods of destruction were impartial enforcers of the law? How had it turned into such double standards in his case? "Thank you." Esteemed god of destruction, the old Kaioshin sighed in relief. Jiang Fei glanced at Beerus, who was on the verge of a breakdown, and shook his head lightly. He gestured towards the Kaioshin Shin standing beside him. The old Kaioshin nodded seriously. "In 3 days, the 7th universe and the 6th universe will compete. You should also attend." Simply arrive at the god of destruction's realm, Jiang Fei continued nonchalantly. The old Kaioshin displayed no hesitation, nodding instinctively at whatever he heard, devoid of any indecision. Bowing his head humbly, he stated, "I take my leave." With that, he gave a light slap to the head of the nearby Kaioshin. Shin finally registered the situation, quickly lowering his head and saying cautiously, "I take my leave." Afterward, he instructed Jebet to utilize instant transmission to depart from the location. Seeing his cunning plan unravel, Beerus felt a twinge of disappointment, coupled with a sense of injustice regarding his fate. The following day, in the god of destruction's realm of the 6th universe, the Grand Priest promptly informed Vados of the upcoming competition. Upon receiving the news, Vados immediately notified Champa. Competing against the 7th universe? Champa mused for a moment. After receiving a nod from Vados, a hint of scorn appeared on his face, and he arrogantly declared, "What audacity does the 7th universe possess to challenge us?" To speak frankly, the last time their so-called strongest contender was utterly defeated by one of their own powerful beings, leaving him without the slightest chance to retaliate. After years of absence, could it be that this time, Champa would be turned upside down like Beerus? "Champa, do not underestimate them," reminded Vados. Albeit her thoughts had already drifted elsewhere. The mere thought of Jiang Fei still being in the 7th universe brought an involuntary smile to her face. The Grand Minister had informed her that this competition was, in fact, organized for the sake of the enforcers. However, the specific reasons were not disclosed. Oh well, with the caliber of the 7th universe, they have never qualified to be considered our rivals in the 6th universe, Champa declared arrogantly. Had it not been for the previous battle between Cell and Hit, he might have been more cautious. Yet, after that experience, even if he wished to regard them with seriousness, he found himself unable to do so. After all, with such overwhelming strength, there was no cause for concern. "Very well. We shall likely need to prepare 5 strong contenders. Do you have any candidates in mind, Champa?" Vados inquired with a hint of resignation. Champa smirked dismissively, replying, "Just summon that one called Hit. You may choose the rest at your discretion." He was not entirely sure who the strong beings of the 6th universe were. But with Hit in the mix, it was presumed that the competition would be a mere formality. The individuals from the 7th universe were simply no match for Hit's prowess. "I understand," Vados replied calmly, proceeding to gather the necessary personnel in preparation for the impending competition. Meanwhile, the Grand Minister similarly informed Beerus and others of the need for 5 participants. The venue, akin to that in the original storyline, was set on the nameless star. The precise rules of the competition would be announced upon their arrival at the location. Notably, this event would invite all the gods of destruction, Supreme Kai, and angels to spectate. Upon receiving this news, both Beerus and Champa regarded the competition with a bit more seriousness. After all, despite their confidence in victory, the fear of an unexpected turn of events lingered. Should such a misfortune occur, it would indeed be a tremendous embarrassment.